and the Billionaire's Ball, Romancing the CEO, a sweet billionaire romance with hints of suspense, written by Caitlin Meadows, narrated by 11 Labs. Her godmother, who was a fairy, said, "You would like to go to the ball, is that not so?" Charles Perrault, Cendrillon and the Glass Slipper. Chapter 1. Ella. I had to draw the line somewhere. Don't get me wrong, I was happy for my newfound cousin. Ever since Gabby had contacted me several months ago, she and I had hit it off and become fast friends. Of course, I wanted to be a bridesmaid at her wedding. I'd wear the shoes, the dress, but flying to Montana with the groom's best friend, a man who not only owned the building I cleaned, but who Gabby and Adrian had been trying to set me up with. That was going too far. "I don't know, Gabby," I said, sinking back on my couch and staring at the leaves rustling outside my window. Living on the second floor of this apartment complex gave me a direct view of Vermont's flaming fall foliage. "Is it flying you don't like?" "I've never been on a plane," I said. If that was the excuse I needed to get out of this, so be it. "Then you're going to love it, especially in something like this. It's so fast." "I'm not in a hurry. Addie and I will leave in plenty of time. I love road trips. And maybe you two will hit it off." There it was. I'd asked her, I didn't know how many times, to leave it alone. To her credit, Gabby hadn't mentioned setting me up with Hawk Danielson again since I'd met her and her fiancé in person for the first time back in June, but I'd known she wouldn't give up that easily. "I clean his office," I said, fingering the edge of the gray couch's armrest. "I know the details and contents of his garbage can and closet more intimately than any person rightly should." "You," Gabby said, "my point exactly." It wasn't that I'd found anything questionable in either case, but still, he's no harmless, down-to-earth do-gooder. He couldn't be, not like I wanted to find. I'd been in plenty of botched relationships, and not just romantic ones either. The situation with my family right now was anyone's nightmare. If I ever let myself get close to a man, I had to be sure he was the kind of guy who wouldn't tear my heart out at the first sign of drama. "Being rich doesn't mean he's not a good guy," Gabby argued. "Look at Adrian. Hawk is his best friend, and I can vouch for his taste. Why not give him a chance?" "No," I said. "Come on, he's handsome, suave, a little silly." I hadn't expected that adjective. Silly. I mean, he's flirty. "Just what I'm looking for," I said, hoping she heard my sarcasm. Silly and flirty. How did he ever get to be the CEO of a successful candy company? For some reason, Willy Wonka came to mind. I wondered if Hawk Danielson went around breaking into song and quoting random poetry no one knew, or if he had a handful of orange-skinned minions who caused disaster and berated children for their shortcomings. At least he didn't look like Gene Wilder. I didn't consider myself a shallow person, but maybe I was. I knew for a fact Hawk Danielson was eye candy of the highest caliber. He was blonde and tall with swagger. If that combination wasn't enough to steam my blood, I didn't know what was. All the more reason to keep my distance. Men who looked like that couldn't be trusted. He had all the right things about him, which could only mean there was something else wrong with him, something I couldn't see, and I didn't want to find out what that was. "Addie and I are driving," I said, looking at my suitcase sitting near the TV as though it agreed with me. "I've made that trip before," Gabby said. "It's a long one. We'll keep each other company. We'll listen to audiobooks and eat snacks. It'll go by in no time. In fact, I'm all packed and ready to go as soon as Addie gets here." My cousin Adili lived in a house across town with her sister. She was currently a nursing student at the University of Vermont. When Gabby had first reached out to tell me we were related and asked if I was interested in getting to know her, it had taken me a few days before I decided to reply. She had reached out to Addie as well, but as far as I knew, Addie hadn't responded to Gabby at all until she and Adrian had flown out here to meet us 5 months ago. From the prolonged pause on the other end of the line, I could tell Gabby was pouting. "Why don't you want to meet him? You've never told me. You should give Hawk a chance." "Really?" She was still trying to push this? Strain pinched just beneath my temples. What could I say so she could understand? I couldn't explain that I wanted my own kind of bliss. I wanted a man who was better than any I'd ever known, and considering how even my own father wasn't the most ideal standard, I doubted the kind of man I dreamed of existed at all. Why get my hopes up, only to find out later what I already knew? I didn't want the disappointment. I didn't want the heartache. I'd had enough of both. "It's a free flight," Gabby said in a sing-song voice. "He wouldn't even charge you." "Is he that desperate to get a date?" "What? No, he—" I narrowed my eyes. There had to be more to this insistence that he and I go out. "Does he know you've been trying to push the two of us together?" I asked. "I don't think so. I've never said anything. I just suggested you ride with him because you live in the same town. He's already flying here from Westville. I figured you and Adele might as well catch a ride." That much made sense, at least. "That's sweet of you," I said. For a moment, I was tempted. I needed every penny I could keep my hands on. I'd been looking into the Garson School of Fashion Design and had been gearing up for my move to New York City after the new year. Saving money would be a perk. The more I thought about it, the more the situation began to glimmer in a new light. Why couldn't we catch a ride? Who said I had to interact with Mr. Eye Candy anyway? Small planes like the fancy one he had would have close quarters. I'd probably have to talk to him. And thanks to the repeated hints about blind dates, there would be all kinds of expectations about the two of us once we got there for the wedding. Then again, maybe if I met him and there was no interest between us, that could get Gabby off my back about it. The future looked suddenly promising. "When is he leaving?" I asked. "In a few days, I think. He can't come until the rehearsal dinner." "Why? Are you thinking of going with him?" Shuffling sounds arrived outside my door, and then a knock followed. "That's Addie. I'll call you back, okay?" I couldn't make this decision lightly, and certainly not without talking to her about it. As a fellow bridesmaid, she was my partner in crime. "Okay," Gabby said, sounding uncertain before I ended the call. "But you'd better call me back." "I will." I sprang from the couch and hurried to answer the door. Adele smiled softly. She was blonde, petite, and extremely pretty, with green eyes and beautiful skin that always made me a little jealous. I'd called her Addie since we were kids. "Ready to go?" she said, strolling in wearing a t-shirt with a big red truck on the front and jeans. Addie hadn't been sure about meeting Gabby in the first place. She was as shy as they came. But once I started chatting with Gabby and grew to like her as instantly as I did, Addie opened up to her too. Her sister, Susie, had plans this weekend with her boyfriend and wouldn't be able to come. So it was just Addie and me. Her suitcase was probably still out in her car. She and I had already made plans for a 3-day road trip. Would she be upset if I suggested we wait and go in a few days on a jet plane with a hot stranger? I guess I'd have to ask her. "Hey," I said, clapping my hands and glancing around my too-messy apartment. Clothes, newspapers, last year's Christmas cards dangling on the mantel, a basket full of who knew what. I cleaned for a living. The last thing I wanted to do was come home and clean some more. My roommate was good with it. I figured everyone else could be too. "What would you say about a change of plans?" Addie's brow crinkled. "What do you mean? Are you not going anymore? If you don't go, I won't either." "No, that's not it." I held out my hands to placate her and tried to think of how to phrase this. "It's just, you know how Gabby and Adrian have been trying to set me up with their rich friend? The one who owns Ever After Sweets?" Cringe. "Yeah, him." All the reasons I didn't want to do this sprang forward all over again, but the appeal of a trip lasting a few hours rather than several days, and saving money on said trip, was too good to turn down. "He's Adrian's best friend, and it turns out he's flying out for the wedding too. Gabby said if we wanted, we could catch a ride. For, free." "Are you kidding?" Addie's expression improved. Her smile spread, emphasizing the light in her eyes as well as her sheer likability. She wasn't just sweet, she was easy to get along with. "A free flight to Montana? Are you sure we don't have to pay anything?" Gabby wouldn't have said it otherwise. Because billionaires. "I'm sure." "That sounds amazing." I winced, so much for my insistence on loving road trips. The truth was, a quick flight sounded way better than being stuck behind the wheel for days. My backside was getting tired just thinking about it. So, you want to? I asked. Sure, why not? It means we won't leave for a few more days. She smiled and shrugged. Works for me. She plunked onto my couch and stared at the window that had captivated my attention moments before. Her expression still held a distant satisfaction. This is perfect, she went on pensively. Susie and I were trying to come up with ways to cover our bills this month, and this will help more than you know. Good thing Gabby's marrying a rich guy. She giggled. Okay then, we're on board with this? The time to back out was now. She was my saving grace. If she agreed, that was it. Yep. Ugh. She agreed far too readily. I worked up a smile. I tried. The corners of my mouth wouldn't respond, though. A jittery, fluttering sensation developed in my stomach. It spread into my chest and tingled down to my fingers as I held my phone and attempted to work up the courage to call Gabby back. I'd do it. I'd tap her number. I'd tell her we were changing our plans. Addie and I would fly to Montana with my gorgeous, off-limits boss. Mr. Danielson and I would have no chemistry beyond that of friends, and then I could show Gabby there was absolutely no chance any kind of romance was going to spark between us. Because there wasn't. I'd make sure of that.
Chapter 2. Hawk. This was a long flight, and I like to avoid those. It was why I had a private jet. In all reality, it only took a few hours to get from Vermont to Montana. But with these 2 additional passengers along this time, we're talking eons. I drummed my fingers on the end of the armrest and diverted my gaze from the fluffy cluster of cottony clouds, out the jet's rounded windows, toward the 2 women currently sitting in the beige leather seats across from me. Adrian had told me Ella and Adele were pretty, so I'd prepared myself for that. He'd also told me Ella and I would make a great pair, and the more I looked at her, the more I was sure he was right. Her head was bent as she looked toward the tote bag settled at her hip. In the wide, cushy seat, she had the longest lashes, a pert nose, and the prettiest curve to her mouth. Her shoulder-length brown hair had strands of red every time the sun caught it. And she seemed about as interested in me as a person was in amputation. Something stirred in my chest. The air agitated with a charge that laced my lungs with every breath. And the jet's cabin, the coffee table between us, and the TV screen at her back both fogged and lightened around her. We'd boarded and had been in the air for at least an hour, and her reaction to me hadn't changed. I drummed my fingertips on my knees. I hadn't had this reaction to a woman since I dated Amelia from production, and the attraction for her had built over time. This response to Ella was instant, and that was startling enough. Her knitting needles clicked every few seconds. The pink thing she was working on gradually grew and developed more patterns the longer the flight went. She ignored every attempt I made at conversation. Ella would answer my questions and then keep her attention raptly on her knitting in her lap. Beside her cousin Adele would smile at me as if in apology, and I knew she was purposely ignoring me. It made me want to pester her. Call me immature all you want. Maybe I was. I was like a kid sitting behind her in class, and her braid was dangling there begging me to pull it. That did it. Life was too short to be serious and silent. Before this flight ended, I was determined to get her attention. Before this flight ended, I would get her to smile at me. I sank deeper into my seat and bounced my heels against the floor. I was never one to back down from a challenge. So, Ella, I began again. Her eyes flashed warily at me. Her needle's little clicking noises slowed. I'd already tried asking her questions about herself. She'd responded with 1 or 2-word answers and hadn't asked me anything in return. Trying to figure out what to say, I decided to stay away from personal questions until she got more comfortable around me. Have you ever played truth or dare? Her forehead furrowed and she lowered the miniature blanket in her lap. Not since I was in junior high. I waited for her to ask me the same question. I should have known she wouldn't. What about you, Adele? Ella's cousin, whose hair was the lightest color of blonde I'd ever seen, smiled. She was pretty too, but a little too on the delicate side for my tastes. While Adalia was tender and attentive, I sensed Ella was full of pep and grit. Adalia was the rose, and Ella, she was the thorn. No, I haven't. I slapped my hands on my knees. Then let's play. I'd rather not, Ella said without looking at me. Her pink lips were pressed together as if in distaste. I won't give you any crazy dares if that's what you're worried about, I said. That pink mouth twitched. She flicked her gaze at me and lowered her knitting again, giving me the most direct glance she had since we'd met on the runway, more than an hour ago. It made my heart high-five my ribs. I can't make the same promise, she said. Yep, this girl was feisty. Now we have to play. I wouldn't recommend it. Ella inclined her head toward her cousin. Adalia is even more vicious than I am. Adalia's cheeks colored. She folded her arms. I'm really not. I grinned. I rose to my feet and strolled toward the cockpit and back. Checking the time on my phone, I pocketed it again. We have about 45 minutes left until we get there. We might as well do something fun to pass the time. Don't you have work you need to do or something? My grin cracked. Finally. Her brow bent. What? You're talking to me. I've been trying to get you to do that this whole time. Ella's lip twitched. Not a smile, but it was movement nonetheless. Something told me her smile would be magic. Still, it didn't count. I guess a game won't hurt, she said, lining her knitting needles together and tucking them in the rose-colored blanket she'd been working on into the bag at her side. She then placed the bag at her feet. You in? I asked Adelie. I'll watch, she said sweetly. Oh no, Ella said. You're playing? It's on. I took my seat across from the two women, eagerness spilling into my bloodstream. I couldn't wait to get this woman to drop all her secrets, to get her to loosen up, kick back, and do something crazy. Mr. Danielson, Ella began. A groan leaked out. Don't call me that. What should I call you then? I may be the CEO of a company, but that didn't mean this was a formal occasion. Was that why she'd been so quiet this whole time? Did I come across as being a stuffed suit? We're not at a business meeting. I want to be your friend. Call me Hawk. Her eyes thinned. She considered this for a moment, twisting her lips in a way that made them far too absorbing. Okay then, Hawk. Truth or dare? My entire body went alert. Dare. Hit me with it. Just like that? Let's see what you got. She inhaled and gazed around the cabin, leaving me in suspense. Was she going to make me dance? Remove items of clothing? Call someone? There wasn't much we could do from 15,000 feet up. The sounds of soaring through the air filled the pressurized space around us. Clouds drifted along the window to my right, and the jet's wing was also visible. Is there ice in there? She gestured to the miniature fridge in the kitchen area behind me. Take ice cubes and put them down your shirt. I fluttered my lips, rose, and opened the freezer door. My hand delved into the frigid cubes. After retrieving a handful of ice from within the freezer, I faced the two women. Adalie chewed her lip and watched me eagerly, while Ella's brow was skeptically raised. The smart aleck in me considered taking off my shirt, letting them ogle while my muscles flexed, and then dropping the cubes in the fabric as I held it away from me. I was out to make Ella squirm, yes, but I also wanted that smile. She'd barely talk to me with my shirt on. If I took it off, she'd probably open the plane's side door and shove me out of it without a parachute. I pulled back my shirt collar and then let the ice slide down my chest. The cold cubes were stark and sharp, trailing goosebumps down my skin. One lodged at the top of my pants, making me squirm. The two women laughed as I danced around to keep it from invading, and soon the ice was on the carpet. I bent for the cubes, tossed them into the sink, and sat again. Not a bad start, I said, still feeling the Arctic trail on my chest. She lifted her chin, smug, but still didn't crack her lips. Payback time. Ella, truth or dare? I hoped she picked dare. That ice was cold. Truth. Coward. Her brows raised and she met me stare for stare. Eye contact was good. A smile would be easy now that she was loosening up and giving me her attention. I linked my fingers together and twined my hands. Pushing them away from me, I tried to think of the most random question I could. If you were suddenly arrested for no reason, what would your family and friends assume you did? Adaly snorted. At least the question had made her laugh. Ella's mouth twitched again. Was that a sign of amusement? I don't know, she said. Theft, maybe. This surprised me. Do you often steal things? Not once. Really? Not even candy bars or small toys as a kid or something? I mean, okay, I'd stolen a candy bar once. What can I say? I've always had a thing for Twix bars. My company had a knockoff that was better, if I said so myself. Not once, she repeated, lifting that pert nose. Then why would your family assume you were a thief? She raised a single shoulder and glanced at Adaly, who, for some reason, gave her a sympathetic glance. I don't know. I wouldn't put it past them. Was there some kind of issue between her and her family? Before I could ask, the pilot's voice came over the speaker. Mr. Danielson, we'll be arriving soon. I'd like to ask that you and your guests put your seatbelts on as we prepare for landing. Disappointment registered, dousing the excitement that had been building between the three of us. I bit back the frustration pouring through me along with it. I should have started our game sooner. When would I get the chance to talk to her like this again? The women and I clicked our seatbelts into place. And before I could ask Ella more about her family, she turned to Adaly. Truth or dare? Adaly smiled. Do you have to ask? Okay then, truth. What's your deepest fear? She asked her cousin. I was surprised Ella didn't already know the answer to that. Maybe she hadn't known what else to ask in front of me. Adaly hugged herself, looking timid and unsure, the bud closing with the oncoming of a storm. Her eyes flicked to me. I gave her what I hoped was a reassuring nod. Friend, remember? She could say whatever she wanted to in front of me. More color swarmed her cheeks. Being in a crowd, Adaly said. I don't like being around a lot of people. Good to know, I said, wanting to put her at ease. There's nothing wrong with that. Adaly smiled at me. I inclined my head at her and then met Ella's curious glance, waiting, hoping she might do the same. This flight was almost over, after all, and she still hadn't granted me the expression once. She analyzed me as though wondering what made me say what I said. Then Adaly turned her attention on me. Hawk? Truth, I said, before she managed to present my options. Ella folded her arms. Who's being a coward now? I winked at her. Adaly shifted and looked at me seriously. I got the feeling she was straightforward like this all the time. She showed her feelings easily and was often quiet and shy, but kind, too. What's a secret you've never told anyone? She asked in her soft voice. I fought the snort, like I was going to answer that one honestly. Several stupid memories from my frat days with Sigma Phi Rho flashed to mind, but I wasn't going to share anything like that. The only people who knew many of those stunts were the guys, who I was looking forward to seeing again. Adrian knew me better than anyone else did. I looked right at Ella. She met my gaze with beautiful scrutiny of her own. A secret, I said, musing. We lost altitude. Adaly clutched the armrests, and Ella continued staring at me coolly. I didn't need a dare to unravel me. She was doing that well enough with a single glance. We'd be landing soon. I had one last shot at getting that smile. My secret is that I'm going to make Ella here like me before the end of this trip. Adaly released a little, oh. Something told me she was the more romantic of the two cousins. Ella folded her arms. Who says I don't like you now? I leaned forward, wishing I didn't have to remain buckled. Even so, I rested my elbows on my knees and gave her my most bedeviled smirk. Do I make your blood race? No. Your palms sweat? She lifted her hands. Dry. How about your stomach, butterflies? The plane lost more altitude, giving me that exact sensation. None, she said, composing herself. I sat up and pressed my back against my seat once more. That settles it. There's my secret. I want you to feel exactly all three of those things about me. That's so cute, Adele said, placing her hands on her chest. Patches of pink smattered Ella's cheeks. I trapped her gaze with my own as the sounds in the cabin increased and the wheels hit the runway. Ella didn't speak to me the rest of the time, not even when I handed her bags to her or when I gestured for her to take the stairs off the plane first. Adele gave me an apologetic grimace and thanked me for the flight. A sleek, bright blue Hummer pulled onto the runway. I shook hands with the pilot and tipped him. By the time I joined the others, Adrian was loading the women's luggage into the back of his car, and Gabby was greeting her cousins with little squeals of excitement. Her blonde hair piled on top of her head in a messy bun. Ella bestowed on her a ravishing smile. It lit her entire face, and my resolve settled back in once more. I was determined to win one for myself, to get her to flutter like that over me. I just wasn't sure how. I'd shown my hand. Now it was time to make the next play before the wedding tomorrow was over.
Chapter 3. Ella. I was the worst liar in existence. Hawk's questions as we were landing didn't just hit the bullseye, they'd struck me dead center. Every time his gaze caught mine, every time he smiled, every word he spoke to me throughout the entire flight, I did every single one of them. My stomach burst with butterflies at the directness of his blue eyes. When my name touched his lips, my blood sprinted, and the clamminess in my palms hadn't stopped. He had more of an impression on me than I wanted him to, and I had no doubt he would render me the consistency of sap if he made good on that secret of his. I had to steer clear of him. "It's so pretty here," Adele said, gazing out at the golden wheat fields as we bumped along the gravel road. She, Hawk, and I were wedged into the back seat of Adrian's Hummer, and I was only glad Adele was in the center. I could smell Hawk's cologne even from here, and it didn't help the situation in the slightest. "I love the fields," Gabby said in agreement. "We're almost to the ranch," Adrian added. "The ranch?" "It's where his mom's bed and breakfast is," Gabby explained. "Is that where the wedding will be?" Adele asked. Gabby rotated in her seat so she could see us more directly. She was pretty on a regular day, but the love-struck gleam in her eyes made her glow. Her blonde hair had more of a golden shade to it than Addie's platinum. "We're getting married in the woods, by his cabin where we first met." "Dude," Hawk said in admiration. "Sounds amazing." "It will be." "You two ready to tie the knot?" Hawk asked. Gabby beamed at Adrian, who smiled back at her and reached for her hand. "So ready," she said. Montana was flat. Its fields were golden, green, or recently harvested. We passed through a tiny town called Two Pines that had a stoplight, a gas station, and a grocery store. On the outskirts, we passed more fields and then took a dirt road toward a pair of houses, a large brown barn, and an impeccable log structure that was too big to be called a cabin. After retrieving our things from the back hatch, Hawk handed Addie and me our bags and then paused to gape at the house. "It looks exactly the same as it did the last time I was here," he said. "Are you sure you've been that busy?" "Ha-ha," Adrian said, falling into step beside his friend. "Are any of the others here yet?" Hawk asked. "Several," Adrian said, mentioning a few names I didn't recognize. I wondered who they were. Friends from college? Or had these two grown up together? I stopped the questions in their tracks. I did not care. I didn't want to know any more about him. The parking lot was packed tightly with cars and pickups. I hefted my suitcase and followed the others toward the log house's generous wooden porch and into a quaint reception area. It smelled like newly cleaned carpets. Beyond the reception desk was a large dining and seating area. Everything was accentuated with rustic, country decor, wood finishings, antler chandeliers, and all. Even the tall chimney sweeping up to the second-story level felt country. "You have rooms up here." Adrian carried Adeli's and my bags up the stairs, and Hawk and I followed. Hawk was shown to the first door. He smirked at me before stepping inside. "And you girls are here," Gabby said. Gabby showed us the next room. It had another gaudy antler chandelier and a queen-sized bed with bare accents on the bedding and curtains. My stomach gave another little annoying flip at the thought that we'd be so close to Hawk. Was he really going to make good on that promise of his? What was he going to do? I shivered at the prospect and dreaded it at once. That was all I needed, to have a fling during this trip with the attractive owner of the company that my stepmother's company worked for. I wasn't technically his employee, it was worse than that. I was part of Malice Custodial Management who cleaned the offices, bathrooms, and every crevice of every floor of Ever After Sweet Shop's corporate building. It wasn't that I didn't want him knowing I was a custodian. It was that I wasn't going to remain in that occupation forever. As soon as I hit the 5-year mark of working for my stepmother, I could get my educational stipend. I was going to school in New York. I would be leaving. There was no sense in letting anything between Hawk and me start, not when I would be leaving Vermont after Christmas. Staying wasn't an option. I had to leave Westville, my family, everything behind. I refused to have any ties to that place, and that meant not creating any connections with handsome, flirtatious billionaires. Gabby whispered with Adrian for a few moments, and then she skipped inside our room, closed the door, and pulled me into another gigantic hug. She smelled like wind and something fruity. "You came. How was the flight?" It was almost like she'd held back her excitement in front of the guys, and now that we were alone, it gushed out of her. I couldn't help but mirror it. She'd been friendly and perky like this from the minute she first contacted me several months ago. I'd liked her instantly, and the feeling hadn't changed. The smile I'd been withholding on the flight broke free. "Good," Addie said, as Gabby swept her into a hug too. "Hawk's jet is amazing," I said. She slid her inquisitive glance in my direction. "Just the jet? Anything else?" Fire, in my face. The pilot was really nice. "I liked the leather seats," Addie added considerately. "It was so posh." Gabby rolled her eyes and flung back her shoulders. "You're killing me here. Ella, what did you think of Hawk?" Adele giggled. She'd known Gabby, and her bear had been trying to set me up with Adrian's best friend from the start, and she didn't mind in the least. Being more reserved, Addie said knowing he wasn't into her put her more at ease. "He's okay," I said, wishing my body would act as unaffected as I wanted it to. My only advantage here was that Gabby didn't know me all that well yet. Undoubtedly, Addie could see right through me, but I hoped I could remain stone-faced enough to fool my cousin. "Are you kidding? Come on. You were on the flight with him for hours, and that's all you have to say?" "What else do you want me to say?" I said with a little laugh. That he was flirty, attractive, well-built, and beautiful? That his direct gaze made me feel as though he were exactly the kind of quicksand I didn't want to wander anywhere near? Gabby smiled at the two of us for a minute more before she gasped and grasped our wrists. "We have about an hour before the rehearsal dinner. Do you want to see my dress?" Something told me she wasn't talking about her get-up for that night. No, she was talking about the dress. Adele squealed. I was excited too, but she was lapping all of this up. From the time we were small girls, Addie was the one who dreamed of a Prince Charming and being completely swept off her feet. Not that I didn't want a hero, but I'd learned that you couldn't rely on anyone but yourself, including a man. Every man in my life had let me down and then some. I was pretty sure the ones I hadn't met yet or the billionaires I was getting to know would all be the same way. I was tempted to warn Gabby away, but based on the stars in her eyes, she wouldn't listen anyway. "Leave your bags," Gabby said, all but pushing us toward the door. "It's at the Bear's house." Together, the three of us scampered down the stairs, out the door, and into the sunshine. Harvest was in full swing. A combine was visible in the distant wheat field. The walk to Adrian's home on the property wasn't far. It was a scenic home just past the barn, where several people were leading out a pair of horses and preparing to climb onto the saddles. Gabby talked as we walked. "Adrian and I have been staying here at his mom's house while we planned the wedding and waited for our house to be built on the property his dad left for him." "Where is that?" "Not far from here, but just far enough to give us a decent distance." "Don't want in-laws dropping in at all hours?" I said. "Definitely not," Gabby said. "Don't get me wrong, I love them. Adrian's family is amazing, even his mom, now that she's finally nice to me," she added with a laugh. I guessed there was an inside story in there somewhere. The three of us entered, and the home was well kept and clean. She led the way down the hall toward the back bedroom. Adrian's brother, Jordan, has left for college, so I've taken his room, for now. She grinned but staggered back as Adrian stepped out of the door of a different room. He looked dashing in a suit and tie. His dark hair was such a contrast to her blonde, and yet from the devotion in his gaze, I could tell the two of them were a perfect fit. I didn't know much about how they'd met or how long they'd been together, but the two of them had an everlasting look that made me the slightest bit envious. "You're here?" she said to him. "Just had to stop and grab some things." He looked her over, slipped an arm around her, and pressed a kiss to her temple. "We'll be heading out soon." "Sure," she said. "We'll be ready. I just wanted to show the girls my dress." Adrian's eyes lit with interest. "Don't mind if I do." He turned on his heels and strode past her toward the back bedroom that we'd been heading toward. Gabby laughed and caught his arm. Pulling him to a stop, she then dashed forward to block the way. "Not you!" Adrian tried pushing past her again. With her hands on his shoulders, Gabby pinned him against the wall and called over her shoulder, "I've got him! You two get in!" Laughing, Adelise skipped past the lovebirds. I smiled and scurried into the room as well. Gabby retreated and barred the door. Growling, Adrian lunged toward her. She giggled and clung to him as he dipped her back and kissed her. He muttered low in her ear, but I was close enough I overheard. "I'm so done waiting," he said. "One more day," she replied, gazing deeply into his eyes. Adele and I exchanged a grin, and from the glint in her eyes, I knew she had the same thought I did. We were instantly forgotten. I was about to say something when a voice sounded from down the hall. "Adrian, you in here?" "Oh, hey." Hawk strode toward us. The playful mood instantly tightened. Or maybe that was just the nervous effect he had on me. Gabby and Adrian still beamed at one another as though they were the only ones here before Adrian slipped free, and still holding Gabby's hand, greeted his friend. "What's up?" he asked. Hawk's blonde hair had a devastating swoop to it. I found myself enraptured by his features and how well the combination of eyes, nose, and mouth went together on him. "Just got settled in. Your mom said you were here. Actually, she told me to tell you and the bride to stop messing around and get ready so you won't be late." Adrian chuckled and dipped his nose toward Gabby's hair as though he couldn't get enough of her. "That sounds like her." Gabby beamed at him and then grimaced and turned to Adelie and me. "Sorry, girls. You might have to wait to see the dress until the big day." "Even better," I said. "Then we'll get the full effect during your big entrance." Her teeth flashed. "Eek, I can't believe it's tomorrow. I'm marrying the love of my life tomorrow." Hawk elbowed Adrian at this pronouncement. "Yeah, that's—" She cut me off with another hug, then another for Addie. "And I'm so glad you're both here. You'd better get back so you can be ready in time." She shuffled us to the door, and Hawk wasn't far behind as we said goodbye and made our way back into the sunshine once more. "Those two are kind of disgusting," I said, kicking a rock from the sidewalk and staring at the barn. The couple we'd seen out here earlier had mounted their horses and were leading them in the pasture. "They're adorable," Adele said. "I can't wait to fall in love." "You can have it." Hawk seemed interested in this. He quickened his pace to fall in beside Addie, but his attention was on me. "You don't want to fall in love?" Ugh, why did I open my mouth? Love is fine for other people. But for me, love meant obligation and family and getting hurt. "Don't mind her," Addie said, smiling at Hawk as we left the barn behind and approached the larger B&B. "She's just bitter because her stepsister—" I glowered at her. "Shh." What was Addie thinking, opening up to Hawk Danielson like that? "Uh-oh," Hawk said, hooking his thumbs into his belt loops and swaggering closer to Adele. "Did her stepsister steal her boyfriend or something?" "I've been sworn to secrecy." Addie grinned at him. "Sounds like we need another round of truth or dare on the flight back. If there was a flight back, I'd hitchhike at this point if that was what it took to keep his pesky, obnoxious questions out of my life." Chapter 4. Ella. I pounded up the porch's wooden steps in exasperation, threw open the door, and scrambled up the stairs. Hawk and Adili laughed about something behind me as I stepped into the room Addie and I were sharing, and just before I closed the door, Addie entered, her eyes sunny with mirth. I hurriedly closed the door and rounded on her. "What are you doing? Don't encourage him." Her bemusement didn't fade. "You never get this bent out of shape over a guy. He likes you." A fist closed around my stomach. "Please. He's just a wealthy player looking for his next hookup." "I don't think so." I looked at her. "Do you like him? Is that why you're stabbing me in the back like this?" Adeli laughed. "I'm not stabbing you in the back. I was being nice. You might try it sometime." "I am nice." "Not to Hawk. That wasn't the point." "You like him," I said, turning this back on her. "Admit it." Adeli shook her head. "You know if I liked him, I'd never dare look in his direction, right?" That was true. That had happened too many times to count, like Ross Cooper in high school who'd tried getting her to go out with him. He'd been performing in a play she was working as stage crew for, and when she caught wind of his interest, she'd hidden in the rafters every evening until he'd left. She was acting extremely comfortably with Hawk. She hadn't even blushed when I'd accused her of liking him. She was only this comfortable with her friends. Didn't she get that he was the enemy? "I just wanted to show you he's nice and easy to be around." First Adrian and Gabby, now Adili. I groaned and dug my dress out of my suitcase. "Don't tell me you're buddying up to him for my sake." "What if I am?" "I don't want a relationship, Addie. You've seen my family." She clasped her hands in front of her. Sympathy cloaked her expression. "I know." I slipped out of my jeans and shirt and strung my arm through the sleeve before sliding the dress on over my head. Gabby had offered a selection of coordinating dresses for us to choose from, all in shades of soft, neutral browns and creams. I'd selected the one-shoulder maxi dress because I knew the fabric wouldn't wrinkle easily. The dress hung on my slim frame and was comfortable, yet stylish too. Adeli had opted for one of the frillier options, which fit her more flowery personality. It was a lighter shade of brown than mine, and had an accentuated bust line and delicate fabric hanging from her shoulders rather than an actual sleeve. "I just think there's more to him than he's letting on," Adeli said, folding up her pants and setting them nicely on her side of the bed. I kicked past my jeans, which were still on the floor, on my way to the mirror. "Like what?" "Like he's the wealthy owner of a company, and maybe that makes it hard for him to make friends. Maybe he's lonely." I concentrated on twisting my mahogany hair around the back of my head. "He has friends. He has Adrian at least. And the attention he was paying me on the plane wasn't from loneliness. The cocky guy had been flat out flirting with me." "Maybe so. Trust me," I said, finishing the twist and securing the hair around my ear with a tie. "A guy like that is used to getting whatever and whoever he wants. He'll keep flirting with me and every other woman he comes in contact with while we're here, and then the minute we're back home, he'll forget I ever existed." Adeli hummed and joined my side, watching as I dusted some fresh powder on my cheeks and added some lip gloss. She saw to her makeup as well, though she didn't wear more than a swish of mascara. Adeli went for a more natural appearance, and with her pretty features, she could get away with it. I wasn't sure what the rest of the evening would bring, but I knew one thing. I'd keep Hawk at arm's length for as long as I could. Light glimmered on the lake's glassy surface. Tables were set up in the center of a clearing about 100 feet from the shore. From here, the mountain ascended. A stairway made of railroad ties led up to Adrian's family's cabin and the location of tomorrow's wedding. Cream fabric hugged the back of every chair and coordinated with the glass table settings and the napkins doing origami yoga on every plate. I examined the name cards on each elegant place setting and found my spot. Sure enough, I'd been seated right next to Hawk. Oh no, they don't. Darting a quick peek to either side to make sure no one was looking, I snatched my plate's name card and swapped it with Adeli's. Once the deed was done, I searched the crowds and waited for my clandestinely racing pulse to slow back down again. Very few people were sitting yet. Most were gathered together in clusters, catching up and chatting. Hawk stood in a collection of guys, and the sight of so many handsome men dressed sharper than blades on a saw was disarming, to say the least. Addie joined my side, her jaw hanging slightly agape as though she were having the same thought. Her state of distraction helped pull me from mine. "I'll give you $10 if you go in the middle of that group and ask one of them to dance," I said. She snorted. "The fact that I'm here at the wedding at all should earn me more than that." "I thought you liked any excuse to get dressed up," I said. "Yeah, I do." Her smile was so bashful and cute, I couldn't help but return it. Gabby approached. She wore a slim gown of cream that hugged her curves in all the right ways, which was evidenced by how often Adrian glanced in her direction. "We're just about to eat," she said. Sure enough, Mrs. Bear announced that dinner was served. Addie and I converged toward our seats. Only, I stopped. Hawk frowned at the plates. Had he noticed we'd been sitting side by side before? Something told me he did because he made a joke about mix-ups and the idiot swapped his card with the place beside the one I'd switched to. He'd put things right back to the way they were before. The jerk. I was affronted, but I couldn't say as much. He was ridiculous. "You're changing my seat?" a man who'd been part of Adrian's posse said as he approached the table. "Just thought you might like to sit here instead," Hawk said, winking at me. "Ella, have you met Maddox? He's another one of the groomsmen." Maddox reached out a hand and shook mine and Adeli's. "Duncan couldn't make it?" Hawk asked Maddox as he sat down next to me. Beneath the table, his leg brushed against mine, and my nerves tightened. These chairs were situated much too close to one another. Addie gave me a curious glance, but I shook my head at her. "Nah, he said weddings weren't his scene." "I think it's that assistant of his, if you ask me. If she doesn't go, he doesn't go." Hawk snickered. "Yeah, Adrian mentioned inviting the whole crew, but he didn't want the groomsmen to outnumber the bridesmaids." Just how many friends did Adrian have? We all took our seats, and the meal was served. Prime rib with au jus, slices of ham, pasta salads, and fruit. It all tasted delicious. A card was situated in the center of the table every few feet or so. "What's this?" I asked, lowering my fork to pry it from its stand for a closer look. It was labeled Kissing Menu and listed several suggestions those in the crowd could do in order to earn the honor of watching the bride and groom smooch. These suggestions included serenading them with a love song, sharing a memory those in attendance have of either of them, or offering a toast to their future together. Hawk leaned in. His musky scent drifted closer to me, clear and unwanted. I glared at him. He didn't seem to notice. Or maybe he did. Maybe that was why his grin widened. "We should give this one a try," he said, pointing. This option on the kissing menu read, "Kiss. Show the couple how it's done." In spite of myself, my stomach knotted. I brushed it off. "Aw, that's sweet. You mean you and Maddox?" Hawk narrowed his eyes, and I answered the look with a smirk of my own. "Take that." I dug back into my dinner when something else caught my eye. "Looks like you have one stashed away for later," I said. "Hmm?" I pointed with my fork to the half-hidden envelope hidden beneath his plate. The corner poked its head out. "Your plate. There's something underneath it." "You leaving me love notes already?" He slid the paper out. I gestured to the kissing menu. "You're hiding one to take home." "Aw, that's cute. You need tips on how to woo women." His expression was either angelic or devilish, and I couldn't figure out which it was before he said, "Trust me, I know exactly how to woo women." My neck burned. For some reason, I didn't doubt that in the slightest. "Must be some other gimmick the bride and groom have going on," he muttered, sliding his finger into the envelope to open it. The card inside was a piece of lovely stationery with gold embossment curling around a single flower. The longer he read, the deeper the crease between his brows grew. "What is it?" I asked, curious. "That's weird." Hawk handed it to me. I took the card and read, "Bad things happen to those who go back on their promises." That's kinda creepy. Some kind of wedding advice for the bride and groom? Are you supposed to read that to them at some point in time? I doubted it was a gimmick to get the bride and groom to kiss. I'd think this was part of another game to come, except that it held such a blatant threat. "Not as far as I know." "Dude, River, look under your plate." One of Adrian's other groomsmen, a good-looking man with olive skin and dark hair, did so, lifting it. Sure enough, an envelope was tucked beneath his as well. "What's it say?" Hawk asked a little too loudly. His question gathered the attention of others around us. Gabby's aunt stilled, gripping her knife and fork in the act of cutting to give us an interested glance. "Bad things happen to those who go back on their promises," River read aloud, sounding confused. "Weird. That's what mine said, too." Hawk frowned. "Mine, too," another man with brown hair and thick-rimmed glasses said. Maddox nodded his agreement, a card in his hand as well. "Did everyone get one? What about you?" Hawk turned to me and reached for my plate, pausing before asking, "May I?" "Sure." I was intrigued, too. Did everyone get a cryptic envelope with a sinister message on it? Beneath my plate was only a glimpse of the white tablecloth. Brow furrowed, Hawk pushed away from the table, taking not only his card, but Maddox's, the glasses man's, and River's with him as well. He strode to where Gabby and Adrian were seated. Smiling at the guests seated around them, Hawk bounced a few words of what I could only guess were playful banter with them before jutting his chin toward the plate in front of Adrian. Brows bent in confusion, Adrian lifted his plate. "What do you know?" An envelope was situated beneath it. He opened it and read. Gabby leaned in for a peek, and then the two men laughed about something before Adrian passed the card to Hawk, who then tucked the stack of them into his jacket. One hand on his lapel, eyes glinting with mirth, Hawk strode back to our table and sank into his chair. "Well?" I prodded. The atmosphere between us had shifted. It was now no longer a private match of verbal badminton where he served and I volleyed. Instead, it was more defensive, as though someone had made a clever play that Hawk didn't quite know how to respond to. I could tell by the lines near his mouth and eyes. For whatever reason, these little notes had unsettled him. "It's a mystery," he said. We made enough of a ruckus about it. Others around us lifted their plates to check as well, but so far the recipients were only the groomsmen and Adrian. Strange. What did Adrian think of this? I watched the groom for signs of wariness. Sitting beside him, Gabby chewed her lip. She stroked the side of her plate with trembling fingers. I couldn't help but wonder why. Who had sent these strange cards? And what did the writer mean about breaking promises?
Chapter 5, Hawk. I played off my discomfort the best I could through the rest of dinner, but the warning on that card wouldn't leave my mind. Once the dinner was over, and after guests mingled and talked about the excitement of the wedding the following day, the boys and I all huddled into Adrian's Hummer for a bachelor party. I took the wheel since I not only knew the way better than anyone else, but I'd also been dubbed the designated driver. Adrian had requested no girls, which the rest of us were good with. But we had a keg, and someone needed to make sure the groom made it back for his big day. Might as well be me. We coasted up to the ski resort I'd purchased that spring. My PA had it all equipped. The lodge had enough space to accommodate skiers and snowboarders and hordes. But it was now silent and more like a rustic getaway, with a ski lift. The couches and chairs in the main lodge had been pushed closer to where the fireplace crackled. A coffee table was laden with chips and dip, popcorn, breaded pickles and cheese curds, and several other appetizers. I cranked up the sports channel on the big screens, and Adrian, Maddox, River, Wesley, and I sat by the fire with plates of food in our hands. Nostalgia swept through me. These had been my homeboys during college. We'd lived together, eaten together, hung out, laughed, joked, and gotten into the occasional fights, too. These guys were the closest thing I had to brothers. "Can't believe you're the first one from Sigma Phi Rho to tie the knot," River said. "I mean, aside from Gray, but he got kicked out, so I'm not sure he really counts." He lounged on the couch with a beer in one hand and his feet propped on an adjacent chair. River had been quiet and studious, but occasionally back at the frat, he'd let himself be the life of the party. I wondered if he'd show his wild side tonight. "Believe me, after what Will did to him and Bria, it counts. Besides, I doubt I'm the first," Adrian said with a laugh. He sat across from me on one of the chairs surrounding the coffee table. The fraternity's been around a lot longer than we have. She's hot, River said. Where'd you say you met her? Adrian and I exchanged a look. He'd told me all about how he'd nearly lain right on top of Gabby because he didn't know she was sleeping in his bed after she broke into his cabin last spring. He relayed the story again, and River whooped and lifted his glass bottle. Finding hot women in your cabin? I'll drink to that. We all tipped back our bottles. The vanilla taste of cream soda swirled on my tongue. I didn't mind missing out. I'd never been a big drinker anyway. Hawk, what's going on with you? Wesley asked. He sat forward, placed his beer on the coffee table, and adjusted the glasses on his nose. You dating anyone? Ella's face instantly flashed in my mind. I hadn't had much of a chance to make good on the secret I'd shared on the flight here. And with the wedding tomorrow, I only had one more day to do so. Are any of us but Adrian? I deflected. It got uncomfortably silent. The guys all exchanged furtive glances. Oh, come on, I didn't really take the pact seriously, River said. That is exactly why I didn't enter it in the first place, Wesley said. I was crazy about Hazel, and I knew I could never keep something like that. During the night of the hazing, when Wes had first joined Sigma Phi Rho, the pact had been presented. Wes had opted out because he'd said he was already in love. He'd left the frat for good that night, but Adrian had kept in touch after that. He didn't like to burn bridges. In fact, it was thanks to Adrian that most of us had communicated at all since graduation. Too bad we ended things, Wesley added. You did? I said. Dude, that sucks. Yeah, I was going to propose to her. Wesley shook his head and lifted his bottle to Adrian again. Never mind, Adrian. Congrats on snaring such a great gal. It's clear you and Gabby are happy together. We are, Adrian said. I couldn't have asked for anyone better, not if I'd gone out to look for her myself. Maybe that's why she landed in your lap, River said, and we all laughed again. Seriously, though, I said, leaning in and wanting to give him a hard time for the heck of it. Tomorrow was it, the real deal, packaged and sealed to one woman for the rest of his life. Excluding Wes, marriage was something we'd all denied we wanted. I still wasn't sure I'd changed my mind. Was Adrian sure about this? Getting hitched, I said. The old ball and chain. You sure you want that? If I'm tied to her, Adrian said with fire in his eyes, you guys have no idea. Gabby has everything I didn't know I wanted. If having her means breaking the pact, so be it. I'd do anything for her. Marriage had never interested me much. Back in college, I'd told the guys it was because I was focused on grades and then on inheriting Dad's business, which yielded more wealth than I'd ever anticipated. My parents put on a good facade for others, but I saw the reality of their fractured relationship. They hid a private reality of heartache and estrangement. I'd grown up witnessing their emotional detachment, and I didn't want to repeat history. Seeing him this happy, though, I squirmed with unexpected jealousy. Would I ever want to tie the knot? Maybe someday, like Adrian said, with the right girl. I tapped my soda can against his beer and dug the cards from the inside pocket of my jacket, tossing them onto the table. They slapped against the wood, and their white rectangular shapes contrasted against the table's surface. Is that what you think these were about? I asked. The pact. River reached in and took the cards in his hand. He shuffled through each one in turn, pausing at each as if they said different things. If so, I don't see why, he said. What does it matter 10 years after the fact? We made that when we were all young and stupid. Speak for yourself, Maddox said. You mean you weren't young? I wasn't stupid. Maddox grinned, tipping back his beer. Me neither, Wesley said. But he attacked Bria and Gray over this, I said. Gabby, too. Don't you think these might have some kind of connection to that? The space between our group was silent. Adrian went still. Maddox stared at the beer in his hand, and River eyed the cards on the table. He'd brought up a point that none of us wanted to think about, least of all Adrian. Come on, Adrian said. I've been with Gabby for months, and nothing else has happened to her. You can't really think anything will happen now. Besides, I said, trying to be helpful, though I wasn't sure it did much to ease his worries. I mean, the last thing a guy wanted to think about the night before his wedding was the fact that he and his wife might be in danger. Even though we gave the new guys crap about it, I went on, deep down we all knew it wasn't a big deal. The pact was only temporary, to get us through school without female distractions. I wasn't sure if my comment had the desired effect. I'd been the one to mention my suspicions. Now, I was trying to alleviate that worry. No one responded for several moments. Sure, the pact had started out as a spoof, but we'd learned to take it a little more seriously after what had happened to Bria and Gabby. Will wouldn't come after any of us now, would he? Not now that he'd been arrested for just that. Think about it, I went on, voicing my thoughts. Will's in jail. What could happen? That's the wrong question to ask, Maddox muttered, tipping his head back for another drink. True. That was the kind of question that made people throw salt over their shoulders, or knock on wood to activate whatever superstition they thought prevented bad things from happening. As far as I knew, Maddox wasn't in love with anyone. He'd had a fling with Scarlett, the fraternity sweetheart, back in college. The two of them had dated on and off all through school, regardless of the pact, even as she'd messed around with a few of the other guys too. The two of them had gone into business together until he ended that pursuit in order to launch his theme park. As for River, I didn't think he was romantically involved with anyone either. Adrian set his beer on the table and sat up. Look, the point is, even if these cards do have something to do with the pact, it doesn't matter now. Whoever sent these, it's just a big joke. We had plenty of those too, River added, a smile building as though he were trying to help lighten the mood. Remember the confusing currency conversion when Prince Henrik first arrived in Chicago? The Prince of Einvar in Midwestern Europe had come to school in America. He and Wesley had become friends during orientation, and Wes had introduced the prince to the fraternity, which he'd joined to get the full American experience, as he'd called it. Yeah, we almost had him convinced that a dime was equal to a euro, Adrian said. I slapped my knee. I was sure Henrik was going to burst an artery until we told him the truth. The four of us laughed, and the sound swallowed whatever unease had dominated my chest. We never did traditional hazing or anything like that, but we liked to have fun. We certainly had given the Einvarian prince the best American education we could. Who do you think sent those, though? I asked, looking at each face one by one. My glance stopped at Adrian. The amusement fell from his expression and was replaced with pensive deliberation. It can't be Will, Adrian said. If he's still pestering us from his jail cell, he needs a hobby. Wolf Industries, I suggested. The company had seemingly set out to sabotage Adrian's business back in April. They'd targeted his clients and coerced many of them to switch loyalties. I'd played it off as a simple business move, but Adrian had insisted there was more to it. After Will had abducted Gabby in the name of revenge on Adrian for falling in love with her, Will had been sent back to prison. Both Adrian and I had had our lawyers look into Wolf Industries to see if there was any connection to Will. But from what anyone could tell, there was no affiliation. On the surface, the company was harmless, which only made me more suspicious. Adrian claimed he got feelings about things, about people. I wondered what his intuition was telling him now. Had he mentioned what happened to the others? Adrian scowled. I haven't heard from them since that debacle months ago. Honestly, I wouldn't worry about this. All I want to think about is Gabby and our honeymoon. He grinned. The guys and I all gave another round of whoops and lifted our bottles. My designated driver status wasn't the only reason I couldn't fully celebrate with the rest of them. This time, I was the one with the gut feeling, and it told me these cards weren't an idle threat to be ignored. Yet, what could any of us do about it now? Adrian was right. We had nothing more to go on than these simple cards. There was no real reason to feel threatened. As his groomsman, as his best man, I needed to keep my head where it belonged. His wedding. The big day was tomorrow, and not only was I going to be the greatest best man I could be, I was going to do everything I could to get under Ella's skin in the meantime.
Chapter 6. Ella. Gabby and Adrian took the term fairytale wedding seriously. The woods around Adrian's cabin were strewn with fairy lights. White fabric was looped along the trees to create a semblance of a canopy. An aisle had been formed down the center of rows of wooden folding chairs, which were backed with cream fabric tied in elegant knots. Every neighboring tree had bursts of additional foliage at its base, pine boughs and white flowers, which only added to the feel that elves were about to pop out any second and start serenading us. Adrian's mom greeted us wearing a cream dress in a classy style. His brothers and sister-in-law hugged him, and then he was left to stand at the end of the aisle with the preacher. Adele and I held our bouquets in front of us to the right, while the groomsmen stood in their tuxes behind Adrian to the left. Inadvertently, my eyes drifted over and caught Hawk's. He winked at me, making my stomach flutter, a fact I was not going to admit to him. The truth was, he was striking in jeans and a t-shirt, but in a tux, the man gave the phrase, "dressed to kill," an entirely dangerous meaning. He could cut through me with a razor. I had an eye for fashion, an appreciation for well-designed clothes, and whoever had made that suit had tailored it to him with such mouth-watering appeal that it was unfair. His blonde hair was brushed in an attractive swoop, and his mouth twisted in a kink that invited me to stare at it a little longer than I should have. Adrian clasped his hands together, then he unclasped them. Then he shook his hands, and then his fingers fanned straight out. "Someone's nervous," Addie said with a little chuckle. "I hope my husband is that way about me when we get married." "Are you getting married?" I added a tease in my tone. "Someday." Before I could respond, a communal gasp swept across the gathered crowd. The sound of the cello and violin cascaded through the open woods. People shifted in their seats and then rose to face the other end of the aisle where Gabby stood beside her father. "She looks beautiful," Adele whispered, and though she didn't really say it directly to me, I silently agreed. Gabby's blonde hair was tied elegantly back with wisps of baby's breath along the braids while the remainder spilled down her back. She wore a cream gown with a sweetheart neckline. Its lace overlay rivaled the flowers that were strewn all through the woods around us, and the train created a river around her. She truly looked breathtaking with her lovely, invigorated expression and soft, simple makeup. From the awestruck look on Adrian's face, he clearly thought so too. He drank in her eager but tentative progress toward him as though she were a priceless discovery, as though she were everything he wanted. I gripped my bouquet, fighting sudden and unexpected peals of longing. I'd brushed away any and all notions of falling in love. That implied having a family, which I knew from painful experience was something I couldn't rely on. And yet, even still, I wanted this too. I wanted my own walk down the aisle. I wanted to bind myself to a man who looked at me as though I was the reason for his existence. I did everything I could not to look at Hawk. Gabby and Adrian were a flawless match, but love like this didn't happen for everyone. Knowing my luck, my stepsister Pris would stalk whoever I dated for the sole purpose of stealing him from me, just like she'd done with Derek. I had enough family drama to deal with. I didn't need to add another romantic rivalry to the mix. Gabby reached Adrian, and he gazed at her as though she were the only person here. Since I stood nearest to the aisle, she passed her bouquet to me. I took it, beaming at them both, and then, unwittingly, my wandered to impact with Hawk's. He gave me a crushing smile. My hands turned damp against the wrap surrounding the flower's stems, and I glared at him. The memory of the secret he'd shared on the plane, his intentions to unravel me, played through my mind. Clammy hands? 2 for 2. Looking smug as though he knew exactly what had just taken place, his attention returned to the bride and groom, and I centered mine there as well. I hardly heard a word of the ceremony. Hawk's gaze was tangible, and foolishly enough I couldn't keep mine from wandering in his direction all too often. "I do," Adrian said, breaking through my thoughts. His eyes were riveted on Gabby's and overflowed with enthralled devotion. "I love you," he added. "I will cherish you as long as we both live, and even then my soul will live only for you." Her voice full of emotion, Gabby repeated a similar sentiment. I'm yours, she said, forever and always. The rings were exchanged, and it seemed as though everyone held their breath. Adrian wrapped his arms around Gabby and pulled her to him for a kiss that lasted a little longer than was customary. Applause erupted through the woods. I couldn't really clap with 2 bouquets in my grasp, so I called out my excitement for them as Gabby and Adrian faced the onlookers and raised their joined hands. "She's finally mine," Adrian called out. "You've done it now," Hawk responded from behind him, and everyone laughed. I managed to pass her bouquet back to her so she and Adrian could walk back up the aisle together, and then the crowd convened on them. Commotion ensued as guests expressed their exuberant congratulations. Adele and I backed away, leaving the new Mr. and Mrs. Bear room to greet their guests. "Let's all convene at the cabin," Adrian's mother announced, gesturing to where that very structure lay a few hundred feet away. I saw her announcement for what it was, a kind way to get people to allow the bride and groom some breathing room. "There's dinner and dancing after this, so don't go anywhere," Gabby added, to which several people cheered. The crowd dispersed, and so did some of the palpable tension in the air. Adele sighed loudly beside me. I looked over to see her face wrapped with mushy longing. "Someday it will be you," I told her, wrapping my arm around her shoulders and resting my head against hers. I stared at the empty seats, at the thick trees and the spray of flowers, and pushed away the notion as it presented itself to me as well. "I don't know," she said in a breathy voice. "I hope so, but probably not for a while. I'm not even dating anyone, you know." "I know," I said, holding my bouquet and following the others down the aisle. The musicians continued their string serenade as we passed, and I basked in the blend of cello and violin in the crisp mountain air. The October colors here weren't as vibrant as the foliage back home, but the greens and oranges were still lovely. "But anything can happen," I added. People meandered to the canopy that had been set up beneath the trees beside the picturesque cabin. Tables and chairs were there, and music began to play on a set of loudspeakers I hadn't noticed before. I glanced up to find them positioned over our heads in the boughs. I set my bouquet down inside the cabin, and then roved back outside and claimed a table. As with the meal the night before, this was an elegant spread, though rather than prime rib and heavier, fancier foods, these were delicate finger sandwiches with mouth-watering salads, water tinged with lemons, and stunning desserts that looked almost too good to eat. Almost. Several of the groomsmen had clustered at the same table and dug into their meals. Adele sat quietly beside me, and then the toasts began. Family members from both sides spoke words of excitement and encouragement, including both Gabby's birth mom and the mom who'd raised her. Each of the groomsmen stood in turn and raised their glasses to their old college buddy and his new bride as well. "You going up?" I asked Addie, already knowing the answer. Adele shook her head adamantly. She avoided anything that required her to be in front of other people. I rose and made my way to the mic. The stage was situated to face the bride and groom, who sat at the head table and smiled in my direction. I wanted to wipe my palms against my dress, but I resisted. Instead, I clasped my hands together in front of me and stared at the many faces gazing back. Hawk smirked and lifted his goblet in my direction in salute. Glancing away from him, I looked instead at Gabby's expectant face. "I haven't known the bride and groom long," I said, "but you don't need years to build a close bond with someone. Since Gabby first reached out to me back in April, she's become a really good friend, and I'm glad I could share this day with her." My words almost seemed inadequate, but I wasn't sure what else to say, so I thanked them for the amazing chance to be here and then swept my way back to my seat. Polite applause sounded, and as no one else stood to add their thoughts, the music began to swell once more. Before I made it back to my table, however, Hawk intercepted. Somewhere between giving his toast and listening to mine, he'd taken off his suit coat. The mountain air was cool. I was to the point where I was ready for a jacket, and he was having the opposite problem. "Nice speech," he said. His scent wafted toward me, pine and spice and amazing. "Short and sweet." "Thanks," I said. My table was close. I was almost there. I'd managed to avoid him thus far. I couldn't break my streak now. "You want to dance?" he asked. "Oh." So much for my determination to keep my hands from clamming or to avoid any more stomach fluttering. I considered I could keep going to my seat, act like I hadn't heard him, but I wasn't completely heartless. With a defeated sigh, I made the mistake of looking at him. He was so handsome and smirking at me with suave focus. He tilted in, stirring my blood with his nearness. "Come on. All we have is tonight. Just one dance." I allowed myself to swim in the depths of his blue eyes. What remained of my resistance melted like new snow down the mountainside. It was true. We were going back home tomorrow. I could handle one dance with him, couldn't I? I suppose it wouldn't hurt. He inclined his head toward the dance floor and took my hand. The touch zinged straight into my nervous system, offsetting everything and startling me. Moving assuredly, he rotated, facing me for seconds before sliding his hand behind my back. My breath caught in my lungs. He held me closer than I expected, and yet I didn't want to pull away. I was mesmerized by his scent, by the shape of his mouth and the gleam in his eyes, so much so that I barely registered the words he spoke. "You look stunned," he said. "I am." He laughed at this, tipped his head back and laughed. "You're confident in your arsenal, I'll give you that." "What's so funny? You said I look stunned. I was completely thrown by you asking me to dance." "I said you look stunning." Mortification flooded me. "He did?" And I said, Hawk laughed again, pulling me closer so the rumbling in his chest reverberated in mine. I inhaled him, unable to keep my own laughter from leaking out as well. He reared back enough to take in my expression, and his softened. He scrutinized me. "There it is," he said with a trace of wonder. I couldn't guess what he was talking about, especially because he was looking right at me as he said it. "There what is. I knew your smile was going to knock the world off its hinges, and I was right. I've been trying to get you to smile since we met." "You have not." "I have." He guided me out away from him and drew me back again. I tingled under his every touch. Why is that? Because most women like it when I pay attention to them. I'm not most women. I know. He grinned at me again. I glanced over and caught sight of Adelie dancing with one of the groomsmen. I couldn't remember his name, but he was the tall, handsome one with darker hair and skin. River, I think it was? "You know," Hawk said, "I'd like to see you again when we get back to Vermont if you're open to it." The song ended, and I was grateful for the chance to step away from him. I needed to clear him from my senses, but the modicum of distance between us didn't cool the heat in my veins as much as I hoped. "Thanks, but I don't think so." "Why not?" "It's just not a good idea." He didn't need reasons or speculations or excuses. He only needed my refusal. If that wasn't enough for him, then too bad. "Ella," he said. Maybe it was the blend of L's with vowels, but my name on his tongue sounded like a song. I met his gaze with ferocity in mine, but for some reason, sympathy crept in as well. My defenses lowered. I inched in again so I could keep my voice low. A new song started up again, and couples crowded around us on the dance floor, so I meandered toward the empty tables. Hawk stayed by my side, his attention on me. "You're a great guy," I said, echoing Adelie's words, "and I don't think I told you how grateful I am that you were willing to let us fly here and back home with you again, but I'm not staying in Vermont, I'll be moving." "Moving? Where?" "Away," I said. I didn't want to explain to him about my interest in fashion design or Garcon's school in New York, or that I wasn't going anywhere until after Christmas. I was determined to leave Vermont without any ties, not even blue-eyed, handsome ones. "I see," he said, stepping back. A different expression fell behind his eyes, one that held understanding and just a speck of disappointment. "Can't blame me for trying." My laugh was more to cover my unease than because I thought this was humorous. He was respecting my wishes in this. I wasn't used to that, and it meant a lot that he wasn't pushing the issue. I'd expected him to. I'd expected him to continue to flirt with me and be as obnoxious as he'd been during the flight here. Part of me was slightly disappointed, too, and I didn't understand why. It wasn't like I wanted him to follow through on his promise. Not at all. "Thank you for trying," I said, touching his arm. I realized I meant the words. Really. You're gorgeous and kind, and you should be with someone who can be where you are. The corner of his lips lifted. Gorgeous? Don't take that the wrong way. Is there a wrong way to take a compliment like that? I smiled at him again. Is the plane leaving in the morning? In the morning, he agreed, stuffing his hands in his pockets. He inhaled and gazed at me. I experienced a similar longing to the one I saw in his eyes, and with it, new prospects hovered in, presenting alternatives I hadn't been willing to consider before. Why not allow ourselves this one night? We could dance again, embrace, maybe even kiss and enjoy a nice makeout session or two, but really, what would be the point? As a custodian, cleaning was my career. I preferred clean breaks, too, and with the mess that every other relationship I'd had ended up being, I was sure to mess this one up as well. It was better this way. Once we got back, I'd never see Hawk Danielson again. I wasn't sure why that thought left me the tiniest bit remorseful.
Chapter 7. Hawk. I couldn't stop thinking about her. We were in the same town and had been home from the wedding for about a week now. I tried giving her up, redirecting my thoughts, and focusing on my upcoming marketing plans for the new fiscal year. Heck, I even tried going on a date with someone else, but that worked about as well as one-ply toilet paper. Ella was in my head, and she wasn't going anywhere anytime soon. I considered asking Adrian for her address, but she'd hate me stalking her. She'd told me a relationship with her wasn't a good idea. What if I could help her see things differently? What if there was some way to get her to give me her address herself? Laughter struck, and I lifted my head away from my phone to the bright blue tube slide leading from my house's upper level to the basement. Gemma crouched, arms outstretched and ready to catch her youngest, as he popped out of the bottom of the slide. That's how it's done, I said, pocketing my phone and rising to join them as her older two came barreling down. I still can't believe you added all this, Gemma said, eyeing my basement's playground-like setup. She then folded her arms and squinted one of her eyes at me. What? I asked. You told me once you don't like kids. I never said I don't like kids. I said I don't want kids. Her eyebrow twitched. Uh-huh. If you don't like kids so much, why go through all the effort to make your basement so fun? Why accept when I ask you to babysit? What else am I going to do with all this money at my disposal but build a freaking dream house of my own? Dad told me to enjoy the success I've had so far, was my reply. I had told her to avoid procreating, but only because our parents' relationship was such a sham. It didn't seem fair to put her children through what she and I had gone through as we'd watched Mom and Dad grow apart. Gemma and Alex didn't seem to have the same sinking ship, however. I supposed everything had its exceptions. She wanted an answer about my slide. When designing this house, I'd tried implementing as many fantasies as my boyhood mind had concocted back when I was much younger. Rope ladder, tube slide, full metal jungle gym in the basement, video game room, theater room, indoor pool. My house had it all, and I loved every square inch of it. And this is how you enjoy it? My older sister folded her arms and quirked her eyebrow at me as she hung a hand on the rope ladder dangling from the ceiling, several feet down from the slide. Just admit it. You want kids. It was my turn to narrow my eyes. I know you asked me to babysit because you think you'll convince me. Her 3-year-old Jack tried climbing the first ropey rung, but his foot only slipped right through it. He nearly lost his balance but caught himself. He then turned to his mom and me, displaying an adorable, toothy grin. She heaved a sigh. So, this is how you enjoy all your hard-earned wealth? She lifted her hands to my epic setup. Why not? I asked. Because you're almost 30 years old. Never too old for fun. I bent and chased Jack around the basement, swooping him into my arms and tickling him, earning a gale of giggles. What's going on with that girl you told me about? Gemma asked, checking the time on her phone. She was heading out to a day out with some friends, and I'd resoundingly agreed to babysit. She doesn't want to see me, I said. What did you do to her? Nothing. I was my normal charismatic self. Gemma considered. The kids screeched, the sound filling the basement, and she covered her ears. You haven't tried contacting her since? Don't you have her number? Well, yeah. I'd better get going, she said. Give it a try. What's the worst she can do? Turn you down, keep it friendly. Give her time to warm up to you. Time is something we don't have, I said, holding out my fist to bump knuckles with Jack's big brother, Ike. She said she's moving. Then I'd say you'd better act fast, she said, making her way toward the slide. I'm out of here. Thanks for watching the kids. You bet. Hey guys, candy upstairs. Yeah! The kids all bolted toward the rope ladder, while Gemma took the stairs like a boring stuffed shirt. I wrangled each of her kids into my arms, letting them escape, and then climbed slowly after them, serving as the monster and earning my badge as the fun uncle once more. Baskets of candy awaited them on the granite countertop upstairs. Gemma may have asked me not to give them too much, but she had to know what I'd do if they were coming to my house for the afternoon. I mean, I owned a chain of candy stores. Thanks for watching them. I'll be back around 6. Wrappers go where? Gemma said as she headed towards the front door. In the garbage, they shouted, waving goodbye before snatching the bags they'd brought with them and dashing down the hall to the pool. I chuckled and followed them, waiting as they changed into their swimsuits. Jack was too little to swim on his own, so he entertained himself in the indoor playpen Gemma brought over. I sat on the bench inside the muggy pool room, where I could best keep an eye on all 3 of them, and pulled out my phone. I'd tried giving Ella space. Did she really want nothing to do with me? Did she not think about me? The 2 older kids laughed and splashed. My nerves splashed inside of me too, as Gemma's words played back through my mind. Keep it fun. Keep it friendly. Okay then. Me. Truth or dare? For a moment, I worried Ella wouldn't answer. Then Bubbles appeared, and so did her reply. Ella. Don't do this. Me. Humor me. It's a harmless game. Ella. Truth, jackpot. She was participating. I pumped my fist into the air. A smile stole the corners of my lips. I couldn't get too personal or she wouldn't talk to me anymore. Time to be a smooth operator. Me. What's your favorite movie? The conversation died after her reply, but that was okay. I slipped out of my shirt and shoes, grabbed Jack, and dove into the pool with the kids, letting them practice diving and offering exorbitant bribes if they were able to touch the bottom of the pool or retrieve small objects like colored rings. The next day, while sitting in a meeting about the new plans Ever After Suites had for the upcoming year, I texted Ella again. Me. Truth or dare? Ella. Truth. Me. What's the worst food you've ever tasted? She answered, and then, though she didn't reciprocate, she didn't tell me to stop either. The last 2 weeks of October passed the same way. I texted her every single day, and every day she picked truth, answering my questions and never returning with any of her own. On Halloween, I texted again, but changed it up this time. Me. Trick or treat. Ella. Not truth or dare. Me. Isn't it kind of the same thing? I could bring you a treat. I had plenty of those on hand. She could have her pick. Ella. I'll pass, thanks. I wasn't going to let this moment pass me by. She'd talk to me. I had to do what I could with that. I texted her a picture of me in my costume, which was Shaggy from Scooby-Doo. Gemma was Daphne. Little Jack was Fred. Ike was Scooby-Doo. And Gemma's daughter was Velma. The kids had bombarded me, and it was a great picture of us laughing together. Ella. Who are you with? Me, my sister and her kids. Her husband had to work, so I offered to help take them around. Ella. And you dressed up to match? Me. Sure, why not? Then a wave of courage swept over me, and I added, Me. You should come. I'll pick you up? Ella. I don't have a costume. I wouldn't fit in. Me. I don't care. I really didn't. She could come wearing anything or nothing, though that would make things far more interesting. I just wanted her here. I almost suggested she wear something brown to be a Scooby snack when her reply came through. Ella, you have fun without me. I was tempted to give in, to track her down, but I didn't want to ruin this streak. She was so skittish and reserved, And she was talking to me. I couldn't mess that up. Usually women melted at my charms, but she didn't. And I wanted to know why. What made her so different? So careful? November passed in the same manner. It was back to the usual truth or dare questions. Me, are you listening to Christmas music now, or do you wait until after Thanksgiving? Ella, listening now. Waiting is meaningless. I chuckled at this one. A week later, my question changed. Me, are you ever going to choose dare? Ella, no. Me, why? Ella, because you'll make me do something I'll regret. Me, like what? Was she saying I dare her to see me? Or kiss me? Because she was so right. Did that mean I was getting through to her? She was talking to me more and more as the days passed. Yesterday, she told me she designed clothes and had sent me pictures of her fashion designs and portfolio. I'd ask questions, but she never let me know too much. Still, it was better than nothing. In fact, every day I thrilled when my phone's screen lit up. Gemma and my mom wanted to come over to talk about their Christmas plans, but I had to rain check. I was spending the night at the corporate office because meetings had run so late. I changed out of my corporate clothes and into the t-shirt and sweats I kept on hand for occasions such as this. Settling down on the futon in my office, I rubbed my fingers along the Xbox remote and then paused, pulling out my phone instead. Me, what are you doing right now? Ella, talking to my stylist. She's having a hard time this Christmas. Her husband just died. Me, that sucks. Ella, I'd like to do something for her, but I'm not sure what. I sank back onto the futon, resting a hand behind my head and considering. A myriad of ideas tumbled through. I could already see it now, giving her a new car or helping pay off her husband's debts. If it got Ella to notice, so much the better. Me, I'll help. Ella, no thanks. My disappointment was stark, but she was probably right. I tended to go overboard with stuff. It was better to leave me out of it. Bolstered by her opening up to me, the next day, while chilling in my office once more, this time sitting at my desk in a suit and tie, I built from that and asked her a question more personal than any other thus far, one that had bothered me since we'd left the wedding. Me, why don't you want to see me? Ella, you're too full of yourself. I didn't believe that. That may have been the case back in Montana, but I wasn't sure she still thought of me now. Ella, you see yourself enough for the both of us. I was confident that was true, but her words hurt. Gemma had told me the same thing more than once. But hearing criticism from someone other than my sister meant more somehow. Me, is that really how you see me? If that was the case, then why did she bother talking to me at all? Ella, should I see you any differently? Me, you could, if you'd let me in. I could show her aspects of me people rarely saw. I was a kid at heart. I had a major sweet tooth. I was claustrophobic in tight spaces. I loved to snowboard, and video games were my favorite pastime. A business major in college, but only at my dad's request because I knew I'd be inheriting his sprawling company. I'd worked hard to prepare myself for it, even when it wasn't something I would have chosen for myself. What if Ella could see that side of me? She didn't answer me for a few days after that one. 3 days later, I tried again. Me, truth or dare? Ella, do you have to ask? Me, are you in a relationship? Ella, no. Me, what if you gave me a chance? This one I braced myself for another one word or flippant answer, or for her to ignore me again, but she surprised me again. Ella, I deal with drama on a daily basis. You're a risk I can't take. What did that mean? Me, that's why I wish you'd open up to me. What if we were friends? What if I could help you? Ella, no thanks. Here was the moment of no return, but it was something I had to ask. I couldn't keep pursuing her if I really didn't stand a chance. My pride could only handle so much. I liked her. I had to know if she had any interest in me at all. Me, do you want me to stop texting you? Ella, truth. Me, truth. My heart pounded. This was the first time since our flight to Montana that she'd extended that question to me, which meant she was going to be brutally honest. I hoped she didn't shut me down. I didn't want to let her go. Ella, no. My heart swelled. I grinned like a fool and drummed my fingers on the edge of my desk, staring at the armless leather chairs sitting around a glass coffee table in the room's center. No. She wanted me to text her. That meant I wasn't completely repulsive to her. Score! But then December hit and she stopped replying. I texted every day, and every day I was met with silence. She'd said she was moving after Christmas. Had she already moved? If so, why hadn't she said as much? Why not let me in? I could help her. This time, while decorating the Christmas tree I'd set up in the corner of my office, I dispensed with the gimmicky questions and just got right to it. Me, are you okay? Ella, I'll be fine. Not she was fine. She would be, future tense. I stared at the fat red bulbs on the tree. That meant something was wrong, and I was dying to know what it was. How could I know through sparse text conversations and dry as bones responses? What could I do to get her to open up to me?
Chapter 8. Ella. I couldn't get Hawk's last text off my mind. He was worried about me. How could I respond to that? He'd asked me how I was at the worst possible moment. My stepmother had just reminded me in her inadvertently threatening way just how long I had to work for her to get the educational stipend she owed me, and I wasn't in the best frame of mind at the time. I dumped the smaller garbage can into the larger one I'd wheeled into Hawk's office. Tidbits of paper and a package of staples tumbled from one black bag to the other. A Christmas tree had been set up in the corner since last weekend. It was decorated with festive bulbs in shades of red and green. Cleaning had to be done before ever after. Sweet Shop's business hours blinked awake before consultants and marketing gurus, accountants, and who knew who else worked here decided to scuff more dirt on the carpet for me to take care of the next day. I didn't mind the early morning hours, just as long as I didn't run into the company's handsome owner, especially not when I was smack in the middle of his space. I could just picture the interaction now. His face would light up. He would ask me truth or dare and give me a hard time for not picking dare. The flutter I felt every time I saw his name on my phone would turn into a full-blown storm inside of me, and I'd have to work that much harder to remind myself why I wanted nothing to do with him. Hawk crept into my thoughts more often than I would ever admit aloud. Cleaning his suite on the top level of his corporate office building didn't help. More than once I'd considered asking him truth or dare. He would, of course, choose dare. I would then tell him to come to his office early when I'd be cleaning it, not telling him why, and I'd take him completely by surprise. I'd squash those thoughts quicker than an unwelcome spider. Distance was better. I was still leaving. His office on the top level was more like a hotel suite than a stuffy workplace. My entire apartment could fit in here. Yet another reason I told myself distance was better. His world and mine just didn't go together. I rested my hands on the side of the wheeled garbage can and gazed around the room at the black leather seats positioned around a round glass table on a tastefully bland rug in the center. A desk was positioned 20 feet from the chairs, and its surface was as clean as usual. I was pretty sure no one needed this much space to sit and stare at a computer screen. What else did Hawk do up here? He and I hadn't talked much about his work at all. Maybe that would be different if I ever reciprocated his questions, but I couldn't let myself do that. I couldn't let myself care about him. Another room was adjoined to this one. It was complete with a futon and a closet stuffed with clothes. I was sure he slept there sometimes since Stina, my stepmother and owner of Malice Custodial Management, occasionally forbade any of us from intruding on Mr. Danielson's Hawk's personal space while he was still in his office. At least Stina was considerate of someone. I sang in time to Blue Christmas as Michael Bublé crooned into my earbuds. I didn't care about being overheard, not at such an early hour. I dipped my mop into the sudsy water, then pulled the handle on the yellow bucket's squeegee and wrung out the extra water. Just as I was ready to swab the already sparklingly clean bathroom tile, my earbud was plucked unceremoniously from my ear. I spun, losing my grip on the mop handle. Its wood smacked against the mirror, and I jerked. Perfect. That was all I needed to break the billionaire's mirror. I had to stay off his radar. I was leaving for New York in just 2 more weeks. My stepsister's appearance had all the effect of a dozen Red Bulls on my concentration. "Clumsy, aren't we?" Pris said, tossing the loose earbud in my direction. It hit my cheek. I tried catching it before it fell to the floor, or worse, the soapy water. Too late, it tinkled to the tile. I bent for it and clutched it in my fist. What was that for? Pris folded her arms over her matching gray jumpsuit with her mother's company logo on the breast pocket. She'd swept her dark hair into a ponytail. "Mom sent me to tell you to hurry up. She wants everyone to finish early today." "She does? Why?" My heart trotted into a panic. Hawk wasn't coming up here, was he? I'd done my best to avoid him for the past 2 months. I couldn't lose control of that now. Pris rolled her eyes. "I've already delivered the message. I guess you'll find out with the rest of us, assuming you don't break anything in the meantime." She skewered a glance at the mop bucket as though it had caused her a personal offense before adding, "And keep it down, would you? You're as bad as Charlotte. I heard you all the way down in shipping." Charlotte, Pris's other, biological sister, tended to crow her own rendition of whatever song had just played on the radio whenever she felt like it. Maybe that was when I'd started wearing earbuds. Somehow, Pris managed to swagger even in her baggy jumpsuit and sneakers as though she wore elegant heels and a businessy pencil skirt and top, instead as she sashayed from the room. "Glad we had that little chat," I said to my reflection, who looked as unamused as I was. From the time her mom married my dad, Pris and I had never gotten along, but the whole mess with Derek had really put me on her hit list. No matter what my stepsister thought, I hadn't done anything to encourage Derek's attention while they'd been dating. And then, after he and I started dating, I'd broken it off with him for Pris. What more did she want? I finished mopping the luxurious bathroom, set the mop in the bucket, which was adjoined to the garbage can on its cart, and braced the handle to roll the entire contraption from tile to carpet toward the door. I took care in double-checking areas, ensuring no rags or spare garbage bags had been left behind, before heading toward the set of light switches near the door. A patch of dust on the shelf caught my eye. I moved the picture frame aside, swiped the dust with the cloth hanging from my pocket, and allowed myself a few fleeting moments to gaze at Hawk's company photo within the frame. My stomach gave a little flip. His dark suit offset his blue eyes and dreamy features. One hand was propped along the banister behind him. I was already warm in my jumpsuit, but the sight of him in his photo set a match to my blood. Other memories flooded in. Memories of stolen glances, sweet words and promises, of his interest in me and the sweet texts asking if he could see me again. It had been for the best, I told the picture, wishing my heart would believe as much. As stupid as it seemed, part of me wished I'd been able to say yes, that I'd agreed to see him again. What would have happened if I had? Would he really have wanted to see me? Would he care that I worked for him, or rather that the company I worked for had been hired by him? "It can never be," I told him, as though his picture had something to say about it. The sun rising over Westville was visible through the wide glass windows as I made my way to the elevator. It cast splashes of orange to counterbalance the December snow below. I wheeled the bucket to the custodial closet on the 12th floor, emptied its contents, spilling water into my shoe and saturating my sock in the process, and hung the damp mop to dry over the floor sink before locking the closet behind me. I descended to the lowest level in the building where the main custodial break room was located. A few other employees roosted on the long wooden bench in front of a line of lockers where we all secured our belongings. Pris and Charlotte were already settled in beside a few of the others. Their mom, Stina, was the only one of the crew not decked out in the oh-so-fashionable gray jumpsuits. Instead, she wore a white blouse with black flowy pants, heels, and her usual sneer of dissatisfaction at the sight of me. "There you are." She didn't add the word, but finally was evident in her tone. Stina began to pace in front of the crew. Arms folded, heels clacking, she paraded her position as custodial company owner with pride. Malice Custodial Management was her baby. "I've gotten a report from Hawk Danielson," she began. The sound of Hawk's name did absurd things to my insides. My body temperature rose, my ribs squeezed tight. He hadn't said anything to her about me, had he? Forget the fact that he didn't know where I worked. I doubted he'd know of my connection to her at all, since our last names weren't the same. It isn't often the owner of the company contacts me directly, but there have been reports of missing office supplies. As the only ones in this building besides security who carry keys that can access any room naturally, they are suspecting the thief to be one of you. The tension in the room strung tighter than last year's jeans. But we don't all have access to every key, Charlotte argued. We're assigned keys for the day, depending on which area we're cleaning. A few others nodded their agreement. My foot began to jiggle. Have they checked surveillance of the areas where things went missing from? They have, Stina said, but it seems the feed has been deleted. An odd thing, definitely. They're still trying to figure out who's been accessing the cameras. What's missing? Charlotte asked. Reams of paper, Stina said, along with print cartridges, printers, and a few tablets that were purchased for employee use. A new order was delivered, and the packaging was opened before management had even noticed. That means someone was in distribution, someone with access others don't have. We'll all keep an eye out, I assured her, hoping to end this lecture sooner rather than later. I liked the idea of being suspected of something I didn't do about as much as a bout of the flu. This made me feel just as nauseated. Stina's heels stopped clacking right in front of me. My entire body clenched. I hated when she singled me out in front of everyone. See that you do, Stina said in a too sweet voice. I'd hate for your job to be at risk. Please. I was leaving in 2 more weeks, 2 blessedly beautiful weeks, and I'd walk away from all of this. Even so, she continued lording it over me, probably because she knew once I got that stipend, I was gone. The condition was that I had to work for Malice Custodial Management for 5 years. I would then be granted the amount of $1,000 allotted for a learning initiative of my choosing. My 5 years would be ending at the first of the year. Stina taunted that the check was ready for me, but it wouldn't be deposited into my account until January 1st. I hadn't yet told her what my learning initiative was, or my dad yet, for that matter. I hadn't told anyone but Adele and Chloe. In 2 weeks, I was walking away from all of this. Thanks to my grueling labor and putting up with the awful torture of working with my stepmother, I would have $1 grand to use toward my housing or books when I did so. And Stina would find out the morning I didn't show up. I couldn't wait to stick it to her. Her eyes narrowed in a way I was all too familiar with. She couldn't possibly think I would stoop low enough to steal anything, let alone office supplies, and to compromise a camera feed. In spite of what I'd told Hawk in answer to his truth or dare question on the plane, I was a seamstress and a fashion designer, not a criminal mastermind. I glanced at the clock. 8:30 a.m. was looming nearer by the second, and I had to get out of here. I was meeting with one of Ever After Sweet Shop's secretaries, Samantha Holbrook, about some fabric donations for the kids at the hospital. I was planning a big donation this year. Samantha had heard of my project and happened to have some extra material on hand she wanted to contribute to the cause. Stina skulked back to her desk. Done for the day, crew members began zipping out of their jumpsuits, slipping them off to reveal their everyday clothes beneath and stuffing them into their lockers. I began doing the same when Stina called my name. Exasperated, I zipped up my suit once more. Bottling my frustration, I approached her desk. You called? Just one more thing. We've gotten a request from Highland Heights Apartments. They want to have their units ready to show Christmas Day. Since Stina's independently owned company also provided custodial services for other establishments apart from Ever After Sweet Shop, being assigned to clean other places wasn't that unusual. This pronouncement, however, made time tick louder in my ears. Christmas Day? It's part of their promo to get people moving in right after the holidays. They've hired a light service and want each of their units spick and span. I told them we could accommodate their needs. By working on Christmas Eve? That meant I'd have to start working by at least midnight for the units to be ready to show in the morning. You have somewhere better to be? Stina crooked a single brow. Stupidly, I'd been hoping for an invitation to the family's Christmas lunch, the way Stina used to do before the whole Pris and Derek fallout. But I hadn't been included in any family gathering since that happened. It was just as well, I supposed. The other reason I hadn't quit my job here yet was because it paid extremely well. I needed as much money as I could save up before leaving, and working Christmas would get me holiday pay to boot. Even so, it still stung. If Mom was still alive, she'd never have stood for this. At least she wasn't around to see how low I was stooping for the extra pay. "Are Charlotte and Pris coming too?" I asked. "What do you think?" Stina gave a pointed smirk before stalking out. "Sorry I asked," I said to the empty break room. 2 years. I hadn't been invited to celebrate Christmas at Dad's house for 2 years. I couldn't believe my stepsister still blamed me for her breakup with Derek. Sure, I'd dated him after he'd ended things with Pris, but that hadn't been planned. Nor had it lasted long. From the way Pris acted about it, anyone would have thought I'd gotten between Pris and Derek while they'd been dating, which wasn't the case at all. I attempted to brush it off. Grammy Carroll, my late mother's mom, had caught wind of their shunning last year. She'd invited me to celebrate Christmas with her. Hopefully, Grammy would again. I'd rather spend the holiday with her anyway, I told myself as I removed my sneakers, unzipped, and stepped out of the jumpsuit. Rather than folding it nicely, as Addie would have done, I wadded it into a lump. I had to take my frustration out on something. Might as well be something that couldn't feel. I wished I'd had the forethought to pack a dry pair of socks with me, but who would have known I'd spill water all over my foot? Ignoring the wetness the best that I could, I adjusted my black undershirt and retrieved the red blouse hanging in my locker. Ordinarily, I wore pajamas beneath my jumpsuit, but I had to look half-decent if I was going to meet Samantha for that fabric. Changing quickly into nice jeans and the button-up blouse, I slipped my arms into the sleeves of my winter coat. I dusted powder on my cheeks, whipped on some mascara and eyeliner, fluffed my hair, and grabbed my purse before popping back up to the 7th floor. The meetup didn't take long. Samantha had the bag ready and waiting by her office door. I thanked her and made my way back to the elevator. Excellent. With this donation, I wouldn't have to beeline to the store for anything else before Christmas. The kids in the hospital would each have a colorful new pillowcase Christmas morning. Stitches for Sierra, my non-profit charity organization, was the one thing that brought me true joy, especially this time of year. I needed this after Stina's stingy displeasure. Carrying the bag stuffed with heavy fabric, I struggled toward the elevator across from the stairs. A man in a suit stepped into it before I reached it, and I quickened my pace. "Hold the elevator," I called. His hand shot out, stopping it from closing. I dashed inside, dragging the bag of fabric behind me, only to find myself face to face with the man I'd been ogling not an hour before. Memories of Hawk had done everything he'd set out to do, heart fluttering, stomach quivering, palms clamming. His texts had done the same. Seeing him now, his beautiful face and the blaze of crystal blue in his eyes had a sugary spiked effect on my blood pressure. His eyes widened. That glance, and the tantalizing smell of his cologne, had the full force of a storm, unavoidable and impossible not to feel once I was submersed by it. I was doused by a downpour that was all him. My cheeks blazed as though I stood beneath stage lights. It made matters worse when his lips widened into a brutal smile. "Well, hey there, Ella," he said, and the elevator doors closed behind me, trapping the two of us in.
Chapter 9. Hawk. Work was busy enough without adding theft into the mix. Ever After Sweet Shop had become a national brand in just a few decades. I'd never been one to eat much candy myself, but my dad had hailed from the era of the Willy Wonka-style sweet shops, where kids could pause for an hour with their friends and sit at a bar to order their favorite taffy or ice cream sundae, where various confections were offered in vending style, filled by the bagful at the customer's behest, and sold by the pound. My marketing team was talking about commercializing, going big, packaging the brand to be sold in big box stores across the country. But I liked the idea of Dad's boutique stores, of keeping them from being mainstream. I'd branched out, set up shops all across the eastern seaboard, and throughout the southern United States as well, and I wanted to keep it that way. Everything Ever After Sweet Shop offered, toffee, peanut brittle, cake pops, were old family recipes that Dad had streamlined for mass production. The shops were well-known secrets that had made appearances in magazines and been featured on Food Network for their charm and personal hometown feel. While that had been pretty amazing and had certainly helped with sales and exposure, my marketing team had it in their heads that more exposure was the way to go. I knew they had a point. Hershey had done it. He distributed in stores all over the world. He'd even established a town where his factory made the very air chocolate-scented. I wasn't sure I wanted a chocolate-scented town. I worried it would destroy the cozy ma and pa feel people got from my boutique candy shops. When customers stumbled across one of my charming stores, they felt like they'd discovered a hidden trove of delicious things that had been packaged and designed just for them. I sank onto the cushy chair behind my desk and rested my head in my hands. What would happen with this expansion endeavor if word about not one, but two thefts began to spread? Publicity was good if it shed the right light on the company. But negative publicity could alter things so much more, from the safety concerns already swimming among my staff to the smudge this would put on my reputation. The last thing I needed was to start losing employees over this, or for them to feel they and their belongings weren't safe. Never mind the fact that stealing was just wrong. So far, the only things that had gone missing were business-owned items. But what if employee-owned items went next? The missing items weren't that expensive and could all be replaced, but I never thought anyone on my staff would stoop that low, let alone at Christmas time. Then again, that was just it, wasn't it? Money was tight for a lot of people. Whoever it was had probably already sold the items. "We'll get to the bottom of this, sir," Ethan had assured me when he'd first apprised me of the situation. As head of security, I had complete trust in him. With that trust in place, I passed the reassurance on to others. In the heart of full disclosure, I sent a notification to ensure the staff lock up their personal items. See that you don't leave anything important where someone can get a hold of it. The last company-wide email had said, "We'll keep a close eye on this feed and ensure this doesn't happen again." Or so I hoped. I didn't like making promises I couldn't keep. For some reason, the warning on the cards the boys and I had gotten at Adrian's wedding rehearsal dinner drifted to my thoughts, but I brushed it aside. That threat was entirely unrelated. Wolf Industries had gone after Adrian's company, but they wouldn't be stupid enough to start attacking mine. Ethan was thorough. He and the rest of security would get to the bottom of this. I'd already contacted the head of Malice Custodial Management in an attempt to cover our bases. Stina Malice's personal correspondence was always cordial and helpful. But where this wasn't so much an issue of cleaning quality, I'd sent her a direct message about it, instead of deferring the matter to my assistant. Someone was stealing from me. Someone within my own company. Someone with keys and access to areas other employees didn't have. Expelling a breath, I rubbed my fingertips against my temples. I didn't need this now, not when I was already worrying over expanding exponentially, and not when marketing was fighting my order for Harmony Children's Hospital. My candy donation to the hospital was one of the few things I got excited about this time of year, and marketing was trying to make their agenda mine. A notification chimed on my phone. Stupidly enough, I hoped to find Ella's name on my phone. She'd never yet initiated contact. Why would she now? The text was from Faye, my godmother. It was almost time for our breakfast date. I'd come in a little earlier than usual to make sure I wouldn't miss it. Ensuring my computer was sleeping, I tossed my overcoat across my arm and ambled from my office into the hall. I stopped by the 7th floor to address another associate's concerns about scheduling, and didn't realize I was in the elevator again until a voice called, jolting me to awareness. "Hold the elevator!" In a swift motion, I jutted out my hand to stop the door just in time for a brunette woman to enter. Gripping the purse strung over her shoulder and dragging a rather large bag in with her, her face gradually lifted to meet mine, and a flush of adrenaline tingled through my body. No way. No freaking way. "Well, hey there, Ella," I said, not bothering to mask my happiness at seeing her again. This couldn't be better if I'd planned it myself. She was as attractive as I remembered, with almond-shaped brown eyes and a small rosebud mouth that had just the right amount of pout. Freckles dusted across her cheeks and nose, which were endearing for some reason. She peered at me through her periphery and then went rigid. The slightest blush painted her cheeks, and she stared at me as the doors closed. "Hawk," she said. It was just the two of us. The elevator ride would only last a matter of seconds. I had to take every advantage of this situation that I could. Fleeting thoughts of pressing her to the wall with my body and kissing her hard and fast appeared, and then vanished. Numbskull. She'd never speak to me again if I did anything like that. Not to mention, I had more urgent questions. "You should have told me you'd be coming by the office today," I said, waving my phone at her. She grimaced, but she didn't take her gaze from me. She continued to stare as though I were a ghost. "Why would I do that?" Her voice was breathy. I smirked. "I thought you said you were moving. Are you still living in Westville?" If so, she wasn't getting away from me a second time. From her professional-looking red blouse and the dressy shoes and well-fitted jeans, I would have guessed she was in one of my departments and going out for coffee like I was. What was she doing here? She held a shopping bag in one hand, filled with what looked like clothes. Gripping the strap of a burgundy purse, she stuffed what looked like an Ever After sweet shop employee badge into it. There was something else on the back, something I couldn't quite read. "You work for me?" I said. If so, why hadn't I known? I mean, not that I knew all of my employees, not when Clary and the other department heads handled that for me, but still. I would have thought after our connection at Adrian's, after all of our texts in the 2 months since, she would have said something. I hadn't been able to function without thoughts of her taking over at every turn. Had I affected her the same way? I'd thought so. No, I don't. Her cheeks went rosy. She looked away and then peered at me from the corners of her eyes as though uncertain I was actually there. I inched in just enough for her festive and fiery scent of pomegranates to wash over me. My skin flushed, and something flapped in my chest. "So, you just carry around Ever After employee badges for fun?" Come on, Hawk. This wasn't what I wanted to talk to her about. Her throat worked through a swallow, but she didn't respond. I was mesmerized by her delicate neck, by the flecks of gold in her eyes and the way her mouth curved at the corners. She cleared her throat and shuffled, keeping her attention on the bar above the elevator doors, indicating that we were approaching the lobby. Her lower lip was tucked into her teeth. I sensed her agitation. "Something tells me you're not happy to see me," I said, giving this a final try. Was she really that disinterested in me? Maybe so. Maybe it was time to let this fascination with her go. She tossed her hair, sending tantalizing hints of pomegranate in my direction, and opened her mouth when the elevator's lights flickered. Once. Twice. Too soon they blacked out completely. The car shuddered. Then, with a lurch, the elevator stopped altogether. I staggered in her direction. She toppled toward me. I felt her hand on my chest as she gripped the lapel of my suit jacket for support. Any excuse to touch her was A-okay with me. "Oh," she squeaked, pressing into my side. Instinctively, my arm went around her, encircling her tiny waist. She pushed against my chest as her scent drifted toward me. "Oh my goodness, Hawk, I'm so sorry." "Don't be," I said, bracing myself with the hand on the wall. Totally cliche. I can't believe I just did that. Please don't think I just threw myself at you. Though I couldn't see her in the sudden blackness surrounding us, I could imagine the becoming shade humiliation brought to her skin. I tried to ignore how good she felt against me, especially because she hadn't pulled away yet. I wished I could see her face. The darkness between us was thick. I might as well be blind for all I could discern in here. "Throw yourself at me any time," I said, preferably with the lights dimmed next time. She let out a nervous chuckle and righted herself. Reluctantly, I released my hold on her. "What happened?" she asked. "Did you rig the elevator to trap me in here?" "Yes," I said with sarcasm. "I've been stalking your every move and waiting for the right moment to get you alone." A light appeared from her direction. She held her phone up, bent near the buttons indicating the floors, and used the flashlight to find the intercom button. Pushing it in, she waited. For some reason, her focus on the buttons made me aware of our surroundings. My pulse began to escalate. Elevators were bad enough in the short time it took to get from one floor to another. Having one halt during its descent, I'd always had problems with tight spaces. Being on my plane was fine because I could look out the window, eat snacks, and find cool airflow. But here, now, ridiculous as it was, my temperature rose, and unease began to overtake me. Not now, I told my nerves. I'd wanted her to know more about me, sure, but display my claustrophobia was less preferable to just telling her about it. Elevator assistance wasn't responding. Hang on, I said, pulling my phone out, my temples pulsing. Fortunately, service wasn't unreachable. My assistant's name was at the top of my recent calls list. I tapped it and held the phone to my ear, quivering, waiting. Hello? She answered. Clary, yeah. My throat was clogged. I cleared it, hoping Ella didn't notice my discomfort. It's Hawk. The south elevator is stuck. With you on it? Yes. Ella's gaze was tangible. It thickened my throat. I tugged on my collar. My head felt light. My lungs pumped faster. My heart banged against my sternum. This couldn't be happening, not now. Not with her. The last time I'd freaked out like this had been during a flight to Louisiana to meet with suppliers. But I had resources on my plane to calm me down. All I had here was her. I wanted to make a good impression, not push her away even more. Would she care that I couldn't handle tight spaces? Chapter 10, Hawk. Ella was on her phone, apologizing softly to someone on the other end for needing to postpone something. I should probably call Faye and do the same, but I would do what I could to get us out of this mess first. Yes, I repeated to Clary. A woman and I are both trapped here. Can you please call maintenance and have them on this immediately? Will do, sir. Hang tight. The phrase knotted in my stomach. I squeezed my eyes closed. Not helpful advice. What? I thought it was better than a don't drop. I heard the smile in her tone. Not any better, Clary. She laughed. Just a joke, sir? I gripped my phone, sank to the floor, and slid to press my back against the wall. My face burned, my vision blanked. Or it would have if I could see much beyond Ella's silhouette, which was illuminated by the light of my phone. Claustrophobia swooped in swift and fast. I didn't know much about elevators. Were we just dangling there now? The image of cables snapping and of the two of us plummeting to our sudden and imminent deaths flashed in my mind like an explicit lyric in a song. Unexpected and unwanted. Are you okay? Ella asked. Kneeling, she shuffled closer to me. I opened my eyes to find her analyzing me with concern. The phone in her hand provided enough light to cast shadows around us. She really was beautiful, with tendrils of hair dangling on either side of her face. If only I had a drink of water, something to wet the dryness in my mouth. A bead of sweat trailed down my spine. Closed spaces and I don't go well together. I expected her to parry with a flippant remark, something sarcastic and dismissive. It was what she usually did. I'm sorry to hear that, she said, taking me off guard. Her compassionate tone told me she meant it. I cracked an eye open. She was looking right at me, giving me every ounce of attention I'd wanted during our brief time together. Maybe this anxiety of mine wasn't so bad after all. Is there anything I can do? She offered. This could be our final moments. You'd better hold me close. Ha ha. Seriously, is there something that might help? Distract me? Light from my phone sprayed a single beam upward, casting shadows to the ceiling. Ella chewed her bottom lip again and fiddled with the buckles on her purse. I get that way with shots sometimes too, at the doctor's office, you know? I have to have someone talk to me to keep me distracted then, too. I inhaled long and slow. It only seemed to make my heart pound faster. She never volunteered information. I'd always had to beg for it before now. How do they distract you? I asked with effort. Does it work? It does if people tell me stories. The walls were closing in. My panic escalated. I grimaced, digging my heels into the elevator floor. Okay then, got any good stories? I attempted to keep my voice level, but even I heard threads of uncertainty. Stories? No. But I am trying to sew 57 pillowcases before Christmas Eve. I laughed. Her admission was random enough to pull my thoughts away from my cranking heartbeat. She'd been knitting something on the flight to Montana, too. The images she'd sent me of some drawings she'd digitally put together for her portfolio told me this woman was extremely talented. Making stuff must be her thing. Any particular reason? I asked. She placed her phone on the floor beside her bag, so its light beamed upward, twined her hair around one shoulder, and crouched in front of me with such a delectable smirk on her face, I was that much more drawn in. I run a group called Stitches for Sierra, she said. We like to do crafty kinds of things for people in need. This wasn't truth or dare. This was a conversation, an actual conversation. So, the pink thing you were knitting, I was making a blanket for the homeless shelter. Impressive. There's plenty of people in need this time of year, I said, thinking of Faye. She had gotten along great for years since her husband died. All three of their children had passed away over the years, so she'd taken more interest in her grandkids and supporting their interests and needs. Was she already waiting for me in the lobby? I glanced at my phone. Nothing from her or Clary. What was taking so long? I didn't want to worry Faye or cancel on her. I'd give it a few more minutes. Yeah, Ella went on. One of my neighbors had a daughter who was at Harmony Children's with leukemia. And it brought my attention there, you know? The kids would love to wake up to something new and different Christmas morning. They go through plenty of white pillowcases from day to day. Why not make them something colorful for Christmas then? I take it. Exactly, she said. This woman had a heart of gold. Sounds like they're going to love that. I thought of the order of candy I'd wanted to have filled out, but that only brought another swell of pressure with it. I closed my eyes, breathing through it. Need another distraction? She suggested. That one was working pretty well. What else you got? I couldn't bear to open my eyes. The visual reminder of the enclosed space didn't help. Where was Clary? What are your Christmas traditions? Her tone implied it was a suggestion, and I didn't have to answer. I didn't really want to. Talking about my family wasn't the most comfortable subject. Gemma and I got along great, but neither of us had much of a relationship with our parents. I decided to keep my response as superficial as possible. I attempted to thrust the heavier thoughts aside. My parents retired early, and they usually fly the family out somewhere. Last year, they took all the siblings and grandkids on a Disney cruise. Her voice animated. Seriously? That sounds amazing. Where are you going this year? This year, they've bought everyone a gift instead of a trip. I'm excited to see what that is. I suppose that was true. Mom did have great taste. She claimed she had a hard time shopping for me, but she and Dad usually ended up giving us high-end appliances or tech gadgets. You mean you don't know? I popped a single eye open again. She sat closer to me, cross-legged, and stared at me. It's not Christmas yet, I said. She released an embarrassed chuckle. The sound loosened my joints in that satisfying way of knowing I was the reason for her laughter. My shoulders relaxed. Aside from the connection we'd shared during our dance at Gabby and Adrian's reception, this was the closest she'd let me get to her. Before my mom died, we all got together on Christmas Eve for a big dinner with my grandparents, she said. My grandma still invites us over, though my dad and stepfamily don't come. I have to work on Christmas this year, but I'll probably do something with my grandma anyway. This was definitely distracting. She was opening up to me, really and truly opening up, in a way I'd wanted her to do since we met. I opened both eyes to find her fiddling with the buttons on her gray wool coat. Tentatively, I placed my hand on her back. I expected her to recoil or withdraw, but she didn't. I didn't know your mom died, I said. I'm sorry. She slid me a glance and a small smile with it. Thanks. It was a few years ago. How did she die? Her throat worked against a swallow. She got cancer. That's too bad. I sat up, readjusting myself. I wanted to take her face in my hands. I wanted to hold her, to smooth away the sorrow I heard in her voice. She lifted her face to meet my gaze. It's okay. I mean, it's not, but it is. I lifted my hand to her cheek and brushed my thumb there. Her eyes widened, but she didn't pull away. Sounds like you're the one who needs a distraction now. You said you're working on Christmas? We're closed through the holidays. Which department do you work for? Wariness flashed in her gaze. She scooted back, away from me, forcing me to withdraw my hand. I tried to think of something to remedy this situation. It was clear she didn't want me prying. She'd been letting her guard down, though, and I'd wanted to take what I could get, to let her know I was someone she could trust. Before I could think of something to say, my phone beeped. Here I'd been antsy to hear from Clary, and now I cursed the interruption. Reluctantly, I answered, Hey, Clary, any news? Ella readjusted to kneel on her knees. She rested her hands on her legs and watched me expectantly. Whether she realized it or not, her knee brushed my ankle. I was so absorbed in Ella, in the sway of her hair, the shape of her mouth, in what it would be like to press mine to it, I nearly missed Clary's reply. They should be fixing it now, sir. Relief stole over me. Though I didn't want this moment with Ella to end, I was more than eager to get out of this box. That's great news, thanks, Clary. I lowered my phone to relay the update to Ella when a male voice broke through the elevator's intercom. Mr. Danielson? That's me, I said, resting a hand on the wall as I returned to my feet. There wasn't time to wonder why this associate hadn't answered the first time we'd paged him. I'd deal with that later. We're working on this now, sir, the male voice said. We should have you out of there in no time. Thank you, I said, meeting Ella's gaze. She was still kneeling on the floor. I offered a hand to her as the lights flicked on once more. Gripping her purse, Ella righted herself, fluffing her hair back and dusting a hand against her pants. You sure you don't want to throw yourself at me again? I said. No better time. This ride's almost over. I was prepared for her to shoot me down like she'd done all the other times I'd tried flirting with her. Her eyes sparkled with amusement. That's an intriguing idea, isn't it? The elevator jolted. Ella released a squeak of surprise. I was reminded of the one and only time my family had convinced me to board the Tower of Terror ride at Disney World during the cruise I'd told Ella about. That experience had been pure torture. The possibility of reliving something similar now didn't help. The elevator's jarring movement jerked for several more seconds, giving me an unpleasant lurch in my stomach, until it steadied again and began to glide down at its usual pace. Placing a palm on her cheek, Ella smiled at me. What a relief, she said. Yeah. I took a step closer to stand directly beside her. Looks like we're bound to survive this after all. There was that full smile again, soft and sweet and somehow managing to string through my veins and imprint itself into the underside of my ribs. You never did tell me which department you work for, I said. She stared straight ahead. From the sudden stress in her face, I sensed the walls erecting back into place. Why do you want to know? If they're making you work on Christmas, I'd like to have a word with them. Or I just want to know where I can see you again. One of the two. She tilted her head to the side. That's not necessary. Seeing you again? No, I'm still moving. Recollection of our conversation came to me again. That's right. You said after Christmas. She nodded. That's a shame. We could have had 2 months together. The elevator dinged, opening to the familiar lobby, and the oddest sense of stubbornness clenched inside of me. An elevator was usually my least favorite place, especially after getting stuck in this one, but I didn't want to leave. Not until I got Ella to agree to see me again. I swept a hand toward the open door. Ella exited first, and I trotted after. I hoped to stall her long enough to get her to say yes, but she scurried at a quicker pace than I anticipated. See you later, Hawk, she said over her shoulder. Ella, wait. Several people glanced my direction, giving me curious looks. but either she was already out of earshot or she was purposefully ignoring me. Light gleamed through the expansive windows lining the front of the lobby. I stared after her as she strolled out into the snowy morning. A sense of this being a crossroads packed around me so tightly as I stood there, staring after her and trying to orient myself with what had just taken place. Anyone else would have written me off as an idiot, and she'd done so before. But this time, she'd helped me. She'd been sweet, soothing, and distracting. She'd opened herself up to me, and she wanted nothing to do with me. I should have told her I'd text her, I said, strutting toward the abstract statue in the lobby's center. It was of a pair of steel bars twining upward. Maybe when I did, she'd start replying again. Tinkling music played from the overhead sound system, chiming in the festive wishes of the season. I stared at the massive Christmas tree that was as tall as the statue, and a thought wafted through along with the jolly melody. Ella worked for me. She'd been so close all this time, and I hadn't known. She wanted her distance, but I'd have to at least find out where she worked and set things straight. Which department did she work for, and why on earth were they operating on Christmas? Chapter 11. Hawk. I didn't have time to dive into the many mysteries Ella presented to me. Not right this second, anyway. She may not want to date with me, but I was more than eager to keep my current coffee date. It was with a woman I'd loved for as long as I could remember. A woman who'd been a part of my life even longer than I could remember. So what if she was old enough to be my grandma? Don't worry, this wasn't that kind of date. Just breakfast. A casual meetup to keep in touch. And see how one another were doing. Faye rose from the bench she'd been sitting on near the doors, while waiting for me, presumably, and shuffled her way toward me by the fountain. She ran her fingers through the chlorinated water as though she was considering reaching for a handful of the loose change floating around in the bottom level of the pool. I wouldn't put it past her. My godmother had always had that childish quirk about her. I often saw her doing things people either didn't think to do or had outgrown after the age of 12, like dancing on bubble wrap, just to hear the popping noises, or buying coloring books and crayons, just because she felt like coloring. I blamed the crazy women she hung out with. They called themselves the Godmother Gals, or GGs, as the case may be, and were known to do outrageous things for the sake of fun. Faye, I said, causing her to lift her hand and let it hang over the water. Small beads of water dripped from her wrinkled fingers. Her face bloomed into a lined smile that always made me squirm a little inside. We weren't blood-related, but that smile spoke of her pride in me, and the gratification from it swirled into my stomach. If only Ella had stuck around. If I ever needed someone to vouch for my character, Faye would be the one to do it. "How's my favorite godson?" she said in her tired but good-natured voice. "Aren't I your only godson?" "So far," she said with a shrug. "You sound like you expect to be asked for the honor again sometime soon." "Anything can happen," she said. "Some of the GGs have more than one godchild. Are you ready? It's cold outside, and I need my coffee." I slipped my arms into the sleeves of my overcoat. "Where's it going to be today?" She slipped her gnarled hand onto my elbow. I deliberately slowed my pace so she could easily keep up. "Debbie's?" I suggested. "We go there every time." "When we meet for breakfast, I suppose," I said. "We've mostly been meeting for breakfast lately." Today was a special day for Faye. One of her grandkids had a birthday party later that afternoon. I'd suggested breakfast instead, and here we were. "Then we'd better stop in at Debbie's," Faye said. "Don't want them to forget us." "We definitely wouldn't want that," I said with a chuckle, and held the door open for her. Frigid air brushed toward us, giving us a cold greeting with flurries of snow. The gray sky was the perfect shade for sleigh bells and snowball fights. "You know, you're the highlight of my week," Faye said. "Might as well be everyone else's." "You're mine too, Faye," I said. "But that doesn't mean everyone remembers us when we go into their establishments." "Oh, you might be surprised." She tucked her chin into the collar of her purple coat. I stroked her hand, wishing I could help her stay warm. Faye always insisted we walk to our destinations since my office was central to several restaurant options, and she wanted her exercise. Maybe I should get her a new pair of gloves for Christmas this year. She claimed staying fit was harder at her age. I wasn't sure what that number was exactly. I valued my hide far too much to ask outright. Indulging her request to walk was the best option. Today I would have loved to drive her somewhere. The hazy fog made a lace skirt on the street. Snow spun around us, chilling my nostrils and stabbing my ears. I shivered. Hey, how about La Comida Buena for one of their breakfast burritos? I suggested, pointing to the establishment, which was less of a trek than Debbie's. It's closer. I waited for her protest, but instead, she considered the snowfall around us and agreed. Let's do it. The crosswalk was hidden somewhere beneath the slush, but I guided her across it and then past a handful of shops. The two of us stomped snow from our shoes, and I waited for Faye to step inside before I followed her in, grateful for the restaurant's heat and tempting aromas. A glass pane displayed the company's logo. It was backed by colored lights and bubbles. I knew the menu by heart, and I suspected Faye did too by now. Even so, she let go of me and hobbled across the black mat, which was collecting snow from our shoes, and toward the line of people waiting to order. I trudged along behind her. After watching employees assemble our burritos and prepare our coffee, I paid for our breakfast. How have things been? I asked, setting the tray of food on the rack in front of the drink dispensers. I'm getting by, Faye said. Her lined cheeks were rosy, and a fresh glint lit her smiling eyes. Though I have to say, Social Security isn't what it's cracked up to be. I retrieved a few napkins and placed them on the tray. What's happening? I picked up the tray and led the way to the nearest vacant table. I thought you said things were going well financially. I'd had a hunch that wasn't the case, but I wanted her to be the one to tell me. Faye unbuttoned her coat and placed it on the back of the chair before sitting. Once the tray was before her, she busied herself assembling her silver foil bowl and mine, along with our utensils. The smell of eggs, sausage, and cheese drifted straight to my stomach. It's got to be this dadgum Christmas season, Faye said, cutting into her breakfast burrito. Don't get me wrong, I love the lights and music and celebrations as much as anyone else. But things are tight when you've got higher heating bills and more presents to buy than usual. Faye had 13 grandchildren, some adults, some teenagers, and one toddler, all of whom she loved to spoil. I knew her retirement was spent divvying her time up between them and myself, and that nothing made her happier. You don't have to spend a lot on them, I said, taking a bite of my overstuffed burrito. The delicious blend was exactly what I'd been craving. Are you kidding? They're my grandbabies. I've got to get them something. As for you, even billionaires need Christmas presents. I glanced around, hoping no one heard her reference to my financial status. It was common when I was with the guys. We liked to keep our wealth on the down low, and I found I'd like to keep that profile up even when I was on my own. I was nothing special, nothing more than anyone else. Just because I'd inherited a killer and sugary business and had continued to see it soar. Come to think of it, that fact made me want to buy whatever presents Faye needed, pay her bills, and get her anything else she needed, but she'd flay me alive if I suggested it. I knew. I'd tried once. It's not that, I said, lowering my voice. I don't want you putting yourself out for my sake. I'm not, she said. I'm doing it for mine. I'm the grandma and the godmother. Giving presents is part of the job description. She gave me her wrinkly smile. Not for me, it isn't, I argued. You know your grandkids love you with or without gifts. She shrugged. Even so, hockey boy, it's Christmas. I stared at my food. That it is. It seems like someone is reminding me of that every hour. She lowered her utensils and speared me with an unswerving glare. What's happening with you? Too much. I don't want to bore you. Faye's insistent look deepened. I laughed. Fighting her was no use, though I decided not to mention the theft. Knowing Faye, she'd try to track down the culprit herself and demand the stolen items be returned that instant. It's nothing. Typical work stuff. Then the elevator getting stuck. The elevator got stuck? With you on it? When did this happen? Just before I met up with you, actually. The woman I was on it with. Faye perked up. If she wasn't interested before, she was undoubtedly now. She'd been egging me on for months to start dating again after I'd ended things with Amelia Solis. She scooted her chair closer to me. You were stuck on it with a woman? Tell me everything. There was that irritating blush again, heating my cheeks with unwanted intensity. I was a grown man, for goodness sake. If Faye hoped for a story of a romantic escapade with a beautiful stranger, she'd be mistaken. Maybe if I hadn't lost total control of my senses, something like that could have happened. Then again, this was Ella we were talking about. The woman was more guarded than the Federal Reserve. On the other hand, she had said throwing herself at me again was intriguing. My mind began to fill with all kinds of possible meanings of that particular word. There's nothing to tell, I said, digging into my burrito. Unless you count my slight claustrophobia and her sweet attempts to help me stay calm. Yes, you always did have a tough time with tight spaces. I thought about my back surgery a few years ago. I'd had an incredibly difficult time just getting through the MRI. Logically, I knew nothing would happen to me while in the machine, but my brain didn't seem to grasp as much when the walls were close. So who was she? Faye asked, scooping a forkful of rice into her mouth. An employee in my building, I said. And she mentioned having to work on Christmas. But you're not open on Christmas, Faye argued. I know. In any case, I've invited each of the departments to my annual Christmas Eve ball. Maybe she'll be there. The thought hadn't crossed my mind while I'd been in the elevator with Ella, but it struck me now so hard, I wished I'd thought of it when I'd been with her. I would have asked her to be my date, and I would have been thoroughly rejected. Still, I secretly hoped she'd be there. I took another bite of my burrito. The blend of sausage, egg, and cheese melted across my tongue. That staff of yours works hard, Faye said. I think inviting them all to your ball is a nice gesture. Clary had said the same thing, even if it did mean relocating the ball to a new location to accommodate everyone. It was going to be held right here at corporate, in one of the lower conference rooms. Why hadn't I thought about it while I'd been with Ella? Clary would know if Ella had been invited or not. I removed my phone to text her. Me. You invited all of my staff to the ball, right? Clary. Just about, I think all but custodial. Me. I'd like all the staff to be invited, please. What about you? I asked, returning my phone to my jacket pocket. What can I do to help you? Faye's features narrowed with suspicion. You know not to go there, hockey boy. No offering me money. I lifted my hands. I know, I wasn't going to. But is there anything else I can do? Offer you a position, maybe? I know you're retired, but my candy shop in downtown Westville could use a festive holiday greeter. She straightened, which for her was saying something. A greeter, you say? It wasn't a position we usually filled on the regular, but I wasn't about to tell her that. Sure. You'd probably get your fair share of samples as well while you're offering them to holiday shoppers. Well now, her rosy smile rounded her face that much more. If you're sure, I knew I could convince her with candy. I sniggered inside, knowing candy was the key Adrian had used to convince his assistant to do extra things for him too. I'm sure. Won't be a problem. It'll be a part-time position that will end at the end of the holidays. I'll get in touch with the store's manager. She patted my hand and took a bite of my rice. That's mighty sweet of you, hockey boy. Mighty sweet. Anything for my Faye girl? It wasn't often I resorted to the cutesy names we'd used for each other since I was a boy. Faye had been my mom's best friend. They'd met during a European choir tour years ago, and my parents had insisted she take the role of my godmother when I was born. Even now, Faye still busied herself with gossip and greeting cards at every family event, from my birthday to holidays to Mom's monthly book club. It was almost as though I had two mothers, which wasn't necessarily a bad thing. Hence, the reason I'd kept the mention of the theft to myself. Faye had enough on her mind with her own financial situation. Now, all I needed was for Clary to get back to me regarding the list of invited staff. Though I know Ella wanted nothing to do with me, I couldn't help but hope she received an invitation to the ball, and that she'd come if she got invited.
Chapter 12. Ella. I lined up the pinned fabric with the 3/4 marking on my sewing machine, pushed the pedal with my foot, and fed the material through as the needle began inching up and down, up and down. Beside me, my roommate Chloe worked at her own machine. Its whirring hum added white noise in our momentary silence. Our friend Brandy had also come over to help. We still had several more pillowcases left to make before my too early bedtime. When I founded Stitches for Sierra had been living in my apartment complex and was dying of leukemia. I'd rounded up as many women as I could with even the tiniest sewing ability to help assemble a quilt in record time for Sierra before she passed away. Brandy and Chloe were the only two to continue in the organization with me. We were always eager for new ways to help people in need. Our projects mainly benefited kids at Harmony Children's, though occasionally a neighbor or a different need surfaced, and our crew of ladies worked together to create whatever was needed. Sewing had been a staple at the Embers household. Mom had made all of my clothes while I was growing up. Quilts for my cousins, new dresses for Easter. There was something about the way Mom had done things that felt old-fashioned and yet so perfect all at the same time. I missed her like crazy, and so I'd kept up with Stitches for Sierra, not only to help kids in need, but to honor Mom, too. "That should do it," I said, snipping through the thread on my machine. I then turned the fabric right side out, pleased to find the rectangular edging blended perfectly with the pink pillowcase body, which was covered with gingerbread men. "Some little girl is going to freak out over that one," Brandy said, pausing over her machine on the opposite end of my kitchen table. Brandy called herself Huggable, with dark skin and hair and the most gorgeous eyelashes I'd ever seen. I know, right? I wish I could see their faces when their pillows are brought in that morning, and they're not covered in boring white fabric but spangled in Christmas perfection. I'd relished perusing bolt after bolt of colorful festive fabrics, vibrant reds and greens covered with elves, reindeer, or Santa Claus, sparkling blues and purples with glittering snowflakes. There was something about coordinating colors together that was more satisfying than getting the last piece of pie. The plan was to deliver the pillowcases a day or two before Christmas so that the staff had time to prepare a pillow for each child. "It really is a great idea," Chloe added. Situated at the counter as she was, she spoke with her back to us. Her blue train and wreath-covered pillowcase fabric hung from the edge of the desk near the window. Chloe was of Asian descent, with dark hair and stunning cheekbones. "Giving is something my mom always did for people," I said, shrugging off their praise. Admiration wasn't why I did this. The memories of Mom's passing were all too fresh, even after so many years had passed. The pain, the disbelief, the loneliness. It had been disheartening. I knew how lonely hours at a hospital could be, especially during the holidays. While the last 10 years without Mom had been a struggle, I'd always found it harder at Christmas time. Stina could be cordial enough on the surface, but deep down, I knew she hated me. She'd been over the moon when I'd graduated from high school and finally moved out, at her request. If I were being honest, I'd been relieved at the separation too. Dad was happy with her, which I couldn't completely fathom. What did I care that he'd gradually allowed Stina to push me out of his life? For some reason, my thoughts drifted in Hawk's direction. Seeing him again so unexpectedly, spending time with him on the elevator and witnessing another side of him, a less confident, more human side, probably had something to do with it. He'd been so different on the elevator, so vulnerable, so real, so less focused with impressing me and just being himself. I'd liked it more than I realized. I'd liked him. Now more than ever, I hoped he'd text me again, but so far, he hadn't. He'd asked to see me again, but my family was the biggest reason I'd once again refused. Part of me wished I'd done the opposite. I could now, I supposed, text him, ask if he still wanted to see me. Not every relationship had such a miserable outcome. I mean, look at how great things turned out for Gabby and Adrian and for so many others. But I shook that thought away too. I just didn't see how I could put any faith in a man, ever. Not after the way my own father had let me go so easily. Relationships led to families. Families led to heartache. That was all there was to it. I guess I shouldn't be so cynical. I'd welcomed Gabby into my life readily enough. Grammy Carroll was dependable, as was Adele and her sister Susie. Family wasn't all bad, but though I was close to them, cousins weren't the same as immediate family. My heart hadn't just been trodden on. It had been burned, betrayed, and broken so much the barriers I had in place were made of steel. I couldn't let my guard down. A pinging email alert sounded from my cell. "That's you," Brandy called from her sewing machine. "It's me," I agreed. "But where's my phone?" I rifled through piles of fabric. It took lifting the pre-cut stacks and the scraps I'd just gotten from Samantha at Ever After, along with those fresh from the store, before I finally located it below a red and black combination with candy canes. I swiped to see a little number on the email icon. The sender was Ever After Sweet Shop. Unlike the other emails I occasionally got from them announcing promotions or discounts in their boutique shops, this was from corporate. "That's weird," I muttered. Brandy spoke without looking up. "What?" "I don't usually get emails from corporate Ever After. Usually they're from Stina or just ads." "Must be pretty important then," Brandy said. The whir of her machine began again. The subject line read, "An invitation especially for you." My heart flipped. Was this from Hawk? Curious, I tapped on the email. After skimming for a few moments and realizing it wasn't from him personally, I ignored my disappointment and read aloud, "Dear Ms. Embers, Christmas is a wonderful season of celebration, and one of the best ways we honor this beloved holiday here at Ever After Sweet Shop is by hosting an annual Christmas ball. We delight in gathering our employees who work so hard the rest of the year together for one harmonious celebration to thank them for all they do to keep Ever After Sweet Shop thriving all year round. As a member of Ever After Sweet Shop's exclusive custodial staff via Malus Custodial Management, you often slip through unseen. We at Human Resources believe your contribution is as vital as anyone else's in the company and are pleased to extend an invitation to you to attend Mr. Danielson's honorary Christmas ball to thank you for your hours of quiet, consistent service. It will be held on Christmas Eve, December 24th, from 8 p.m. to midnight at Ever After's corporate office. As this is a formal event, come ready to dance the night away in your finest formal attire. Refreshments will be served during the event. Please feel free to bring a single guest with you. We hope to see you at the ball. Sincerely, Deanna Hunt, Human Resource Manager. I stared at the screen. At one phrase in particular, Mr. Danielson's honorary Christmas ball. Instantly, my skepticism grew. Hawk had held this ball for years now. I knew it. Good grief, I'd had to clean up after it. In all that time, the custodial staff had never once been included. I'd always assumed it was because we weren't official employees. Therefore, we didn't do as much as his other departments. Why was Hawk including us now? Did it have something to do with the recent robbery accusations he'd pitted against the entire custodial staff? Considering Stina's warning to us earlier, he'd made it clear we were on rocky ground. My thoughts flicked back to my time with him on the elevator. I was sure he'd seen right through me. I'd stuffed my employee badge into my purse as quickly as possible, but he'd seen it. He thought I worked for him. Was that why he'd sent this now, so close to Christmas Eve? Brandy and Chloe gaped at me. "A ball?" Brandy said. "You know you're bringing me as your single guest, right?" I lowered my phone and stared at the piles of fabric and the utter disarray in my apartment. "You say that like I'm going." Chloe jutted her head forward. Why wouldn't you?" "Even if I went, which I wasn't going to, I wouldn't bring Brandy along. We'd been friends for a few years now, and I loved her company in smaller settings. But Brandy was an extrovert who insisted I be one too. It would be disarming enough at the ball around Hawk. I didn't need Brandy there trying to drag me onto the dance floor." Adele understood that about me. That was something that made her so great to be around. Addie allowed people to be themselves without pressure. I tapped my phone against my jaw. If I were to bring anyone, it would be her. Not that I was going. "It seems a little condescending, don't you think?" I said. "They've never invited any of us before. Look at the date. The ball is in 2 days." "So?" Chloe raised an eyebrow at me. "So it's like they've only just now realized we're a part of the corporation too. Sure, custodial isn't the most glamorous thing to do, but it's a job, and even Hawk said this morning how—" Brandy cut me off. She faced me fully this time, holding the half-sewn pillowcase on her lap. "Wait, you met him?" She and Chloe exchanged a look. "You call him Hawk now?" I grimaced. I'd filled Chloe in on my trip to Montana, but had left Hawk out of it completely. There hadn't been any reason to tell them anything about him. "Yeah, we met at the wedding, and then today, after getting the fabric from Samantha, I ended up getting stuck in an elevator with him. Never mind that I'd been texting with him on and off for 2 months in between." Both machines stopped whirring. Chloe and Brandy's shocked gazes stabbed into me. "You got stuck in an elevator with your boss?" Chloe said. "Is it just me, or does that sound completely romantic?" She sounded too much like Adelie for my taste. "Please tell me you took the chance to swoon into his arms," Brandy said, and the two of them broke into giggles. The pit of my stomach coiled. I'd fantasized about that very thing all through lunch, and even now, while watching the needle on my machine zigzag up and down. It would have been so easy to play the bumbling idiot, to tumble against him, take advantage of the secluded darkness of the moment, and lose ourselves in some fantastic kisses. My blood burned just thinking about it. He'd said he wanted a distraction. I totally could have distracted him, and from the attention he paid me, he would have been all for it. But that would have meant showing interest in him. I had no interest in Hawk Danielson. Even as I thought as much, my traitorous heart gave a little lurch. "It was anything but romantic," I said, deciding not to mention his phobia of tight spaces. For some reason, that detail felt private to me. Seeing Hawk like that had changed things more than I wanted to admit. It had made me respect him for not being as perfect or as prideful as he appeared. There was more to him, and I found myself wanting to know more. "So, tell us." Brandy scooted away from her sewing machine. "What's he like?" I attempted to act indifferent, but it wasn't quite as easy as it had been during our time in Montana. Back then, he'd only been a stuffy billionaire who was full of himself and out to flirt with whichever woman struck his fancy. Despite his request, I'd assumed he'd want nothing more to do with me once we got back to Vermont. His texts in the meantime had proven that wasn't the case, but after today, something had shifted. He'd been real, and he'd still shown interest in me, not as a weekend fling, but genuine interest. This email was proof of that, because as prideful as it seemed, I was almost sure the custodial staff had been invited because he found out I was on it. I turned my attention to the cluttered stacks of papers beside the TV, trying to ignore the irony. I cleaned by profession, and yet my apartment grew messier by the day. I hadn't seen the surface of anything in here since I'd moved in. "Why do you care?" I asked. "You can't be this impartial," Brandy said, "especially not if you saw him. I heard he's scrumptious." I lifted my chin. I hadn't noticed. Chloe belted out a laugh. As my roommate, she knew me better than most people. "That's the biggest chunk of baloney I've ever heard. Seriously, what's he like?" My face grew hot. He'd held me when I'd stumbled against him. He smelled like temptation, dressed like tailored charisma, and had drawn my interest in like a magnet. That whole hindsight being 20/20 thing wasn't fair. Why couldn't I have foreseen this side of him from the start? Would I have done anything differently? He'd said we'd lost 2 months. We'd met in October, and it was now the end of December. That was time I'd been here. Time I could have spent with him. Had I made a mistake? Doubt began to impose, and I didn't want to let it. Once I got Stina's stipend, I was leaving after Christmas. I was getting as far away from Vermont as I could, and I wasn't looking back. That was why I'd kept my distance. I had to remember that. "He's nice," I said to their inquisitive faces. He told me a little of his Christmas traditions and kept his cool under duress. He even— What? Whoops. Too much. Nothing, I said. He held the door as I left, that's all. Except, that wasn't all. I couldn't stop thinking about how his face had lit up at the sight of me, about the tender sympathy in his voice when I'd told him about Mom. He and I had shared a connection today, one I couldn't continue to ignore no matter how badly I wanted to. "He'll be at his honorary ball, won't he?" Chloe asked, reaching for a pair of scissors and cutting off a few wayward threads. My face heated all over again. "I don't know." She slammed the scissors onto the table a little too hard. "Would you stop acting completely uninterested already? The blush in your cheeks is totally giving you away." I flattened my hands over my face. This couldn't be happening. I couldn't let a guy in again, not after what had happened with Pris and Derek, with Dad and Stina. I couldn't let anyone get close to me again. "Will you give me a break about it?" Brandy and Chloe exchanged grins. "Someone's touchy. I thought you said nothing happened with him." "Nothing did. Yet." Brandy smirked. "And nothing will," I added, though the statement didn't ring as true as I wanted it to. "You'll never know," Chloe teased, reaching over and tapping a finger against my phone. "Unless you go." I lowered the piles of paper I was sifting through and glared. Some friends they were. "You're both crazy. Christmas Eve is in 2 days. You know how many pillowcases we have to finish before then." "Why would pillowcases hold you back?" Brandy leaned against the table, resting her cheek on her fist. "Because," Chloe said, folding her arms. "Knowing our girl, Ella, if she goes to a ball, she's going to insist on making her own dress, and she doesn't have time if she's got to sew pillowcases." She'd hit the spot on that one. What could I say? I liked the experimentation, the design of things. Outdated as the show was, Project Runway was one of my favorites. I even attempted some of their challenges sometimes, giving myself the same parameters and time frame. It was one reason I was fabric poor and why I was trying to be better at saving money. I'd shown Hawk several of my designs, and he'd seemed impressed. What if I made one and wore it? Would he recognize it? I shook that thought away, too. "You're making this a bigger deal than it actually is." I folded the pillowcase I'd just finished and moseyed over to add it to the stack. There were 57 children in that hospital ward, 57 kids who had to spend Christmas in the hospital, and I wasn't about to let a single one of them down just so I could make an exquisite gown that would be the perfect ensemble to win a certain man's attention at this ball. No, I didn't need to go. It was one more thing to add to my to-do list. I still had packing to do, preparations for the move, deep cleaning the apartment, not to mention the emotional change of uprooting my life. The thought of Hawk unhinged me enough as it was. I didn't need the complete derailing seeing him again would bring. And let's not even mention dancing with him again. I hadn't been able to forget the feel of his hands around me, the directness of his blue eyes, the dazzle of his smile. I'd have to push all thoughts of Hawk Danielson aside, and that meant pushing all thoughts of attending the ball aside too. I wasn't going, no matter how badly I wanted to.
Chapter 13. Hawk. I stared at the list. HR finally emailed me the lineup of employees in each of Ever After Sweet Shop's departments, including each person's mugshot. I didn't care if Cynthia down in staffing thought it was an odd request. The only way I could connect a face to a name was with a picture. I hadn't been able to stop thinking about Ella since our chance encounter, and I wanted to be absolutely sure that once I found her name, it was her. She'd been so calm, so kind and patient, as she'd tried distracting me and keeping me from hyperventilating. That wasn't the only reason I couldn't stop thinking about her. The tension between us anytime she was near strung tightly enough to pluck it with a pick. She was irresistible, unforgettable. I had to find her. I scrolled through screen after screen. Marketing, accounting, sales, human resources, production. I browsed through each quickly, eagerly, anxious to see her face again. I'd even looked her up on social media, but she didn't have a huge presence there, which brought me to this. Several times, a brunette woman with brown eyes caught my attention, but none of them were her. One was too old. One had a mole near her upper lip. One woman had audacious bangs. None of them matched the name Ella Embers. She'd suggested more than once that she worked in my building. The name tag she'd stuffed into her bag implied that she did anyway. Her talk about working Christmas Day still threw me. None of my departments would be open. Which one did she work in? Unless she had a second job. If that was the case, why hadn't she mentioned it? I sent a text to Deanna. Me, did the emails get sent out? Deanna, they did, sir. Your entire staff has been invited. The entire staff, me, please send me a list of the recipients. I didn't care if she thought the request strange. It was normal for me to want to know who'd been invited, wasn't it? I knew at least a handful of recipients. I decided to include the guys from Sigma Phi Rho. Having all those self-proclaimed bachelors was going to be a riot. It had been a while since we'd all gotten together. Duncan and Maddox both lived here in Westville, so I assumed they would be there. For some of the other guys, though, I wasn't sure whether they would come or not. River lived in New York now. Wesley had moved in with his mom in some tiny town in Arkansas. Prince Henrik was a no-go. The ocean between Vermont and his home country of Einvar might make attendance a little difficult. And the others? I wasn't as close to Knox, Ulrich, or Hunter, so I really couldn't say. I stared at my computer screen. I tapped my pencil on the desk. I got up and strolled around my office, stopping to stare at the Christmas tree by the window, before returning to the desk to check my phone. Deanna hadn't replied yet, nor had she sent the list of recipients. What was taking her so long? Impatient and agitated, I tapped Adrian's number. This was bordering obsessive, but for some reason the necessity to know felt urgent. Ella was leaving after Christmas. I had to let her go, yet my heart couldn't take the hint. It wasn't Christmas yet, and I'd never been one to let an opportunity pass me by. I'd meant what I'd told her. We could have had 2 months together. Why let the next week go to waste? She'd seemed interested when I'd said it. She'd seemed like she was fighting herself, which meant she wanted it too. "What's up?" Adrian said, answering the call. "Dude, this might sound weird, but I need to talk to your wife." "Is everything okay?" "I just wanted to ask." "Hang on," Adrian said. "Gabby's right here. I'll put you on speaker." Seconds ticked past, and then Gabby's sweet voice pealed. "Hey, Hawk," she said. "What's up?" "I like Ella," I told her. She giggled. "I could tell. I talked to her today, and I think she works for me." The pause on the other end was too long for my liking. "She wouldn't want me saying anything," Gabby finally said, sounding apologetic. "We tried setting you two up before," Adrian added, "and she was really hesitant." "I get that," I said, "but I also got different vibes from her today. I saw her, we talked, it was awesome. I invited her to my company Christmas ball." Gabby released an excited noise on the other end of the line. "But I didn't do it in person like I should have. She's been emailed along with the rest of my staff. I'd like to know where she works because I can't find her on any of our records." "That's because she doesn't technically work for you," Adrian said. Gabby shushed him. A small argument broke out between the two of them, and it sounded like Adrian said, "What? He'll find out anyway. It's not like it's a secret." "Just tell me," I said. "Please, put me out of my misery. She'll forgive you." Gabby sighed. "She works for her stepmother, Stina Malice." This threw me. The woman who oversaw the custodial company? I hadn't had much interaction with Stina other than the messages we'd shared over the recent theft. A sinking took place in my gut. Ethan, my head of security, suspected the thief was among the custodial staff. Was that why Ella was keeping herself so distant from me? I shook the thought away almost the instant it surfaced. She wouldn't do anything like that, even though she had jokingly said her family would suspect her of robbery if she were ever imprisoned. "Thanks for telling me," I said. "You two are coming to the ball, aren't you?" "We'd like to," Adrian said. "But don't tell me your company is being attacked again." I'd waited for something else to happen, after the mysterious little cards the bros and I had all gotten at his wedding. But so far, nothing else had happened. Will was back in jail. No one else at the frat was that psycho. "No," he said. "Your family's okay?" "Everyone's good. It's just that Gabby hasn't been feeling too great lately." "Gabby, you're sick?" I asked. "Something like that," she said with a smile in her tone. "You sound way too happy about this." Then the dots connected. "Dude, Gabby, are you like, it's too early to tell," she said, her voice exultant. "But I'm guessing the baby will be coming in July." I sank back in my chair and spun. "Honeymoon baby. Congrats, you two." This was a far cry from the lifelong bachelorhood Adrian and I had pledged ourselves to, but I couldn't say that was a bad thing. I never thought I'd think that. Growing up amidst my parents' emotional detachment, I witnessed their relationship unravel firsthand. Their fractured marriage was etched into my psyche, a stark reminder that marriage didn't guarantee happiness or authentic connection. I'd sworn to avoid it. I'd sworn to never marry, to never have kids, so I didn't put them through the same tragedy. But Adrian's bliss, his love for Gabby, that was something I'd witnessed only once before, with my sister and her husband. I'd told Gemma she was crazy for getting married. She'd insisted her husband was a good guy, that he'd never be like Dad. They'd been married for over 10 years now and were still going strong. I hadn't wanted to let that fact hold any sway over me. Just because it worked for them didn't mean it was the right thing for me. Back in the day, Adrian had sworn off women too. He wouldn't have turned his back on his bachelorhood for a relationship that was doomed to fail. Seeing his happiness made my longtime opinions shift the slightest bit. Having babies, moving on, that was cool. Gemma had tried convincing me of that fact before too, but I'd never been able to believe her. Now, though, my thoughts were turning in a different direction, one I wasn't entirely sure how to handle. Part of me wanted to let this whole pursuit of Ella alone, to hold to my bachelor ways, but there was something about her I hadn't been able to ignore from the start. I wouldn't be able to now. "Thanks, man," Adrian said. "Good luck with Ella." "Thanks for helping the brother out," I said. "Don't you dare tell her I told you," Gabby added. "I wouldn't dream of it." I ended the call and glimpsed my computer screen. Deanna had followed through and sent the list of recipients after all. I skimmed it over and then, sure enough, saw Ella's name and email under the branch of Malice Custodial Management. So she did work in my building, just not for me. That explained why she'd potentially be working on Christmas Day. I was tempted to broach Stina about that as well, but her business wasn't any of mine. My thumbs flew across my phone's screen. But just as quickly as I tapped out the questions for Ella, I erased them. This was no time for truth or dare. I wasn't playing a game, not anymore. New thoughts crammed into my mind. Now that I knew more about Ella, I definitely couldn't let it go. I tapped out a text to my assistant instead. "Me. What time does the custodial staff usually arrive to start their jobs?" "Clary. At 4 a.m., why do you ask?" "Me. No reason." I tipped back in my chair and stared up at the ceiling, considering. I'd been an idiot by not asking Ella to the ball when I'd had her right there in front of me. My biggest worry with all of this additional effort was that even with the blanket email invitation, Ella would still stay away. Texting her would make things too easy for her to turn me down again. If I asked her myself, though, in person, she might consider giving me a chance after all. 4 a.m. was painfully early, but if that was what it took, I'd give it a shot.
Chapter 14. Ella. I dragged my feet. 3:30 a.m. came too soon on a summer day, but add snow, below-zero temperatures, and wind chill? With my apartment's radiator on the fritz in the early morning hours, I was just plain cold. I blew warm air onto my hands and crept quietly through the apartment. Though I had to get up this early, Chloe didn't. Fortunately, she was such a heavy sleeper. She usually didn't notice the floor creaks or the accidental cupboard door slams as I retrieved my daily protein bar and banana breakfast. Solitude in these early morning hours was a catalyst for deep thinking and personal reflection. Maybe it was the darkness. Maybe it was the stillness of being alone. Maybe it was the lonely ache in my heart, but for whatever reason, I thought about Hawk. Seeing him in the elevator yesterday, seeing him slightly unraveled and less than perfect, altered my perspective of him. During our trip to Montana, he'd been so cocky, so obnoxiously confident and certain he could get what he wanted. It had gotten my back up. But in that elevator, seeing his difficulty with tight spaces, he'd relaxed his hold on that persona. He'd let me see who he really was. Hawk Danielson might be a billionaire, but he was also a person. He'd been authentic and kind. Something had shifted between us, and the notion had scared me so much that when he offered to see me again, I'd panicked and defaulted. How could I have said yes? Why hadn't I said yes? I shook myself as I bundled up and stepped outside. It was done and over with. There was nothing I could do about it now. Westville was beautiful, I'd give the town that much. The slow-rising fog, the white hush in the air, the smell of crisp, stark cold. I took a moment to breathe it in and bask in the icicles tipping every tree before I scuttled to my car. The drive to Ever After Corporate took about 10 minutes, which was the perfect amount of time for my car to warm up, just for me to shut it off again. I mused over the prospect of cleaning, vacuuming, scrubbing toilets, or whatever sundry tasks Stina had in store for me that day. The quicker I went and worked, the quicker it would be over, I supposed. The contrast of white snow against the morning's blackness was a stunning duality. The snowplow was in the parking lot, its lights casting yellow beams. I parked in the employee section, which had fortunately been cleared already, and dashed through the dark toward the large building's back entrance. A man stepped out from the shadows. His hands were buried in his coat pockets. His nose was bent toward his collar, and he startled me so much I lifted my bag and whacked him as hard as I could with it. "Ow, hey," he said, lifting an arm. Where was pepper spray when I needed it? I turned heel and bolted for my car, only to find a patch of ice. My balance flew. I flung out my arms, losing my grip on my bag, and released an unexpected squeal as my feet slipped out from under me. "Ella!" the man called. This only startled me all the more. He knew my name? But, smarting from its impact with the ice, I winced and peered up to find Hawk Danielson offering me his hand. Wait. My mind did a double-take. Hawk Danielson? He was here? Now? My thoughts from earlier came rushing in. Much as I wanted to resurrect the barriers I'd had in place where he was concerned, they stayed out of sight. He was here. And I was okay with it. "I didn't mean to scare you like that," he said. Instead of looking apologetic, the rascal was laughing at me. Laughing! The nerve! I smacked his hand away. "What are you doing here?" He grinned and offered his hand one more time. "I came to see you." This time, I accepted the gesture. His gloved hand met mine, and he hefted me to my feet with more strength than I expected. I lost my balance again and collided with his chest and the scent of his cologne. "He wore cologne this early in the morning?" I pushed him away. "You do know it's 4 a.m., right?" "That's the idea. I wanted to catch you before you got to work." "Well, you succeeded." How did he even know where I worked? I brushed the snow from my pants, but it was too late. The cold had already seeped into the fabric of my jeans. "I wasn't sure I'd bump into you in the elevator again." I peered toward the door. One of my coworkers, Janice, stalked toward it, stopping to peer at me. At least it wasn't Pris or Charlotte. I gave a little wave. "That still doesn't explain what you're doing here," I said, making my way toward the door. Not only was it blasted cold out here, but I had to get to work. We weren't all billionaires. Hawk stuffed his hands in his pockets, angled his head, and strolled with me. "I'm here to ask you out." I stopped just before we reached the door and met his gaze. He was shattering, dreamlike, and the corner of his mouth crooked upward. My heart gave a little flutter. No self-consciousness. Of course not. He was probably used to getting whatever he wanted. The irritation I'd been expecting since he arrived skewered through me. Maybe I'd been wrong. Maybe our moment yesterday had been a fluke. Part of me hoped it was. The other part of me. I opened the door, stepped into the warm hallway, and walked. Hawk kept pace with me. "Adrian put you up to this, didn't he?" I asked. It was the only reason I could think a man like Hawk Danielson would get up this early. Just to come see me? No way. "No. He told me you didn't want to date me." "I don't." I lifted my chin and turned the corner so he wouldn't see my smile. When I'd first met Adrian and Gabby, they'd suggested setting me up on a blind date with Hawk. That had been an avid no, and I'd been telling them no ever since. "You don't sound very convinced." This time, his voice came from behind me. I stopped, pivoted, and peered back. He stood beneath the hall's fluorescent light, hands in his pockets, lips and eyes banding together to smirk and drive me absolutely wild. If that wasn't a come-hither glance, I didn't know what was. The pit of my stomach stirred. I had no argument. He had me there. He so had me. Hawk took my silence as an invitation to come closer. Every step sucked more oxygen from the hall, so that by the time he was close enough for me to swim in the blue of his eyes, I could barely breathe. My pulse was a drum. I have to get to work." My voice was embarrassingly breathy. He was completely muddling my thoughts. "Say yes." "You're busy." My argument sounded feeble. "I'm busy. It's not a good idea." Hawk stroked my arm. Though I barely felt his touch through my thick coat, it was noticeable enough. "Come on, be my date at the ball. You might like me." That was exactly what I was afraid of. I already liked him. Too much. "Okay," I heard myself say. It wasn't a full smile. His lips tweaked just enough, but the victory dance going on in his eyes stole all of my attention. "Is that a yes?" "Yes." His smirk bloomed into a full grin. My head emptied completely. All thoughts fled. Motion was impossible. All I could do was exist and try to keep breathing. "Okay," he said. "I'll text you to coordinate things so I can pick you up, and I'll probably text you anyway because I want to." He wanted to. He wanted me. I'd known this for a while, but it was different this time. Maybe because this time I believed his interest was sincere. Any other man would have taken the hint and moved on by now. He hadn't. I muttered something that sounded like, sounds good." I was detached. I was floating. I was a flipping hot air balloon. "You going to work or what?" he said, his eyes laughing. He jutted his chin in the direction I'd been heading. Yes." Heat flooded my face. "Guess you'd better get going. I'm headed back to bed." After holding my gaze a few moments longer, he turned on his heel and strutted in the direction we'd come in. Was this real? Hawk Danielson had just asked me to be his date at his Christmas ball, and I'd agreed? How had he even known where to find me? The fact that my backside was still sore and the sight of his smile had brandished itself into my mind affirmed as much, as well as the sight of Pris's armored stance as I turned the corner. "What was that about?" she asked. I froze. Every hazy, disoriented thought that had been vaulting in all directions suddenly clattered back to earth. My defenses went on alert as they always did around her. "What was what?" "Who was that?" she sneered. "Someone asked you out?" This was the last thing I needed. "You heard that?" It sounded like it was Mr. Danielson. "How do you know what he sounds like?" I wasn't sure she'd ever spoken directly with him before. I wouldn't have either. Not if it hadn't been for Gabby and Adrian's interference. My stomach gave a little flicker again. She rolled her eyes. "Just tell me. Was it him? Why would he ask you out?" "What do you care?" "He's the owner of the company," she said, as though her reservations were obvious. "So?" I continued toward the office. I needed to clock in. I was already late as it was. No need to let Pris make things worse. I couldn't let her know how ecstatic about this I was. She would sabotage everything. She would use my feelings as fodder to take me down in whatever nasty little ways she could think of. "There's no way the owner of Ever After Sweets is interested in you." She'd laid the bait, but I wasn't rising to it. I continued walking toward the office. Leave it to Pris to ruin a moment as amazing as this. Hawk had not only asked me to be his date at the ball, but he'd come at an unearthly hour to meet me so he could ask me in person. That had been a huge motivator for my decision to give him a chance. It had been proof. He wasn't just out for a quick fling, he'd gone out of his way to ask me, and that meant something. Hawk was right. I couldn't deny it anymore. I liked him, and even as I admitted that thought to myself, my excitement about the ball grew. It was just too bad Pris had been the one to overhear. She was the queen of wearing a chip on her shoulder. She already resented me for what had happened with Derek. I just hoped she wouldn't do anything to jeopardize my date with Hawk. Stina sat at her desk as she always did, barely greeting us as we trundled in. Pris had made it in before I did. She was bent toward her mother and my stomach sank. She couldn't really be telling her about what she'd overheard, could she? Ridiculous. I got asked on a date by a handsome guy. So what? So this was Pris. She was in constant competition with everyone around her. Second best was never good enough, and for whatever reason, someone else's success took her down a peg in her eyes, so of course she had to lash out. If she was getting Stina in on this, that didn't bode well either. If I thought Pris was spoiled and conniving, she had nothing on her mother. Stina liked to be the boss, to make others clean up messes, to give orders, to have someone else do the work and then reap the benefits herself. Knowing Stina's stuffy, controlling personality and seeing the way she kept her own house so completely pristine where dust didn't dare to descend, a custodial company seemed below her. But she wore her position like some kind of brand, like something that was owed to her. She'd treat Hawk that way too, I had no doubt. Once she caught wind of the fact that he was interested in me and not Pris. It didn't matter. This was why I was leaving. I'd go to the ball with Hawk, and that would be that. I was leaving before she could manipulate things and get me fired or something just to keep me away from him. It was what she'd done by kicking me out of my own house once I graduated from high school. She'd offered me a job at the same time. It had been an incentive to soothe the impact of being uninvited from my home. With the prospect of paying rent, Stina had presented a position with her, and I'd taken it to save myself the hassle of being interviewed anywhere else. I'd intended on going to college at the time. Custodial had been the best job because it enabled me to juggle both school and work, since my hours were so much earlier than my classes would have been. But reality had hit with the force of a sledgehammer. Working such early, long hours left me too exhausted for classes. Survival mode had kicked in, and I'd had to drop out. I had to eat. School wasn't going to feed me. Postponing school was for the best. It had given me time to build my portfolio before applying for Garson's School of Fashion Design in New York. I felt confident in the designs I'd been able to create, and the promise of Stina's stipend had kept me going. Sure, custodial meant having zero social life because of how early I had to go to bed, but it left my afternoons open for stitches for Sierra, too. There had been a lot of perks about the job, which was the only reason I'd stayed as long as I had. The prospect of working during daylight hours absorbed me as I opened my locker and retrieved my gray jumpsuit. If I worked during the day, my evenings would be open for more dates, and if I worked somewhere else, I could get off of Pris and Stina's radar. Hawk and I could see one another more often. I tugged the jumpsuit on over my clothes and stuffed my feet into my boots with more force than was necessary. Janice entered and worked the lock on her locker next to mine. "Morning," I said. "What did we do now?" Janice whispered as she removed her jumpsuit from her locker. Confused, I turned. From the scorn and skepticism on their faces, other members of the crew seemed to harbor the same unease. The room was as solemn as a tomb. Maybe their whispering hadn't been about me at all. What had Pris told Stina? "Who knows?" I said. "She's always got something to grill us about." "Did something else go missing?" Trevor asked. He had black hair and a long nose and stood just behind Janice, zipping into his jumpsuit as well. The tense mood continued while the rest of the sleepy crew trickled in. Emmett, with his short-cropped curls, saluted Janice and me with 2 fingers at his temple. Stina sat in her almighty chair, arms folded, mouth pinched, until the crew stood in our gray jumpsuits, ready for keys and the day's assignments. I suddenly felt as though I were in the army instead of on a janitorial staff. Officer Stina gave a noisy sniff. Her chair creaked, and she rose and stood before us, like for all the world, she was a drill sergeant. "Mr. Danielson is getting suspicious," Stina began. how many of you received an email with an invitation to the ball yesterday?" "Ella got more than that," Pris muttered. I was ready to throttle her. She pelted me with a snooty glare. Her sister, Charlotte, gave me a surprised squint, as though wondering what was going on between us. One by one, each member of the crew raised his or her hands. Was there something wrong with having been invited? "So did I," Stina said, "to have him extend this invitation so soon after accusing one of us of theft." "Innocent until proven guilty," Charlotte suggested. "Why don't you ask Ella if he suspects one of us? She's apparently all buddy-buddy with Mr. Danielson all of a sudden." The attention of the room veered to me. My chest tightened. Jealous much? Hawk's visit to me this morning must really be eating at her. It made me grin inside, just the tiniest bit. Hey, she was the one who made everything between us a competition. I might as well get one up on her. Her mother ignored her. "That means he's noticing us. That means we're either doing something very right or very wrong. Let's make sure it's the former, people. Double and triple check your work. Every garbage can, every hallway, every stair. Make sure your work is impeccable, and if you know anything about the missing office supplies, report it immediately." My stomach twisted. "You still don't know who's been taking things? Isn't it always the guilty who speaks up first?" Pris sneered at me from across the room. "I didn't do it." I offered my hands in unnecessary surrender. "I'm just surprised they haven't found out who it was." "It's a sneaky thing to do," Stina said, stalking toward me. Her heels smacked the cement. I stood my ground and maintained eye contact. "Especially at Christmas time," Stina continued. "I'm sure they're doubling down on surveillance, so let's make sure we do our best. I'd hate for Ever After Suites to search for different custodial management because someone on my staff has been dishonest." She hadn't directed her words at anyone in particular. She hadn't even been looking at me as she'd finished them. But from the way Pris sniggered, from the way her mother pursed her lips at her, I got the feeling the threat was targeted in my direction. What else did Stina possibly think she could do to me? I was about to find out I wouldn't like the answer to that much at all. Chapter 15. Ella. I pushed the large-wheeled garbage can along the hallway on the 3rd floor, stopping to wipe the glass display near the elevator with the employee names and their room numbers. Earbuds in place, I drowned out my worries with a podcast on fashion design. The featured speaker that morning discussed streamlining a formal gown to be a cross between a full, flowing princess skirt and a more contemporary bodice. From there, the conversation drifted into more of the marketing side of things, having designs noticed by magazines, getting a photo op on the front cover. I stopped for a moment to tap in a few notes to catalog the tips being given. Once the fingertips were removed from the glass display case, I rotated. The podcaster paused long enough for sounds of a squeaky-wheeled mop bucket to trail from down the hall. Charlotte gave me a small wave. She'd always been the nicer of my stepsisters, sharing clothes with me, talking to me without derision, being nice. Where Pris's hair was long, Charlotte's was a short bob with bangs. She had similar brown eyes and thin lips like her sister's, but her eyes didn't unleash the same vindictive, I want to burn the world down blaze that Pris's did. I peeked at the clock over the stairs. It was nearing on 9 and would soon be quitting time. Time to return cleaning tools to their coordinating closets on every floor and close up things for the day. I'd hand in my keys, get home, and take a few minutes to scratch out the new design dominating my thoughts. It would be the perfect gown to wear to the ball. My thoughts hadn't stopped straying in that direction, in Hawk's direction, all morning. With every new recollection, the urgency to get home and get designing my dress rat-a-tatted like an entire drumline. Charlotte wheeled in closer. "I heard you're going to the dance." For a minute, I wondered if she was going to mention my upcoming date with Hawk as Pris had done, but Charlotte wasn't anywhere near as petty as her sister was. I smiled at her. "Yeah, I am." "Did you see this?" She offered her phone in my direction. I wondered what she was doing here. She'd been assigned to the 7th floor. There was a possibility that Stina had reassigned her. "Check this out," she went on. "These gowns are going for amazing prices." I was impressed by the designs. Gold ball gowns, indigo, strapless dresses, black and sequined get-ups that only reached to the thigh. Each display was paired with a little yellow sale tag. The prices were actually decent. "Where is this?" I asked. "Circle of Elegance, downtown," Charlotte said. "They're stunning," I said. I rested my cloth against its place on the garbage cart when my pulse kicked dirt like a runaway horse. Hawk Danielson turned the corner. I never thought I'd see him twice in one day, and yet here we were. I was painfully aware of my rumpled jumpsuit. My hands were sticky thanks to something that had clung to the garbage bag I'd emptied, and my hair was falling loose from its bun. Still, he wanted to go out with me. He might as well know just who he was interested in. This was me. Where this morning he'd rolled out of bed with tangled hair and jeans, now he looked razor-sharp and dressed to kill in a pinstriped suit. His blonde hair swooped up in that oh-so-casual way that bespoke of its rumpled, roll-out-of-bed look from earlier today, made better by hair gel. My pulse ratcheted. Part of me wondered if he'd even notice me standing here, but from the flicker of recognition in his eyes as he passed and the way he veered away from the stairs to my direction instead, he did. "Hey there," he said as he approached. He greeted Charlotte, but then his attention fixated on me. "Hard at work?" "Just about to clock out for the day," I said. I jutted my chin toward the stairs. "No elevator for you?" He shook his head. "I'm not getting on that thing again." A laugh burbled up my throat. "Not even if I go with you? If you go with me?" His gaze flickered to Charlotte, who made no secret of her listening in on our conversation. I was weirdly eager to hear what he'd been about to say. Hawk cleared his throat. "I'd love to stay and talk with you, but I'm actually meeting with a client. I'll call you later?" Yes. Hawk was going to call me. He was going to call me. He could have at any time before now, but he hadn't, and I respected the heck out of him for it. "Have a good one," he said before casting an acknowledging nod to Charlotte and swaggering to the stairs. I exhaled the minute he was out of sight and rolled the garbage can just enough to regain my posture. He was going to be frigging contacting me. I couldn't believe he wanted to. I'd shot him down hard at the wedding. I'd kept him at virtual arm's length during each of our text chats for months. I'd snubbed him after our time in the elevator, and he'd persisted anyway. Charlotte fanned herself. "Oh my gosh, who knew the Candyman was such a hottie? No wonder Pris has her panties in a twist." "What does that mean?" I asked, my defenses rising. "Pris told me this morning, but I didn't believe it. The Segsy owner of Ever After Sweet Shop came at 4 a.m. to invite you to the ball with him. Why? I mean, how? You, know each other?" "I met him at my cousin's wedding," I admitted, not wanting to share too many details because as kind as Charlotte was, she was a malouse, and the mention of Pris had my backup. What exactly had Pris told her? And why did she even care? I already knew the answer to that. Everything was a battle with her. Forget the fact that this was matters of the heart we were dealing with. If I were dating a guy who was hotter and wealthier than her, she'd never let me live it down. Charlotte's gaze became serious. "Ella, you know Pris?" "Yeah, I do. I didn't like this. She said some things this morning that, don't let your guard down around her, okay? She's my sister and all, but so are you." I'd been about to demand to know exactly what Pris had said, but Charlotte's last words threw me for a moment. "You think I'm your sister?" I asked. She blinked. "Well, aren't you?" Yeah, I guess so." I'd never felt included by any of the Maluses or even my own father since they'd joined our family. To hear Charlotte involve me like that was both touching and alarming. She'd never included me like that before. Why was she now? In any case, be careful with Hawk. "What did Pris tell you?" I asked. She's jealous of anything you have. You know that. And to have the attention of a man like that? I wouldn't put it past her to try and target him and take him away from you, you know? I scoffed, thinking of how true this threat actually was. If Hawk is idiot enough to fall for Pris, then he can have her. I pushed the cart toward the closet. "But thank you for the warning. It means a lot." I didn't like it, though. I'd had the same misgivings since she'd overheard him ask me out this morning. Pris was as nasty as they came. I needed to warn Hawk that if he wanted anything to do with me, he was going to have to face all the nasty too. That might push him away. Despite my cavalier response to Charlotte's warnings, my heart pinched at the thought. I didn't want to lose his attention, not now that I was finally opening up to it. Besides, I wasn't going to let Pris bully me, not again. This was Hawk Danielson, a good-looking, one-of-a-kind, charming Hawk Danielson. I mean, who came to meet someone at 4 a.m. just to ask her out? It was the sweetest thing any guy had ever done to get to me, and I wasn't going to turn my back on that, not for any threats my stuck-up stepsister could make. "You know, I'm kind of looking forward to this Christmas Eve ball," Charlotte said. Rag in hand, I wheeled the large gray can the rest of the way down the hall and into the custodial closet. I pushed it back to make room for Charlotte to empty her mop water into the floor tub. The garbage wasn't yet full enough to empty, so I left it for tomorrow. "You're going then?" I asked. "Why not? Mom's party is during the afternoon. We'll have the evening to ourselves. She's cleared everything so we can go." I hadn't been included in family anything in so long. The word had a sparkle to it. "I hadn't heard. She said she had me scheduled to clean Highland Heights." Charlotte hung the mop on its peg and dusted her hands. "On Christmas Eve! Mom isn't that heartless. Anyway, I can't believe some of these dress prices. I'm going to head over and see if I can get in on this sale. You should come." I was stunned. "You're inviting me?" "Shouldn't I? Why do you act so surprised?" Charlotte had never invited me anywhere. I couldn't help the skepticism that crept in. I didn't want to suspect something so unfair, but was it possible Charlotte was buddying up to me at Pris's request? Pretending to care, showing sympathy for Pris's unkindness, were they all ploys to get me to lower my defenses? Charlotte fiddled with the zipper of her jumpsuit. "It's Christmas! We should go shopping together." I couldn't help my unease. Plenty of Christmases had come and gone in the 10 years since our parents had been married. What made this one any different, especially with how closed-off Stina and Pris were? It had to be a ruse. Pris had put her up to this, and I wasn't going to fall for it. "Thanks, but I don't know if I'm going," I lied. "I have to check with Stina." It was a lame excuse, but it was the best I could come up with in the moment. "You're going to turn him down?" Of course not. I had every intention of going to the ball. Even if I worked Christmas Eve, I would still have a few hours to spend with Hawk first. But I wasn't going to tell her that, and give her more fodder to hand over to Pris. I was so going. With him. The other reason I declined, however, was that I didn't want to go in someone else's gown, in something picked off the rack. I wanted to go in something I'd designed. I wanted to waltz into that room in something I'd sewn with my own hands and have the pride of knowing it was all my own. "I don't know," I told her. "Thanks for the invite, though." Charlotte shrugged and headed into the hall. I waited a few minutes before following her. I locked the closet door and shuffled to the elevator, grateful to find her gone. Much as I wanted to believe Charlotte's sudden offer, I just couldn't buy it. The elevator arrived, and I stepped in and tapped LL for the building's lower level. I couldn't stop thinking about Charlotte's offer. When referring to Christmas Eve and Christmas Day plans, she had said we. Did that include me? Was I actually going to be invited to Christmas lunch with my dad and have the holiday off? It was too much to hope for. I entered the break room. Charlotte, Pris, Trevor, and Liam trailed behind me one by one, removing their jumpsuits, inserting their time cards into the machine, and heading out. Charlotte and Pris gabbed the whole way down the hall after begging their mom for her credit card so they could buy dresses. I lingered longer than I normally would have, waiting to see if Stina might mention the lunch. After the whole debacle with Derek Cummins, I knew better than to expect anything from her, but I was still stupidly hopeful. Not to spend time with her, but to spend time with Dad. I'd tried pleading with him after the fallout had happened, but Dad had taken his wife's side. Granted, he had to live with the woman, but still, they'd made unfair accusations about me stealing Derek right out from under Pris's nose. Truth be told, Derek had told me how manipulative Pris had been while they'd dated. He'd claimed he loved being around me because I didn't belittle him or make him feel incompetent just so he'd stay with me. After he and Pris had broken up, he'd come to me as a friend, because he'd needed someone to talk to. Then, after spending a few afternoons together, our conversations had veered away from Pris. They'd turned inwardly, to ourselves and our feelings. He'd opened up to me. I'd opened up to him. We'd bonded. We'd shared moments, laughter. And then, in a memory that still dazzled in my mind, Derek had kissed me. Of course, it had looked like I'd been his rebound. Maybe I had been. I could still hear all the foul things Pris had said once she'd found out. Derek and I had tried to date after that, to show Pris and Stina that they had no control over our lives, but things continued going downhill. Pris had stalked to Derek's late at night. She'd spread lies about me to her mom. Derek and I had agreed to end it, for both our sakes, and then I'd been denied entrance into my childhood home altogether. "I'm sure you have somewhere else you'd rather be than with the rest of us," Stina had crowed from the half-opened front door 2 years ago when I'd arrived for the family gathering. I'd spotted the Christmas tree behind her. Music had wafted from the open door, along with the smells of cinnamon rolls and ham. Then Stina had shut me out. She'd left me on the doorstep like a traveling salesman. She had a sniveling way of turning things around, of making it sound like she was trying to be considerate of me, but I knew better. I stared at Stina now, thinking of those awful memories, wondering what I was doing here. Why had I worked with this viper for so long? $1,000 seemed like a lot, but was the educational stipend really worth it? This was why I was leaving. I couldn't wait to not only quit my job, but quit this town. I couldn't wait to leave everything that had to do with Stina and Pris Malice behind. "As far as Christmas Eve goes," Stina began. My heart morphed into a bird. I froze, disbelieving, and yet warning myself not to give in. She was a scorpion. She tended to sting. It was just who she was. I couldn't forget that. "I know this is a busy time for you, especially with this Sierra project of yours, so I don't think you should plan on coming to the family lunch, not if you're wanting to finish in time for the ball. I'm assuming you're going." I did what I could to steady my breathing. Assume? Please. She knew full well I'd been invited by the owner of the company. I had no doubt Pris had told her, just like she'd told Charlotte and probably the rest of the crew. "Yes." Before I could finish, Stina plowed on. "In that case, you still have Highland Heights. You'll have to leave the ball early to make it to work on time." This was infuriating. I was just as much a member of the family as Charlotte or Pris. I hadn't been a welcomed guest in my own home for 2 years. She might have control over that, but I wouldn't let her control this. In that moment, I saw things clearly, more clearly than I had in probably ever. "I'm unavailable Christmas Eve." Stina lifted her chin. "Excuse me?" "I have plans," I said, holding my ground. "This is your job, Ella," Stina said. "Like it or not, I am your manager. So until you find work elsewhere, you go where I schedule you." How she must love this, lording over me like I was her own personal servant. I hadn't yet told her I was leaving for New York. No time like the present. "Then consider this my 2 weeks' notice." Stina's nostrils flared. "Oh? Just like that?" "Actually, I've been planning it for some time," I said, heart pounding, threatening to explode in my chest. This was it. This was glorious. Even if it meant losing the stipend, I couldn't back down now. Besides, she was contractually obligated to grant the money to me because it was part of her business policy. "I haven't known how to tell you," I said. "And what are you going to do instead? Do you have other work lined up? It's not a good idea to quit without having a backup plan." The last thing I wanted from this woman was a lecture or advice. I was too seething mad and trying hard to keep myself under control to attempt a reply. I also didn't want her to know anything about my plans. I wanted to disappear, to leave her behind in every way I could. 2 weeks' notice or not, you're still on the schedule," she went on, not waiting for me to answer. "I told them you can start at midnight. That should give you time to enjoy a little of the ball before dashing off. Then you can work and be back for opening presents with whoever you celebrate Christmas with." No sympathy or remorse came at being the cause of exclusion from my family's Christmas. She waved this last part out as though it was nothing more than an afterthought and began sorting through papers on her desk. "No," I said. Her eyes flashed. Her tone shifted from honey to vinegar in an instant. She rose from her chair and jabbed a finger in my direction. "You can't tell me no." A little vein appeared in her forehead. "I just did." Her upper lip curled over her teeth. "You'd better not miss this. You're my reliable one. I need you there on that job." Was that a compliment veiled within that threat? I asked. I met her glower without backing down. I'd dreamed of this moment for so long. It hadn't come when I'd planned. I'd planned to walk off the job and leave her high and dry, but somehow this felt better. I'd never had anything to hold over Stina, not like she'd done to me for years. Truth be told, I'd never been the vindictive type, but I was tired of having her treat me like something she'd stepped in. Her chest heaved. "You skip out on this and you'll regret you ever said no to me," she promised. "Stina," I began. My voice sounded almost sympathetic. "What else can you possibly take from me?" I wasn't going to mention Dad. She was a smart woman. She knew exactly what she'd done. I saw as much in the cruelty in her eyes. They gleamed with hatred. The expression jarred me and left a solid lump in my stomach. How could she hate me this much? What had I ever done to her? She straightened her posture and glanced away, as if the thought of looking at me was repulsive. I didn't wait for a verbal reply. That stance was enough. I turned my back to her and walked out, wishing the nagging fear that she'd make good on her promise of regret would stay where it was.
Chapter 16. Hawk. 2 more days until Christmas. I was definitely pushing time. I should have had the candy delivery to Harmony Children's planned out before now. But with financial advisors arguing with me about costs, with the expansion into commercial stores, not to mention other matters concerning the ball, I'd let it slip through the cracks. My financial advisor's insistence clamored through my brain even now. According to them, donating candy to the children's hospital was too much. An unnecessary hassle. Sounded like I needed to find some new advisors. Not only was a charitable donation good for tax purposes, but candy for these kids wouldn't cost that much. I needed production to get on this order as quickly as possible, or we'd be out of time. Chances were, however, it was already too late for that. I wouldn't let that stop me. If I had to, I'd pay out of pocket for the goodie baskets, gift bags, and the confections to fill them. Production had come through, and I'd needed a basket for Adrian's fundraiser last spring. They could handle this, too. A new notion sparked inside of me. I paused, resting my hands against the edge of my desk. "You know," I said to my empty office, to the Christmas tree in the corner. Light from the window glinted off the bright red and gold bulbs. "That's not a bad idea." I darted up and buttoned my suit coat and texted Clary to stop by any of my shops and pick out an assortment of goodie bags. None of this waiting for approval business. This was my gift to the hospital, and the old adage rang true. I wanted something done. I was doing it myself, just like with Ella. I thrilled again at the memory of that interaction, of the way her eyes widened, the way she reacted to my asking her out, at her saying yes. I danced with her once. I couldn't wait to do it again. My phone pinged with my assistant's ready reply. "Clary, how many?" I did a mental calculation of the hospital's youthful residents. As far as I knew, there were over 50 children receiving treatment. The hospital staff might like a Christmas treat too in all of this. Me, better make it 200. Hopefully that would be enough. Clary, "Will do, sir." My steps were lighter than they'd been in days. With the stress I'd been under lately, it felt good to be doing something for someone else. I'd already gotten gifts for Faye, my parents, Gemma, and her husband and kids, but ordering candy for these kids seemed different somehow. It was Ella. In a roundabout way, I was doing this for her. "Clary, how are you planning on delivering these to the hospital? Would you like me to do it?" Everyone was taking the day off tomorrow, and then again Christmas Day. This really should have been put into motion sooner. Ah well, best laid plans. Me, no thanks. I'll handle it. I wanted this to be a personal gesture. My candy was nothing short of awesome. It was what made the goods unique and special, and what had made me a billionaire in the first place after I'd inherited the company from my dad. My boutique stores speckled the East Coast, but it wasn't like these kids could venture out to one, no matter how close it might be. Their health wouldn't allow it. Too bad I couldn't bring an ever after sweet shop to them. Unless, I said, pausing mid step, as yet another idea began to form. What if I did just that? I didn't know exactly what health condition each child was battling, but so many of them had probably been residents for a while. They probably missed their homes, missed little things most people took for granted, like shopping. Pausing just before I reached my office door, I pulled out my phone. There wasn't much time to move on this either. Clary, I said when she answered, what's your favorite part about going into an ever after sweet shop? If my assistant was confused by the question, she didn't show it. She was used to my random antics. The candy is amazing, sir, but it's even more appealing on site. It reminds me of Honeydukes when we went to Harry Potter World last summer, except you have your Italian soda bar. Yes, exactly, I said with gusto. It was one thing to order something from a store online, but going there, experiencing the atmosphere of a store, seeing something on a shelf, and having the satisfaction of picking it out for myself, that was what I wanted to give to these kids. Delivering candy to these kids is all well and good, I said, but I think we should bring the sweet shop to them. What? How? Energy whirred inside of me the more I spoke. We could set it up in the hospital waiting room, bring the kids out and let them pick whatever they want. Can you imagine how amazing that would be for them? I waited for enthusiasm, for kudos. Wasn't she supposed to praise me for being a genius? Don't take this the wrong way, Clary began. But why go through all the trouble? We have our hands full with preparations for the ball. You're going to need extra hands for this. Who are you going to find to help out? Everyone has taken the holidays off. Some have already left town, and a number of your staff are knee-deep in... I get it, I said before she could finish. I sank into my leather chair and tried not to let defeat settle in. She was right, but that didn't mean I liked it. You're absolutely right. Why don't you let me worry about finding help? I know you've got your hands full. Thanks, boss, she said too quickly. It's not that I don't want to, it's just... She was overwhelmed. A particle of shame washed over me. It wasn't that I didn't care about Clary. She was always so eager and quick to do what I asked that I didn't stop to think of her feelings on things. I probably should. It's a lot at once, I said. I get it. Don't worry about anything else, Clary. You know how much I appreciate you. At least, I hoped she knew. I'd given her what I thought was a generous bonus for all the things she did to help me out. Maybe it was time to double her bonus. I was sure I could bribe her, or anyone, to carry out this last-minute request for me if I offered to pay them enough. But that felt too, I don't know, insensitive. Thanks. Talk to you later. I ended the call and ran my hands through my hair, considering my options. Letting go of this idea wasn't one of them. But who could I find to help? I hadn't heard from many of the guys about the invitation I'd sent out to attend the ball. Adrian was the first person I always thought of. He'd been my best friend since we'd met at the fraternity. I had no doubt he'd be down for hanging out at the hospital Christmas morning. But with Gabby's pregnancy, she and Adrian wouldn't be coming. Several more ticks went by. I dialed the next person who darted into my mind. My sister Gemma answered after the third ring. Hawk? I rose from my chair and began pacing the rug. Hey, Gemma. I have a last-minute idea, and I'm wondering if you can help me pull it off. Gemma ran a prestigious party planning company and organized everything, from high-end wedding receptions to 12-year-old girls' debut parties. I explained my idea, and I made it sound pretty amazing, if I say so myself. I don't know, Gemma said. That's a lot to put on the hospital staff, especially this late. It's December 23rd. Have you called them about this? You need to get their approval. I will, I assured her. But what do you think? Can you get everything set up for me? She had to have kiosks and stands and that kind of thing already on hand. What happened to Clary? She's already doing enough. I rested my hand on my hip. So naturally you thought of me. Her tone was laced with sarcasm. Come on, sis. I babysit for you even when I don't want to. Can you help me out? It wasn't like I hadn't helped her with a candy supply for a wedding she'd planned last year, too. I'd gone all out, or I'd had Clary go all out anyway. I could bring that up as well. Apply a little guilt to the situation. You and I both know you love my kids. Her tone brooked no nonsense. I smiled. You know I had to say it. She was right. Her kids were awesome. I just had to tease her. I could practically hear the rolling of her eyes and her skull in the pause that ensued. I'll try, she finally said. I pumped my fist into the air. I'll stop by one of the stores on my way home and see what I can scrounge up for you, she added. Thanks, you're a gem. I knew exactly what reaction I'd get for that one. Ha ha, like I haven't heard that one before. Animated, I hung up and dialed the hospital myself, rather than laying that on Clary's shoulders too. I wasn't the heel-clicking type ordinarily, but I could sympathize with the urge to do something so over the top. This was a victory. This was going to happen. It's time to work a Christmas miracle, I said, while the hospital's dial tone sounded. If only I could tell Ella about it too. It was time to test out what would happen when I called her number.
Chapter 17. Ella. As hard as I tried to tune it out, my last conversation with Stina tormented me the rest of the day. Stina's vile words, her derisive tone, the insult of the whole situation hammered through my brain as I sorted and pinned fabric, as I sewed stitch after stitch. I couldn't believe I'd said what I did. I'd told Stina no, and it felt better than finally mastering the right tension while crocheting. I was going to the ball. None of this midnight curfew madness. No working all-night Christmas Eve so I would be too tired to celebrate my favorite holiday. I've let Stina push me around for far too long, I said to my vacant, messy, conjoined dining and kitchen area. She may have my father under her thumb, but not me. Not anymore. Lose my job? Go ahead and take it. Losing the stipend? I'd held on to the promise of that money for years. Potentially letting it go pinched in my chest, but I could cover the difference that loss would create, couldn't I? I could sleep during normal hours, work while the sun shined, enjoy life instead of living like a servant always at Stina's beck and call. My phone rang, interrupting my triumphal musings. My senses heightened because Hawk's name was on the screen. Heart pounding, I swiped to answer. I wasn't used to being this nervous, but it was thrilling. Hey there. His voice on the phone stroked across my skin like melted butter. What are you doing right now? Sewing, I said, sinking back in my chair. What are you doing? Thinking about you. A little squeak escaped my lips. How cute was that? I thought we should talk about the ball. How does dinner first sound? Dinner sounds great. Was this real? Was this happening? How about I pick you up around 6? We can hit the town and go to the ball from there? It took several moments for me to realize my mouth was gaping open. I gazed at the floor, lost in a daze. Perfect, I said. Hawk? I'm excited. Yeah? Yeah. Heat radiated through my chest. My hands tingled. Heck, my entire body tingled. Me too, he said. I'm glad you finally gave in. Oh? We both know you've been crazy about me since we met. I could no longer sit still. I rose to my feet and clutched the phone, needing the movement. I think that's the other way around, I said, grinning like a fool. I think you might be right. I'll see you tomorrow, okay? Okay. The call ended, leaving me weightless and crammed with anticipation all at once. For so long, the future had been hazy, a distant unknown that I tended to brace myself for rather than look forward to. But now, just for one night, it glittered. My phone buzzed in my hand, shaking me from the weaving taking place in my bloodstream. For a minute, I hoped it might be Hawk again, but Grammy Carroll's face filled the screen. I tapped the speaker button and sank back into the chair by my sewing machine. Hey, Grammy. How's my favorite granddaughter? Grammy Carroll's voice chimed through, elderly and chipper. I smiled. You say that to whichever granddaughter you're talking to. What's up? I wanted to talk about Christmas morning. Why don't you stay the night at my place tomorrow? Adelie and Susie and a few of the GGs will be there too. It'll be a great chance for you girls to catch up. I waited for the pinprick of hurt at the reminder of the fallout between me and my family, but it didn't come. If anything, I sat up a little straighter. I'd accepted the role of victim for far too long. But after my conversation with Stina, I felt so liberated. I no longer let her have power over me. That was huge. It was so awesome of Grammy to think of me. I hadn't spoken to Adele since we'd gotten back from the wedding, and there was definitely a lot to tell her. Hanging out was just what I needed. The image of Hawk's handsome face as he'd offered his hand to help me up from the ice, as he'd asked me to the ball, the sound of his voice like warm honey swarmed and brought carbonation with it to fizz and pop inside my ribs. There was so much to tell her. A new thought struck. The invitation I'd received had mentioned I could bring a guest to the ball with me. Adele was secretly a princess on the inside. The idea of dressing up in a fancy gown, of getting dolled up, of dancing the night away with a few handsome men would be right up her alley. Though I had a date with Hawk, couldn't I bring her along? Adele could find a date, or maybe Hawk had a friend he could set her up with. The idea extinguished. Adele was as shy and reserved as they came. I'd been against a blind date with Hawk on a matter of principle, not because I'd been too shy to meet him. In all reality, she'd probably hate the idea of going to a ball and having that much attention. That would be great, Grammy. I might be late, though. Oh? Yeah, there's this dance I've been asked to go to tomorrow. Just saying the words set off a sparkler in my stomach. I'm not sure what time I'll be done. Sounds fabulous, Grammy said with mischief in her tone. So, no Christmas Eve then? You'll be here Christmas morning? I'll be there. I couldn't shake the lump that hardened in my stomach. Assuming Stina doesn't pull a fast one on me. What does that mean? You need to find a new job. You need to get out from that woman's thumb. I'm quitting, I told her, exhilarating at the words. I'd thought them for so long, saying them aloud was epic. Really now? Really? Well, now. That's my Ella girl. It's bad enough she's uninvited you from your own family home. I'm glad you're sticking up for yourself. Thanks, Grammy. Me too. And I was. I just hated the unease lumping inside of me. Stina had threatened me because of it. She wouldn't do anything to me. She couldn't. I wouldn't give the matter a second thought. And let her ruin another Christmas? Not happening. You'll find another job, Grammy went on, a job where they'll gobble up that perky attitude of yours, where they'll actually appreciate all your hard work. I've told you this before, but that Stina took you for granted. You deserve to celebrate Christmas just like everyone else, and you'll be spending it with me. I swiped at my cheeks. My heart was so full, so grateful. You go to that dance, Ella girl. Go enjoy yourself and then start living your life for yourself instead of for Stina Malice. I forced away the tightness in my throat. How did Grammy always manage to say exactly what I needed to hear? It was true. She had said as much before, many times. For whatever reason, I just hadn't been ready to hear it, to take that leap. Thanks, Grammy. I'll see you Christmas morning. I ended the call and sank against the wall, clutching my phone to my chest. If only Mom were here. I wondered what she would say about the way Stina had steamrolled over all of us. I hadn't lived for Stina. It had been more like self-preservation, to do what Stina demanded in order to keep the status quo and get the money she'd promised me. I'd also been civil to her because it was what my mom would have wanted. She'd always taught me to treat people with respect. Treating people with respect, however, didn't mean I had to take their disrespect in return. That's where I'd been wrong for too long. Stina didn't care about me, but I knew that wherever Mom was, she still did. I got the sense that this victory in standing up for myself wasn't just my own. Mom was cheering me on, encouraging me in words similar to what Grammy Carroll had used. That was why Grammy's words had struck me so deeply. They were what Mom would have said if she were here. Warmth drizzled through my entire body. Fueled by Grammy's words, I set my mind to it and finished finalizing my gown's design. I would go to the ball with Hawk. In doing so, I'd stand up to Stina. But I wasn't doing this just for myself. I was doing it for Mom. My periphery caught on the window, the bare tree standing just outside it, and the suspicious glimpse of lime green in the parking lot below. I strode to the window and stiffened, my uncertainty rising once more. There was only one car in Westville that color, and I was pretty sure it belonged to my wicked stepsister. As if I needed further verification, the word D1VA blared from the license plate. What was Pris doing here? I dove for my phone. After talking to Hawk and Grammy, I wasn't about to let Pris ruin anything. Me. Whatever you're up to, don't. Pris. I don't know what you mean. Me. You were in my parking lot. Pris. I was turning my car around. It just happened to be at your apartment. I couldn't believe that. She never came over, and with all the drama going down with her lately, the sight of her only made my hackles rise. Me. I hope that's all it was. Pris. Something wrong, Ella? Me. Like you care. Pris. Whatever. I'll see you at the ball. Her responses stopped there, leaving me with all kinds of uncertainty. I stared at my phone, watching, waiting for her to set the next trap, but she sent nothing else. I didn't like this at all. Something was wrong. Pris lived with her mom and my dad on the other side of Wonderland. She had no reason to be on my side of town. It unnerved me. I liked Hawk. If she was out scoping my territory, looking for some kind of evidence to use against me for whatever she had in her conniving little mind, it wouldn't work. Hawk was picking me up tomorrow night. Hopefully nothing would get in the way of that. Chapter 18. Ella. I pulled out my old sketchbook. I sharpened my drafting pencil, eager and disbelieving all at once that I had an excuse like this to use it. Since completing my portfolio, it had been too long since I'd allowed myself to get lost in the drafting process. There was something magical about creating. Chloe and Brandy had delivered stitches for Sierra's last set of pillowcases to Harmony Children's this morning, which not only cleared quite a bit of space in my dining/sewing room, but also freed my calendar to do nothing but sew. For me. Energy zinged in my fingertips. I started with a single swoop, then another, and another, until the lines blended together and formed a gown. I'd had an image in mind since listening to the podcast earlier, but now, letting the pencil do its work, I held the sketch back and took in the full view. This is going to take some work, I said, doing a mental calculation. Fabric dimensions, amounts, styles. For the lace and satin, in the extents I figured, this would be anything but cheap. Stitches for Sierra received regular donations that we used to buy things the organization needed, but I didn't have a fund to provide cloth for myself. I did have savings, but that was set aside for my upcoming move, or emergencies. An exquisite, luxurious gown wasn't exactly an emergency. Then again, I supposed I could sell the dress when I was done with it. What the heck? I told myself, slipping into my boots and warm coat. I only lived once. I only got invitations from handsome men to esteemed, romantic gatherings once. Something inside told me I only had one more shot at dancing with Hawk before Pris managed to interfere too. I had to beat her at her own game. Mallory Fabric and Textile on December 23rd was, in a word, a nightmare. I'd had to travel to a neighboring town since Westville didn't have a fabric store. Crowds filled the streets. Lines snaked from the front of the store to the back. What typically took me an hour had taken 4 instead. This fabric, though, this was worth it. Back home once more, I created a new pile in the corner near my hand-me-down couch, relocating stacks of magazines and clothes waiting to be folded to make room on the table to lay out the fabric. I wiped my table clean, dried it, and then fanned out the material, running my hands along the creases. Light played on the silver flecks swirling within the flowers that were embroidered onto the lace. After working with the soft cotton from pillowcase after pillowcase, this lace, and the satin chiffon material for the underdress, was delicate and seemingly opinionated. It refused to stay where I put it. The yardage for a sweep train gown was expensive enough, but with the satin underdress and the lace flowing over it, I was essentially making 2 dresses. I pictured its trumpet shape, its dipping V-neck, which I would cover with an additional swatch of glittering fabric so it would leave just enough to the imagination. "It's going to be perfect," I informed the empty room. I retrieved my gingers from their cloth case and lost myself in the cutting. First, the large bolts for the skirt and train, then the bodice, then finally the long sleeves, which would be kept sheer. The motion, the concentration, the busyness was enough to keep my mind from wandering to conversations and should-have-saids. I thought of Hawk, of our brief but jam-packed interaction in the elevator, of the flight to Montana, of how it had felt to be held by him during our dance, and of the chance to get to be with him tomorrow night. Gabby and I chatted occasionally. I hadn't yet told her and Adrian about this. What would they say once they found out I would be going on a date with him after all? They'd laugh, probably. Give me an outrageous, "I told you so." I hadn't yet asked him about Adele either, but the least I could do was invite her. Then I'd leave the choice of whether to come or not to her. I reached for my phone to present the idea when footsteps pounded up the stairs outside and the door to my apartment busted open. Chloe hustled in, breathless and flushed. Her cheeks were red from the transition between severe cold outside to the toasty 79 degrees I kept my apartment at. "Ellie, we've got a problem, and oh my stars, is this your dress?" She fumbled with the scarf around her neck and strode closer to the table, tracking in chunks of snow on the floor in her wake. I smoothed a hand over the skirt piece. The anticipation of wearing this made my fingers prickle. It will be once I finish. But what's up? What's wrong? Chloe set her scarf on the chair and stroked the lace, pinching it between her fingers before shaking herself back into the moment. A few snowflakes drifted from her black hair. "This is so gorgeous, I shouldn't even tell you." I'd heard this tone before. This had the knell of bad news. Chloe was flying home to be with her family in Ohio in just a few hours. Maybe it was something to do with that. Snow had been blowing like crazy all over the Northeast. "What happened? Is it your flight?" Chloe pressed her lips. "There was an accident. The hospital misplaced the first pillowcases we brought over. You know that new nurse? She didn't put the box where she was supposed to. They think they've been thrown out." Relief and devastation duked it out in my chest. When Chloe had said accident, my mind had flown to worst-case scenarios. Cancelled flights, natural disasters. At least it wasn't something drastic like that. But missing pillowcases? After all our hard work? "How many are missing?" 10, Chloe said. 10. I sank into the chair. 10 pillowcases. The day was already half over. Tomorrow was Christmas Eve. I couldn't feasibly finish my dress if I had 10 more pillowcases to make before tomorrow night. "Do we have any material left?" Chloe asked. I sniffed. "No. We'll have to pick some up. With all the last-minute shoppers out there, it could take hours." It had taken an hour just to get to the fabric store and through the cutting line for the pieces laying on my table. Traffic, crowds, malfunctioning cash registers, and cranky, impatient shoppers didn't help. Ironic, how the happiest time of the year sometimes brought out the worst in people. I gave my gown a fleeting glance. The ball would have to wait. Those kids couldn't wake up with only a handful of them receiving pillowcases and not others. They all deserved a happy surprise Christmas morning. "I'll go buy fabric," Chloe said. "My flight doesn't leave for a few more hours." I held out a hand. "No, you can't miss that. It's okay. I'll go." Chloe glanced at the material. "But your dress?" "Will still be here when I get back." I smiled. "I'm sorry," Chloe said. "I won't even be here to help you." I pushed aside the budding heartache and fastened on a smile. There was still time to finish them all, and that was what mattered. "Don't be. This isn't your fault. It's not anyone's fault. It just happened. What matters is that we get these pillowcases done in time." Chloe pursed her lips. "Maybe you can call Brandy. She might be able to come." "Not happening. You know how excited she was to go to that rockin' around the Christmas tree party her family has been planning. It'll be fine. I have no plans, not really." Hawk had asked me. That was true. But how could I go now? I had to call him and tell him the truth. "It just doesn't seem fair," Chloe said. "You deserve to go to the ball just like everyone else." I willed the tears away. Smiling would help with that. "I'll be fine," I insisted. "Go get yourself to the airport." An argument lingered in Chloe's expression, but she sighed, releasing it. "Fine, here, give me a hug." "Thanks for all your help with the other ones," I said. "I couldn't have done this without you." "Merry Christmas, Ella," Chloe said, retrieving her suitcase and leaving the apartment. Once again alone, defeat began to rust inside of me. It tarnished every attempt I made at finding something good in this. I had to face facts. I wouldn't have time to make my dress, which meant no ball. It meant Pris would win. I just didn't know how to tell Hawk. I left the pieces I'd cut on the table, snatched my purse, coat, and hat, and scurried out into the cold. Footsore and soul-weary, I kicked my apartment door closed and hauled the bags of cloth to my table. I'd had to estimate amounts while waiting in horrendous lines. The ticket counter ran out, and the poor woman at the cutting tables had to stop cutting in order to put in refills. The numbers got all out of order. I was sure a fight was about to break out over who would be getting their material cut next. Women could be vicious if someone got between them and their fabric. Now that I was back home, I wanted nothing more than to curl up under the covers in my bed with a good book, but instead, I began digging out folded cuts of cloth from the gray plastic bag and worked like the only honeybee in a hive, cutting, pinning, and sewing. Cutting, pinning, and sewing. One pillowcase really only took about an hour to put together once everything was ready. Even though I had the next morning off at Ever After, my body hadn't gotten the message. Routine was too embedded in me. My body sensed when 8 o'clock that night struck. "Morning comes too soon," I said, leaving my piles in their places. I'd gotten through a few. It wouldn't take much at all to finish them tomorrow. With getting the new pillowcases finished and to the hospital in time, and with my gown in pieces, my date with Hawk Danielson was becoming a distant, unreachable fantasy. My gown filled my dreams. I fantasized showing up at Ever After Corporate, making a grand entrance in my beautiful dress, while its train flowed behind me. I imagined capturing Hawk's attention, being swept into his arms and thoroughly kissed. The dream hung around my neck, whispering even after I woke on Christmas Eve, even after I ate my puffed rice cereal and began pinning and sewing all over again. The morning passed quickly, thanks to being able to sleep in for the first time in years, and the noise of my sewing machine's needle chugging in time to Christmas music. "Have Yourself a Merry Little Christmas" was always my favorite. It reminded me of the movie it originally premiered from, Meet Me in St. Louis. Memories surfaced of sewing with Mom and Grammy. They'd made quilts and clothes, all while playing old movies and musicals in Grammy's living room. I'd played beneath the quilt frames, watching needles being guided in and out of the fabric to create delicate lines and patterns. I'd run my fingers along the quilting, loving the feel of the cloth puffing out just enough alongside it, listening to the light-hearted laughter and intriguing conversation between Mom and Grammy. It was a life I'd loved, a fortunate, priceless upbringing. Mom was gone, which only made me cherish the memories more. Maybe I should have called Grammy Carol up to ask for help. She would have done so willingly. Too late now. I sewed and sewed, stopping only for drinks and bathroom breaks. By 3 p.m., I hemmed the last pillowcase. "Done," I said, exasperated as I flopped back into the seat. My back ached. My hands were tired. My eyes could no longer focus. At least I didn't have to stitch these by hand. In a rush and using up my last spurt of energy, I folded each pillowcase, wrapped them carefully, individually, and then boxed the presents into a manageable container before making my way to the hospital. I was ragged by the time I got back home, and I still hadn't decided what to do about Hawk. I really wanted to go to the ball, but as my gown was currently in pieces on the table, I didn't know who to ask to borrow one from. I could buy one, but I had more exhaustion than energy left, so I gave in to the regret souring my stomach. Reluctantly, I dialed his number. "I could get used to this," Hawk said, answering with a smile in his tone. His voice lifted me despite my sadness. "To what?" "You calling me?" A fist tightened around my stomach. I hated to go on. I wanted to flirt with him, to talk about how excited I was. I didn't want to bail. "I have some bad news." "Hit me with it. I'll help you figure out whatever it is." How cute was that? "I can't come to the ball." His tone shifted from lazy and flirty to focused and direct in 0.2 seconds. "What? Why not?" "I don't have a dress." I stared at the pieces again. What a travesty. It would have been so beautiful, too. "Come in whatever you're wearing," he said. "I don't care." It was the same thing he'd said when he'd invited me out on Halloween. If only I'd taken him up on that offer. "Hawk, I'm serious. A girl didn't go to a fancy event wearing leggings and oversized t-shirts. What about that getup you had from the wedding? You looked hot." I squirmed a little inside. I knew he'd been checking me out. I could have worn it, if I still had it. I donated it. I don't have it anymore. "You and your do-gooder heart," he grumbled. Seconds passed and then he said, "I'll buy you a dress." "What?" "No. Ella, I need you there." "What's your address?" "Hawk." I was speechless, utterly and completely. I figured he would be disappointed. I never thought he would swoop in and come to the rescue. I never thought he cared so much. "Your address," he said again. "I'm coming to pick you up. I'll take care of everything." He paused as if thinking better of it. If that's okay with you." A flare of disorientation seeped through, making me slightly flushed. He was being considerate of me. Something told me he had been for some time now, and I'd been too stubborn to notice. Yes, that's okay with me," I said in disbelief before telling him my address. "Hang tight," he said. "I'll be there soon." The call ended, leaving me a whirling mess of nerves and anticipation. Hawk was coming to get me, and I couldn't wait to see what he had up his sleeve.
Chapter 19. Hawk. I hadn't wanted to push the sweet shoppy hospital idea on anyone else, but this was Ella we were talking about. She was my princess for the night, and I'd do everything I could to make her feel that way. I paced the floor in my bedroom. The carpet was soft beneath my socked feet. This was probably the most normal room in my house. Simple bed, nightstands with lamps on them, walk-in closet. Nothing out of the ordinary. The same dilemma I'd faced before still stood. Christmas Eve. People were busy with family. My staff was busy with the ball and the expansion. I couldn't call on Clary for this any more than I could have for my sweet shop. That meant it was up to me. I'd track down any dress store I hadn't to. I'd get them to open their doors, even if it meant bribery. I could bribe like a boss, but I also wanted the best store, and I didn't have a clue where that might be. It wasn't like I went dress shopping on the regular. I continued pacing my bedroom with one hand on my hip. Who else could I call? I muttered, trying to work it through. My mom might know, but she was handling her Christmas plans. I couldn't bother her with this. Not Gemma either, not after all she'd done to help with the hospital. Another name popped into my mind, and without a second thought, I dialed Faye's number. She was busy with family too, but she'd forgive me for this. Somehow it was easier asking her. Maybe it was our regular outings, but I knew she would mind less than Mom would. Faye didn't care quite as much about appearances as Mom did. "Hockey boy, just what are you calling me for?" Faye asked with a smile in her tone. I knew she wasn't really upset, it was just her way. "Hi, Faye. I know it's Christmas Eve, but I need a favor." Worry cloaked her tone. "Is everything okay?" "Yeah, everything is fine. It's just my date. She hit a few roadblocks and doesn't have a dress for my ball in a few hours. I really want to roll out the red carpet for her, but I'm not sure which dress shop or salon to hustle a last-minute deal with. I figured you knew all the good places." There, a little buttering up never hurt. "Sounds like a real dilemma," she said. "But even if I tell you some ideas, it's after 6. I doubt anywhere is open." In a small town like Westville, she was probably right. Hence the need for bribery. I rested my shoulder against the wall, staring toward the snowfall out my bedroom window. "I'll take care of that," she hummed. "I'm sure you will. Can you hook me up?" She giggled. "Whoever this girl is, she must be something special for you to go to all this trouble." "Ella is," I said, feeling it bolster my chest. She was. She was everything. There was a pause on the other end of the line. It lasted too long for my liking. "Faye?" I asked. "Did I lose you? What did you say her name was?" "Ella?" Why did she sound unexpectedly suspicious? "Hawk Danielson." Faye said in her most reprimanding voice. My granddaughter's name is Ella. I stilled. I stared at the gray bedspread, at the lampshades on either side of my bed, at the artwork hanging above it, and tried making sense of this. You're kidding. Was it possible? She'd never told me any of her grandkids' names, but I knew how much she loved them. What's her last name? Faye asked. Embers. Is she the one from the elevator? Yes. Hawk Danielson. She liked using my full name. I returned the favor. Faye Carroll, are you telling me my date for the ball tonight is your granddaughter? Yes, and that girl deserves all the red carpet you can give her. I'll get you the dressmakers and the salon, but I have a condition. The surprise of this revelation almost made me forget to answer. I shook the dregs from my mind and said, What's that? You stay out of it and let me handle this. I want to see her face when she finds out I'm your godmother, and you need to be surprised when her makeover is done. That won't happen if you're there watching it take place. I wanted to argue. I'd been looking forward to spending time with Ella, to seeing her spaz out over dress options. Thinking it over now, Ella might feel awkward trying on dresses and getting primped with me watching. Fair enough. That's acceptable, I said, as long as Ella is okay with it. She'll be just fine. You're sure about this? I said. I don't want to tear you away from your family. I really only wanted suggestions of places to call. Pfft. My other granddaughters are here. The girls will probably want to come along too. Our board games can wait. She listed the dress shop owner and the number I could contact him at. And we like going to Missy at the cut above. Things are tight for her family right now. Her husband just died. She could use a leg up too. At the mention of this, I remembered Ella telling me a similar story during one of our text conversations. With Faye being her grandmother, it was entirely possible they used the same stylist. I'd wanted to do something for the woman at the time, but Ella had shut me down. That made the situation even better because I was glad to know the money I'd be offering would go to someone who really needed it. Bless you, Faye, I said, making a note of the dress shop and the salon. Get yourself ready to go because my driver will be picking you up in 20 minutes, and then you're getting Ella. I'll let her know what's going on. Got it, she said. Remember now, not a word. If you spoil it, I'll wring your neck. I won't, I said with a laugh, thanking her and ending the call. The moment that followed was filled with stuttering, speechless silence. I stared at my bed again while my heart raced. What were the chances? Faye was Ella's grandma? Ella was one of the infamous grandchildren I'd heard of for all these years. There had been many conversations regarding Faye's grandkids, and though she'd suggested I come with her to certain of their birthday parties or school performances, I'd always declined. What if I hadn't, though? What might have happened if she'd introduced us sooner? There wasn't much time to dwell on it. I had to act now if this was going to work. I lay back on my bed and dialed the number Faye had given me. A suspicious-sounding female answered, and I tried to picture what the woman who did Ella's and Faye's hair might look like. Hello? She said. Hello, is this Missy? Yes. It sounded like a question. Who's calling? This is Hawk Danielson from Ever After Sweet Shop. I have a request I'd like to make, and trust me, I'll make it worth your time and sacrifice. I explained my situation and shared a number of what I was offering her for taking the time to do this, so last minute and so inconveniently. She swore. She hung up. Gritting my teeth, I called her back again. The dial tone rang. I worried she wouldn't answer, but fortunately she did. I propped myself on the bed with my elbow and stared at my bedroom's open door. Sounds shuffled from down the hall. My housekeeper, probably. Missy, I promise you, this isn't a prank call. I'm in dire straits to treat my girl right tonight, and Faye Carroll said you were the one to call. Faye? Her tone brightened. Why didn't you say so in the first place? Relief was palpable. I sat back up again and slid off the bed once more. I wasn't sure who else I would call if this hadn't worked. I was also ridiculously happy to do something to help this woman out. Ella and Faye had both told me things were tight for her right now. I strode to the other side of my bedroom, where the entrance to my closet was, and stared at its contents. Suits, dress shirts, and slacks were hung pristinely on hangers on one side. My shirts and jeans were folded impeccably on shelves on the other. Shoes, socks, belts, and everything else were all in their places thanks to my housekeeper. "I know it's Christmas Eve," I said into the phone. "I know this will be taking time away from your family, which is why the amount I offered you still stands." 10 grand? She sounded skeptical. I could understand. For anyone else, I was sure it was an exorbitant amount. I let my next response be my answer. "Can you be open in 30 minutes? Honey, I'd bungee jump off the Golden Gate Bridge for $10,000. I smirked. That would be something to see, even if that particular bridge was on the other side of the country. "Thank you," I said. "I'll have Ella and Faye there soon." The dress shop owner gave me a similar response, but that only widened my smile. And I made the last call. "Ella? Yeah, it's Hawk. There's been a slight change in plans."
Chapter 20. Ella. I stared at my phone in disbelief. Our conversation replayed in my mind over and over. Hawk was sending a car over for me? He had several surprises for me and wouldn't be coming himself because it would ruin the final effect. "I'm speechless," I'd told him. "Good," he'd said. "I'll see you soon. Keep an eye out for my car." Excitement built within my bones, making them feel as though they were energizing. I had no idea what to expect. He'd said something about red carpet and pulling strings, whatever that meant. I checked my appearance in the mirror, slipped into my coat, which was still slightly damp from the snowfall I'd gone out in earlier, and paced in front of the window that looked down on my complex's parking lot. Waiting, and waiting, and waiting. Finally, a black car pulled in, but it wasn't the kind of car I'd expected. Then again, I should have known he'd do something so lavish. "A limo?" I muttered, killing the lights, snatching my keys from their peg and broaching the cold. I was surprised a car like this was maneuverable in this parking lot, but the dark car with its long body and unusually placed doors was parked directly in front of the stairs as I descended. The driver emerged from his door. He was middle-aged, with graying red hair, lines near his mouth, and kind eyes. He hunched over slightly, giving me the impression he was cold. "Good evening, Miss Embers," he said. "Hi." I dipped my chin, feeling sheepish. What did I say to treatment like this? I was so not used to it. "I'm Cameron, and I'll take you where you need to go." Thank you." He meandered to the set of back doors, pulled one open, and revealed a lined face I loved. Her short curly hair was wrapped with a thin, sheer scarf the way I'd seen her do a dozen times before, and she shifted as if to exit the vehicle. "Sweet, isn't he?" "Grammy?" I said in surprise. "What are you doing here? Since when do you ride in limos?" And how had Hawk ever found out she was my grandma? Suspicion tingled through my body, but the cold was starting to make my jaw judder. "Since your sweetheart also happens to be my godson." I gaped at her. The hits of surprise just kept on coming. "You're kidding." Grammy beamed and lifted her warm hands to take mine. "Hawk just told me the news. You should have told me you didn't have a dress. I could have helped." I know, I was still too stunned. I couldn't form any words. "He's a good boy." She nodded. "A good boy, and he's got something pretty sweet lined up for you. Are you ready to go?" "You're coming with me?" I glanced to Cameron as if for confirmation. The friendly driver nodded. "Of course," she said. "I told him he had to wait to see you until the final effects. That way he can sweep you off your feet." "Grammy? I may be old, but I'm not stupid. Come on and get in." "Cameron's freezing out there." Another surprise met me inside the limo once I slid in. The back seat wasn't empty. A pretty blonde I hadn't seen since we'd gone to Montana together waved from her spot. A red beanie sat on her hair, and she clutched her gloved hands in front of her as if completely elated at the sight of me. "Addie, you're in on this too?" I pulled her into a hug from where I hunched. I then shuffled to sit on the long bench in this spacious back seat. There was a counter beneath a mounted flat screen. Beneath the counter sat several buckets brimming with ice and filled with several drink options. I'd never been in a limo before. It was high-end, to say the least. "Of course," Addie said. "Did you think I'd miss out on this?" She lifted her hands as if she were in the lap of luxury and enjoying every second. "Susie decided to stay home with Gertrude and Winnie and keep the other GGs company," Grammy added. Susie was Adelie's older sister. Though she acted so immature sometimes, it often felt like Addie was the older one. I'd wondered which of the godmother gals would be hanging out. Winnie had a thing for the paranormal. She'd probably keep Susie and the others entertained with all kinds of stories. Cameron closed the door and called to us from his driver's seat. "The cut above is our first stop," he said, angling the vehicle around the tight parking lot. Warmth streamed into my chest, along with comfort so strong I'd almost forgotten what it felt like. I floated as though a heavy load had just been removed. Grammy and Addie chatted about the first time Grandpa had picked Grammy up for a dance and how they didn't need all this space to enjoy the back seat. Addie and I laughed so hard I would have dropped something if I'd been holding it. Her warm hands held mine as she spoke. I was so ready to submerge myself in this feeling, this safety, this sense of wholeness that had been fleeting for so long. This was what it meant to be loved. I'd forgotten. A reassuring pace rendered my joints suppler than melted chocolate. Everything was all right. It would be okay because I had these people in my life. I had Hawk, and holy cow, was I going to thank that man when I saw him again. Cameron pulled up in front of the familiar salon. I'd gone here for my haircut since I could remember. The other establishments, a bagel sandwich shop, an antique store, a dance studio, were all dark, but the lights were on in the cut above. Missy waved through the glass once she saw us. Her black hair was piled on her head, and she wore a purple sweater and jeans. "Someone's got a hot date tonight," Missy said with a wink, opening the door. Several empty stations were in their usual spots, along with sinks and their adjustable chairs, cabinets that I knew held shampoos and towels, and other things the stylists used. The usual sounds of blow dryers and chatter were absent. In fact, the place was far too quiet without even the usual background music it typically had playing. Missy gestured for me to take my usual seat. "You should be closed," I said, sinking into the indicated chair. The mirror displayed her name in vinyl letters across the top. She flung a cape around me and secured it behind my neck. "It's Christmas Eve." "Miracles happen on Christmas Eve, don't you know?" Grammy said. "I made an exception for you." Missy shrugged. "Now, you're going to a ball?" "Yes." "Then let's make you look like royalty." She worked while Grammy, Addie, and I chatted. "Those pillows you sewed are all miracles," Grammy said as a segue from her previous statement. "Those kids won't ever know how hard you worked on those, but the pillowcases are miracles, made with love. Miracles don't have to come at random. Sometimes they're on purpose, and if you ask me, those are the best kind." "You guys didn't have to come here just for me tonight," I said. "Yes, we did," Addie said. "You do so much for others, and your dad and stepmom not inviting you home? Talk about pathetic." "All you girls are growing up," Grammy said. "It's hard to believe sometimes. Susie's got a good one with that Fletcher boy she's dating. Ella's got a good one." "We just need Adelie to find a man now," I said. "Someone who gives her the red carpet treatment, too." Addie embodied the term bashful. Her chin dipped, her cheeks pinked. "I'm not looking for one." "But you want one," I said. She didn't deny it. I knew it must be hard for her. She and Susie lived in their other grandparents' house. They'd bought the place after their grandparents had passed away, and Susie's boyfriend Fletcher was around all the time. I knew Addie got along great with him, but I also knew she did in fact want a boyfriend of her own. She wanted the husband, the dream of being loved. "There," Missy said, lowering her curling iron. "What do you think?" I'd been so busy talking I hadn't paid much attention to what she was up to. My hair was decadent and gorgeous. It was piled in delicate barrel curls on the back of my head, while tresses draped down the side of my neck. Considering the fact that I mostly pulled my tresses in a ponytail, this was extravagant, more stunning than anything I could have done for myself. "I love it," I said, meaning every word. I couldn't stop staring. which I knew sounded vain, but what else was I supposed to do with a look like this? I'd never seen myself like this before. Beautiful, Grammy agreed. You work your magic as always. Missy shrugged off the praise. She placed a hand on my shoulder. I reached up and clasped it, gripping it a few times. Merry Christmas, Missy. You're telling me, she said, turning away to return her flat iron to its designated place and flicking its switch to off. For as much as that man of yours offered me, this will be my family's best Christmas ever. We all laughed. How much did he offer you? I asked, curious. I'd mentioned Missy to Hawk once. Did he remember? I'm not going to jinx it, she said, unclipping the cape and removing it from my lap. I rose to my feet. Grammy and Addie did the same. Grammy looked me over, eyes twinkling. You look like a star. Let's go pick out your dress. Don't tell me, I said, reaching for my coat. He bribed the owner to open the doors just for this, too. Just for you, Addie said radiantly. You'll get your own personal shopping spree and can probably pick any dress you want. The edges of my vision were tinted pink. I was living in a dream. Any minute I'd wake up and find myself back in my apartment, alone and weary. But nothing changed, not as we hugged and thanked Missy, not as we greeted Cameron, who had our limo door open and ready outside, not as we traipsed across town to Circle of Elegance. Addie, I've been meaning to ask if you wanted to come to the ball too, I said. Maybe we could find a dress for you while we're at this. Before I could finish, she was already shaking her head. Oh no, I couldn't. Sure you could. Come with us. Hawk won't care. I could text him and ask him. He probably wouldn't mind including another dress for my cousin. He and Addie had gotten along great together in Montana. Better than Hawk and I had, I thought with a little chuckle. Addie hugged her torso. I don't think so. This is your special night. I can't expect anything like that from Hawk, and I wouldn't want to go and be around all those people. Her shoulders quivered as though a shudder raked across them. You'll be all right, Grammy said, patting Addie's hand. She shook her head. I don't want to. I'm here to support Ella, that's all. If you're sure, I said. But I knew her well enough to know that stern look on her face. She didn't want to go. That was that, I supposed. He told me about you, you know, Grammy said as Cameron pulled to a stop on the all but empty street. My hockey boy. The other storefronts were dark. Snow fell softly in the dark sky. Everything was tucked into bed for the holiday, but dim lighting within Circle of Elegance suggested otherwise. A few lamps were on, and people were visible from within the windows. My stomach fluttered. He did? I asked. I just didn't know your name until about 2 hours ago, Grammy finished. They have breakfast together weekly, Adili said in response to my stunned expression. They get together and catch up. He even got her a job at one of his sweet shops for the holiday season. Grammy patted Addie's hand again. Our brunches have become something of a tradition. The day you got stuck on the elevator together, he'd been on his way to meet me. I can't believe it, I said, smiling. He'd told Grammy about getting stuck on the elevator with me? What were the chances that Hawk was Grammy's godson? That's serendipitous. That's wanna kiss him-itis, Addie said so quietly I didn't think Grammy heard. I heard, though, and I snorted, brushing my hand against her knee. She was right. The more this evening passed, the more its magic tinkled over me, making my heart swell. Here we go, she said, as Cameron opened our door. The three of us shuffled out. We clustered in the starry snowfall on the sidewalk. From within Circle of Elegance, a man noticed us and lifted a hand. Grammy waved too, and within moments he was there, unlocking the door and greeting us. Is one of you Ella? He asked. He was balding. What was left of his hair circled around the back of his head. He shook each of our hands in turn and welcomed us inside the warm shop. I lifted my hand in response, fairly buzzing inside. A woman was with him, and I suspected she was the owner's wife. Her hair was cropped short, and she wore a floral dress with a belt around the waist. My name is Harriet, she said, approaching me and taking my hand in hers, which were delicately soft. And I'm excited to help you find a dress tonight. Thank you, I said breathlessly. "This is amazing of you." Her husband led the tour through the decorous shop. Dresses dazzled on mannequins, impressed on hangers, and others waited their turn on the racks. Addie, Grammy, and I scattered. We explored, searching through displays and dresses. Every once in a while, one of them would call out something like, "Oh, I like that," or, "Ella, what about this?" Several caught my eye, including a golden gown with a tulle skirt, a simpler, sleeveless black dress with a plunging neckline, and a short red dress that would cut off at the thigh. I tried each of them on, but nothing clicked. Finally, after several attempts, which Harriet helped me into so I didn't mess up my hair, I stared at myself in the mirror. This gown was gorgeous. Pink, beaded lace, scalloped shoulder line. I reached a hand to stroke the visible ruched waistband that seemed to be made of satin. The mirror had perfectly placed lighting that glinted off the beads within the lace. "This is the one," I said. Harriet glowed with satisfaction. Grammy and Addie were sitting on the chairs provided at the back of the pedestal. I turned to them and held out the skirt for their feedback. Addie clapped her hands and squealed. Grammy nodded with approval. "You look like you've stepped into a fairy tale," Grammy said. "You look like a princess," Addie said. "You were beautiful at Gabby's wedding, but this is better. Hawk is going to flip." I took in the full effect in the store's dim lighting. My hair was perfection. This gown was stunning. My stomach was full of butterflies at the prospect of seeing Hawk, of having him see me and the results of his kindness. "Who does things like this?" I asked, casting my gaze across each of them in turn, including Harriet and Donald. "Who bribes an entire store just to open because his date didn't have a dress?" "This man of yours sure has style," Harriet said. He certainly did. Hawk had class in spades. I fizzled inside. I was ravenous to see him. "Thank you all so much," I said. "I'm so touched by this. I love that you wanted to come, Grammy and Addie. And Harriet, Donald, this was so kind of you to go out of your way." "It's Christmas," Harriet said, smiling, as if that explained it all. "Your mom would have loved this," Grammy added. "She would," I said, basking in the realization. I hugged her, then made my way to Addie, to Harriet, and even Donald. I hugged each of them in turn, and it felt like with each one, sunlight shot a single ray straight through me. Mom was in those words. She was in these hugs. Hawk, Grammy, Addie, they hadn't just given me a Christmas Eve gift. They'd brought Christmas to my heart. "You'd better get going," Grammy said, taking me by the shoulders and staring up at me. "That ball has already started." "What?" Addie checked her phone and read out the time. "She's right. We'd better get going. Are you ready?" I gave myself one last glance. I hardly recognized myself. This was completely surreal. "Yes," I said, fluttering and weightless. Heat radiated through my chest. "I'm ready." "Then let's find you some shoes and get you to this ball," Grammy said, "before anything else goes wrong."
Chapter 21. Hawk. I stood before the mirror in my office, snapped the black suspenders over my white pleated tux shirt, and donned the coordinating white jacket. When was the last time I'd been this nervous? Maybe it had been during my college exams. I hadn't really needed to pass them. I would have inherited ever after suites regardless. But Dad had insisted I do my best work, and I'd wanted to for myself as well. Maybe it had been after I'd signed the pact. I'd signed without a second thought, and yet afterward, that decision had haunted me. I hadn't been able to figure out why. Marriage was never something I wanted. Having a relationship fail and then passing on that legacy of failure was a hard pass. My whole viewpoint had been focused on school and on inheriting Dad's business. Signing my agreement to lifelong bachelorhood hadn't seemed like a big deal, not until Will had gone loco and started attacking people. I hadn't heard anything from Ella since her call earlier, but I was dying to see how her makeover went. Me. Any luck? She didn't answer. Nervousness shot through me, making my shoulders tense. Had something gone wrong? I'd been okay with handing things over to Faye, but the more time passed, the more I kicked myself. I should have gone with her. I should have been there. It would be okay, I told myself. She would come. I had to focus on something else. My plans for putting a makeshift ever-after sweet shop in Harmony Children's waiting room were taken care of. I told my parents I'd be over tomorrow afternoon once the morning's excitement was over. Though I didn't like the coldness and fakeness of their relationship with one another. That coldness and fakeness didn't extend to Gemma and me, at least. They were still my parents. I locked my office and took the once dreaded elevator to the second level. The bright hallway welcomed me, adorned with swags of pine set off by festive wreaths in the center, and punctuated with holly berries. Each swag arrangement made an archway, a veritable forest of pine branches to wander through. The ball had been relocated in my corporate office's adjoined conference rooms after I decided to add more people to the guest list. With the increased invites, the team and Clary had been good about making the necessary adjustments. It was too bad Ella didn't have a team at her disposal as well. Then she wouldn't have to worry about setbacks like the pillowcase thing. Man, I couldn't wait to see her. Me, you done yet? Ella, on my way. An expanding feeling took over my chest. Anticipation escalated everything. My movements were more rapid, and I quickened my pace, more eager to see her than ever. The notion gave me pause. I hadn't felt this way for any other woman before. And in light of the thoughts I'd just had about my parents, about marriage, that was saying something. I'd never thought I'd pursue a woman as relentlessly as I had Ella. I should have read her standoffishness and kept my distance. But she'd presented a challenge I hadn't been able to ignore. I'd fought hard for her. Now that she'd finally given in, what was I going to do? Normally, when things got too serious with a girl, I ended it. Not just because of the pact. I always felt the need to safeguard myself from the vulnerability and pain that seemed inherent to the romantic relationships I'd witnessed in my youth and my parents' social strata. Now the thought of being in a relationship was appealing rather than repulsive, and I didn't know how to handle that, probably because that relationship included her. What was going on? I liked Ella. I liked her enough that I didn't want to end things like I usually did. The idea was unsettling, to say the least. The conference room exploded with a flurry of Christmas trees and fake snow. Tables that habitually occupied the room's center during meetings were only along the sides, offering festive refreshments. Clary had nixed the usual orchestra in favor of a DJ, who would take up less space. The room was packed. Men in debonair tuxes guided women in gowns of every shade, from glittering red to deepest sapphire, across the floor to the sound of, "I'll be home for Christmas." They'd started the ball without me, but that was all right. It wasn't as though I'd been on time. I stalked past the refreshment tables, taking in the fountains dripping with melted chocolate and piles of fat strawberries just waiting to be dipped, the mouth-watering eclairs, the chocolate-covered pretzels, mini sandwiches, and drinks the color of cranberries. I released a low whistle even I couldn't hear. Clary had really gone all out for this. I spotted her near the DJ and speakers in a black dress with a clipboard under one arm and a finger pressed to her ear, and strolled along the sidelines toward her. Her red hair was in an elegant bun on the back of her head. "Clary, you look wonderful, and you've done an incredible job with this tonight." "Thanks, boss," she said. "So far, so good. You want to say a few words?" I ran a hand along my neck and glanced across the gathered dancers. "Not now, in a bit." "You looking for someone?" "Maybe." I flashed her a grin. Clary nodded as if she understood. I wasn't sure she did. Then again, I had left enough clues. Maybe she pieced a few things together. I searched the room again, as I'd been doing since I arrived. I looked for the brunette who'd snared me in Montana, who'd helped me survive a too long and yet not long enough spurt in an elevator, who was making me rethink what I thought I knew. While I wished I could have been with her, I agreed with Faye. I wanted to see the transformation when she arrived, which should be any minute. My cell phone vibrated from within my suit coat pocket. I slipped out into the hall, out of range of the speakers and their festive music. I doubted I could have heard the caller otherwise. "Hey, sis," I said, noting her name on my screen. "What's up?" "Sorry," Gemma said. I know you're at your ball, but I wanted to give you an update. I didn't like the caution in her tone. Is everything okay for tomorrow? Gemma hesitated long enough to give me pause. Do you want the good news first or the bad? Always good, I said. She exhaled loudly. All right, you're all set with the hospital. I got a few volunteers to set up tables, including shelves to display your goods, and a little cash register for the children to use to exchange their tokens for candy. Those kids are in for a treat when they wake up. This was exactly what I wanted. Perfect. It's so amazing of you to help me last minute like this. Thank you. You're welcome. Anything for my big brother. And the bad news? I didn't find anyone to man the register, the counter, anything. Everyone has plans, Hawk. It's Christmas. You're on your own to handle your little transactions with the kids. The news wasn't as hard of a hit as I'd expected. Sure, it would be a challenge to help 50-something kids, some in wheelchairs, manage their way through my stash and play store with them as they pretend paid for their goods. I could probably pay people the way I had for the salon and dress shop. Even on Christmas Eve, people would step up to the plate if you attached dollar signs to it. But it was Christmas, and I still had a conscience. If I had a wife and kids, I would want to spend it with them. Good thing I like kids, I told her. Ha ha, she said. In all reality, I couldn't help the kids navigate the shelves and make their little play purchases, though. I'd intended for this to be a totally immersive game, to make them feel as though they were in an actual Ever After sweets shop. Someone needed to work the register at the very least. It'll be all right, I told Gemma, not voicing my concerns. You've already done enough, and on such short notice, I couldn't have asked for more. Plan better next year, she said with a smile in her tone. You're right about that. Merry Christmas, Hawk. I'm going to get the kids to bed before Santa kicks their butts for peeking. I chuckled. Her 3 small kiddos were wiggly and energetic. Thanks again, Jim. Merry Christmas to you guys, too. Hopefully, I'll see you tomorrow. After hanging up, I paced a small circle in the hall. With the entirety of my staff, surely I could find someone who might manage to help. Everyone had plans. If I'd thought a little more ahead about this, I could have them, too. Maybe some of the hospital staff could throw on an apron and play sales associates, but they already had enough to do. I didn't want to take anyone away from their regular duties, especially not when they were so important. Who else could I ask? Not Clary. She was usually my go-to, but I couldn't do that to her now, not after all the work she'd done putting the ball together. She deserved the break. She'd been looking forward to Christmas with her boyfriend and family. It was Christmas. I could make this work, even if I had to walk each child through the makeshift shop, one by one myself. Resolving to it, I re-entered the ballroom. A final sweep through the guests told me enough. Ella wasn't here yet. Battling disappointment, I signaled Clary. In seconds, she joined my side. Speech time? Might as well. Clary tapped a finger to her ear, communicating with the DJ, who waited for the right time to add a transitional break in the music. I approached the microphone. Merry Christmas, I told my employees. This is a special time of year, and I wanted to thank you all for spending it here. I continued on, sharing my appreciation for their loyal service, thanking Clary and her team for such an immaculate event, and emphasizing how invaluable each and every one of this staff was. People applauded, but the looks on their faces said it all. Appreciation radiated from every expression, filling me with pleasure and satisfaction. Gratitude swelled in my chest as well. I'd tried my best to be a good boss. Moments like this made all the stress of the season worth it. Enjoy yourselves, I said. Make sure to take full advantage of all the refreshments and have the best of holidays. I lifted a hand in salute for good measure and received another round of applause before the DJ kicked the music back into full gear. Speech delivered, I traipsed toward the ballroom's main entrance while a mental list ticked through. I checked my phone. Nothing more from Ella. My thoughts strayed. I could ask my parents for help, but they'd be expecting company from their elitist friends, those who mingled in the same opulent and privileged circles Mom and Dad did. I couldn't pull them from their preparations. I wondered about Faye. She already had an apron and knew the ropes in describing products and helping customers make their decisions. Thanks to her working as a greeter in my shop on 17th, she'd already helped me once tonight. How could I pull her away a second time? I would never in 1,000 years have guessed that Ella was one of her grandkids. That made my surprise hours ago that much more amazing. What was taking them so long? I was so preoccupied I didn't notice the woman standing in the entryway until moments later. The music faded. Lights blurred the edges of my vision, and all I could do was stare. I'd expected to find a dressed-up version of Ella, but this transformation stupefied me. She was a goddess. She blinded me. I was struck completely speechless. Her figure was slim in the sophisticated dress that embodied winter itself, with its off-the-shoulder neckline and soft pink lace that hugged her slender silhouette. A thin band tied around her waist, emphasizing just how small it was. Her chestnut hair was coiffed and collected in waves over her right shoulder. The effect of her face was more startling than anything, though. I'd seen those chocolate eyes, that thin nose, and those pouty lips in my dreams for days. I wasn't sure when I'd moved closer to her. Somehow I was just there, staring like a fool. And she smiled back with a becoming blush. I'd never pegged her as the blushing type, which made this moment that much more satisfying. "Ella, you're here," I said. "You look—" She shook the snow from her hair, displaying the briefest flash of her silver heels, before lowering the train she'd hoisted in one hand to keep it from dragging on the floor. The dress created a pool around her feet. She lowered her head in an uncharacteristic bashfulness. "What you did was incredible," she said. "That's the word, incredible. The salon—" I placed a finger on her lips. Her soft breath stroked my skin, undoing me. "No," I said. You look so beautiful." The word didn't seem to do her justice. As I lowered my fingers, she lifted her chin, her attention rapt. "Thank you. You look great too." "Don't change the subject," she laughed. The sound succeeded at breaking whatever ice was left between us. We stared at one another in the ballroom. Tinkling music wafted through, swirling around us. Lights were bright, as though some of the fairy tale of the dance wove its way around us. Or maybe it was just her. I couldn't help myself. I had to touch her again. I reached for her hand and brought it to my lips. Ella's eyes widened. I heard her breath catch. Wordlessly, I slipped my hand around her waist. She succumbed, allowing me to hold her body close. I didn't care that we were blocking the doorway, that we were sequestered off to the side, away from the other dancers. In fact, I preferred it that way. It almost seemed wrong to have to mingle with anyone else when all I wanted was her. Her hands rested on my chest. Her breath came in short spurts, and I found myself enraptured by the sparkle in her eyes, by the red fullness of her mouth. I dipped in, ready to taste it, ready to take her. Ella lifted her chin. Her eyelashes feathered closed. The moment grew wings. It beat. It drummed. It triggered. A small cough scattered the stardust. Molecules away from her lips, I paused. My hands fisted behind her, and it took more self-control than I knew I possessed to retreat and face the source of our interruption.
Chapter 22. Ella. I thought I'd known disappointment before, but having the prospect of kissing Hawk snatched away so unexpectedly brought the sensation on in an entirely new way I'd never experienced. His eyes filled with apologies and the slightest flash of frustration as they met mine, before he turned to find a short woman with red hair and a flattering black dress watching us expectantly. She cast me an apologetic glance before speaking. "Hey, boss," she said. "I'm sorry, but I wanted to run something past you before I headed home for the night." Hawk hesitated. He turned back to me, edged in to brush his cheek across mine, and whispered, "Save me that dance?" Disbelief continued to razz me. "You bet," I managed to say. He brushed a soft kiss against my cheek, making my lashes flutter. As he lowered his arm, he allowed his fingers to graze down my skin and turned to walk away with her. I was putty under his glance, under his touch. How had I ever considered not coming tonight? As he strode across the ballroom, Hawk filled my vision. With the glittering lights and pine swag wreathing across the ceiling every several feet toward what I assumed was the ballroom, everything else misted. His tux was black and white, black slacks, white suit coat and shirt with a black bow tie. With his hair slicked back, his clean-shaven jawline, and his blue eyes flashing, he was enough of a distraction to make me forget why I was standing there in 2 high heels, in a dress that swam over me like silk, or why my pulse was off the charts. I meandered deeper into the room, attempting to regain a sense of normalcy after that greeting. Winter Wonderland was a complete cliché, but whoever had been in charge of decorations for this event had created a veritable North Pole of the ballroom. I couldn't fathom how much time it must have taken to create hills of snow along the room's edges or to decorate the lavish trees. The DJ, the swirling dancers, and the sheer energy of the room spiked my blood. I drank in the sight until a different sensation shivered along my skin. Tingling straight to my toes, my glance glided to find Hawk admiring, not the surrounding area as I was, not giving his attention to the redhead, but me. Just me. His attention was unraveling, to say the least. My lungs struggled for breath. The redhead took his jaw in her hand and guided his face toward her again, and the thought made me smile. I opted to wait beside the refreshment table, and in much the same way, I couldn't keep my eyes from him either. Several more times, his glance strayed in my direction. He nodded a few times, still talking to the redhead and looking over something she was showing him on her clipboard. I wondered if she was his assistant. Before I could find out, someone jerked me roughly by the elbow. "What do you think you're doing here?" Pris snarled. She looked classy in a red, floor-length gown drenched with sequins. Her dark hair was sassy in a French twist, up away from her throat and leaving all the attention to her bare shoulders and pretty but petulant face. I attempted to yank free. "You're kidding, right?" She knew exactly what I was doing here. It was what the rest of the crew looking in our direction was doing here. We'd been invited. My invitation had just been a little more personal. I knew that had been eating at Pris. I should have known to expect some flack from her tonight. But a personal attack? Pris's grip on my bicep tightened, reminding me far too much of the way her mother used to do the same thing. She pushed me against the end of the refreshment table. I nearly tripped on my dress's train. Several dishes rattled behind me at the impact. I shoved her off. Pris recovered quickly. "Mom said you gave her your 2 weeks' notice," she said, "but she booked you for Highland Heights tonight. I'd hate to think what she does to you when she finds out you've come to the ball instead of doing your job. Since when is it your responsibility to tell me where and when to work?" Where I went was none of her business. "You think you're so special, being here with the boss, except, that's funny. Where is your date, Ella?" "Why do you care?" I asked, lifting my chin. Pris's brows proved they weren't stenciled on. "I can't believe you still don't get it." "You can't be talking about Derek. That happened 2 years ago, Pris. We broke it off." "Yeah, after you stole him from me." "He made his choice. Move on already." Really? She was attacking me now because she thought I was going to go for Derek again? I skimmed the crowd, searching for Hawk. I needed to end this conversation, to get as far away from her as I could before he came back. I couldn't find him, though. He no longer stood near the DJ. Where had he gone? Yeah, you could say he did. Smugly, she jutted her chin toward Derek Cummins in a tux, peering around the ballroom a few feet away. Pris and Derek were back together? When did that happen? Was that why she was guarding the ball like a wounded killdeer? Had she come to badger me so I'd stay away from him? I couldn't grasp why she would do that. "I'm here with Hawk, Pris. You two have fun tonight." I tried turning away when Pris's words sliced my steps. "You're here with him tonight, but Hawk can't ever really be with you. Did you know that?" "What does that mean?" She sneered. "Maybe that's something you should ask him. If it were me, I'd stay far away from someone like him." Someone like him. What was she talking about? Her words bothered me more than I liked. Maybe it was because she claimed to know something about Hawk that I didn't. "You're just saying that because you're jealous," I said, calling the kettle black. She laughed. "I'm here with Derek." "Oh, come on." You've been bugged since you overheard Hawk ask me out. Pris jutted out her hip, adding extra sass to her stance. I don't care who asks you out. At least Derek didn't sign some binding contract back in college to keep him from falling in love with me. What are you talking about? She folded her arms and scoffed, angling her body in full snark mode. This is why I hate you. What? In our many, many misunderstandings, Pris had never said the actual words. I'd known she disliked me, but hatred was an open slit straight into my chest. I tried to force the sting away, but she went on. I can never tell you anything. Hate me all you want, I guess, I finally said. I was done talking to her 10 minutes ago. 10 years ago, more like it. My head was spinning too much by all her vague suggestions. Hawk had signed something in college to keep from falling in love with anyone? Finally, he came back into view. He was no longer talking to the redhead, but wove his way through the dancers, making his way back. I attempted to worm past Pris to rejoin Hawk's side before he approached and saw our confrontation, but Pris pinched my arm again, gripping, keeping me in place. She tipped in and hissed low. I hate you, but I'm helping you out here. Trust me when I say you can't have anything more than a dance with your billionaire. He made sure of that a long time ago. In fact, you should do yourself a favor. Leave now before you get too attached. You're only going to get hurt. Was she threatening me? You've never done anything to help me before, I said. Let me go. Suit yourself. I attempted to back away, but I didn't move soon enough. In a moment of fury, she reached behind me, retrieved a goblet on the table, and pitched its cranberry-colored contents at my face and chest. The iced liquid made a frigid splash against me. I held my arms aloft, mortified at the red juice dripping from my hair, my lashes, my nose and lips, and down my neck. An ice cube coasted down the front of my dress, and a huge red stain spoiled the fabric of the bodice. Hawk's gift, his romantic gesture to save me stress and treat me like a princess, it was ruined in one swift motion. Pris wouldn't have cared even if she'd known. You'll thank me later, Pris sneered and pointed to the exit. Guess you'd better go home now and get ready for Mom's job at the Heights where you belong. Humiliation pulsed in my skull. I managed to blink away the liquid enough to peer at the surrounding guests. Some were dancing, but a few gaped at Pris and me as if wondering whether or not they should intervene. Pris folded her arms and stood back with complete satisfaction. The clock is ticking, Ella. You wouldn't want to be in the wrong place at the wrong time. Sense flew and made way for the sheer humiliation coursing through me. There was so much I wanted to say, but I couldn't think. Hawk peered in my direction. I met his glance only briefly before whirling and dashing from the ballroom. I didn't really see where I was going. I just knew I had to get out of there. What was Pris's problem? She was helping me? By spilling wine in my face so it would stain my dress? Did she think it would get me to leave my date with Hawk? And what had she meant I could never have anything more with him after tonight? What did she know about anything? Ella! Hawk's voice reached me and I paused, using the wall for support. His steps resonated down the hall until he joined my side. His gaze trailed over my face, meeting my eyes with concern and fury. Are you okay? What happened back there? Who was the woman who did this to you? All I could do was stare. He was handsome on a good day, but I'd never seen him agitated before, and boy, was his jaw ready to grind. His eyes flashed with indignation on my behalf, and he'd never been more attractive. I didn't want to answer his question and go into my whole pathetic family dynamic. My stepsister splashed wine in my face because she wanted me to leave the ball and go work for a job I told her mom I wasn't doing. Oh, and she'd threatened that I could never be with Hawk? She didn't even know him. It sounded nuts in my head. I could only imagine how the words would come across when they left my mouth. Hawk frowned, sizing me up again as if seeking a solution. He rubbed his jaw, considering something. I'll have my security remove that woman from the premises. I hope this doesn't sound weird, but I have something you could change into if you wanted. I wasn't sure I heard him correctly. He was constantly surprising me. I'd expected backlash. I'd expected him to demand to know who did this, to hunt down Pris and charge her back payments for everything he'd spent to open the establishments for me the way he had tonight. But he didn't seem to care about the money having been wasted. He was taking it in stride. "You're offering me clothes?" I asked. He pulled out his phone, tapped out a message, and then pocketed it again before laughing and running a hand through his hair. "Yeah, I guess I am." "Another late-night shopping spree?" "No, my clothes." Pulling a handkerchief from his pocket, he wiped first one side of my face, then the other, before handing it to me. I dabbed my neck and chest, knowing the small piece of cloth wasn't enough. I did need to change. "I'm not done with you yet," he said, "and I don't want you to leave. I want you to stay if you're up for it, though you might not be comfortable in that anymore after." His eyes flicked down my dress, lingering and casting their perusal all over me. I burned under the heat of that glance and the unwavering admiration there. He cleared his throat and brought his glance back up to my face. "I have clothes you could change into, that's all." I glanced toward the dancers, the DJ, the refreshment table, and the mess of spilled wine that had dripped onto the floor. Sure enough, Pris was being marched to the exit, accompanied by two men in dark suits. My heart stuttered at the sheer power Hawk had. Don't mess with the boss, I guess. "What about the ball?" I asked, clutching the soiled handkerchief in my hand. "You're the only one I want to be with right now. What do you say?" Oh boy. The air between us thinned. Chills cascaded down my arms with the slightest brushstrokes, and I was completely captured by the intensity in his eyes. He was serious about this, as he'd been with so many other things. I knew full well where he kept his clothes, in his office, on the top floor, in what was essentially a bedroom. Temptation tingled in every single one of my pores. I shouldn't agree. I should thank him for the offer, bid him good night, and go home to where my own clothes awaited. But possibility capered through, pricking me like an appendage that had fallen asleep and was receiving blood flow once more. Why not? I didn't want to go home. I refused to return to the ballroom, and after my conversations with Stina and Pris, I was certainly not going to Stina's little job tonight. "All right then," I said, "but I draw the line at boxer shorts." Hawk laughed and took my hand. Together, we walked to the elevator where he pushed the button. It opened instantly, and I stepped in the rig with him for the second time. Pris had it all wrong. She had no say over my life, and if she thought a little bit of spilled wine was going to end my date with Hawk, she was horribly mistaken. In fact, I wondered if she knew she'd just made things that much more interesting between us. Chapter 23. Ella. I knew Hawk's office well, probably better than he did. I knew how difficult it was to vacuum around the ferns near his window. I knew the placement of every photo, award, and knick-knack on his shelves. And yes, I knew exactly where he kept the clothes he was about to offer me. "You know, I clean your office sometimes," I said, as he flicked on a few of the switches by the door. Light illuminated the covered windows, the desk in the room's center, the gathering of black armless chairs in another section. One switch triggered the festive lights on his Christmas tree in the corner. I wondered about that. He closed the door behind us. I knew it locked automatically, and for some reason that made my heart flutter. Maybe it was because we were well and truly alone. "Then you know about my space here." He gestured to the door beside his bathroom. "Yep, I actually love this little room you have here." "Oh yeah?" He guided me to the adjoined room beside the bathroom. An overstuffed futon draped with a blanket and a few throw pillows was positioned along the back wall, and across from it, a large flat-screen TV was suspended on the wall. There were a series of wall-length cabinets, a full-length mirror, and hooks holding a scarf and a blue coat. Several ties draped on the farthest hook, which made me wonder how often he slept here. "I've imagined you in here sometimes," I said. "Closing yourself in, settling in comfort after a long day of work when you didn't want to go home." My body sensed his proximity. Taking in the futon and the thought of him sleeping here, the space was filled with sudden intimacy. I was in his personal space, alone with him. Yeah, it's sometimes easier to just stay, Clary handles having my suits cleaned or taken to my house. After pretty stressful days, I camp out, or sometimes I just kick back on the Xbox. You have an Xbox in here? He sauntered toward the cabinet below the TV. Bending, he opened one of the cabinets to display the device and a basket of remotes. In here. You want to play? My mouth dropped. You're a closet gamer. I couldn't equate this attractive, driven businessman kicking back with a controller. Closing the cupboard again, he stuffed his hands in his pockets and pinned his gaze on me as he walked to me. The air diluted, dizzying my senses the way he did every time he was near. He smelled good. So good. I thought you knew everything I had in here. His low voice tangled through me, twisting my stomach into knots. I couldn't take my eyes from him. I clean in here, but I'm no snoop. I don't go through your stuff. He stood with me for several moments, making thinking impossible, before he broke the connection and strode to the long cabinet beside the mirror. I inhaled, attempting to keep my wits. The fact that everything in here smelled like him didn't help. Then you probably don't know that I have these. He pulled the cabinet open to reveal a stack of drawers. I'm a sweats and t-shirt kind of guy when I come here to do expense reports or other tedious agendas. I promise, they're clean. He removed a perfectly folded pair of black pants and a gray t-shirt from the drawer. His fingers brushed mine as he handed them over. The touch tingled across my skin, severing my spine's connection to my brain in the process, so once again all I could do was stare. Better get out of that dress, he said. Heat splashed across my skin. Shouldn't you leave first? His lips tugged upward. His gaze skimmed to my shoulders and back to my face, hiking up my heart rate. I should, shouldn't I? He was an electric shock to my insides. I slipped the stack of clothes and my hands from his grasp as casually as I could, trying not to let him know, but the burning of him overrode me all too fast. I couldn't remember what we'd been talking about. His proximity charged the air, frying my mental capacities. Clothes, pants, right. That sounds amazing. His brow quirked. Undressing with me in here? No, I mean... I couldn't think. He was scrambling my every thought. I meant the sweats. He strutted back a step, looking far too pleased with himself. But what about you? You're going to be jealous of me in my comfy clothes while you're still all dressed up. He lifted a shoulder. I could change too, if you want me to. Good grief. We really needed to stop talking about undressing. I withdrew another step. I needed distance from him. This conversation was far too fueling. Keeping his eyes on me, he slid out of his jacket. Hanging it on one of the hooks, he tugged the edge of his bow tie. It came loose and dangled from his collar. The single action and the directness of his gaze held far too much sway. He needed to do that somewhere else. This could be our very own ball, he said, loosening his collar next. I haven't gotten the chance to dance with you. In sweats and t-shirts? Why not? He moved to an open drawer. In a swift motion, he retrieved another pair of sweats and a shirt, holding them to his side. I'll just change out here, he said, gesturing with his head toward the door. My face grew hotter. He sure wasn't moving very fast. He wasn't waiting for some kind of invitation, was he? I chewed my lip and stepped toward the door. Toward him. Hawk retreated. Another step. Another retreat. The closer I got to him, the more tension sizzled between us. His sultry gaze was glued to mine, filled with tempting promises. I reached. He leaned closer in response. His husky scent wafted toward me. His nearness was maddening. I froze in the moment, caught in his snare. His eyes flicked to my mouth, and my pulse skittered. Ramming sense in, I found what I was looking for. The doorknob. I'll be out in a second, I said, closing the door and rooting him the rest of the way out. I folded my dress carefully. The speckled red stains saddened me, but on the scale of ruined things, a damaged dress was better than, say, targeting my reputation or something, which I wouldn't put past Pris to do. I'd probably be eating ramen noodles at every meal for the next month to make up for what I'd spent on the fabric of the other dress, but the time I'd wasted prepping that dress had also purchased an evening with Hawk. If I hadn't wasted so much time on not finishing it, he would never have had a reason to surprise me the way he had. I wouldn't have traded tonight for anything. His sweats bagged around my shorter legs but were comfortable and warm. The t-shirt had an American flag on it and it hung to my thighs. I didn't mind, if he didn't. I placed my dress beside my silver heels on the floor and checked my hair and makeup in the mirror. My tears had washed off most of it, but my eyes were shining, my skin luminous. Anticipation made my entire body hum. Pausing with my eyes closed, I took a few deliberate breaths. Hawk was waiting out there to dance with me. Pinching myself out of a dream seemed like a cheesy thing to do, but I was suddenly struck by the impulse. I shrugged my shoulders, rubbed my fingers against my palms, and touched my cheeks instead. Yep, this was really me. This was really happening. With a fortifying breath, I opened the door. I expected the lights to be their merriest bright, the way they'd been when Hawk had first turned them on. The only illumination now came from the upper lights above his desk, dimmed so the majority of the glow streamed from the immaculate Christmas tree in the corner. Stillness muted everything, leaving room for strains of soft music from hidden speakers. Hawk sat in one of the leather armchairs on the rug in the room's center, but at the sight of me, he arose. With his blonde hair swept messily to one side, his toned body drastically changed from dressy to casual, and wearing a shirt, he was attractive enough. Add a kickback grin, and it rendered me nothing more than joints and synapses. Much better, he said, raking his gaze over me. I hugged my torso. You too. Fortnite? He plucked the black shirt with its graphic of a character on the front. I warned you. Maybe when we're done here we can have a marathon. I relaxed, loving this side of him. He seemed so normal like this. So not billionaire. I've never played, I admitted. I didn't have much time for video games. In all honesty, I was surprised he did. That we must remedy, he said. But, he inched closer. But right now, you and I have a previous engagement. I moseyed toward him, my steps silent on the hardwood floor. Where are we dancing? He offered me a hand and guided me toward the tree. The shades were drawn over his windows, offering us additional privacy. Standing close to him, my nerve endings began to stir. I craved what was to come. I wanted his arms around me. Hawk granted my unspoken desire. His hands slid to my waist, pulling me near. My breath quickened, my knees slackened. This feels forbidden somehow, I said, allowing my hands to rove up to his shoulders. Does it? Mm-hmm. His hands closed at the small of my back, sending a shiver through me. I was too preoccupied to say anything else. It was so different seeing a person in a ballroom, surrounded by people, than seeing that same person in complete casual seclusion. I had him all to myself. I'd been alone with him in the elevator, I supposed. But this was so different. This was a hidden castle, abandoned and then unexpectedly discovered. I wanted to explore, to familiarize myself with every aspect of him, his hidden love of video games, his courteous offer for me to change my clothes so we could spend time together, his socks? Are those Swedish fish? Hawk lifted a shoeless foot to display a yellow and green striped sock with bright red fish candies on them. You might think I'm a traitor to my own brand, but these were a gift from my sister. But the socks, they're fun. You sound so surprised. I shrugged. I had no defense. I have a whole drawer in there. I'd show you, but that means letting go, and I'm not ready to yet. He pulled me closer still. I trembled inside, resting my hands around his neck. You have a drawer of fun socks? Every day I have to wear suits and dress shirts. I sometimes go all out with my ties, but depending on the occasion, even those have to be boring and conservative. Socks, though. Socks are a way I can express myself the way I really want to. Why not dress how you want? He was rich enough to. He stroked my back. That means I'd show up to work like this every day. Doesn't really come across as professional. So the socks are what? Your form of rebellion? You got it. My attention shifted to his Christmas tree. It reached to the top of the windows and was draped in red, gold, and green ornaments. I'd been in here several times, but I hadn't ever given the tree much thought. That is a beautiful tree. I have my staff do a lot for me, but this is one thing I like to do for myself. You put up your own tree? I did, yeah. Put it up, decorated it, while I was texting you, in fact. I spend more time here than I do at home, so I like to have slices of home here as much as possible. Hence the sweats, I said, tugging at the pants he lent me. They look great, by the way, he said. Ha ha. Very funny. I'm serious. Don't get me wrong, you were a stunner in that getup you had on earlier, and I was dying to see you all dressed up, but I like this look for you. Makes me wish we had time for more than a few dances. My brows drew together, and my thoughts drifted to Pris's warning about how I couldn't have more than tonight with him. What did he have to get to? A family gathering, maybe? I need to be to the hospital in a few hours, he said, answering my thoughts. I tensed. The hospital? Is everything okay? Visiting hours wouldn't be available in the middle of the night. I couldn't think of what else it could be. A procedure of some kind? Yeah, it's nothing like that. I'm fine, it's just that... He dipped his head before lifting it again. The smoky expression in his gaze knotted my stomach. I'm playing Santa. Not what I'd expected to hear. You're what? He chuckled, leading me in a circle beside the tree. Every year I like to deliver candy to Harmony Children's. But after talking to you in the elevator, you gave me a different idea. I did? What idea is that? I'm taking an ever-after sweet shop to them. I know many of the kids can't leave, so I thought it might be a fun surprise for them to wake up to. Along with their pillowcases, of course, and I'm going in early since most kids I know are up at the crack of dawn on Christmas morning. If I thought he was attractive before, it was nothing to this. Maybe it was the soft spot I already had for those kids, but hearing someone like Hawk using his money to help others was melted chocolate at the first bite of a cookie. That is incredible, I said. They're going to love that. The song changed. Soft cellos began singing out, Silent Night. Hawk whispered me closer, and my entire body escalated. I rested my head against his chest, drifting to the rhythm of his heartbeat and the disbelief that I was here with him. Like this. I inhaled, breathing in his musky scent and the sound of his heartbeat through his soft cotton shirt. And you? His voice resonated. Are you going to tell me what happened down there? Who was that woman? Why would she attack you? The magic of the moment dispelled. I stared past his shoulder at the potted plant with large green fronds across from the Christmas tree. I didn't really want to talk about Pris, but Hawk deserved an explanation. That was my stepsister. Your stepsister attacked you? What was her problem? Animosity flowed through me. I retreated, breaking from Hawk's embrace, needing space to keep my cool. I wrapped a strand of hair around my finger. She works with me, and she was being her vindictive self. You mean she's attacked you before? He rested his hip against the back of the chair he'd been sitting in when I'd walked out after dressing and folded his arms, staring me down. If she works for me, I could fire her for you. I shuddered. The tears that had threatened earlier were still too near the surface. I think that's called discrimination. I could find a reason. His spiteful tone surprised me. He sounded protective of me. The notion swept chills across the backs of my arms. Though his clothes were as comfortable as they could get, I felt suddenly tight. Truth threatened to leak from my lips. I wasn't sure I wanted to hold it in. Why should I? I'd been leery and hesitant about relationships before because I hadn't wanted to get hurt again, but Hawk was proving himself to be more than I ever thought. I wanted openness between us. After all he'd done for me, I couldn't deny my feelings for him any longer, so I gave Hope a chance. She thinks I stole her boyfriend a few years ago, and she's still pretty resentful about that, so she takes whatever opportunity she can to rub it in. I braced myself for all kinds of questions, and you'd think by now I would be more prepared to handle the smoke in his gaze or the steam in his smile. Both burned right through me. Did you steal him? I'm no thief. He sidestepped around the chair and swaggered closer, robbing the air with every step. If you looked at him the way you're looking at me now, I can see you stealing hearts. His direct gaze arrested me, making movement impossible. My voice was weak, so weak. And how am I looking at you? Gaze sultry, lips tugged upward at the corners, he inched closer. Like you want to dance with me, or kiss me. My heart pattered, my body floated. I stared, just stared. I couldn't deny it. I didn't want to deny it, because he was right about both. Chapter 24. Ella. The moment quietened. The music shifted to something gentler and more relaxed. Without another word, Hawk slipped his hand around my waist and severed my ability to draw in air. He held me so carefully, so deliberately. I stared at his mouth again, thinking of the accuracy of his prediction moments before and wondering how to make it happen. Was he going to kiss me? We weren't dancing anymore. He was holding me, just holding me, and yet it felt like so much more. You know, Hawk said, I haven't stopped thinking about you since Montana. Me neither. His head angled as though he didn't believe me. You become more and more of a mystery to me the longer we talk. What is it that's such a mystery? If either of us was a mystery, it was him. You. Everything about you. Why you were so hesitant about me from the beginning. Why your stepsister felt the need to attack you like she did in front of everyone at the ball. I burned under the heat of his attention. It wasn't only the physical aspects of touch and sight, though those were enough to undo me, but his verbal interest, the sincerity of his statement. He wanted to know me. I sifted through. My family life has been hard. Because your mom is gone? When did she die? He remembered. Oh my goodness. He remembered. She passed away 10 years ago when I was 15. My dad got remarried, hence the stepsister. 2, actually. And Stina Malice? She's evil. He laughed. I went on. In fact, that's one reason Pris attacked me tonight. It was an attempt to get me to go home so I'd work on the job Stina wanted me to take tonight. That's what you meant when you said you had to work Christmas. She wanted me to clean some apartments tonight. I told her no, and she threatened that I would lose my job. Brutal. I can see why trust is hard for you. So I gave my 2 weeks' notice. Hawk licked his bottom lip. I'm impressed. So, what did you say her name was? Pris? I nodded. It's short for Priscilla. She came here to give you grief for that? She said other things too, I said, squirming just a little inside. I wasn't sure if I should bring it up or not, but Hawk was holding me so closely, listening so intently, and I was curious. About you, I said. Me? I've never met her before tonight. That's what I figured. That's why I'm so confused. About what? I gripped his shoulder, feeling the firm muscle there. She said a relationship with you isn't possible because of something you signed in college, that I was gearing up to get hurt. It made no sense to me. Hawk sniffed. His hands around me went rigid. What did you say her name was? Pris. Well, it's Priscilla Malice. You've never met her before? Frowning, he shook his head. I would have remembered a she-wolf like her. Do you know what she was talking about? Hawk rubbed a hand across his chin and stared off. A divot appeared between his brows as he considered. I don't know how she would even know anything about it. About what? His arms lowered and his hand found mine. Come here. Sit with me. He guided me to the leather chair and sat. I wondered about steering the other chair closer, but before I could, he pulled me onto his lap. He wrapped his arms around me, keeping me close, and burrowed his face in my neck. Whatever was going on here, this news was really bothering him. Hawk? I asked. I made a promise in college that I would never fall in love, he said. We call it the pact. That's the only thing I can think she might be referring to. I can't figure out how she would even know about it. So it was true? It sounded almost comical, but Hawk acted anything but. She said I would get hurt. He scowled. The expression added its own kind of appeal to his features. I'd never let that happen. In any case, it sounds like she's just making idle, jealous threats. That's what I thought too, I said. Despite his words, whatever this pact was really seemed to bother him. His body still felt tense. Are you sure that's all there is to it? I asked. He stroked my face, and the tension in him eked away. I'm sure. And what about you telling me you were leaving after Christmas? He asked. Was that true? Or was that just a way to keep me away? I'd like to attend school in New York, but I haven't even applied yet. Christmas was my own deadline because I'd be getting a stipend for my education. I just want to get as far away from the Malices as I possibly can. So you're uprooting your entire life? I could see how ludicrous it seemed to him as he voiced the question. Why not just cut them off? You don't have to see them here in Westville. It wasn't that simple. I'd be reminded of them everywhere I went. Knowing Pris and Stina, they'd find some way to haunt me, even with ties having been cut. A new start was better, but I wasn't sure I could convince Hawk of that right now. That's enough of my drama. What about you? I said. I didn't want to dwell on it anymore. I need to talk about something else. Want to tell me about your family? About Christmas? Anything. This is by far one of the best Christmases I've had yet, he said, stroking my spine with tender fingertips. Stressful, but best, too. What's made it stressful? He exhaled and dipped his nose against my throat again, making my body tremble. Trying to expand my company. Our fiscal calendar is the same as a regular one, so my department heads wanted to get things moving for the new year. It's been good, just really hectic. And what's made it the best? I asked. His expression shifted to something heated and unruly. Hasn't happened yet. I tensed in the best way, an anticipatory way. Is it something you've been wishing for? I asked. His attention focused on my lips. I didn't realize how much until this moment. I put my hand on his chest. I've been wondering when you were going to go for it. Are you inviting me to kiss you? He asked. My mouth went dry. His office, the tree, the floor, it all faded. Do you need me to? He lured me closer. His breath was warm on my skin, making my lashes flutter. I've never asked a woman before I kiss her. I figured since you claim you're no thief, I thought I'd prove I wasn't one either. I pressed my chest against his. If you want to kiss me, Hawk, you won't have to steal one. His pupils dilated. So you are inviting me to kiss you. Feeling bold, I tilted my chin upward. His lips pressed to mine then. The kiss swirled like a snowstorm, blinding, diverting, causing me to slow and pay more attention to the eddy of disorientation and the rage of desire pulsing inside of me. His mouth coerced mine, parting my lips, deepening, taking. His hands scaled my ribs, to my throat, my hair. I wanted to stay just like this, warm and safe with him. He was flickering fires, cozy afternoons, and hot cocoa. He was the refuge and the storm. One arm tightened around me, while the other slid beneath my legs. Without warning, he stood. Keeping me in his arms, with hazy desire in his eyes, he carried me across the office and back to the room I'd changed in. Without a word, he set me onto the futon and resumed where we'd left off. His hands cradled my face, his body was firm and strong, and his lips reclaimed mine. I grasped the need for the relocation. We had more room in here, and it was more comfortable as well. A little too comfortable. I just had a thought, he said after a long, delicious caress. He stroked his thumb along my cheek and stared at my mouth. His lips were swollen, and his eyes were half closed. I think I'm having more than one, I said with bated breath. He was going to consume me if I wasn't careful. Remember the project I mentioned? He said against my mouth. I'm setting up a candy shop for the kids in a few hours, and I'm a little short-handed. Come help me. He cradled my face, pleading with more than just words. I saw it in the gleam of his blue eyes. He wanted me. He wanted to be with me, to have my help. I struggled forming a coherent thought, especially when he dipped in for another kiss. I was going to the hospital tomorrow anyway. I could do it. After this? I wanted as much time with him as I could get. What time? I asked. Early, he said, pressing his mouth to mine again. I'm headed over about 5 a.m. I checked the time on the digital clock above the door. It was nearing midnight. Hawk rubbed my arms. Come on. You made all those kids' pillowcases, right? You probably know them better than I do. I do, yeah. They're great, really great. And they're going to be so thrilled once they see what you've done. I wanted more than anything to be there and see the delight on their faces. Is it family? Hawk asked. I can understand. I know it's Christmas. Unease washed the moment's heat away. Family, yes, but not the happy circumstances he was probably assuming. According to Pris, Stina was still expecting me to work tonight. But after her attack in the ballroom, I was even less inclined to go. Here was a man who was giving up his Christmas plans to spend the holiday at the hospital. He had no one else to help him do this incredible thing for kids who deserved it. An affirmation exploded in my chest. This was what I wanted. He was what I wanted. Okay, I said. Really? His excitement stoked the fire in me all over again. I leaned in and kissed him, long and slow. Yeah, I'd love to. I'm not working tonight. I'm all yours. He stroked his hands up and down my back. I liked the sound of that. His next kiss had a new effect on me. This time his mouth made the room tilt. It made my blood spin. Hawk's tempo increased, and I nearly allowed him to pull me under. Instead, I finished out the kiss and pressed my hands to his chest. I should probably go, I said. He released a disappointed moan, but he didn't stop me when I broke away from him and rose to my feet. My hair had almost completely come out of its style, and the resulting coldness away from him was noticeable. I wanted to go back, to crawl into his embrace and cocoon there, to forget anything and anyone else. I hadn't had a connection like this with anyone before, and I didn't want it to stop. But I also didn't want to move too fast too soon. This was a magical delusion. Christmas Eve was full of those, and I had to be careful not to fall prey to it. I was just learning to trust again. He'd gotten through my defenses, but they weren't all down yet. He sat on the futon with a hand braced on its back. His hair was disheveled, and he watched me retrieve my dress from where I'd laid it on the floor. What time should I meet you at the hospital? I asked. My sister has everything there, he said. We just need to be there and make sure everything is set up and ready to go. Kids get up early on Christmas morning, or I did anyway. I did too, I said with a laugh. I used to sit up and stare at our tree waiting for my parents to wake up. Hawk stood and rested a hand on his hip. How about 4:45? Is that too early? That way we can be all set up when they start to trickle out. I gaped at him. Most men I knew would balk at hours like that. Hawk was so one of a kind I couldn't fully grasp it. I could just stare at him in amazement at his swoop of blonde hair, at his icicle blue eyes, at the mouth I was dying to kiss again. You know, I said, you're probably the most attractive man I've ever met. Hawk's belly laugh glimmered inside of me, but really his generosity made him more appealing than anything. It's true, I said. I've been surrounded by selfish people since my mom died, having her gone, being around Stina and Pris, who only seem to be out to get whatever they can from people. Even my dad has been duped by the delusion that stuff matters more than people. I'm guessing if you lost your business, if you lost everything you had, it wouldn't sour your outlook on life a single bit. His eyes turned calculating. His lips did this little tweak at the corners that worked wonders on the cinders in my stomach. He closed the distance between us and tenderly, carefully, cradled my face in his hands. I'll take that as a yes, he said softly. Yes, I'll be there. I'd be anywhere he wanted at this point. It was definitely good that I was leaving. I gathered my belongings from his room, and Hawk held my hand all the way down the elevator into the coat room outside the ballroom. The music had ended. Staff members were busily tearing down the lovely decorations along the halls. I was glad I'd opted to wear boots through the snow on the way here. Heels wouldn't have worked with his sweats. Thanks for letting me borrow some clothes, I said once I'd slipped into my coat. We made quite the pair in our coordinating sweatpants and t-shirts. I wondered what the staff members thought of seeing their boss so casual like this. Maybe for the nighttime staff, they were used to it. "It meant I got to spend the evening with you," he said. "I guess I'll see you in a few hours?" "Yeah." I waited expectantly, and he didn't disappoint me. Hawk's lashes drifted closed. His mouth found mine, filling me with renewed heat to keep me warm all the way to the car he'd arranged to take me home. Cameron looked a little more tired than before, but his smile indicated he didn't mind the inconvenience. This was his job, after all. I sauntered on Starlight. I slipped onto the chilled seat and stared in a daze. I was going home. I was taking a brief nap, and I was meeting Hawk at the hospital. My thoughts were jumbled as he drove. From the turn of the evening, my private ball with Hawk, dancing beside his Christmas tree, his stolen and not-so-stolen kisses, I didn't realize until I was back in my apartment that I'd made it home with only one of my shoes. I couldn't help but reflect on another part of our conversation, however, one that darkened my happiness just enough. Hawk had mentioned something about a promise he'd made, a promise not to fall in love. Was that what Pris had been referring to? If so, then how did she possibly know about it, and what had she meant by her threat? Hawk had tried to play it off. He'd tried to move on with other topics of conversation, but regardless, I could tell he'd been more rattled by it than he'd admitted. I was determined to find out why.
Chapter 25. Hawk. I returned to my office in bewilderment. My mind raced. Tonight had gone so much better than I'd hoped for. Dancing with Ella, kissing Ella. She was enticing and sweet. She was a sugar rush to my bloodstream. One thing plagued me the entire ride up the elevator, however. I couldn't stop thinking about her stepsister. I hadn't wanted to admit anything to Ella, not until I knew for sure. But it sounded as though her stepsister's warning to stay away from me had something to do with the pact. I was pretty sure I'd never heard of Priscilla Malice before. In fact, I knew I'd never met her. Heck, I'd only just spoken with her mother, Stina, in person, and what was a handful of times since word of the stolen items had spread. How could Pris know anything so personal about me? As far as I knew, the only people who knew about the pact were those of us who'd made it. If only I'd known about her ulterior motive when she'd attacked Ella back in the ballroom. Before I'd had her escorted from the building, I would have taken a few minutes to corner her, to ask her how she even knew about the pact in the first place. Ignoring the sudden tiredness sweeping over my eyes, I stalked into my office and went straight to my desk drawer. Pulling it open, I swiped up the card I'd stashed in there after returning from Montana. I hadn't given this little greeting much thought since I'd found it under my plate at the rehearsal dinner. But I skimmed over the handwritten message again. Bad things happen to those who go back on their promises. I fanned the card a few times and stared at my Christmas tree, thoughts spinning. Pris couldn't have had anything to do with these warnings the guys and I had gotten at the wedding, could she? As far as I knew, she didn't know Adrian or Gabby either. The pact had been a fleeting college thing, something we'd all signed and agreed to, because we'd wanted to stay in the fraternity. Rolling my chair out from where it had been tucked beneath my desk, I sank onto it. The tree's lights created golden fireflies in my periphery. I'd been so flippant during college, so light-minded. It wasn't until Dad retired early and left me his business that I'd started to take life a little more seriously. That was how the pact had been for a lot of the guys. None of us had really stuck to it as much as we'd pledged to. For Adrian, it had been a refuge after a bad breakup. For River, Gray, even Maddox, it had been the source of financial support. For me, I'd signed it because I'd had no intentions of marrying whatsoever. Adrian had become my best friend. He'd signed it, so I did too. I hadn't put much stock into it, and even among those who had, none of us had intended to allow the pact to control our lives. Except Will. I tapped a corner of the card against my desk as memories washed over me. Will had been my roommate when I'd first joined Sigma Phi Rho. I'd heard all about his bitterness and reasons for why he'd signed the pact. He'd broken up with the girl he loved for the sake of the pact. Then she died before either of them had graduated. As the fraternity's social chair, he'd taken it upon himself to ensure we all stuck to our word during the events and gatherings he'd arranged. Making the rest of us adhere to it had been his own form of vengeance for a broken heart. Apparently, he got a little psycho against those who didn't follow to a T. I hadn't been at the frat the day Gray had backed out of the pact, but I'd heard about it. Will had lost his mind. He'd physically removed Gray from the frat house and then tossed everything Gray owned, valuables included, out of his bedroom window without letting him collect his stuff. That wasn't the worst of it. A few days later, still bitter at the fact that Gray would turn his back on the frat for a girl, he'd crashed her birthday party. He'd threatened her with a knife. The police had been involved, and Will ended up doing some jail time for that, and for the combination of a few other misdemeanors I hadn't been aware of. He'd gotten out of jail on parole earlier this year. When he'd heard of Adrian falling for Gabby, he'd gone psycho all over again. He'd abducted Gabby, threatening her as punishment to Adrian for breaking the pact. Sudden fear tore through my chest at the memory. The cards slipped from my hand. I held my breath, placed both feet flat on the floor, and gripped the edge of my desk. In the past 2 instances, Will had attacked women to get back at the men who'd broken the pact. Nervous energy spurted through me in such a rush, I pushed to my feet, needing the movement, needing to process the sudden realization. After tonight, I was moving precariously close to the breaking point as well. I hadn't cared about the pact since leaving college, really. Even while dating Amelia, I hadn't been in danger of breaking it. But now? Ella, I said on a breath to the empty room. Ella was worth going back on my word. She was tough but sweet, selfless and hardworking. She was irresistibly beautiful, and I hadn't been able to get enough of her. The look in her eyes when she'd taken my clothes from me, the way our hands had brushed, the way she'd felt in my arms. From the tingling euphoria and possessiveness I felt, I knew I wasn't just close to the edge. I'd already slipped off of it. The strength threatened to leave my knees. I staggered to the wall between the 2 windows behind my desk and leaned against it, breathing inexplicably roughly. The prospect of loving anyone had been impossible for so long. I'd avoided it as a plausibility for over 10 years now. I'd feared being entrapped in the same mistakes my parents had made. I'd feared marrying only to lead lives of mutual resentment and loneliness, the way Mom and Dad did. Those fears had shifted entirely, without me even realizing it. I'd pursued Ella only as a game at first. Things had gradually evolved into something more real. Now, the only misgivings I held with regard to love and marriage was putting Ella in danger. How did Will know I was getting so close to her? Did he know I was falling for her? Why did he care? And was he the one who told Ella's stepsister? He's back in jail, I said aloud to the empty room. The words didn't appease my fears. If anything, they made them worse. What was Will up to? Had he been the one to send the warning cards to the wedding? Had he somehow contacted Pris? How did he even know her? I didn't like this at all. I had to talk to the guys, but it was the middle of the night. I swore and clenched my fist to keep from striking out at something. There was nothing I could do about it right now. I'd have to wait until after Christmas to get to the bottom of this. I readied for bed, set my alarm, and settled onto the folded-out futon. The room still smelled like her, like moonlight and pomegranates. It would have been all too easy to keep kissing her, to forget the rest of the world and focus only on her. I was glad I hadn't, though. We needed to rest before meeting the kids at the hospital in a few hours. I killed the light and crossed the room when something flickered in the darkness, catching on a rogue strand of moonlight. I pushed to my feet and lifted the single glittering shoe. Ella Embers, I said, running a finger along the thin heel. Thoughts of her made me more malleable than a marshmallow. She'd claimed she was no thief, but after an entire evening spent in her company, I wondered if she might be in line to take more than kisses from me. I thought of the pact again. I'd never wanted to break it for anyone else before, but Ella? If I wasn't careful, that girl was going to steal my heart.
Chapter 26. Ella. My brief midnight nap was haunted with warning. Omens appeared, distressing visions of armed assailants barging in and attacking Hawk and I while we danced, of Pris spewing threats and splashing poison in my face that melted my skin. The instant my alarm sounded, my blood chugged with panic. It took too long to shake away the lingering fears the dreams had imprinted on me. Nothing was wrong. Everything was fine. Not only had I stood up to Stina, but I was meeting Hawk in less than an hour. Maybe now Pris would get off my case about Derek. She'd see I'd moved on and could get a life and do the same. Moving sluggishly, I zipped calf-high boots over my leggings and checked my appearance in the mirror. My hair was still semi-decent, so I folded Hawk's clothes, grabbed a muffin, and headed out into the cold Christmas morning. As far as hospitals went, Harmony Children's was imaginative and welcoming. It catered to children, with colorful montages on the walls depicting superheroes and popular figurines in full size for kids to stop beside and snap a picture with. The facility was specialized, a place where children with severe or life-threatening conditions could stay to get the long-term care they needed. I pressed the call button and waited in the chilled winter air for the back door to be opened. To my surprise, it wasn't a nurse who appeared, but Hawk. "Morning," he said with a twinkle in his eyes. A black sweater hugged his torso and sculpted arms, blending in with his dark pants and shoes. He scoped out my equally black garb as I removed my coat and hung it on a hanger in the room just off from the door. "Looking good," he said. "I know. We could be ninjas." Hawk laughed and answered me with a kiss that steamed to my toes. "Even in all black, you look bright and chipper." "I feel bright and chipper." He had no idea. It was so freeing to be up this early because I wanted to be, because I didn't have to do anything for Stina Malice but for Hawk. "Speaking of clothes, I brought yours. They're in my car." I indicated the parking lot behind me. I wasn't sure whether or not to bring them in. "Hold on to them," he said, tilting in for another kiss. His mouth was consuming. He guided me deeper into the coat closet, his hands at my ribs, my spine keeping me close. I could do just this and be perfectly content for the next several hours. "I'll get them from you the next time we go out," he said. "Will there be a next time?" He rested his forehead against mine. "I don't want things to end here, do you?" "I need more stolen kisses." He indulged me. His mouth was soft and insistent. "We should get out there," I said, trying to strap down my senses. His lips quirked up just enough. "Was there something else you came here to do?" "You mean besides this? What if the hospital staff finds us back here?" "I'll pay them for their silence." I chuckled and wrapped my arms around him, allowing his mouth to explore mine a little longer. "How about ice skating tomorrow night?" he suggested, threading his fingers through mine and leading me down the hall. An answer formed in my mind, but didn't quite make it out as we stepped over the tiny colored tiles intermixed with gray. I was too flushed, too immersed in the moment we'd just shared. The hospital's waiting room wasn't far. A vivid scene of forest animals covered the wall as usual, but the chairs were pushed aside to make room for 2 long counters with bar stools standing in front of them. Several tall, wide shelves held cellophane bags filled to bursting with colorful candy. Each bag was tied with sparkling pink and black ribbons. A large banner swooped across the entryway, brandishing the Ever After Sweet Shop logo. Oh, wow. I stopped alongside a pair of nurses in red scrubs. I'd come to know several of them by name after my many visits here. "Right?" Martha said. She had short blonde hair and a friendly demeanor. Her red scrubs were perfect for the season. "The kids are going to love this. I can't wait for them to wake up to their pillowcases. Add this to it, and they'll have the best Christmas anyone could hope for." Hawk strolled through the space, inspecting goodie bags and wrapped packages beneath the sparkling tree in the corner by the cash register on its counter. I loved this. If I ever had money like this, I'd want to use it to help others, too. He made his way back to me and handed me a pink apron set off with black and white striped edging. He'd already slipped his on over his head. I considered teasing him about the fact that he wore something so feminine, but he didn't seem to care. "Tell me you're wearing matching socks," I said as I tied my apron behind me, "or pink at the very least. You know, I should have some Ever After socks made. I can't believe you haven't thought of it before. You're inspiring." "I'm something." I gestured to his feet. So let me see then. Show me what you've got. Smirking, he lifted his pant leg and displayed a pair of bright green Grinch socks. The Grinch? That doesn't fit you at all. I assure you these are my size. I narrowed my eyes. You know that's not what I meant. He edged closer and lifted his chin. Okay then, what did you mean? The Grinch stole Christmas. You're doing the opposite. You're giving it to these kids. You should have worn Santa Claus socks. Santa is overrated, says the man who proclaimed he was playing him. Are you always this sassy? Not always. Sometimes I'm sweet. I'd say you're a little of both. We were caught in a trance, a daze. Somewhere in the back of my mind, I knew the hospital existed, and that other people were around somewhere. But being here with him, staring at him, smirking and laughing and thinking of the coat closet again, he was the sole focus. What's the plan? I asked, needing to stay on track. Each child has a stocking by his or her bed. They received redeemable tokens and can use them to buy anything they want here in their very own store. That's adorable. And the presents? I pointed to the tree in the corner of the waiting room. I wasn't sure if it had been there before or was something Hawk's team had set up. Were the presents something the hospital had provided as decoration, or were they legitimately presents? One for each child and for the staff, and you. My mouth dropped. Me? I hadn't thought to get him a present. Then again, it wasn't as though I'd had oodles of time or the inclination that I'd be spending Christmas with him. Hawk, He nudged my shoulder with his. It's okay. You'll find your name on it. When did you even have time to get me anything, let alone wrap it? I got here before you did, remember? He leaned in. My heart caught. I hung on the promise of a kiss from him, but just before he moved in, his gaze flicked behind me. Ah, he said. Here come our first customers. Kids in pajamas began trickling in. Many had tubes dangling from their noses or taped to their hands while they pulled connected IVs alongside them. Some walked in slippers, hugging stuffed animals. Others wore beanies on their heads. Others came in wheelchairs pushed in by family members. Regardless, every face was lit up with delight. Ella, a boy named Jerome, called from his wheelchair. He waved energetically and then held the red and green-striped pillow over his head. The woman behind him smiled as well. I wondered if she was his mom. That's the biggest grin I've ever seen, I said, approaching him. What have you got there? Santa brought these. They were on our pillows when we woke up this morning. Hawk slid me a knowing look and stepped closer. Oh, he did. Very clever of him. I knelt by Jerome's wheelchair. That's amazing. I couldn't wait to show my mom. And now we have our very own store. This is the best Christmas ever. I hugged him and went from child to child, friend to friend, chatting with each one. They gushed in their excitement, expressing joy in something so simple as a new cover for their pillows or the toys and books their families had brought. I paused at the sight of Laura standing beside one of the shelves in a complete stupor. She was completely bald, her skin soft and smooth. She wore a snowman nightgown and Paw Patrol slippers. Everything okay, Laura? I asked. These look too pretty to eat, she said with a frown. I bent down at her side, resting my hands on my thighs. Which one are you going to choose? Laura's smooth brow rose. You mean I can pick one? Of course, I said with a chuckle. This is your Christmas store. With excitement only a child can show in her shining eyes, Laura reached carefully for the gift bag tied with a black ribbon. I like this one, she said with awe, cradling it to her chest. Now what do I do? I crouched at her side, resting a hand on Laura's shoulder. You got tokens in your Christmas stocking this morning, right? A nod. See that good-looking guy behind the register? Go give him one of your tokens and it's all yours. With a grin as big as diamonds, Laura skipped to Hawk and handed him her bag. Rather than remaining behind the register, Hawk stepped around the counter and knelt beside her, one arm around her shoulders as he answered her questions. Laura gave him an excited smile and bounced up and down, hugging him before he resumed his place behind the register. He proceeded with the transaction. The shared glee on every face, the sound of crinkling paper being opened, the shouts of happy surprise and laughter were beyond satisfying. This was worth every stressful hour of sewing and every hour of missed sleep to do something to bring a little happiness to these kids. Too bad Chloe and Brandy couldn't have seen it too. Being part of the children's joy in any way was a blessing, but sharing this with Hawk and the other hospital staff who worked so hard to care for these kids made things even more worthwhile. Too soon, the phone in my back pocket vibrated. I checked it, only to have the name on the screen douse my elation. Chapter 27. Ella. Hawk was surrounded by kids, entertaining them as he made swooping motions with his arms. I wondered what story he was telling. Other kids were opening their gifts, pulling soft, squishable plush animals from boxes they'd opened. I didn't want to answer Stina's call, but she'd bug me until I did. Might as well get it over with. I stepped into the hall and braced myself. Hey, Stina. Howard is rather disappointed his apartments didn't get the treatment he was hoping for last night. No other greeting, just a jump right into criticism. I told you I wasn't doing it. You should have let him know. I anticipated the backlash. For Stina to spout all the horrible reasons she was disappointed in me and pronounce the end of my employment. I'd never see Dad once that happened, but I rarely saw him as it was, and bye-bye stipend. I had no doubt she'd figure out some loophole to keep from bestowing it to me. I expect you to show up tomorrow morning. You still have 2 weeks left. After what you pulled last night, you owe me. That was something no one wanted to hear, not where Stina Malice was concerned. The woman held grudges, like the dying clung to life. She said nothing about the way Pris had attacked me the night before, about the way she'd attempted to humiliate me enough to send me home. Maybe she didn't know it had happened. She probably didn't care. I so wanted to call it. 2 weeks was another paycheck. I could use that time to find a new job. My plan had been to hit the road as soon as New Year's was over, to head into New York and job hunt there as I applied for school. But after last night with Hawk, the shape of my dreams began to shift. I had friends, cousins, an awesome grandma here in Westville, but none of them had been incentive enough to get me to stay before. Why then did one night with Hawk Danielson make me want to change my plans and stick it out? I knew exactly why. Hawk was different from anyone I'd ever known. I'd felt safe, heard, and adored last night. He was the assurance of a grounded plane, and he was breaking away the wall I'd assembled around my heart one piece at a time. The more he managed to fracture within me, the more I wanted him to finish the job. Well? Stina prodded. I had a few $1,000s set aside for the move. I could live off of that until I found new work. Hawk was right. Just because I was in Westville didn't mean I had to have anything to do with this woman any longer. The way forward was suddenly clear. I'm done, Stina. I'm not coming back. You selfish brat. Just like that? You're going to leave me short-handed again? Her rancorous tone was jostling. The bright murals, the children, the staff, everything slammed back into place. I won't talk to you if you're going to insult me, I said, ending the call. Conflicted and emotional, I was shaking in my skin. Worry nudged its way into my ribs as this and other conversations knocked back through me. You owe me. I waved it off, refusing to let the worry settle. I wouldn't focus on that. I was having the most amazing Christmas of my life, and it was time I returned to it. Stina had it all wrong. I didn't owe her anything. I owed this to myself. For too long, I'd been so caught up in the integrity I owed to others, to my mom's memory. She would have wanted me to be reliable and stick things out, to my dad's expectations, to show Stina some decency since he was married to her. But I forgot about the integrity I owed to myself. Stina and Pris treated me like dirt. I was done allowing it to happen any longer. Hawk had the bravado and charm of a model, and he was watching me. He stood with an elbow resting on the counter and a gift in the other hand. My heart gave a little flip. Was anyone allowed to be this gorgeous? I was rattled, and he was the ideal distraction right now. There you are, he said as I approached. I was afraid you'd left before I could give you this. Then his brow furrowed as he caught something in my expression. Are you okay? pushing away the bitter aftertaste from Stina's tone and the ridiculous quaking trembling through me. I took the gift. "I'm fine, and sorry. I didn't get you anything." As I took the gift, he captured my hand and pulled me close enough for me to breathe him in. His warm voice dripped down my skin like melted honey. "Ella, what's wrong? Is it your stepsister? Did she do something again?" I met his gaze. Of all the emotions he could display there, fear flickered in his eyes. What did he have to be afraid of? "Why do you think she would?" I asked. He peered around and gestured to the nurses, then luring me out of the waiting room again. It wasn't for romance as it had been before. He led me to an empty place in the hall. "Ella, do I need to be worried for your safety?" "What? Hawk, no." "Do I?" The question was adamant. His muscular shoulders were tense. His body reflected heat and protective vibes that did him all kinds of favors. I didn't doubt if it came down to it. This man could protect his lady. "I just talked to Stina. I just quit my job." The tension didn't leave his body. If anything, his concern increased. "You're not scared of her, are you?" I didn't get this tension from him. Stina was the dark side of nasty, but aside from emotional attacks, I didn't fear for my personal safety. "Why do you ask that?" I said. "You just seem so put off. You've been this strong, confident, put-together woman since we met, and something about you seems off. You're not acting like yourself." "Hawk?" I placed a hand on his chest, thrilling at the hardness there and the feel of his pulse beneath my palm. "I'm fine. Stina always rattles me, that's all. Why are you so worried?" He rubbed his neck. The side of his throat worked through a swallow. "I didn't tell you everything last night." "About what?" "Your stepsister, Pris. She said something to you that I don't like." "She does that to me on a regular basis." He missed the humor in my tone. "She implied I wasn't allowed to be with you." My heart caught. His gaze had hardened and he glanced away. I shifted to meet it once more. "You mean you're packed, or something else? Don't tell me you're in another relationship or something?" One of the nurses passed us, pushing a wheeled cart in front of her. When his eyes met mine again, they brimmed with conflict. "Ella, a few of the other guys have broken the pact since then, and the women they fell in love with were attacked." A slight chill prickled down my scalp. "Attacked? How?" "One of them was kidnapped, the other was held at knife point until she fainted, and Gray was able to intervene." Blood pulsed at my temples. Gabby had been attacked? When? She'd never told me anything about it. "And you think something bad might happen to me?" I said, my voice reflecting how startled I felt. "Why?" His eyes were unflinching. That glance spoke volumes. Slowly, like water filling a glass one drop at a time, the elements began to trickle into place. Soon, the glass had enough water to reflect an image, to give me a grasp of just what he was saying. He'd signed a promise not to fall in love. The other men's girlfriends were attacked because they'd broken that pledge. Did that mean he was breaking it too, with me? Warmth radiated through my body, drumming in my chest. The strength left my knees. "Hawk?" His fingertips trailed the softest touch along my jawline. "I'm inclined not to let you out of my sight," he said, low and husky. I tried speaking. Words no longer worked on my tongue. Sound didn't connect with my voice box. I cleared my throat. "I'll be fine. Stina and Pris may be vindictive and nasty, but they'd never do anything to physically hurt me. Their barbs are all done with words and twisting your emotional guts until you beg for mercy." "You're sure?" "Positive. Nothing is going to happen to me." He stared me down, disbelieving, serious. It took several moments before I registered that I was still holding the gift he'd given me in my hands. I couldn't catalog anything, aside from the fact that he'd all but admitted he was falling in love with me. Sudden lightness tore through me with that one thought, like I was the one with the gift hidden inside. It elevated my limbs, making me feel as though I could do anything. Hawk was worried about me. That much was evident in his creased brow and the way he cleared his throat. I wanted to put him at ease. Now I'm going to open my present. He nodded, his throat working. I tore open the festive paper. My fingers quivered from the intensity of his non-verbal admission, of his concern for my safety. Hawk Danielson was falling in love with me. Was I really in any danger because of it? I pulled out a lovely knitted red scarf. I hugged it to my face, feeling its thick, soft yarn against my chin. I love it. Thank you. He took the scarf and settled it onto my shoulders. His fingertips brushed the skin of my neck, sending shivers down my spine. Merry Christmas, Ella. Thank you for coming with me today. I wouldn't have wanted to be anywhere else, I said. It was true. No matter what Stina threatened, I was glad I'd chosen this. My heart skipped a beat as he pressed a tender kiss to my mouth. The kiss spun and coiled through me, zinging all the way to my stomach. When I lifted my lids, it was like seeing him for the first time. The blue of his eyes, the flash of delight on his lips, the possessive gleam that spoke of desire and implied how much he wished we weren't in a public place, but back in his office with only each other. How badly I wished for that, too. I'll see you tomorrow night, he said. I took a deep breath. I had to kick my brain back into gear, ice skating. With Hawk. Yes, I can't wait. Tomorrow night. For some reason, with the worry still cascading from his body in waves, I foolishly couldn't help but wonder if we'd make it that far.
Chapter 28. Hawk. The day after Christmas, and it was already back to business. Everything seemed to be in line for the production and manufacturing of commercial-sized bags. I stalked past the huge pallets of plastic, waiting to be stuffed, inhaling the manufacturing floor's typical smells of metal and fudge. Several of the workers down here stopped adjusting and tweaking the machines they stood beside and waved. I waved back, making my way toward the exit and up the elevator, back to my office. I'd worried the candy would lose its homemade quality, being packaged differently and in larger quantities, but my team assured me it wouldn't make a difference. The bag on my desk was proof of that. The candy was still as divine, and my mouth watered with satisfaction as I slipped it free from its wrapper and popped it in. Reassurance shone with this decision. Revamping the packaging and distributing it in larger commercial stores wouldn't destroy the ma and pa feel of my stores after all. Having commercial candy available only increased interest in people coming to the original boutique shops. My financial advisor predicted this would double our profits. I was trying to determine the best use of those funds. I sank onto the chair at my desk and lifted the lid to my laptop. The kids at the hospital, Jerome, Laura, Henry, their sunny, eager gazes, the excitement in their cheeks, their jokes, their smiles, the bells in their laughter. Those kids deserved help. Cures, college funds. I wanted to sponsor them somehow. I opened a search bar only to pause. The thought of college funds brought my thoughts back to the discussion Ella and I had had before we'd left the hospital. I wasn't sure what I expected when I told her about the pact, but I couldn't shake the feeling that something was brewing. Something I couldn't see. None of the other guys had come to the ball. I considered contacting Adrian, but if anything had happened with Gabby's safety, or with the pact in general, he would have reached out about it. I hadn't talked to Maddox or Duncan in a while either. Were either of them dating anyone? Had they heard anything more about anything going on? I decided to start with Maddox. Sinking back in my reclining chair, I swiped the screen on my phone and tapped out a message. Me. Hey, dog. Anything new at the theme park? Starting with a different question than the one I really wanted made it sound like I wasn't contacting him just because I wanted something. He owned Wonderland Theme Park here in Westville, and numbers had been struggling for a while now. Besides, I cared, really. His park was legit, with some cool attractions and killer rides. I'd gone a few times, which was why I was surprised it had been sapped so hard all of a sudden. Several minutes passed before the dots appeared on my screen. Maddox. Attendance numbers sucked hardcore just before we closed for the season. How are things for you? Me. That sucks. Have you heard anything about Will? I wasn't sure how to ask about Maddox's love life, or if he had one. We'd been friends in the frat and had hung out occasionally since. He'd had a fling with the fraternity sweetheart, but as far as I knew, nothing had come of it. Maddox and I weren't what you might call close. Adrian and I were chums. Maddox and Duncan always had more in common with each other than I did, though that didn't mean we couldn't enjoy a round of beers now and then. I just didn't see how I could say, "Are you dating anyone?" without it sounding like I had an ulterior motive. It felt too weird. Maddox, should I? Me, you know how we got those cards at the wedding? The warnings. Maddox, you worried about that? You dating someone? How come he could ask it and have it be fine? Probably because I'd opened the conversation, whatever. I'd take the opening. Me, she's hot, man. She's amazing. I don't want anything happening to her. Maddox, I think Will's still in jail. I doubt he'd try anything like that again. The words were strangely comforting. What was I so worried about? Ella had just mentioned her stepsister making some stupid threats. There was no real connection to the fraternity. For all I knew, Pris was just trying to intimidate Ella and be a total witch. Me, yeah, you'd think he'd learn his lesson. I slid the phone away from me and sank my head back, running my hands through my hair. I had nothing to worry about. I was overreacting. A pencil sat beside my computer. I reached for it and rubbed the pad of my finger along the pink eraser, thinking. Ella would be fine. I'd be seeing her in a few hours, and I couldn't wait. Ice skating was the perfect way to have forced interaction, especially if she or I were terrible at the actual skating part of things. My excitement returned to the project I'd been brainstorming moments before, donating funds to Harmony Children's. I wanted to help those kids. Even if backing research foundations to help with curing the kids' various ailments might be satisfying enough, I wanted to do something personal as well. The intercom on my office phone droned, interrupting my musing. Yeah, I said. Sorry to bother you, sir, Clary said. Her wary tone struck me. I set the pencil back onto the desk. She went on. I just received a call from security, and they have something they think you should see. Concern drew my brows together. I pressed the button to respond. Any idea what it is? They said you should come. Scenarios shuffled through my mind. What was it, the thefts? Or something worse? I'll be right there. Are you coming? If you'd like, sir. I would. Having her opinion in the moment might be nice. Clary was observant. She often noticed things I didn't. I met her in the hall, and together we hurried to the surveillance room on the third floor. My nerves frayed at the seams. After a steadying glance from my assistant, I buttoned my jacket and entered. Several security guards stood in response. Ethan's bald head shone beneath the dim light. He shook Clary's hand first, and then mine, before pointing to the top left screen on his surveillance layout, where at least a dozen screens were clustered, each displaying a different area of the building. We thought you should see this, Ethan said. His voice was thrumming and deep. Remember that theft that was reported? Suspicion made way for certainty. My nerves settled just enough. Having an idea of what this entailed helped to calm me. My attention zeroed in on the screen. You caught someone on camera. The printer, ink cartridges, and tablets that went missing. The culprit struck again. This was captured on Christmas Eve. A brunette woman in a jumpsuit peered over her shoulder before shuffling past a desk and stuffing something into her purse. I couldn't tell exactly where she was. It looked to be in someone's office, judging by the small quarters and personal computer screen on the desk. I leaned in for a better look. Disbelief racked me. I'd seen that purse during a too-long stint in an elevator. It was dark purple, with roped handles and several buckles. It looked just like. Who is this? I asked, crouching closer. Can you zoom in? We're trying, sir, Ethan said. It looks like someone on the custodial staff. See the uniform she's wearing? Custodial? I'd suspected as much, which was why I'd sent the notification to Stina Malice a few days ago. That wasn't what bothered me, though. With that one word, the confusion, the intrigue of Ella Embers began to wither away in place of clarity. Clarity I didn't want to accept. It couldn't be. Not her. What would you like to do? Ethan asked. I paced away on an exhale and rubbed the frustration from my forehead. I'd been worried about repercussions from the pact because for the first time, they were a reality. I was falling in love with Ella Embers. I was falling in love with a woman who was possibly the culprit behind the thefts that had taken place in my building. This didn't equate with the woman I knew. She ran a charity organization for children. She was my best friend's wife's cousin, whom Gabby hadn't known for very long. I couldn't let emotion cloud my judgment, not when decisions needed to be made. But I couldn't believe this of her. She wouldn't stoop this low, would she? Did you find the missing supplies? I asked. No, it's one reason we haven't taken any action yet. Finding the supplies would give us just cause for an interrogation. But wasn't the video feed proof enough now? As far as I knew, the custodial crew met in a room in the building's lower level. They had a changing room of sorts down there, a place where they all convened and locked up their belongings while they were on the job. What are the parameters for searching lockers? Ethan and the other guards swapped glances. If you have cause, then we can conduct a search, sir. I thought it over. It was still morning. Chances were the custodial staff was still on duty. Did that mean Ella was there too? She'd said she was quitting. Oh man, was she quitting because she didn't want to get caught? Had she lied to me this whole time? I didn't want to believe it, but I didn't know what to think. We need to get to the bottom of this. Page Stina Malice, and have her keep the crew after their shifts. Will do, sir, Ethan said. Clary peeked up at me with concern. I touched her arm, not entirely sure how to form the words. I was glad she'd told me. Glad we finally had an indication of who the culprit was. It was always better to know. But I never would have suspected it would be Ella. The woman whose kisses unraveled me. The woman who'd branded herself into me. All that talk about stealing kisses, about thievery. Had she been trying to give me hints? Or just plain mocking me with insinuations? I thanked Ethan and the other guards and dismissed Clary before stepping out to a quiet corner of the hall. My thoughts were a jumble. Ella's smile, her charitable gifts and sacrificed time for the kids at Harmony Children's. The way she'd soothed me in the elevator, the conversations we'd had, the moments we'd shared. Those images of her contrasted with the sneaky, over-the-shoulder glance from the woman in the surveillance video, the devious stuffing of stolen items into her bag. How could she be the same woman? She was a thief after all, I said. I couldn't believe I fell for it. I had to talk to her to find out the truth. And whatever that was, I hoped I was strong enough to do what I had to.
Chapter 29. Ella. I couldn't help the worry tumbling over me. Excitement warred against it with a battle cry inside of me, sounding off as if to fight the unwanted anxiety. I'd told Stina I wasn't coming back, and I didn't. I should have been happier about that fact, but I still couldn't shake the unease brought on by Stina's many threats. Even though my body clock automatically woke me up at the same 3:30 I'd been waking up at for years now, I didn't show up at 4 a.m. that morning. I cleaned my own apartment instead. Later, I called Addie and spurted to her about Hawk and our romantic personal ball. The fact that I would be seeing him again that night made me gush all the more. He was so different from who I expected him to be. He was friendly, funny, and completely charming. But more than that, he was a person who cared about others. He wasn't stuffy or full of himself as I'd initially thought. There was just one more awful thing I had to face that morning. I hadn't yet cleaned out my locker back at Ever After Corporate. I decided to wait until everyone else was clocking out. Maybe Stina would be less vindictive if there were others around to buffer her wrath. My nerves were going crazy as I entered the building. I'd dreamed of this day but hadn't thought it would come so soon. I was done with Malice custodial management. Janice fell into step beside me as she pushed the large wheeled garbage can toward the custodial closet. Its wheels were anything but quiet. "Where have you been?" she asked. "Didn't you hear? I quit." Her face brightened. "You did. I'm so proud of you. It's about time." She knew a fraction of the struggle I dealt with regarding Stina and my stepsisters. Anyone who worked here probably knew just by watching our interactions together, But I'd confided in Janice a year or so ago after Pris was her awful self. I know, I said. It took too long. Janice pulled me into a hug. Good luck. Where will you work now? What about the stipend? I'm not sure yet. It was probably stupid to quit without having something else in place, but it was time, she said. It was time, I agreed, feeling bolstered. She entered the break room. Pris stood near her mother's desk. After what she did to me at the ball, I never wanted to speak with her again. She was a large part of the reason for my decision to quit. I wouldn't look so happy if I were you, Pris said. She'd already slipped out of her jumpsuit and into her winter coat. Had she heard Janice and me talking? The expression on her face somehow managed to be both derisive and gleeful at once. What's that supposed to mean? I was leaving. After today, I never intended to talk to her again. She pursed her lips, staring at me with a smug, ridiculous smirk. You know, Ella, I find people get what they deserve, and it's a good thing you showed up this morning because you're about to get yours. She strolled past, knocking into my shoulder with her own, and leaving unwanted fear pulsing in my veins. What was she talking about? Stina strode in behind Trevor and Emmett. Her nails were a vicious shade of red, and she folded her arms in an immaculate gesture as if to display her claws. I sidestepped, bracing myself for the impact of whatever verbal slings she planned to lob at me, but my phone pinged. My heart spun. It was a message from Hawk. Hawk, can you come into the office today? How cute was this? I was eager to see him too, just as soon as I got out of this viper's nest. Me. I can't wait for tonight either. I guess you didn't get the memo? Stina interrupted my chat. What memo? I clutched my purse strap and closed my phone. There's been another theft. Ella, you may have left our ranks, but this includes you. My astonishment was genuine. Who would be stupid enough to steal a second time? Did Hawk really think it was someone in custodial? Misgivings settled in. I checked my phone again. He didn't give the flirty reply I'd been expecting. Hawk, this is for a less fun reason. I'm sorry. I'd really rather talk about this in person. Can you come? My nerves began racing. My hands shook so hard I could hardly tap my reply. Me, I'm here. I came to get my things. Hawk, you're at Ever After? Me, in the custodial break room. Hawk, can you meet me on the 5th floor? The 5th floor? That was where the accounting offices were. It was also where the building's security guard station was. When I lowered my phone, Stina was still watching me. Why are you looking at me like that? No one here would steal anything, I said. I'm not so sure, Stina said with concern. They have video evidence this time, Ella. It really is unfortunate that you weren't where you were supposed to be Christmas Eve. Her words had too much undercurrent to be taken as anything but a jab. Slowly, they intertwined with Hawk's vague texts. Had Stina told him she'd caught me? Was this her way of getting back at me for not working like she wanted? I didn't steal anything. Hawk couldn't seriously think I did. Stina pursed her lips so tightly her dark lipstick gave the appearance of a miniature bow. I guess we'll see about that, won't we? I knew she wouldn't take my quitting well. I knew to expect backlash. But this accusation? I boiled inside, and without another word, I turned heel and darted out to the elevator, nerves tapping, blood racing. I couldn't grasp what was going on here. When the elevator opened, Hawk stood near the stairs access directly across from it. Beautiful, charming Hawk, in a suit that made him look like it had been sewn just for him, with arms folded across his chest and an expression devoid of the delight that had been there Christmas morning. I waited for him to wink at me, to smile, to give some assurance that all was well, but his ice-blue eyes were cold and calculating. Once they clasped mine, he pressed his lips together in a pained expression. I went to him, waiting for the suspicion to melt. I wanted him to pull me to his chest. I wanted him to ease my worries and assure me that there was nothing to worry about. "What's going on?" I asked. "I don't really know how to handle this. We need to talk to you. Is that okay?" "We? Can you come with me in here? I'd like to show you something. I need to talk to you, but I don't want to do it out here." Something was off. His expression held pain and unreserved disappointment. No, it was more than that. He looked hurt. He couldn't really suspect I had anything to do with this. I'd never considered stealing anything from anyone before. How could he think I would? "Hawk," I said with a nervous little laugh. "I'm sorry to have to do this," he said, gesturing toward the thick door leading into the building's security offices. "We never cleaned in there." The guards did their own dusting and vacuuming, from what I understood. "But I have to ask you some questions, Ella. I thought it might be best to have a few others witness the interaction." "Witness," I said. "It sounds like I'm on some kind of trial." He swallowed and peered from one side to the other before lowering both his head and his voice. A few tablets came up missing in several offices over Christmas. This time, these weren't the property of Ever After Sweets, while the previous printers, ink, and office supplies that came up missing belonged to the company. These were the personal belongings of members of my marketing staff. In the past, when we've made inquiries, our security cameras have come up blank, but this time... His voice cracked. Hawk cleared his throat. The sadness in his eyes was apologetic and pleading, as though he was begging me to understand how hard this was for him. My hand found his, and thankfully, he allowed the touch. "I'll go with you. I'm innocent, Hawk. I want you to know that." His expression was stricken. "I want to believe you." "Then I'll prove it. Let's go." He knocked on the door. It was opened by a bald man whose face looked too young for that particular hairstyle. "This is Ella," Hawk said once we'd stepped in and closed the door. The bald man offered me a hand. "Ella," he said kindly, "my name is Ethan. I'd like to show you something and ask you a few questions if that's okay." Dazed, shaking, I managed a nod. "Sure." With the okay from Hawk, the bald guard at the desk clicked an icon on his screen. He widened the video to full screen, and I watched as a woman darted glances behind her inside an office as she unceremoniously stuffed a tablet into her purse. My entire body froze from head to foot. It was me. It was clearly me. But how could that be? I hadn't been anywhere near those offices on Christmas Eve. Not only that, but I never cleaned while carrying my purse. It always remained in my locker. My discomfort grew. That's not me. And that looks like the 5th floor offices. I haven't cleaned those all month. I've been working on the 12th and the 3rd. Ethan eyed me. "You were cleaning a different area?" "I couldn't have accessed the 5th floor closet or offices without keys. Pris usually oversees the assignments. I haven't had keys to the 5th floor. Ask Stina." She knew I hadn't been cleaning offices recently. I'd been detailing halls, cleaning out the garbage and sweeping, mopping, and vacuuming stairs. I hadn't had the keys to those offices. How could I have been caught in that feed? Though we'd had our differences, Stina wouldn't throw me under the bus for something like this. She would come to my defense. She had to. "Besides," Hawk said, "Ella was with me on Christmas Eve. I wanted to hug him for vouching for me. He wasn't leaving me alone in this." "Yes," I said, sounding too eager. "What about that feed? Can you bring that up? We were together." Ethan clicked through a few things. Images sped up, showcasing Hawk walking me from the elevator to the door. It appears that's true. But look at the timestamp," he said, frowning and returning his attention to the theft feed. "This footage happened long after Mr. Danielson walked you out. Did you perhaps come back to the building?" "Does the feed show me coming back?" I asked. Had whoever did this tweaked to add me there too? "No," Ethan said. Panic surged in my chest and brought a dull, hounding pain behind my eyes. "I didn't. I swear I didn't. I went home. I fell asleep and then got up again a few hours later to go to the hospital." Hawk and Ethan both watched me. My breath hitched. I felt sick as all kinds of awful possibilities swept through my brain too quickly for me to catch. "I was at home asleep," I added helplessly. "I wasn't here." They had to believe me. The bald security guard rose from the desk. "I know this is difficult," he said kindly. "Can we search your locker, Ella?" I was astonished. I'd come here to clean it out, though I hadn't made it that far. All I had was a bag of some toiletry items, deodorant hairbrush, spare socks, that kind of thing. I had nothing to hide. Yes, search it. Then we could move past this. I was so hurt, so shocked. The pain behind my eyes increased its tapping pressure. Ethan stood and closed the windows of his computer screen. He strode toward the door. Hawk followed, but desperately, I grabbed his hand. Fortunately, he didn't pull away. Hawk, I swear, I didn't do this. I would never. I can't believe you did either, he said. We're just trying to get to the bottom of this, okay? My nod was shaky. Shallow breaths were all I could accomplish. Okay. Together, the three of us left the security offices and rode the elevator to the lower level in uncomfortable silence. It was absolute agony. Is everything all right? Stina asked, rising from her desk as we entered. Pris and Charlotte were there too. Pris smirked, but Charlotte's eyes widened warily. Can you please vacate the room? Ethan asked. There's something we need to check. Of course, Stina said, too eagerly, shuffling her daughters out. Before you go, Hawk said, pointing in their direction, can you tell me which floor Ella has been working on this month? Stina returned to her desk and checked her schedule on her computer. Using her mouse, she scrolled a few times, clicking, and then paused. She's been assigned the 3rd and 12th floors. Hawk exhaled in relief. And who has been in charge of the 5th floor? Stina perused the schedule again. She hesitated for the briefest moment, and her gaze flicked to her daughters. That would be Pris. My suspicions began to grow. She was the one who'd done this, I was sure of it. How had she managed it? How had she tampered with the feed? We need to check the lockers, Hawk said. Stina provided the master key. One by one, lockers were opened, their contents examined, until the security guard arrived at mine. The door was jammed. The handle wouldn't budge. The guard jiggled it, pounding on the metal until it gave way and popped open. The missing printer tumbled out, hitting first the bench before crashing to the cement floor. Reams of paper, the tablets and sticky notes, everything that had been reported missing recently, had been stuffed in and spilled to the ground. Reaching deeper in, the guard withdrew my purse and removed 2 more tablets from within. I'd never seen either of them before. How had they gotten in there? I didn't, I said, praying they heard the plea in my voice. I didn't steal those things. Words were spoken. Hawk muttered to his security guard, offering me sympathetic glances, but I heard it all as if underwater. I was detached, devastated, disbelieving. I didn't hear Stina until she grasped me by the shoulders and shook me. You're finished. Do you hear me? This is humiliating, and I want nothing more to do with you inside or outside of work. You'll get no references from me, and I'll make sure your dad knows the truth about you. I fisted my hands. Injustice cooked inside of me like a pot ready to blow its lid. You've been waiting for something like this to happen for a long time, haven't you? Stina rounded on me. What's that supposed to mean? Indignation added to the sense of injustice. Why else do you not invite me to my own family's Christmas lunch, and then you schedule me to work in the middle of the night Christmas Eve? You staged this. You set me up. Suspicion trickled in with a wretched tang. Pris had been the one giving me keys for months now. As manager beneath Stina, she was also the only other person who could have gotten into my locker. Ethan skewered Stina and me with a glare. I'm afraid the evidence is against you, Miss Embers. There is footage here showing you using custodial keys to access the offices on the 5th floor. The evidence is there, and it's in your locker. Somehow you tampered with the feed. I didn't. Then why is the footage there? I don't know, I said frantically, looking to Hawk rather than his security guard. I was with Hawk on the 12th floor. I wasn't wearing the jumpsuit. I didn't even have my purse that night. How did these items get to be in your locker? Ethan asked. I glanced at Hawk, but he watched with the same sadness in his eyes. Did he believe me? Or was he taking his security guard side? I wasn't sure how to explain my relationship with my stepfamily to make it sound believable, like I wasn't making excuses or relocating blame, especially not with Stina there. But truth had to triumph. It had to be Pris, or Stina. They both have keys to all our lockers. Pris had been accompanied off the premises last night, but she could have come back after the ball ended. Now come on, Stina said from behind me. Ethan silenced her. Stina straightened but did as she was asked. Why would they want to do that? Ethan asked. I glanced at Hawk. He'd seen Pris cruelly splash wine all over me. He'd seen her confront me for no reason. I'd told him a little about our broken lives. Now I wished I'd shared more. About the subtle sabotage, about being denied access to my own childhood home, about all the petty vendettas Pris had lobbed against me. They both hate me. They've hated me for years. It was so satisfying to say it, to have Stina know that I knew, and to have a buffer in the room as I said so. It'd been a long time coming. It's true we've had some animosity here and there, Stina said in a defensive manner, but I would never set her up like this. Ella, you can't really think I would do this. You can't think— Enough, Hawk said. He paced away, running a finger along his left eyebrow, before turning to the security guard. Ethan, I'd like a minute with Miss Embers, please. Ethan rested a hand on the edge of the desk. Are you sure? Yes, just a minute. All right, the guard said. He paused at the door and turned back to me. I'll take your testimony into account, Ella, he said. But it still doesn't change the fact that we have video feed of you in the act. The feed is wrong. My voice broke. I didn't do this, and you know it. The last part was directed at Stina, whose eyes shifted, refusing to meet mine. I suggest you find a good lawyer, Miss Embers, the guard said. Good day. Tears stung my eyes, but I blinked them away. Hawk had to believe me. I didn't do this. With the room cleared, the clock ticking was the only sound between us for several long, agonizing moments. This wasn't how our next time alone was supposed to be. We were supposed to go ice skating. We were supposed to snuggle up together on his futon, hold hands and talk, to get swept up in one another's arms and kiss until we were both dizzy. I never imagined I'd become the suspect in his interrogation.
Chapter 30. Hawk. All that talk about stealing kisses. If it were anyone else, I would think her affections on Christmas Eve had been a ploy to get closer to me, to use me to accomplish whatever it was she was trying to do. I couldn't figure out why anyone would want to steal these items, for one thing. But Ella, not Ella. She hadn't wanted anything to do with me from the start. She hadn't rigged the elevator to make it break down that day. Or if she had, she was more of a criminal mastermind than I would have ever pegged her for. She hadn't sought me out in any way. She'd deflected my every attempt to get closer to her until I'd finally broken through her defenses. I couldn't think this of her, no matter what the security feed showed. Tears streamed down her cheeks. I hated to see any woman cry, but especially her. She was so strong, so self-assured. You can't really believe this, she began. I rested my hands on my hips and exhaled, staring at the Spartan room. I don't. Her eyes flicked. The tears in them glinted. You don't? I admit I don't know you as well as I'd like to, I said, stepping away and staring at the wooden bench positioned in front of the row of open lockers. The items Ethan had discovered were strewn across it, and the printer that had tumbled out lay in pieces on the cement floor, its cord still in the locker like some kind of pathetic lifeline. But for one, this just doesn't seem like something you'd do, I said. Her eyes widened. For two? For two? Why would you go to the trouble of stealing all of that stuff and then wedge it into your locker after you'd just quit your job? She smeared a hand across her cheek. Her fingers trembled. I stepped closer to the bench and peered down at the printer, the tablets, the ink cartridges. I wanted to sift through them, but didn't want to complicate things by adding more fingerprints. The police were going to get a phone call from me. I'd pay everything I had to so I could get to the bottom of this. Unnecessary interference wouldn't help with that. Some of these items went missing weeks ago. You can't tell me you've had them in your locker this whole time. You all change into your jumpsuits in here, don't you? Yes. My gaze tripped across the other lockers. Is there anyone else on the staff who can verify the contents of your locker from even 2 days before? I don't know. We never really looked too closely at one another's stuff. I rubbed a hand along my chin and considered. Even so, someone would have noticed if you had random things like this in there. I mean, who carries a printer around? Especially when it was reported to have been missing, she added, her voice quiet. I nodded. Hawk, I need to prove your innocence, I told her, feeling unstable. Dryness had overtaken my mouth and worry tripped beneath my skin. Can you give me some time to do that? It can't look like I'm favoring you at all. Are you favoring me? Dang her twinkling eyes and the smirk in her sadness. Now was not the time to flirt with me, even though it made her extremely likable. I wanted to go to her. I wanted to pull her into my arms. I think you know I do, I said. How are you going to prove I didn't? Her words broke before she finished her question. A sob crashed from her lips. Her shoulders hunched, and she covered her face with her hands as more tears streamed down her cheeks. I did it then. I strode to her and pulled her against my chest. She burrowed in, wrapping her arms around me. The same protectiveness I'd felt earlier swarmed inside of me, storming through my muscles, flushing heat and purpose through me. Thank you, she said, as her tears soaked my shirt. Thank you for believing me. How could I do anything else? The only evidence against her was this video feed, and that seemed sketchy at best. I wanted to rage. I wanted to demand immediate action. I'd take whatever risks I had to if it meant setting this right. I'll check the feeds, I assured her, somehow keeping it together. I'll get the police in on this. Do you think someone set me up? Yes. It was the only thing that made sense. Yet another reason why I needed to keep my head. I needed time to prove it as well. Dating Ella during all of this would give entirely the wrong impression. Though it was the last thing I wanted to do, I lowered my arms and released her. She gazed at me with confusion glittering in her teary eyes. We'll need some time, I explained, hoping, willing her to understand. I hated pulling away, but it was for the best. I had to, for her. She swallowed. I understand. Using my thumbs, I wiped the tears from her cheeks. I hate that they did this to you. She clutched my hand. Me too. You really think your stepsister did this? There's no one else you think who might want to see you go to jail? Ella sniffed and stared at the wooden bench in front of the row of lockers, brow furrowed as she reflected. Pris has had it in for me since we were in high school. She and Stina got back at me for the whole Derek thing. But now that I bailed on them on Christmas Eve, I can fully believe that they rigged this to get back at me for that too. They blocked me from seeing my dad on holidays. I wouldn't put anything past them. This blew my mind. Though my parents' relationship with one another were terrible to Gemma and me, my family was as loving as they came. I couldn't imagine parents treating their kids so badly. If they managed to manipulate the security feed, that means they had some help, I said. Again, I thought of the threat Pris had made to Ella about not being able to be with me, about the pact. Something more was going on here than was on the surface. Is there any way to check their correspondence? She asked. I rubbed my jaw. Not when it looks like you're the one I should be keeping tabs on. What if you just included the whole custodial crew? I can't monitor everyone's texts and phone calls, not without just cause. And you don't have it on Pris. I didn't. There had to be a way to dig deeper into this, to get some dirt on her. Is there anything you can do? I asked her. As her stepsister, she knew her better than I did. Maybe she could think of something I didn't. The most adorable line appeared between her brows as Ella reflected. Short of actually committing a crime, I can't think of anything. Committing an actual crime was the last thing either of us should do. We'll figure it out, I said. I waited a few moments. She clasped my hand, squeezing it a few times. We were prisoners in one another's gazes, in a moment where neither of us wanted to move because things were changing more rapidly than either of us could control. You'd better go, I said. I'll be in touch. She tucked that bottom lip of hers into her teeth, and then she crept in and tipped a kiss to my cheek before ducking out. Exhaling, taking a few more moments in the break room and staring at the stolen items strewn haphazardly around, I strode out. Stina stood outside the break room. Well? she said expectantly. I was typically a happy-go-lucky kind of guy, but this was dangerous. I didn't like this woman after the way Ella told me she'd treated her. But if she'd really gone far enough to set her up like this, I haven't had any problems with the quality of work your company does, Mrs. Malice, I began, setting my teeth so she couldn't mistake my meaning. She smiled. I make sure my crew, but I won't tolerate dishonesty, especially at the expense of someone's reputation. I think you know what I'm getting at. She swallowed and lifted her chin. I would never tolerate that either, sir. I stared her down. To her credit, she met my gaze. I hope not, I said. I wanted to say more, but I couldn't make any accusations outright, not without the proof Ethan said we needed. Proof I intended to find. If Ella suspected her stepsister had set her up, then I was darn well going to use every resource in my arsenal to get to the truth.
Chapter 31. Ella. I was in a constant state of motion. If I held still for too long, my thoughts would catch up with me, so I busied myself in the only way I could. Scrubbing, cleaning, washing, everything. I emptied every dish from its cupboard and wiped every surface. I scrubbed the grout in the bathroom with a toothbrush. I even vacuumed the windowsills and wiped the glass, which hadn't been done since Chloe and I had moved in. It all needed to be done. Why not now? Hawk was keeping his distance, and that fact was more painful than I thought it would be. I wanted to call him, to hear his voice. I wanted to see the mirth in his eyes, see which socks he was wearing today. But I couldn't, not until we figured this out. I had to keep myself busy. There wasn't much else I could do. Kneeling in front of the pantry door, I scrubbed a stubborn black streak on the wood. I wasn't sure how or when it had gotten there, just that it had to go. Footsteps shuffled in on the confined kitchen floor behind me. I can't stand seeing you like this, Chloe said. Though I couldn't see her, I heard the arms-folded displeasure in her tone. I peered over my shoulder to find my roommate in that exact pose, arms folded, hips slumped against the counter, grimacing down at me. Like what? I paused and rested my hands on my knees. Like, this busy. You've been cleaning for days, exerting yourself, wiping baseboards and walls, scouring drains. We can see out of our windows now, she added with a laugh. I don't think you've held still since I got back from Springville. Chloe had gone home Christmas Day and had only gotten in a few days ago on New Year's Eve. It had been a week since the accusation, since Hawk had police pouring through every inch of surveillance feed they could. He'd tried but been unable to get warrants to search Pris's or Stina's dwelling, so he hired a private investigator whom he had tailing both women, and he kept me apprised of his progress in short texts at the end of every day. Hawk. I'm not sure if we can keep in touch like this, but I can't stand the thought of not talking to you. Me. I don't like this either. That was the one boon I had in all of this, that he still trusted me. It meant so much because it had taken me so long to trust him. His trust felt undeserved, and therefore more cherished. The worst part of all of this, however, was his revelation yesterday, that the owners of the tablets that had been stolen were pressing charges, which meant that if I wasn't acquitted, I could go to jail. Jail. It felt like my life was over. They accused me of stealing at Ever After, Chloe scoffed. You're joking, right? I rested the rag on the floor by my leg. Before Christmas, there was an incident, and then Christmas Eve, they supposedly caught me on camera. Speaking the words made me hollow inside, and yet it was its own kind of cleansing, too. I needed to get this off my chest to someone, and I hadn't had the heart to call Grammy or Addie and tell either of them. Chloe splayed her feet on the teal and white checkered linoleum. Clearly they don't know you at all. You believe I didn't do it? Of course I do. You're the most giving person I know. All of your extra time goes to making things for other people. How could they ever think you'd do that? Who was really on the camera? That's just it, I said, dropping my washcloth into the bucket of murky water. I needed to get some fresh water anyway. I don't know who it was, but I saw the feed. It looked like me. I got set up. And now the people whose items were stolen are pressing charges. They want justice. Pressing charges? So you... Are you going to be arrested? I sniffed and wiped my nose with the back of my wrist, fighting off the emotion clouding my throat. No. I have to attend an arraignment. I'll have to plead in front of a judge. It felt so unreal, it wasn't funny. This kind of thing happened in movies or to other people. Not to me. It was Stina, wasn't it? Chloe guessed. No wonder you haven't gone to work. I quit just before Christmas, I said. I think she did this to get back at me. I think it was Stina and Pris, but I don't know how to prove it before the arraignment. When is it? In 2 weeks, I said, the sense of defeat sinking hard enough to crush my ribs into my lungs. Have you talked to your dad? I shook my head. I'd expected him to come over after learning I'd quit, after news of the arraignment, but he hadn't reached out at all. The truth was, I'd all but given up on him since he allowed Stina to root me out of his life. Go to the police, Chloe insisted. And say what? It's my word against theirs. It was why Hawk hadn't taken things to the police yet either. He didn't want them siding with Stina and arresting me since all we had was that video footage. His employees had pressed charges, but he wasn't. Chloe inhaled. What about that billionaire of yours? The police dusted for fingerprints but found nothing. He's hired an investigator to look into Stina and Pris, I said. He's got his entire crew of security looking into the feeds and trying to find flaws. So he's backing you up. I drew in a refreshing breath. The fact that he was on my side made the necessity of being away from him during all of this that much harder. He is. He's a good one, isn't he? My heart fluttered. Yeah, I think he is. The two of us remained together in the kitchen in silence until I broke it again. I'm trying to find the silver lining. I could be in jail right now, you know? I feel like the only way to keep my head above water is to move. Hence the cleaning. When was the last time you went outside? She asked after several moments. The day it happened, I said, embarrassed to admit. Chloe pushed herself from the floor. She gently took the bucket of dirty water, dumped it into the sink, and then pulled me to my feet. Well then, Chloe said, time to get moving. Go out, get some sunshine, job hunt, do something other than drive us both crazy here cleaning. My spirits lifted. I nearly laughed. My cleaning has been driving you crazy? You'd think it was the other way around, but maybe we were both so used to the mess by now that anything else wasn't kosher. It's too obsessive. A little here and there's okay, but sparkling clean? That's going too far. Another laugh crept up my chest, lightening my heart along with it. Chloe was right. I hadn't just been cleaning. I'd been wallowing. I couldn't stay here forever, hiding behind a bucket. Hawk had his efforts in place to try and help me. What was I doing about it? There was still time before the arraignment. I had no resources, no money to spend on things like private investigators like he was. I had myself, and it had to be enough. A new thought struck. I'd been avoiding Grammy, Addie, and Dad, but what if I could rely on them after all? Maybe Dad had some insider information, something he'd overheard from Stina or Pris. Would he tell me if he did? All I could do was ask. Chloe pulled me into a hug. Her embrace washed over me, pooling inside my soul. I hadn't realized how much I'd needed this. A friend, someone I could talk to, someone who would listen and not judge me. I definitely needed to call Addie. But first, I'd text Dad. I've got to get to work, Chloe said. Never a dull moment at the recycling factory. Otherwise, I'd go with you. Go with me? My train of thought was on a different track. Where? Job hunting, Chloe said, bopping me on the shoulder before weaving her way out of the kitchen and down the hall toward the door. Somebody's got to help me pay rent around here. Ha ha. I cleaned myself up, showered, curled my hair, and put on makeup. Every step was like a fresh breath, like the turn of a knob. I was uncertain. I could still go to jail if Hawk and his team weren't able to find anything. The fear of that threw me off more than I wanted to admit. I had to do what I could to circumvent it. Coat buttoned, boots climbing up my jeans, the comfy red scarf Hawk had given me snug around my neck, I stepped outside my apartment, inhaling the frigid, crisp air, and stopped short. Sunshine turned the newly fallen snow into diamonds, and the last person I expected to see tramped through the snowy parking lot. Dad was making his way to my door, and I couldn't tell if this was going to be a pleasant reunion or not. Chapter 32. Ella. I hadn't seen him in so long. Dad's thinning hair was graying more along his temples than it had been the last time, which was months ago. He wore glasses, and his open coat showed that he wore a sweater over a collared shirt. He was as handsome as I'd remembered, though. Not for the first time. I figured his looks must have been what had drawn Stina to him. "Dad? What are you doing here?" He cast his eyes over my coat and boots. "Are you going somewhere?" he said, his voice the same mellow tenor I remembered. I was going job hunting." He bobbed his head. His breath escaped his mouth in cold smoke. "I don't want to stop you. I can come back another time. It's just, well, Stina told me what happened. I thought I'd stop by and see how you were." A week had passed since the accusation. What had taken him so long? The thought rankled me just enough. "So you care about me now that I'm a potential criminal?" He gave a weak wince. "Be fair. You could have come for Christmas if you'd wanted to." She would have shut the door in my face like she did before. Stina did that. I'd only told him as much after it had first happened. Honestly, was he off in his own world where she was concerned? I'd intended on seeing if he might help me, but hearing as much now made me dubious. Then again, maybe now, he'd finally listened to my side of the relationship with Stina. I wasn't sure what story she'd been feeding him for years, but he'd clearly been taking her side. Would he finally hear mine? We faced one another in the cold morning, and thoughts warred within me. I wanted to tell him to leave. I wanted to invite him in. "So how are you?" he asked. He was here. He'd come to see me. I had to try. I inhaled the cold air and gestured to the apartment I'd just left, turning to unlock the door and re-enter. "Come on inside," I finally said over my shoulder. I removed my coat as Dad kicked snow off his shoes. Taking his coat, I hung his and mine on the hooks just inside the entryway. Without waiting for him or inviting him to follow, I made my way back to the living room. Thanks to my efforts, our apartment looked better and more organized than it ever had before. I rotated to face him. He stood beside my couch, looking over my unusually clean space. The Christmas cards that had been hanging since last year over the mantel had been scrapped. The piles of clothes and newspapers that had taken over corners were now gone, leaving the corners of the room uncommonly vacant. I still wasn't used to it, though admittedly it did look nice. "Your wife has made it clear how unwelcome I am, Dad, and frankly, you've done little to help me think otherwise." "Ella Bell," he said in a pleading way. "Come on." "No, Dad, you hurt me. Stina hurts me, so I've stayed away." I'd never been so open with him before, but it was definitely time. "I thought since you continued working for her that things were okay." I released a pained laugh. I couldn't bring myself to sit, and Dad hadn't either. We stood like opposite poles on a planet, each on one end of the room. I worked for her for so long because I felt like this job was a better fit for my goals than any other I could find. The truth was, I'd just been stuck in a rut. I knew it would cause me some flack if I quit, and I didn't want to deal with that, but dealing with Stina is worse. Dad's mouth thinned. "If you don't want to work for her anymore, then I'm glad you quit." "You are?" I hadn't expected to hear that. Dad clasped his fingertips together. Then he lowered his hands. I felt his gaze on me, and when I ultimately looked his way, sure enough, he was watching me. "I want you to come visit me whenever you want," he said. "As long as Pris is living there at your house, I'm not coming over." She was 10 times worse than her mom. "Pris is engaged," he said. "To Derek Cummins. I guess it happened Christmas Eve." Good for her. Did that proposal happen before or after she'd been escorted from the building for attacking me? If only there had been a way to permanently exclude her from entering the building again. Then none of this would have happened. He settled onto the couch, looking perplexed. "I don't get it. What do you have against Pris?" What was I supposed to be? Happy for her? How could he not have seen the odds she and I'd been at since we'd met? She set me up, Dad, I said, unable to believe I had to even explain this. Pris must have stolen those items and planted them in my locker. She had to have hired someone to alter that company's security feed. Even Hawk thought so. Pris? Dad sounded as though he were in disbelief. Who else? She's had this weird idea that I'm going to steal Derek from her or something, and she overheard Hawk Danielson ask me out, so she probably wanted to do everything she could to sabotage things for me with him. Pris wouldn't do that. My tone grew argumentative. She told me he couldn't be with me. She attacked me, threw a drink in my face, all because she wanted to ensure I never had anything good. Dad stared at his fingers. That's taking things a little far. Me or Pris? Pris, he said. She really attacked you at the ball? No way. He was listening to me? He was believing me? Yes. Dad's validation meant more than I could say. I'd wanted this for so long. Even so, I was hesitant to accept it too quickly. I'm sorry that I let her or Stina put such a rift between us, he said. How can I ever make it up to you? You believe me? I do. I never should have. He frowned and shook away the thought. What can I do? History dredged up at the admission. More than I cared to admit. It brought pain and heartache right back with it. But I suppressed the feelings. Dad was here. He was trying to make things right. I could give him a chance to do so. If you're serious, I began. I am. I want you back in my life, Ella Bell. He took my hands. If I were going to make my request of him, now was the time. This was just what I hoped might happen. Asking this of him was a huge risk, but if anyone could get inside info on Pris, it would be him. Can you keep an ear out for me? She manipulated the security feed to make it look like me. I wasn't at the building during that time, though. I didn't do this, Dad. So if you overhear her saying anything to Stina, to Derek, or maybe if you hear her mention another person's name who helped her do this, that would be amazing. I need evidence before I have to stand before the judge, and you could help me get it. I lingered, heart pounding. I can do that, he said. Could I accept his word? I guess I had no other choice. Thanks, Dad. Don't want to see you go to jail, he said with a defeated smile. He seemed sincere enough. His gaze didn't waver. He showed no other signs of hesitation or regret, though I watched him for minutes, looking for exactly that. That settled it. I was going to trust him to help me. I just hoped he would truly back me up rather than go straight to Pris and tell her what had gone down between us. I guessed only time would tell.
Chapter 33. Hawk. Days had passed since the miserable confrontation with Ella. I still hadn't been able to make much headway, and neither had Noah, the private investigator I had tailing Priscilla Malice. Pris went to work, went home, made out with her new fiancé, and stalked wedding stores. Her movements were boringly ordinary. Ethan and I had gone over the security footage again and again and again. We'd watched Ella arrive at the ball. I'd watched myself talk to her. I'd witnessed Priscilla attack her and splash wine on her dress. And I'd relived the whole mesmerizing invitation to change clothes in my office. Our kisses had even been captured on camera, and while mingling sight with memory, pooled heat inside of me. I tried not to let it affect me. I got several bemused glances from Ethan and the other guards, though, to which I gave return smirks. I paced in my office, frowning at the vacant corner by the window where the Christmas tree had been. Clary had wasted no time in having it taken down. I didn't mind. I had bigger things to worry about. In any case, I was at a loss. Purpose burned inside of me, but I had no direction in which to steer all this energy. The phone in my pocket buzzed, and I answered it greedily, anxious for anything that could get me out of the circles I was walking in. "Hey, Noah," I said, answering. "Any luck?" The investigator's voice was gruff. "I have something you might find interesting. The target spoke with someone today who slipped her an envelope filled with money." "What?" It was about time she branched away from her mundane existence. Their conversation took place in an arcade, so it was too noisy for me to get close or overhear what they spoke of. She peeked inside the envelope, and then, once she was in her car, I was able to see her pull several stacks of $100 bills from within. I can't be sure without seeing for myself, but I would guess it held at least $10,000. I whistled. That was no ordinary transaction. They were buying her out? For what? Your guess is as good as mine. I'll keep looking into it. Who could Pris have been meeting with? I needed to talk to Ella. She might have some ideas. The night Pris had attacked Ella, she had said something about me, about how I wasn't at liberty to be with her or anyone else. Not for the first time, I had a sneaking suspicion that this had something to do with the pact. I didn't want to be skeptical. I didn't live by gut feelings the way Adrian claimed to, but I had an unmistakable feeling about this. Did you get a picture of the man she met with? I asked. He wore a mask and a hoodie, Noah said. Check your email. I've sent you the images I was able to take from their interaction. While still on the call, I sank against one of my office's leather seats and examined the pictures within the email Noah had sent. Sure enough, I recognized Priscilla Malice, stalking between brightly colored arcade games and sliding into the table near the frozen yogurt bar. The man she met with kept his head down. He wore orange surgical gloves on his hands, a surgical mask, and the hood of his sweatshirt was pulled up to cover his eyes. I swore. This would do us little good if we couldn't see what the tool looked like. Do you have any techniques for discerning situations like this? I asked. Did you follow him or anything? He slipped away. My tail was Miss Malice, so I kept tabs on her, sir. It was how I knew there was so much money in the envelope. I swore again. Sounds like I need someone tailing whoever this guy is now. The problem would be finding out who he was in the first place, and to get this douche to stop tailing us. Who was he? Who did he have in his network? Before their wedding, Gabby had been attacked. Adrian had mentioned dissolving the pact, but then he'd gotten swept up in his wedding plans. We'd tried looking into the Wolf Industries company that he suspected had been involved as well, only to meet dead ends with each supposed new lead. Then we'd gotten lazy. Like me, Adrian had assumed that, with Will back behind bars, the attacks would stop. I couldn't ignore the facts. Pris had known about the pact. Since I didn't know her from Adam, she'd found out about it from someone else. Someone who was keeping tabs on my dating life. Someone who'd bribed her with large amounts of money to intervene and sabotage Ella on his behalf. It was all speculation on my end, but I couldn't help my suspicions. Adrian and I should never have let this go. If whoever was behind this was stooping low enough to involve others by offering them cash, I suspected these attacks wouldn't end anytime soon. At this point, it seemed harmless. But what was going to happen next? Would this cad attack Ella? The same defensiveness, the same fear I'd felt on her behalf on Christmas Eve swept back through me with a vengeance. My fists clenched at my sides. Whoever it was, if they dared to hurt her, they'd have to answer to me. I wouldn't think twice about unsavory acts if it meant keeping her safe. Or I'd pay someone else for those impermissible acts. Either way. It didn't need to come to that, though. Thanks, Noah, I said, drawing myself back into the conversation after too long of a pause. Keep me posted. I will, sir. I exhaled a puff of air. Was this happening to any of the others? I texted Adrian first and filled him in on as many details as I could. I told him about Priscilla Malice attacking Ella and then setting her up, and how I was trying to find ways to prove her innocence. I told him about what Noah had discovered. Pris had contacted someone. That person had paid her to attack Ella. Was I jumping to conclusions? Had he heard about the women's rocky relationship and convinced Pris to build on that as a reason for taking Ella out? What was in it for Pris? For that matter, what was in it for Will? He was already in jail, but I assumed he was the puppet master behind these strings. Why not let it go? Me, dude, you were vice president. Do you have any kind of record of just how many of the guys signed the pact? Adrian, I don't. I tried looking into it before, but Sean would only send me my contract. Hmm, that wasn't exactly helpful. I thought about the backstory we'd all been told, about the fraternity founder's son who was manipulated for his money by the woman in his life. It had inspired the genesis of the pact. Sean had told the story about Finn and Robert at every hazing. Was it true? Me. Was the story he told at those hazing ceremonies legit? Adrian. I thought so. But now I'm starting to think it was something he made up. Why do you ask? You think this stuff with Ella has to do with the pact? Me. Yeah, I do. If Sean had made the original story up, that would be one thing. But his story had involved Eudora Wilson, who owned the house we'd all lived in. The men in question had been her sons. Sean wouldn't have made it up if it involved someone else's good name, would he? Eudora would never have continued supporting the fraternity otherwise. Me. Maybe we should contact Eudora and see what she has to say about the pact. Are the freighters still expected assigned to stay part of the Brotherhood? I wasn't sure. It had been 10 years since Adrian and I were there. I didn't keep up on the fraternity dealings these days. Adrian, I know as much as you do. We've kept in touch, but I've avoided talking about the pact as much as possible. Setting my jaw, I glowered around my office, at the door to my bathroom, at the sunlight beaming through the windows, at the blast of sky and clouds visible through the glass. I couldn't leave anything to speculation or chance, not when Ella's well-being and safety was on the line. Me. I'm going to get to the bottom of this. The only logical action was to contact Eudora Wilson directly. So I sent a message to Clary to get a hold of Eudora Wilson from Sigma Phi Rho. Then I texted Maddox and Duncan. I didn't bother explaining everything again. I could do that in person. Me. Can you guys meet at Ever After in about an hour or so? I waited, tapping my fingers on the screen. At length, their replies came through. Duncan, your timing is terrible, Maddox. I can be there. What's up? Sweet. That was one thing about the frat. I'd made friendships there that had lasted longer than any others I'd had. I didn't have time to wonder what Duncan was in the middle of that I'd interrupted. Me. It's about the pact. Duncan, I was done with that years ago. Me. Me too? But Will isn't. I think he's targeted Ella's reputation. She could go to jail if I can't clear her name. Can you come? Maddox. You know I'll be there. Duncan. Count me in too. I did a victory fist with my phone in hand. These guys were the best. I dialed Ella's number next. We'd been trying to keep a low profile, but I not only wanted her in on what we'd been discussing, I wanted her as close to me as possible. I wanted her safe. It was time to find this imbecile Pris had met with. It was time to clear Ella's name. Just as long as nothing else happened before she got here.
Chapter 34, Ella. Hawk's urgency during our phone call unsettled me. He hadn't reached out to me like that in a few days. We'd only been texting. But to have him call me out of the blue, to have him insist I be with him at his office instead of the distance he'd insisted on beforehand, something had him spooked. What had changed? I'd been out window shopping with Addie, scoping out job openings, and we'd bumped into Grammy at her new job as a greeter at Ever After on 17th Street. Apparently, though it had started as a seasonal position, she liked it so much she wanted to keep it up. I suspected that decision had something to do with the free samples. I'd never seen Hawk's personal vehicle before, but I should have known it would be sleek and classy. He pulled up in front of the sweet shop in a velvet black Jaguar. He leaped out with fervency in his expression, hugged Grammy, gave Addie a fist bump, and then whisked me away with him. "I hope Adelie will forgive me for stealing you away," he said once he was behind the driver's seat once more. "Oh, she'll wallow and stab her voodoo doll in your honor, but she'll get over it." He slid me a look and his hand along with it. "What's going on? I thought we were keeping distance so it doesn't look like you're favoring me." "I'm done with distance." He claimed my hand as he navigated traffic. "My PI found something," he added. "On Pris? Do you know why she might accept dirty-handed cash from a masked benefactor?" he asked. This was unexpected. Not for the first time, it sounded like something from a movie. "She did?" "No. But that doesn't surprise me. Releasing my hand, he swiped his phone open and handed it to me. Open my email and look at the images there. Tell me what you think. I did so, thrilling at the personal invitation to invade his privacy. I noted the email from Noah Abernathy and tapped on the images attached there. One after another showed Pris approaching an arcade, entering, sitting at a table in the frozen yogurt section, talking to someone whose face was blocked by a hood and a mask, receiving an envelope and heading back out to her car once more, opening the envelope to excavate a wad of cash. You think this is connected to me? I asked, setting his phone in the center console between us. He took it and slapped it against the magnet on his dash, so it was positioned for him to easily peruse if he needed to. I think her threatening you at the ball was prompted by whoever gave her that money, he said, turning the corner toward Ever After Corporate. The tall building was visible in the distance, towering over several other establishments and a few doctors' offices. Aside from Wonderland, it was the tallest building in town. She knew about the pact, he said. That's ancient history, but the fact that she knew, that she mentioned it to you, tells me someone else is dredging up the past. And you don't know who that someone could be? He kept his gaze on the road, but the side of his jaw tightened. He turned another corner. I called some of the guys over because they might know something I don't. I want you there because this involves you too, and you deserve to know as much about what's going on as possible. I stared at him, completely touched. I'm not sure I've ever had anyone be this open or considerate of me, I told him. It means more than you know. He peered at me for a brief but powerful moment. You mean more to me than you know. The moment resonated as though it were a single drum in the base of a canyon, and someone had banged against its taut surface. The percussive reverberation tapped straight into my bones. Hawk slowed and pulled into Ever After's back parking lot. Where I usually took the right fork, he turned left and stopped before an entrance I'd never paid much attention to before. I didn't know this was here, I said. He shifted into park. Date the boss, get VIP treatment. My heart gave a little flutter. I liked hearing that. So much. Are we dating? The car purred, but that was nothing to the rumble taking place inside of me under the weight of his glance. Don't you get it by now? He said. His eyes were both soft and intense at once. Get what? How I feel about you. My mouth parched. I was wrapped in the heat of him, in the tug of his gaze, in the lack of oxygen between us. He'd dropped hints every time we were together, but he'd never said anything outright, and I was suddenly starving for the words. How do you feel about me? I've been into you from the minute we met. You're careful, intentional, feisty. Something told me you didn't open your heart to just anyone. You were selective. And though I've resolved to keep any woman from getting too close to me, I wanted the privilege. I find that hard to believe, I said. You seemed like the complete opposite, like you have all kinds of relationships with women. That's one reason I pushed you away for so long. I didn't want to be just another fling to you. You were never that. Why keep yourself from love? Why sign a pact like you did? You remember how Addie asked what my deepest held secret was during Truth or Dare back on the plane? Yeah? Do you want to know the answer? I held my breath. This was the last turn I expected our conversation to take. Here's my secret. My parents are still together, but they hate each other. In fact, I've distanced myself from them as well because I can't stand to see it. As he mentioned it, I realized he hadn't told me much about his parents at all. He'd talked about his sister and showed me pictures of her and her kids, but nothing about his parents. You mean they fell out of love? I'm not sure they were ever in it to begin with, he said. They married for the advantages of it, I guess. But Dad has had all these affairs on the side, and Mom knows about them but stays married to him so they can keep up appearances. Hawk, I'm so sorry. I never wanted to be like that, you know? I guess I've had this deep-seated fear of repeating their mistakes, so when Sean presented the pact and said we had to sign it to be a part of Sigma Phi Rho, I had no qualms about doing so. I figured by eschewing marriage, I could break the cycle and avoid subjecting future generations to the same challenges my sister and I have had to deal with. I couldn't imagine the pain he and his sister must have endured over the years. It made me think of my own parents, of the cute things Dad used to do for Mom, and that she did for him too. Not all marriages are like that, I said. Before my mom died, my parents were really happy. I'm glad, he said. Seeing Gabby and Adrian so caught up in their bliss, talking to Adrian about how he'd do anything for Gabby, it's just made me think. And then you having this hold over me? No other woman has done that to me before. No other woman has made me feel the way you do. I swallowed. I'd never had a man express himself like this to me before. He was declaring himself, and I was here for it. You don't love easily, Hawk went on, but you love hard and deeply, and I think that's why you're so careful about who you open your heart to. You are a beautiful woman, a beautiful person, and I'm not ready to let you go anytime soon. He took my face in his hands, and that touch felt as though it was the only thing keeping me together. I went from solid to liquid. I lost myself in the sky of his eyes. And if anything happens to you, especially because of me, I'll make them rue the day. His eyes stayed on mine, and the fervency there swallowed me whole. Are you saying you love me? Slowly, his thumbs stroked my jawline. With unwavering certainty, he said, yes. I was hyper-aware of this moment, of every particle, of his breath, and the way he was affecting mine. I never thought love would be possible for me, I said, attempting to explore my thoughts in a way that he might understand. I thought I was too damaged, too hurt to ever be open to that possibility, but you love me, even knowing about my family drama and all the reasons you shouldn't. You're wrong, he breathed. There are no reasons I shouldn't. I was gone. My heart soared. I laughed. I threw my arms around him there in his Lux car with the console keeping us apart. He didn't give up on me. He'd shown me there was more to him than what I saw on the surface. He'd treated me like I was extraordinary. The moment was powerful, supercharged, and left us with no other option. Deliberately, with both certainty and vulnerability in his gaze, his lips claimed mine. The kiss sealed the feelings swarming around us. I didn't want to stop. I didn't want to leave the car. I didn't want anything to shatter this. But eventually, we went inside. The elevator ride was too brief, with his arms around me and his mouth on mine. Now that I knew how he really felt, kissing was all I wanted to do. He gave me a final, lasting kiss before grinning and opening his office door. 3 men stood inside. I recognized Ethan with his bald head and no-nonsense expression on his pale face. Only one of the others was familiar as well. The taller one with dark blonde hair who stood with a hand on his hip had been at Gabby and Adrian's wedding. The third man was someone I'd never met, though. He was brooding and foul-tempered, judging by the scowl darkening his face. Was he another guard? Was he angry at me for some reason? Hawk gestured to them. Thanks for coming, guys. You remember Ella? The 2 men nodded, and the blonde one jutted his chin in my direction, with an expression I couldn't quite read. Did he think it was funny that I was here? This is Maddox Hatter and Duncan Hawthorne, Hawk said. They were at Sigma Phi Rho with Adrian and me. You were at the wedding, I said, accepting Maddox's outstretched hand. These 2 were also handsome in their own ways. Duncan was dark in hair and demeanor, while Maddox was merry and almost flippant, as though he were about to do what he wanted no matter what anyone else thought. A beast and a bad boy. Want to fill us in on what we're doing here? Ethan stepped forward. Sure. Everyone, Ethan is the head of my security. Ethan, I'm wondering if you can pull up the questionable feed. I wanted to talk about a few things, but I wanted your opinions on this. Sure, Ethan said. He removed a laptop from a bag I hadn't noticed and placed it on Hawk's table. From there, he navigated a few screens and ended on a familiar view. My stomach went rock solid at the footage of me slipping items into my purse. Hawk's friends gathered and looked at the feed with rapt concentration. Hang on, Maddox said. Can you zoom in and play this again? Hawk scrutinized his friend. His curiosity was palpable, and I knew he wondered what Maddox saw that he and Ethan hadn't. They'd both examined this feed dozens of times. Ethan zoomed in. My face flickered for the briefest moment, almost as though in an instant she turned into someone else and back to herself again. How could that be?
Chapter 35. Hawk. I couldn't believe we hadn't caught this shift before. Ethan played it a few more times just to be sure, and each time the flicker was there. I should have known Maddox would catch it. With his degree in information technology, he was much more proficient at computers than either Duncan, Ella, or I were. There, Maddox said, pointing to the spot on the screen I hadn't noticed before. I see it too, Duncan added. Is that? I asked. Yeah, Ethan said slowly. Look here too. I didn't notice it before. After scrutinizing it several more minutes, he went on. More often than not, forensics teams have to do in-depth studies on video footage before they can ever find any kind of alterations. But whoever did this was sloppy. In order to clear Miss Embers' name, we needed proof beyond a reasonable doubt. If video evidence were to be enough to prove you guilty, Miss Embers, the footage must be unaltered. This is the proof we needed. This feed has been tampered with. Ella's hand clamped mine harder. I gave hers a reassuring squeeze. Go back to the ball, I said. Ethan streamed to the scene where Ella's stepsister splashed wine on her. Pris's face was revolting, twisted with malice. There, can you find this woman elsewhere in the feed? I asked. I'll try, Ethan said. Maddox leaned in and perused for several more moments. He instructed Ethan to search in a different direction and, after several clicks, a new set of files appeared. What's this? Maddox asked, concentrating on the screen as if to answer his own question. A few minutes of searching later, Ethan muttered, Strange. What is it? I asked. Here, look at this. Ethan pointed to the file's footage within the file he'd just opened. I tilted in for a better look. The change was barely noticeable, but it was there. I wasn't just a gamer. I watched many crime shows on TV too. This was the point where I'd yell at the screen and criticize the felon. If whoever did this went to all the trouble of messing with the feed, at least make sure it was thorough, Duncan muttered, scowling in his usual way at the screen. Whoever did this was amateur at best, Maddox added. The same flash from earlier appeared, but Ethan managed to slow it, making it last longer. Then he opened a new file. What are we looking at? I asked, trying to follow his navigation. I think it's the deleted feed, Maddox said. I think you're right, Ethan said. It was hidden within this other file, again, showing just how sloppily this was done. Sure enough, this new file showed a different side of things. Priscilla Malice went into the bathroom in her ball gown on the 5th floor and emerged in her custodial attire. That's my purse, Ella said. I don't use it very often, though. How had she gotten it? She had keys to access the lockers, I said. Did you leave that bag in the locker? I didn't. But there was a day Pris was snooping around my complex. I wondered if she came again while I was gone and took my bag. Clandestinely, Pris snuck into the office. The same image I'd first seen appeared. But this time, rather than having the brief, jarring pixelation, the feed was clear and Pris's image didn't fluctuate. She stole the tablets. She returned to the break room. She planted the items in Ella's locker. It's all there, Ella said, her voice breathy. In that deleted file. It appears they tried to overlay Miss Embers' face on this woman's and then delete the footage, Ethan said. But they neglected to erase this backup copy that the program automatically kept. He rotated in the seat to face the rest of us and steepled his fingers, his expression stern and assuaging. The original files weren't actually deleted, Maddox said. Ethan nodded. They don't have my access code for something like that, though how they managed to hack in as much as they did is still a mystery. Maybe the man from the arcade had something to do with that, I said. Was it possible he was a hacker of some kind and had taught Pris how to do what she needed in order to insert this tampered feed? And then he'd paid her for doing so? Duncan's scowl deepened. What are you talking about? My private investigator trailed her meeting up with someone in secret. This man gave Pris a large amount of money. I'm guessing he was the one who put her up to this. You're kidding, Duncan said. I wish I was. Who was it? Duncan asked. I fixed my gaze on him. I had my suspicions fixed in my mind, but I was open to other options, other answers, too. I turned to Ella. Can you think of anyone who might have a lot of money? Someone who might have a beef against you for any reason? Her hands were pressed to her stomach. I don't know. No one besides Stina. I don't really have any other enemies. Is there evidence of her coming to the security room? I asked, turning back to Ethan, who still sat at my desk. None so far, sir, Ethan said. But if they covered their tracks this poorly, now that we've discovered the hidden files, I'm betting I can find it. His fingers flew on the keyboard for several minutes, and then he scooted aside and allowed Maddox in. Thanks to his study of computers and software, Maddox had a lot to do with developing cutting-edge software for rides and running his theme park. His technology was so streamlined, he'd sold it to many other companies, and that had launched him into the seven-figure club. His mind was as sharp as cut steel. Wait, Maddox said. Here, look, I think this could be it, but it's encrypted. Can you work with this? I'll see what I can do, Ethan said. I exhaled and pulled Ella closer to my side. I'd been so pent up after that accusation in the break room a week ago. Since our confessions in the car, the elevator ride up, and this breakthrough, I was breathing easier than I had in days. I pressed a kiss to the silk spot of her temple. Is this why you had us come here? Duncan said. He took one of my leather seats. You sound like there's more to your investigation? I hesitated. Ethan would be clueless about any of this, so I'd been going to wait until he left, but he was trustworthy. I wouldn't have him as head of my security otherwise. I could fill him in about the pact later. I wondered if either of you knew how many guys signed that pact, I said. Why? Duncan asked. He and Maddox swapped uneasy glances. I didn't blame them. Over the years, we hadn't talked about this all that much other than the occasional joke. You're going to think I'm crazy, but I think this has something to do with the pact, I said. I pointed to the screen and explained about Prissa's covert transaction and her mention of my bargain keeping Ella and me from being together. Whoever Priscilla Malice met with was bribing her to attack Ella, I said. Why would anyone want to do that, other than the fact that she's now connected with me? Everyone in the room was silent as they thought it over. None of them offered any arguments against my line of thinking. I'd hoped they would, but I'd also figured they wouldn't. Which led me to the most obvious conclusion, something Adrian and I had been attempting to do unsuccessfully thus far. We need to disband it for good, I said. Any idea of how to do that? Duncan asked. Adrian had his lawyer looking into it. So far, his lawyer said the contract wasn't written in a way that makes it enforceable in a court of law. The attacks that have taken place have been more vigilante than anything, which only makes this more dangerous. But I'm thinking if those of us who signed it can band together and agree that the contract is nullified, that will send the right message to whoever is doing this. Maddox rested a hand on his hip. Then we agree that it's nullified. I nodded, and get the rest of the freighters to do so too. We need to reach out to them. We need to let them know this is happening. Will has attacked Gabby and Bria, and now he's targeted Ella from within his jail cell. That's a heavy judgment call, Duncan said, from the leather seat he'd taken in the center of my office, sounding accusatory and slightly skeptical. I wasn't surprised. He was the most logical one of us, though I knew his abrupt manner was startling to some people. I valued that about him. Who else could it be? I asked. I couldn't think of anyone else. This time Ella piped up. How do you know he had anything to do with this, though? I peered in her direction. What do you mean? Your private investigator saw Prissa speak with someone, but it may not have been this person, especially not if he's in jail. It may not be connected at all. She's got a point, Duncan added, leaning forward to rest his elbows on his knees. My frustration simmered. I'd wanted to see all sides, but this felt too helpless, too much like backward steps rather than the progress I'd hoped that we were making. But they were right. We couldn't act on speculation alone, and that was all we had. Speculation. Maddox brushed a hand across his jaw. He sank onto the chair beside Duncan. I attempted to lead them back to my viewpoint. Pris said something to Ella about staying away from me, about me not being able to date her or anyone else. That's the pact. Will was the only one who had such a royal problem with making us stick to our words. Are you so sure about that? Maddox asked. It could have been anyone. Any of the guys might feel bitter that you and Adrian are dating and falling in love, while the rest of us are keeping our words. Speak for yourself, Duncan muttered. So quietly I nearly missed it, my eyebrow raised. Did that mean he had fallen in love too? I turned to Ethan. Would you call the police? We hadn't yet done so, but now that there was significant evidence against Pris rather than Ella, I wouldn't hesitate any longer. Maybe he's let the pact go, Maddox said, as Ethan strode to the other end of the room. This could be an entirely unrelated incident that just looks completely suspicious. I wish I knew, I said. My phone buzzed before I could think it through. I hurried to answer. Hey, Clary, what's up? Did you get Eudora Wilson's info? I did, but that's not why I'm calling. There's a woman who wants to talk to you. She's waiting in my office. Not now, Clary, I said, meeting Ella's eye, and then Maddox's and Duncan's. This was too important to walk out on, if it wasn't about Eudora. We've just had a breakthrough. Sir, Clary's voice was insistent. I think you'll want to hear what she has to say. I'd always relied on Clary's intuition. Did she know who this woman was or what she wanted? Okay, I said. I'll be right there. I lowered my phone. Sounds like there's something I need to take care of, I said, glancing to the rest of them. Don't discount the pact. It'd be good to disband it completely so we can be done getting threatening messages or living with it hanging over our heads. You may not love anyone right now, but you never know when she'll walk into the same elevator you're on. I winked at Ella. Her gaze turned sultry. I don't want to know, Duncan muttered, shaking his head. Sir, Ethan said. His hand rested to the side of my laptop as he lifted his gaze to mine. I think you should tell the rest of the staff so that people feel safe at work. If I may suggest, it might also be time to find a new custodial service, one without such terrible management. I was halfway to the door. Thanks, Ethan. I think you're right. With that thought in mind, I returned to my phone. I hadn't yet ended the call. Clary, you still there? I am, sir, she replied. Good, I need you to search out custodial services, please. Find reliable companies with the utmost integrity. I thought of the other innocent members of Malice Custodial Management. They couldn't all be involved. It wasn't fair for everyone to be punished in all of this. We'd have to offer a position for those who wanted to stay. You got it. Tell whoever this woman is that I'll be right there. I hung up and shook Ethan's, Maddox's, and Duncan's hands. I pulled Ella in for a quick kiss. I'll be right back, I told her and the others. For a moment, I worried about leaving her alone, but really, what was going to happen? Duncan and Maddox could handle anything that might come her way in my absence. Clary's office was a few paces down from mine. My pulse flurried like a whirlwind. I took a moment to straighten my tie and pull in a breath that did nothing to ease my nervousness. I'd rather be with Ella, but I still had a job to do. Fortifying myself, I opened the door. Clary's office was a fraction of the size of mine. A woman with dark hair sat in one of the leather seats in the center. She wore jeans and a lavender shirt, which was visible through the unzipped front of a black coat. She gripped a small purse with one hand, while worry pinched her pretty face. For a moment, I thought it was the culprit of this whole mess, Priscilla Malice. But this woman's features were the slightest bit different. She had a wider brow and jawline, with fuller lips, which were turned down in worry. I realized where I'd seen her before. She'd been in the hallway that day when I'd bumped into Ella. Mr. Danielson, she said, standing clumsily and catching her balance. Hello, miss. Malice, my name is Charlotte Malice. Stina Malice is my mother. Her admission put me on my guard. Maybe I should have had Ethan, Maddox, or Duncan come with me. What was she doing here? Hello, Charlotte. What can I do for you? Charlotte wrung her purse in front of her. She swallowed twice before speaking. I came because I couldn't keep silent any longer. It's not fair to Ella, and it's not fair to you. Her words were rushed and clipped. This was obviously tough for her. I attempted to put her at ease. Please, sit down. Can I get you a drink, a bottle of water? No, thanks. I need to get this out. Okay. I moved toward her and gestured for her to sit down again. She did so, and I took the chair opposite from her. It's all right, Charlotte. I'll hear whatever you have to tell me. I didn't realize how badly she was trembling until she attempted to sit still. Maybe I should have let her stand after all. Whenever you're ready, I added. She bobbed her head. I overheard my mom and sister Pris this morning. Pris has been so angry with Ella for so long. It happened a long time ago, over a guy of all things, but it's totally over. Except Pris can't let it go. She can't just be happy that she's back with Derek. She has to keep targeting Ella. My spine straightened. What do you mean, targeting Ella? And of course, she's my mom's little darling, so Mom goes along with it. What are you getting at? Was she saying Stina was in on it too, after all? She continued her rambling. They were talking about the confrontation in the break room when you found out all that stuff in Ella's locker. They were laughing about it over coffee this morning, cheering each other on for succeeding. Mom couldn't outright fire Ella, not without upsetting Ella's dad. And Pris wanted to get back at Ella once and for all now that she's back with Derek. Not just to keep her from getting close to Derek, but from getting close to anyone again. It's like she wants to make sure Ella's never happy with anyone or something. I'm sorry, I'm not sure what you're getting at. I tried keeping up with her rushed rant, but it all came out so fast I couldn't follow. Ella had explained something similar after she'd come up here with me before our dance, before our first kiss. I leaned towards Charlotte, tapping the tips of my fingers together. What do you mean to keep her from getting close to anyone again? Are you talking about me? Yes. Then when Ella didn't show up to the job Mom assigned her to do on Christmas Eve, it pushed Mom and Pris over the edge. They snuck in here in the middle of the night using their keys. Mom has some experience with video. She had some footage of Ella's face and photoshopped it over Pris's to make it look like Ella was in those offices instead. They said Pris met someone. He somehow got wind that she worked in your office building and that you had asked Ella to the ball. He told Pris about this crazy thing. She told him she was already planning on sabotaging Ella, but he offered her something. He said he wanted to take you down in whatever way he could, and that if Pris helped him, she could get back at Ella and help him get back at you at the same time. This got me. I sat up straighter, pressing my back to the back of the seat. Charlotte didn't mention anything about the pact, but what else could it be? I'd never wronged anyone badly enough to incite a desire for revenge. At least, not that I knew of. Not aside from the pact. Charlotte hung her head. Tears streamed down her cheeks. Coming to my senses, I rose and offered her the box of tissues on Clary's desk. She yanked at one and dabbed at her face. They saw me in the hall and swore me to secrecy, but this is so serious, Mr. Danielson. I couldn't keep it to myself. It's not fair to your company. Not to the people who work here and rely on your guarantee of security. It's not fair to your good name. It's not fair to Ella's. She's a good person. I may not have always gotten along with her either, but she's always been kind to me. She's a kind person, Mr. Danielson. She wouldn't have done this. She tore another Kleenex from the box on the table beside her and blew her nose into it. My thoughts jumbled. Charlotte couldn't have come at a better time. My chest expanded with relief. But I still needed to know if she'd heard anything about Will's part in this. Charlotte, I began, trying to word things carefully. I can't tell you what this means to me, to know the truth. I appreciate your honesty and integrity. Thank you. Her cheeks were flushed, but her shoulders were still. She inhaled a long, slow breath as if relieved to finally have it off her mind. How close were these two sisters? Had Pris confided in who she'd been meeting with? All I could do was ask, though I decided not to let her know that I already knew Pris was meeting with someone else who was also involved in this. I returned to my seat across from her. You said you overheard something else, that someone else was involved. Do you know who? I don't, she said shakily. I didn't catch a name, just that this person has some kind of issue with you, and so encouraged Pris to take action and offered her something in return for it, though I don't know what. It had to be Will. How, though? He was in jail? How could he have acquired this much money? If he had access to those kinds of funds, wouldn't he use them to pay his bail? Then again, considering the violent nature of his crime, he may not have been offered bail at all. All questions aside, there was a chance it wasn't Will behind this at all. Was it someone else? Whatever the case, we had to stop this. I stepped toward her and offered a hand. Tentatively, she slid her hand into mine, and I pulled her to her feet. You did the right thing. It will be okay. I think you should know. I have to tell the police this information. I can't let this slide, not when, as you said, my company's reputation is on the line. And Pris and Stina need to know they can't get away with this kind of criminal action. She stared at a distant spot on the floor. I understand. I knew you would. I knew what I was doing, but I had to tell you. I'm glad you did. I gave her hand a soothing grip before releasing it. If you're worried about your safety, Charlotte shook her head. I'll be fine. Just do what you have to, Mr. Danielson. Thank you, I said, walking her to the door. I opened it for her and didn't allow myself to completely process everything until she'd gone. The minute I closed the door behind me, I sagged against the wall and let my head fall back. I stared up at the ceiling, swimming in waves of gratitude. This was it. Ella was innocent. Now I had to get back to the others and tell them what I'd discovered.
Chapter 36. Ella. Sitting in the office with Hawk's friends was, in a word, awkward. I wished I'd brought a daily with me just so I'd have someone to talk to. Duncan reminded me of a wolf. His dark hair hung low over his eyes, and he brooded around the shelves I'd dusted countless times, scowling at the items there as though he could detect flecks I'd missed. Maddox was the livelier of the two. He sank onto the seat across from me and fidgeted, tapping his fingertips together. I checked my phone a few times and was relieved to find a text from Addie. She was probably worried after the dramatic way Hawk had swooped in like the hero of a story and taken me with him. I still fluttered over our moment and confessions in the car. Addie, everything okay? Me, I think so. Hawk said he found evidence supporting that I didn't do it. Addie, that's a relief. You know, Maddox said, breaking into my conversation with her. I lifted my gaze to find him sitting casually across from me with one arm slung on the back of the chair. I'm not sure Hawk was ever this into anyone, not even in college. He signed that pact because he didn't ever think anyone would get to him. He never thought it would be a problem. Oh? Hawk had mentioned something like that, though I knew there was more to his reasoning for signing it. Apparently, these two didn't know about the difficulties he had with his parents. Still, they knew things about Hawk that I didn't. They'd known him longer than I had, after all. I wasn't sure what to say. I was both curious about their thoughts and didn't want to hear them at the same time. He flirted with everyone he could, Maddox went on, but when it came down to settling with anyone, he never did. Duncan peeled his attention from the shelves and jutted his chin at me. What did you do? His question was accusatory, as though Hawk's feelings for me were against the law and were completely my fault. My brows rose. Duncan settled onto the other chair across from me, the one beside Maddox, and he scowled at me. I still couldn't figure out the reasoning for his surliness. Was he mad at me for dating his friend? For making Hawk go back on this pact of theirs? What do you mean? What did I do? I didn't do anything. In fact, I tried my hardest to keep Hawk away from me. Duncan scoffed, shaking his head and turning away. Women. I opened my mouth to defend myself, but Maddox laughed. Don't mind him. This guy's had it for his assistant for months now, but he can't get her to like him back. My smile made an appearance. This was interesting. This scowling, brooding man had a heart under all that jerk persona? She's keeping her distance too? I asked. It was no wonder if he was this way with her. He definitely fit the boss-hole figure. Duncan glared at him, and Maddox just grinned wider. Honestly, what made these two friends? If I had a friend who was this crabby and snapped at me every time I talked, I wouldn't want anything to do with her. She's my assistant, Duncan said, spreading his hands through the air as if smoothing an invisible tablecloth. There's nothing else going on between us. Yeah, sure, Maddox said. Keep telling yourself that. What about you? I asked him, deflecting the attention back to Maddox. Did you both sign this pact? Yeah, we did, Maddox said. We never took it seriously, Duncan added. Interesting. I wondered what would bring all these good-looking guys to do something so irrational and drastic. That was something I'd had to ask Hawk. He'd never told me why he'd done it. So you think this person who's been targeting people— Will, Maddox said. Will, I agreed. You think Hawk is right? That this Will character is really behind the attack again this time? Hawk told me about the situations with Gabby and that other girl. I don't know, Maddox said. What about you? Do you love anyone? I asked him. Hawk had acted worried and protective of me. Did these men feel that way about the women they cared about too? Was Duncan worried about something happening to his assistant? Himself? Duncan said, flashing the first smile I'd seen him wear. The sight was so startling it made my chest flutter. Smiles look good on you, I said, giving it back to him. You should try them on more often. His smile fell in an instant, and he gave me the fiercest glower. I wasn't sure which look was more attractive on him. This man could brood with the best of them. Talk about a smolder. I couldn't help my laugh. Maddox laughed that much harder in response and whacked Duncan in the chest. No, I don't love anyone, Maddox said as Duncan rubbed his torso. At this, Duncan smirked, and a devious glint struck his eyes. Not even— Let's not bring her into this. Maddox said it so casually I nearly missed it, but Duncan quietened down again, sneering at his friend. From the fierceness in his expression, I suspected the casual approach was a front to hide his true feelings. Color me curious. I wondered who the woman working for Duncan was. From the sound of things, she knew about his feelings for her but didn't return them. Why did she keep working for him then? And who was the woman Maddox had insisted Duncan not talk about? Before I could do more than mull the questions over in my brain, my phone droned. Dad's face appeared on the screen. Dad, I said, rising from my seat and walking toward the windows. With the Christmas tree gone, I could approach the glass more directly. The shades were pulled up this time, providing a view of the busy street a dozen floors below. The cars and people looked so tiny from up here. Ella Bell, Dad began. I'm going to get right to it, though I do care about how you're feeling today. I giggled. Talking to him again like this was nice. It was like a door had been opened, a door I'd forgotten how much I missed. I don't mind skipping the pleasantries for now. What's up? You asked if I'd heard anything about your stepsister? She came home and called someone. She was talking loudly enough. I didn't mind eavesdropping. What did she say? I asked. She told whoever it was that she got the money. I only heard one side, you know. She didn't have the call on speaker. She said something about a private source from a job she did. Then she told him she was meeting with whoever this person was tonight to get the rest of it. Eagerness speared through me like an arrow to its target. Tonight? Did she say where? That's all I've got, Angel. Maybe Hawk's private investigator could use this information to tail her and confront whoever this was. That's perfect. More than enough. Thanks, Dad. Will you tell me what happens? Yes, I said. I'll keep you posted. Thank you. Love you. I ended the call to find Maddox and Duncan watching me curiously. Before I could explain anything, Hawk strode through the door. His smile stole my breath. What was that about? Maddox asked. I couldn't tell which of us the question was meant for, but Hawk answered first. He didn't direct it to Maddox, however. His response was for me. It was your stepsister, Hawk said. The word stepsister was a whip crack to an already wary lion. Pris? I stared at the phone in my hand. Why would Pris go see him? Unless it was to further incriminate me with more lies. Did she say something about whoever she was meeting with tonight? Did she mention the money? Charlotte, actually, Hawk said. Charlotte? It turns out she'd overheard a conversation between your stepmom and other stepsister. You were right. They set you up. I knew it. Suspecting was different from having it confirmed. And to hear it was Charlotte who'd come clean? I hadn't wanted to trust her when she'd offered to go dress shopping with me. Pris hadn't put her up to that after all. Or if she had, Charlotte was trying to mend her ways. What did she say? She was in tears about it, Hawk said. She said she wanted to do the right thing, and so she confessed everything. Your stepsister's jealousy? Her desire to ensure you didn't get in the way of her recent engagement. Even Stina's desire to save face with your dad so she didn't have to outright fire you. Pris's stinging words from the ball reverberated in my mind. When she'd said she hated me, she really hated me. And Stina did too. I wasn't sure why. Aside from the mix-up with Derek, I'd always done my best to get along with them. What had I ever done to make them feel so harshly toward me? They'd always had it in for me. Other memories surfaced, about jealousies that I had prettier hair or nicer shoes, which wasn't necessarily the case at all. Simply their perception that they used as fodder for grudges. Unbelievable, I said, and yet totally believable at the same time. She also mentioned something else. She had an accomplice. I opened my mouth to reply, but Maddox beat me to it. Any idea who? He asked, rising from the seat he'd taken. I might, I said, stepping in. I held up my phone like a flag. My dad just called. He said he overheard Pris talking about how she was meeting with someone to get the second half of the money tonight. She's meeting up with this person tonight? Hawk asked. Yeah. His eyes were the crystal blue of water beneath ice, but they were the opposite of cold. They were filled with strong purpose and a flicker of emotion I couldn't name. I'm going to have Noah get in on this. He tapped out what I assumed was a text to his private investigator. We all lingered a moment as Hawk examined his phone. Then he pocketed it. Sounds like he's already following her. She's headed to the warehouse sector in Old Downtown. My pulse sputtered. What was Pris up to? Was this man going with her this time? It made me wonder about him that much more. How much did Derek know about this? Did he know this person was paying Pris to target me? She hadn't been speaking with him. It had been with someone else. Who? I couldn't imagine Derek would be in on this. He and I had cared about each other once, and I thought we were still friends. Would he really stoop this low just to get a few bucks? Maybe he didn't know the gist of whatever deal Pris had struck. We're coming, Maddox said. Duncan nodded. We got your back. I could think whatever I wanted of him, of both of them, but there was one thing in their favors at least. They were loyal. And that was admirable. My resolve settled in as well. Hawk was under fire and taking it head on. For me. I'd dreamed of finding a man I could rely on, a man who put others first, who would stand by me at the first sign of trouble. I'd never believed a man like that existed, but he did. Hawk was all of those things and more. I would stand by him in this. Hawk looked taken aback. You guys? Me too, I said, joining his side. I want to be with you. I want to be there when you catch whoever this person is. The muscles along his jaw and throat shifted as he swallowed. I'm not sure that's a good idea. I'm not sitting by. She's sabotaging me and I'm going to be there. Hawk measured my words. Okay then. I'll have the police on hand too, just in case things go south. How could they? I asked. What danger did he anticipate? Will pulled a knife on Bria, Hawk explained. If he's broken out of jail and has money on the line for this, I wouldn't put anything past him. People are jacked when it comes to bargaining for money. We shouldn't go unarmed, Duncan said, crossing his arms over his chest. Maddox nodded in agreement. You got a gun? He asked. Guns. Whoa. The word spread chills down the backs of my arms. I keep one in my safe, Hawk said. He dashed into the room with the futon. I scurried in after. I guess he was right. With money involved, basic human kindness went out the window for some people. I'd never peg Pris as someone who'd do anyone physical harm, at least not until she'd attacked me with her drink. That was as close to hitting me as she'd ever come. If she needed this money that desperately, who knew what she might do if we got in the way of her getting it? I glanced around the room, at the TV, the ties hanging on pegs by the door, and I remembered the sizzling kisses we'd shared on that futon. You have a gun in here? I asked, keeping my voice quiet so his friends didn't overhear. That was one item I'd never encountered while cleaning his space. Just in case. I rarely carry it, but you never know. He opened a cupboard door to reveal a metal safe door within. Lifting his strong arms, he began to tweak the combination lock. He looked so attractive, so bent with purpose. The thought of anything happening to him made my stomach fist. "Hawk," I said, pulling him to a stop as he clipped a holder onto his belt and slipped a small handgun into it. "This sounds dangerous. Are you sure any of us should go?" He inched closer. "I'm not letting anything happen to you." "But what if they're after you too?" "Evidence proves otherwise. It wasn't me they set up on the cameras that day. It was you. Whoever this is, they're trying to scare us all into keeping our hearts locked away by that stupid pact. It's not going to work." His glance stilled me as he went on. "Whether Maddox and Duncan go or not is their choice, but this involves them too. Duncan has it bad for his assistant, and he has for a while." "And Maddox?" "He doesn't have a girl that I'm aware of, but that doesn't mean he won't, and they don't want anything happening to them either. We have to find out who's doing this." "Then I'm with you," I said, sounding braver than I felt. "Every step of the way, though I'm not sure I'm worth the trouble." He slid his hand into my hair at the back of my neck. His fury was directed at me as if defying my statement. "You are unlike anyone I've ever known. You were this impenetrable wall that I was determined to get through because I wanted your smile directed at me. Did you know that?" "I thought you just wanted a weekend fling with me." I smirked. His expression took a fierce turn. "The only thing I've ever noticed about you, the only thing I've ever cared about, has been your heart. Your quiet composure on the plane, your sweetness to me that day in the elevator. You saw past my insecurity. You made me want you." "The only thing you cared about was my sweetness?" "I seem to recall you promising to make my blood race and my palms sweat," I said. His smile turned into that teasing look I was beginning to love. "And what was the third thing?" "Butterflies in my stomach." "Did I succeed?" "Every time we're together," I said, and he brought his mouth to mine. I didn't need to be in a stalled elevator for the weightless sensation that the ground would drop out from underneath us at any moment. It felt like we were plunging towards something incredible and unbelievable and only ours. The kiss slowed, but still, he held me. Our gazes locked. His hands secured around my waist, and I teased the hair at his nape with my fingers while my heart thrummed a melody in my chest. This was the kind of moment where wonder dominated, where my heart no longer belonged to only me. A piece of it detached and drifted to plant itself with him. "Are you two going to make out, or are we going to catch whoever's behind this?" Maddox called from the door. Hawk captured my gaze and pressed another kiss to my mouth. "You ready for this?" "Ready." We were going to catch this person, together. I just hoped Hawk was the only one who came with a gun.
Chapter 37. Hawk. The gun weighed heavily on my hip as I stalked to the passenger side of my Jaguar to open the door for Ella. Maddox and Duncan climbed into the back seat, and once we were all situated, I cruised down the highway. The warehouses were on the other side of town. "Noah said she was just leaving her mom's house," I said, explaining as I drove. I gripped the steering wheel with both hands and took the turns faster than I probably should have. My blood was hyper, as though I'd just ingested 10 energy drinks. "Which means she'll get there about the same time we do," Duncan said from behind me. "Unless she makes a few stops along the way," Ella added. She chewed her lip, looking nervous. I switched hands on the wheel and rested my hand on her knee. The sun was setting, the sky darkening to muted hues of purple and blue. "She won't have anywhere else to go," I told her, hoping to reassure her. "Not when 10 grand is on the line." 10 grand? That's how much this person will be giving her? "Your dad said she was going to get the second half, right?" I said. "I'm just assuming it's that much, since that's how much Noah thinks she got the first time." "Who do you think it is?" Maddox asked from the back seat. "Your mom," Duncan muttered. Could be the last girl Hawk dated, Maddox said, ignoring Duncan's juvenile jab. What was her name? Amelia something or another X. You got any other X's, Ella? Vindictive enough to pay 20 grand to see you go down, Duncan prodded. Duncan wasn't as big of a chum on first acquaintance. Not like Maddox or Adrian. He was a quiet soul, but would do anything for anyone. And I was glad to hear him opening up more as the night went on. I was glad to have both of the guys along for this. The truth was, they had stock in this mess too, just like Adrian and I did. Now that Adrian had dissolved his contract, he didn't have anything to worry about but the rest of us. Are you kidding? Ella said. I'm worth way more than that. I sniggered at this, casting her a bemused glance. She was beautiful, a siren in the passenger seat. And if I wasn't careful, I'd land us in a heap on the roadside. All joking aside, my body trembled under that particular prospect. I wouldn't let anything happen to her. Not now. Not ever. The glittering lights of a Ferris wheel, of rapid roller coasters and towers with top hats and rabbit's ears came into view. The sight instilled a thrill in my chest every time I saw it. The flashiness and promise of such fast-paced fun was enticing, to say the least. A large sign with its familiar, old-fashioned logo pronounced the place as Wonderland Theme Park. You light it up in winter? Ella asked. Even though it's closed? Sure, why not? Maddox said. Not everything is lit, just a handful of places to catch people's eye. After closer inspection, I realized he was right. It was only the massive sign, the Ferris wheel, and a top hat tower. Wow, Ella said. I've never realized how cool it looks at night. You've never seen Wonderland at night? Maddox asked. Why not? You're from here, aren't you? I got his skepticism. Wonderland was one of Westville's few attractions for such a small town. A person would have to be blind not to notice its lights and fanfare. I worked such early hours at my job, she said. I can't remember the last time I stayed up this late. Aside from the ball, she hid a yawn. My unease grew. She was tired. I should have taken her home. You okay? Her yawn played out and she shook her head. Me? Oh, yeah, I'll be fine. This is a good way for me to reset my body clock. Hawk will reset your body clock, Maddox muttered from the back seat. My face heated. I wanted to smack him. I slid a glance at Ella, wondering how she'd taken his stupid remark. Don't mind them. They're a couple of idiots. To my surprise and relief, she was smiling. I'm glad they're here, she said. Though if you talk about my body again, I'll reset your clock. I burst into a loud guffaw that matched Duncan's, who slugged Maddox's shoulder hard enough he pushed him into the door. The good sport that he was, Maddox chuckled from the back seat. He reached a hand to touch Ella's shoulder as I turned past the line of homes toward the industrial side of town, toward the warehouses. You're right. I was out of line, Ella. Forgive me for that one. Sure, she said. Then she tossed me a smirk that set fire to my insides. I stirred myself free of her, I couldn't get lost in that glance. We had a serious need to focus. The sun made its final descent, taking its light from the sky completely, and leaving the darkness behind to take full reign. I followed the directions Noah had sent from my phone, veering to a stop outside a large gray building with several loading docks. From this view, the building appeared to be unmarked. Here we are. Do you see her car anywhere? I asked, keeping my eyes peeled. The street was dark, and the parallel parking spaces were all vacant. Workers had left for the day, it seemed. Did this building have a night shift? The guys were quiet in the back seat as we all perused. Did Noah say where she'd be? Ella asked. Just at the warehouses. Hang on. I lifted my phone and checked the message. Noah. By the docking doors at the south end. I sent him a thumbs up emoji. She's by the docking doors on the other side. We can't all go, Ella said. It'll be too obvious. Duncan and I will skirt around on either side. One of us will catch her, whichever direction she goes. Maddox spoke with surety. We don't want to intervene before she talks to her contact, I said. So don't cut her off until after we can catch whoever it is. What are you planning on doing once you find this person? Ella asked. I placed a hand on the gun at my waist. It was more for backup than anything else, in case this person was armed too. I'd never shot anyone who wasn't a villain in a video game. I wasn't going to change that now, not unless I had to. Confront them, I said. Find out who it is. What if it's Will? Maddox asked. Who else could it be? Duncan said snidely. It's got to be someone else. Will is in jail, I said. Let's head out there before it's too late, Ella reminded us. She secured her beanie over her brown hair. She's already en route to meet him. I wished I'd thought to bundle up more than this, like Duncan and Maddox, who also donned dark beanies and gloves. All I had was my coat. We got out and Duncan and Maddox signaled and ran off in opposite directions, one on either side of the massive building. Moonlight glinted on the piles of cleared snow. The cold wasn't the only thing making me stew with uncertainty. Stay with me, I said, pulling her close. Where are the police? She whispered. Didn't you say they were going to be here too? I thought so, I said, peering around at the darkened street. Though there were a few cars, all I saw were signs of winter. Snow in large piles on vacant lots, where snow plows deposited it after clearing the roads. No police chargers, though, no uniforms. Where were they? Our breath left our mouths in steady puffs. Maybe they're waiting until they get a definitive call from you, she suggested. Maybe. Footsteps sounded and Ella's hand tightened over mine. There, she said in a whisper. A figure. A woman in a dark coat and hat skulked toward the south loading dock. The two of us slunk into the shadows. Ella stayed close. The heat of her body, her pomegranate scent, were heady. I peered at her. You know, any other time, I'd take advantage of a situation like this. Like what? I pressed my nose to her cheek. It was cold. Being alone with you in the dark, in the shadows. Though her cheeks were cold, her breath was hot. It struck my cheek. Now isn't the time? Definitely not. Her lashes were dark, and her eyes gleamed as they flicked up at me. Take advantage of me later? I like the way you think. We both returned our attention to our target. Pris peered behind her and quickened her pace, sticking to shadows of her own. I wondered where Noah was, but I didn't doubt he was out here somewhere. And Duncan and Maddox, had they gotten to their places? Could they also see Pris from where they were? Gesturing with my head, I tightened my hand on hers, and we tiptoed in the direction Pris took. Her steps slowed. She approached the shadowed corner where the dock angled out. A regular-sized door was there, too. She shrank low, advancing gradually. Are you here? She said in a loud, tentative whisper. No one responded. Ella and I exchanged another glance, and she gave a nod in Pris's direction. I pressed a finger to my lips and then pointed toward her. Ella nodded. Informant? Pris said, louder this time. Informant? Did that mean... Did she not even know who she was meeting with? Ella and I tiptoed closer. She released my hand, and then I froze. Something hard pressed into my back. The sound of a pistol being cocked crackled through the night air. Suddenly wishing I'd had my gun at the ready, I halted and lifted my hands in surrender, praying whoever it was didn't pull the trigger.
Chapter 38. Ella. Hawk stopped sooner than I planned. I peered back at him to find his hands in the air and his eyes wide with panic. A shadowed figure was behind him, gripping him on the shoulder, and my heart stopped. There was only one reason Hawk would have his arms up like that. Did that person behind him have a gun to his back? What about Hawk's gun? Why didn't he have it out? My stomach hardened like a rock. Night sounds rushed through my ears, or maybe that was just the rapid speed of my pulse as fear took over my limbs. I held my breath, gulping it down in an attempt to remain quiet. Against my will, a small squeak of fear slipped from my lips. I raised my hands to my mouth, but it was too late. Pris wheeled around. Recognition registered on her face, and her expression snapped from snooping to spiteful. "What are you doing here? Ella?" "I told you to come alone," the man behind Hawk said. He tightened his hold on Hawk, who grunted as the man pushed him forward. My stomach lurched along with it. "No, let him go. Leave him alone." "Let me go," Hawk said. "We can talk about this." I tried seeing the man's face, but he wore a ski mask beneath his hood. He was completely shrouded in black. There was no visibility. A desire to run, to knock Hawk from the man's clutches and break for it, consumed me, but I was trembling too hard. Panic overtook my ability to function. This was moving quickly, far too quickly for me to process. "She was supposed to come alone," the man said again, jerking Hawk as if digging the gun into his back harder. "I did!" Pris shrieked. "I don't know how they knew we'd be here." Hawk's hands lifted. In an instant, the image of Hawk's mouth gaping open, of blood seeping from his lips and from an open wound in his stomach, flashed through my mind. I squeezed my eyes shut, attempting to stamp it out. Movement came from the left. Maddox stepped out of the shadows with his hands up. "You don't want to do this," he said, moving slowly toward Hawk and his attacker. The man jerked, reeling to keep Hawk as a barrier between him and Maddox. Scraping sounded, and then Duncan appeared behind Hawk. The man shuffled again, staggering, clearly taken aback by the two unexpected men. The pit of my stomach dropped, and fear was a drummer, working rapidly on my pulse. Where were the police? Had they not gotten Hawk's message about coming? They could catch this person. They could help. I took a tentative step toward them too, though with the movement my knees threatened to buckle. I wasn't sure when I'd ever been this afraid. Still, adrenaline coursed swiftly in, giving me unprecedented courage. If the men were going to dive in to help Hawk, I would too. Maybe with all three of us against him, he'd bolt. Just as long as he didn't shoot Hawk. Please don't let him shoot Hawk. Pris dashed in one direction, making a desperate break for what I assumed was her car. Maddox headed her off. I took advantage of the distraction. I wasn't sure what I'd do, but I wanted to get this shooter away from Hawk. Apparently, Duncan had the same idea. The gunman shoved Hawk away, but he wasn't quick enough to position his gun at Duncan in time. Duncan moved faster. It was almost as though he anticipated the attacker's movements. With trained hands, he braced them on either side of the gun and twisted. The weapon fell, clattering to the ground, and Duncan landed a fist in the attacker's masked face. The man stumbled backward, slipped on a patch of black ice and nearly toppled to the ground. Hawk freed his own gun from his belt. Too soon the attacker regained his footing and broke for the direction he'd come. "Get him," Hawk said, slapping the gun in Duncan's hand. "Follow him." "I'm on it," Duncan said, slipping on the slick ice. He got his balance once more before rushing in the gunman's direction. I stood, shocked, in the resulting stillness. A pair of arms wrapped around me. I jumped, stuttering and jerky, my heart sprinting and my body ready to take flight with it, until I caught sight of Hawk's overwrought face. "Are you okay?" he asked, hauling me to his chest. I threw my arms around him. My heart threatened to give out, but I couldn't let him go. Beads of sweat along my temples turned cold in the frigid night air, and I clung to him. He was warm. He was here. "Why are you asking me?" I said. "You could have been shot." "I wasn't. I'm so glad." I tightened my hold around him. Relief streamed through me so strongly I felt I might burst. I wasn't sure my heart would ever beat at a regular pace again. "I don't know what I would have done," I said. He held me a little longer, stroking my hair and pressing kisses to my cheek. "Come on. Let's make sure they're okay," he said after a few moments. He took my hand, and we chased in the direction Duncan had run. Duncan had gained on the shadowed man, but he wasn't fast enough. Maddox had Pris in hand, with a hand hooked around her elbow. She watched in horror as the shadowed man rammed an elbow in Duncan's face, knocking him back. That was enough to distract Duncan. He lurched back, lost his grip. The shadowed man broke for it, this time succeeding in fading into the darkness. I wanted to follow. I didn't want to let him get away, but even if I did catch up to him, I didn't have the necessary training in order to do much about it, so instead, I stood there, breathing hard. "Did you see his face?" Hawk asked. "Not any more than you did," Duncan said, rubbing a hand on his jaw and panting. I wondered what kind of training Duncan had to take on the attacker the way he did. Did he know some martial arts or something? "Are you okay?" I asked. Duncan worked his hand against his jaw. "I'll be fine. What about you, Hawk?" "I'm good." "That was close," Maddox said. Pris fought against his grip, but he held her fast. "He got away," Hawk said, swearing. "Pris," I said, approaching my stepsister. With her hair so disheveled, she looked terrible. I wasn't sure how I felt about her right now. Disgusted, yes. Spiteful, definitely. She was despicable. "What is going on?" I asked. "Who was that?" She sniffed. "That was my shot to pay for the honeymoon of a lifetime. Now it's all for nothing." "What are you talking about?" "You received a large sum of money from him before, didn't you?" Hawk said, sounding stern and confrontational in the process. "So what if I did?" "We saw the manipulated feed," I said, my breath exhaling visibly. "We know you set me up." Hawk straightened and approached. With a scowl that could rival Duncan's, and Duncan flanking his side, he was a force all his own. "We know you are the one behind the thefts at Ever After. Do you deny it?" I waited for Pris's usual defiance, for her rude deflection or even a personal jab at me. Instead, her shoulders sank. "What's the point?" she said. "Everything is totally ruined now. I'm ruined." "Probably. The police have been informed of your misdealings," Hawk said, "but I want to know who that was." "I don't know who he is," she said, glaring at him. "He approached me and somehow knew I was the one who'd taken that stuff from your building. He asked if I really wanted to get back at both you and Ella. He said you'd signed your heart away, that you had no business falling for her or anyone else, and he'd pay me well if I agreed to help him get revenge on you." "Pris," I said, "that's so pathetic." Her glower flicked to me. "I needed money. I was losing Derek. I told him if he stayed with me, I'd be his sugar mama." I released a disgusted sound. Duncan's brows lifted. "Sounds a little desperate," he said. "That's what I'd call it too," Maddox added. "What do you losers know?" she snapped. "So you made a deal with someone you don't know just to get money?" Just when I thought nothing she'd do could ever surprise me again. "Shut up. It was all anonymous. We made a deal that I'd keep the agreement a secret. He'd keep what I did, a secret too." "You mean stealing from people at Ever After," Hawk affirmed. She sniffed. Finally, police sirens colored the air. We greeted the officers and handed Pris over, describing what happened in as much detail as we could. At least we'd stopped Pris and cleared my name, but that still didn't explain who the shadowed man was. Something told me we hadn't seen the last of him. Chapter 39. Ella. The last time I'd stood on Dad's doorstep was Christmas morning 2 years ago. I'd just started dating Derek. Stina had opened the door with a smile, only to have that expression flip like a pancake into a grimace. Memories no longer offered pain, however. Now, the only thought I had was to wonder what Stina thought of Pris being the one in jail. I hadn't heard what had happened after the police had driven off with my stepsister in the back seat of their Charger 2 days ago. And I couldn't help the curiosity in me now. I mean, of course I wasn't here to rub anything in anyone's faces, but still, I couldn't help wondering, and I couldn't help feeling just a little bit vindicated by the way things had turned out. Hawk and Maddox had gone to the jail to talk to Will, and I had my own skeletons to deal with. I'd let Stina keep us apart for far too long, but I was done allowing her to have any kind of control over my life whatsoever. I hadn't realized I'd been inadvertently allowing her to by staying away. Doing so had been a way to deal with my hurt and heartache, but I never should have allowed it. I'd spent so long blaming her, I hadn't stopped to realize my own part in our situation. Dad answered my knock, wearing a striped sweater, jeans, and socked feet. His surprise was evident by his lifted brow. "Hey there," he said. "How's my girl?" I was still his girl? That was promising. "I wanted to come by and say thank you," I said. "For what?" I wasn't sure if he wanted me to say the words. Did Stina know that Pris had been arrested, thanks to the tip Dad had given me about what he'd overheard? "For helping me," I said. "I've felt ostracized by you for a long time now. Having you step it up and help me like that was really decent of you. We were able to prove my innocence, and it's thanks to you." Dad stepped aside and invited me in. The house looked Stina-fied. After Stina and Dad had married, she'd swept through, taking down pictures and souvenirs from family trips, decorations, and quotes Mom had picked out and displayed. She'd renovated the place completely with her own yuppie style, so I hardly recognized it. I'd resented her for it, but for whatever reason, I saw things in a new light. Had it been hard for Stina to move into a home where another woman's touch was everywhere she looked? Regardless, she didn't need to try to erase Mom completely the way she had. Maybe that was why she'd seemed to have it in for me from the start. Maybe she resented me for reminding Dad of Mom. "How are you doing with all of this?" I asked. The cream carpet had been updated since the last time I was here. My feet sank in with my steps. "I've been okay. I'll get by, though it'll be difficult without Stina's income." "You're going to stay with her? After all she'd done to emotionally blackmail me?" I'd long since known Dad's weak character, but he'd stepped up. He'd done something to help me at his own risk. I'd hoped that meant he was finally standing up for himself too, but maybe not. I pitied him for that. "I'm sure it'll be hard for her to find work now that she has such a black mark on her record." I couldn't help my cynicism. "Listen, Ella," Dad said with effort, as though the words were difficult. He held his arms rigidly at his sides. "I never should have taken her side all this time. I should never have let her push me around the way she always did." Surprise gripped me. Was Stina around to overhear? I'd heard she and Pris had spent a few nights in jail, but that Dad had paid their bail. The news had hurt me, but I could see the trouble he was in, caught between us. I'd been ready to turn my back on him and Stina, on Westville, to leave him behind as well as her. But I was glad I hadn't. I was glad we could repair past hurts before I'd left him behind for good. "It's okay," I said. "I forgive you." Tears welled in his eyes. He pulled me into a hug. "You don't know how good it feels to hear that." I embraced Dad for a few more moments. My gaze drifted to the stairs behind him, to the landing where the bedrooms were. It was too quiet. "Dad," I said carefully, pulling away. "Where is she? Where is Stina?" He wiped his eyes with shaking fingers. "Hiding, probably. She's not exactly happy with me right now. What else is new?" I hoped the words would get him to smile. They didn't. Dad attempted a smile. "The truth is, she won't be here much longer. I kicked her out. A battering ram may as well have struck me." "You what?" Dad took my hand and led me to the exorbitant white leather couches covered in leopard print pillows. He sat, gesturing for me to take the cushion beside him, and stared at our hands. "I couldn't stay with her after what she did to you. How could she ever think that was okay? I told her as much." "You did? Daddy, I'm so proud of you." He beamed at me. The expression took years off of him. Happiness bloomed within me too, not just because he too was finally standing up to Stina, but because he'd done it out of love for me. I'd been so bitter about families, about relationships. Having that bitterness melt away now was liberating and cleansing. "Is she moving out?" I asked. "I mean, are you guys divorcing?" Behind me, the front door crashed open. Stina stumbled through with her arms full of cardboard boxes. The sound of her entrance was clashed by Pris's hysterical exclamations. Yikes, I hadn't missed that. "Derek, don't do this." "You know I never would have if it hadn't been my mom's idea." "Derek, no, wait." Pris held the phone aloft, staring as though the device had insulted her. Her gaze drifted from her mother's scowl first, and then to the living room where Dad and I sat. Stina dropped her cardboard boxes to the floor. She glowered at me, sniffed, and then turned to the decorative wall hanging behind her. It was a twirling mess of metal and mirrors. Lifting the hanging from the wall, she slammed it into the nearest box. It thudded hard, and from the little clanking sound, a few pieces broke off. Pris didn't take such a cold shoulder approach. She lowered her phone and marched toward me. "You," she said through her teeth. Mascara made rivers down her cheeks. "You did this." "Did what?" "Hi, Pris," I said. I rose to my feet. Something told me I'd need my footing. "Don't hi me. First you stalk me and have me arrested, then you tell Derek?" I lifted my hands. "I haven't talked to Derek in over a year." "He ended our engagement." With a shriek, she rounded, chucking her phone at the wall and releasing a sob at the same time. "After all I did for him, All that crap I stole to get extra money for him, the risk I put myself into with that stalker, and he didn't even care. That was a bombshell. You stole those items for Derek? She'd mentioned it was for their honeymoon, to be his sugar mama, but now I suspected he hadn't even known. I put my whole life on the line for him and he dumped me for it, she wailed. Sounds typical, Stina said, glaring at Dad as she removed more items from the shelves near the door and dropped them unceremoniously into the box. What do you expect? I said. Wasn't it you who always told me behavior has consequences? Oh, please, Pris said, rolling her eyes. Don't even. Why shouldn't I? I said. You both blackmailed me. How could you think you could just go on with your lives after something like that? It wasn't blackmail, Pris argued. I gaped at her. No? What would you call it then? Retribution. After the way you ruined things for me with Derek, how could I help but take advantage of an opportunity? My mouth gaped open. There was no reasoning with her, with either of them. Dad lifted a palm as if to speak, but I quieted him with a hand on his shoulder before approaching Pris. It looked like I wasn't the only one who wasted time blaming others for my wrong choices. I didn't ruin anything between you and Derek. You ruined things between you and Derek. He knew how you treated me, Pris. And if he heard about you stealing, about the way you tried to peg it on me, why do you think he's ending things again now? Pris sniffed, but to my surprise, she didn't argue. She folded her arms and refused to meet my gaze. Like a few moments before with Dad, with Stina, I pitied Pris too. Was she really that insecure that she'd steal just to keep a relationship with someone? To threaten me and Hawk? That didn't sound like any relationship I wanted to have, and if that was all Pris could hope for, she needed to rethink things. I wasn't about to say as much. Much as I wanted to have some kind of resolution between us, it wasn't going to happen right now. Maybe not ever. I peered to where Stina had been standing, but she'd moved on into the kitchen, boxing things up as noisily and haphazardly as possible. Clearly, she wanted to be out of Dad's house as soon as she could be. I knew better than to expect an apology from either of these two. It was enough. Pris made her way to the other side of the living room to retrieve her phone and headed up the stairs. I watched her go, breathing in full breaths. Pris and Derek's relationship wasn't the only thing that was over for good this time. My relationship with my wicked stepsister, such as it was over as well, and I was okay with that. I turned to give Dad a final hug. You want to come over for dinner on Sunday? He asked. Nearby, Stina slammed a cupboard door. Sure, I said after a brief wince, as long as you don't mind if I bring someone. Dad's brow crinkled with surprise. Oh? Are you dating someone? Another cupboard door slammed. Evidently, Stina was protesting in whatever way she could. Now was probably not the best time to go into details, though I was ready to shout them from the rooftops. I was dating someone. A handsome someone who I wanted in every part of my life that he possibly could be. If that meant introducing him to Dad, all the better. Yeah, I said. His name is Hawk. Pris or Stina would have heralded Hawk's billionaire status. They would have crowed of his successful candy company, of how they managed to snag him before anyone else did. Maybe sometime I'd tell Dad about Hawk's financial status, but for now, it was enough to have a man with Hawk's character care about me. When I was with Hawk, all those other details didn't matter. Even if he had no money or status, no candy, I thought with a chuckle. I'd want to brag about him anyway. He was a good man, and that was what mattered. Someone I could see a future with, someone who gave all he had to those he cared about, someone who wore silly socks and kissed like he was making confessions. He was all I wanted. I couldn't have asked for anyone better. I was anxious to see him again as soon as I could, but he said he had something he needed to take care of first. I was dying to know what it was.
Chapter 40. Hawk. I sat on my bed and watched as box by box took up space on the screen. Many of the guys had their cameras on and bolstered me to see so many familiar faces. I hadn't spoken with some of these guys in years. I waited to be sure as many of them were on as possible. No Knox, Henrique, or Hunter yet. No Wesley either, but he hadn't entered the pact. We'd have to do what we could without them. Adrian gave me the thumbs up, so I began. It's good to see you all. Maybe we can plan a reunion under better circumstances, but I'm afraid my reason for instigating this call is less friendly. What's going on? River asked from his box in the left-hand corner. The pact has become a problem, I said. If they groaned, I couldn't hear it with their screens muted. A problem how? River asked. Adrian Gray and I volleyed, sharing our stories. Bria had been attacked at knife point by Will. 10 years later, after just being released from prison, Will attacked Gabby and kidnapped her to get back at Adrian. And Ella's reputation had been jeopardized, nearly landing her in jail. I hope you see the need to put a stop to it before you or your girls are next, I said. Do you know who's behind it this time? Ulrich's screen displayed only his name. His camera was turned off. We don't, I said. Duncan, Maddox, and I tried catching whoever it was, but he got away. Sean's face appeared. So you want to abolish the pact for good? Yes, I said. Sean, I feel like I should defer to you, since you were our president. Sean had been the one to head our hazing night where the story was told, where we all signed the pact in the first place. He couldn't have known it would come to this, though. None of us could have. Take it away, man, Sean said. You're doing great. I was grateful not to be in the same room with them. That way, they didn't notice me clenching my fists on the desk beside my computer screen as a way to quell my nerves. I hope this went through without a snag. Adrian's lawyer said, if we got everyone to sign a new agreement, it might be enough to get the attacks to stop. All in favor of disbanding the pact, note it in the comments. We'll have my lawyer whip up a new agreement like Adrian's did for him. You really think that will get whoever this is to stop? Ulrich asked. His question spread chills down the back of my neck. I'd thought so, yes, or at least give us the legal backup we needed to take this guy out once we caught him. But would he stop? I'm in, River said. It sounds like it's bordering the ridiculous. Me too, Sean said. Has anyone talked to Will about this? Since he's jailed just outside of Westville, Duncan, Maddox, and I are going to see him in prison as soon as we get a consensus, I said. If you're in favor, comment. If we have a majority on this, we'll pronounce the pact disbanded. My knee bounced as I waited for the consensus. One by one, their comments came in. Duncan, I'm in. Let's be rid of it. Maddox, agreed 100%. Ulrich, disband. Sean, I'm so there with you all. Let's end it. Adrian, you know I agree. River, yes, let's end it. What about the others? Ulrich asked. Knox? Henrik? I'll notify them, I assured him. There are only 3 who aren't here, and majority rules. The pact is officially disbanded. I felt like I should have a gavel or something. Still, there was an encompassing sense of relief as tension seeped from my shoulders. I'll be in touch, I told them. We shared a few jovial comments, and one by one, the guys all left the call. And then I retrieved my coat. Duncan, Maddox, and I had one more stop to make. I'd never much liked Will, not even at the frat. He was always pompous and used his anger and physical stature to push others around. I joked around but kept my distance. Seeing him dressed in yellow now was mildly satisfying after the stupid things he'd done. The 3 of us sat on the opposite side of the glass and stared. So? Will said. What are you doing here? Dark circles eclipsed under his eyes. He'd put on a few pounds, and his cheeks were sallow and unshaven. What's the opposite of purple? I said, unable to help giving him a hard time. Seeing him like this, behind glass and wearing the yellow jumpsuit, I couldn't help it. The old me came roaring out. On the color spectrum, yellow was literally directly across from purple. Will's eyes narrowed. Though he'd been hunched over, he straightened and rested his hands on his knees. Very funny. If you came here to give me crap, I'm going back to my cell. His eyes were downtrodden, his forehead long, his expression dejected. I already hate myself enough as it is, he added. I don't need you fools here to rub in how much better your lives are than mine. That's not why we're here, I said. A small amount of regret slid into place between my ribs. Very small. We came to ask you a few questions, if you're open to that, Maddox said. Will folded his arms. What have you got then? The food is okay. They give us time for recreation and service. I have my own bunk and toilet. The other guys are douches. What more do you want to know? I met a girl, I began. Will scowled. Sure, rub that in too. I cleared my throat and went on. She's amazing. I think I might marry her one day. Good for you. Had he always been this big of an idiot? Though I wanted to lash out at him or make another insulting remark, I held my tongue and stuck to the matter at hand. Recently, her stepsister collaborated with someone and tried to frame her for a crime she didn't commit. They put her life in danger. I'm sorry to hear it. I still don't see what that has to do with me. They referenced the pact while doing it, Maddox said. Behind him, Duncan nodded. Will's eyes narrowed. His gaze tripped from one of us to the next and then back to me again. Why are you telling me this? Because we tried to catch the person her stepsister was meeting with, but he got away. We wondered. My voice wavered. I pushed on. I wondered if you might know who it was. Why me? Seriously? He was behind bars. He had all those fancy amenities he'd outlined to us moments ago. Did I really have to spell it out for him? You attacked Bria and Gabby, Duncan said, doing the dirty work for me. He was good at dirty work. That much was evidenced by how swiftly he'd been able to disarm the shadowed man the other night. Will released a mirthless laugh. So naturally you think I was the one she was meeting with? How could I have? They have me locked up tight. We wanted to know if you knew anything about who it could be, Maddox said. I had nothing to do with it. I'm done with the pact. It ruined my life. I clearly took it more seriously than any of the rest of you, and I'll pay for it for the rest of my life. You're in for life? I hadn't been aware of his sentence. The line between Will's brow deepened. Once you're in jail, that's a stain that doesn't wash away. I don't know, I said. It seems like if you try to move forward, you should be able to build a decent life for yourself once your time is done. Will's brow hardened. You think I still have a chance at a decent life? You're only defeated if you're done trying, Duncan said. This coming from the logical one among us was huge. Maddox and I both nodded our agreement. Giving up was never an option, not even when you thought you were at rock bottom. We're letting go of the pact, I said. That's why we came here. We wanted you to know. We want different things than we did 10 years ago, Maddox added. Mischief entered Will's eyes. The smile on his face was derisive as he centered his attention on Maddox. What does Ruby think about that? Maddox's fist clenched. The tension in the air became palpable. I don't care what she thinks. About anything. I wondered if that was true, but what business of it was mine? Maddox and many of the other guys had had a thing for the fraternity sweetheart. They'd all claimed to just be having fun. But from the puppy dog eyes Maddox had made over her, I'd always suspected there was more to it, especially since the two of them had gotten engaged and had since broken it off. He'd clearly had a thing for Ruby then. How come nothing had happened to either of them for it? Was it because they'd agreed not to single themselves off? Or were they just not in love? So you don't know anything about this most recent attack on Ella Embers? I asked. You don't know who the masked man her stepsister was meeting with is? I don't, Will said, crossing his arms over his chest. But it sounds like someone else is out to make sure you all keep your word. As for me, I've learned my lesson. Maybe this guy will too. Darn right, he will, I muttered, though I didn't like the sound of this. If Will was telling the truth and one of the other freighters was behind this, who was it? Was that why Knox, Henrique, and Hunter had neglected to join the meeting? Or... The thought spread chills down my arms. What if the culprit was someone who'd been on the call? I peered at Maddox and Duncan. I couldn't believe it was either of them. Not with the way they'd stepped up to Ella's rescue, or the adamant support they'd given for disbanding the pact. It had to be one of the other freighters. Who else could it be? We just wanted to make ourselves clear, Maddox said, rising and stepping back away from the glass pane separating us from Will. We're disbanding the pact. Once our lawyers finish with the new paperwork, it will no longer exist. Will analyzed him. Then it sounds like you'd better find out whoever this other person is and make sure they know it. Not me. My hands fisted. That's exactly what we intend to do. We bade Will goodbye. The minute we were back in my Jag, I pulled out my phone and dialed Adrian's number. Video chat showed his face to the rest of us. He'd let his beard grow a little longer, though it was still well trimmed. I filled him in on our conversation with Will. So, you believe it wasn't him? Adrian asked. Maddox and Duncan both nodded. I did too. If the informant had been Will, it didn't make sense, unless he was in communication with someone and having them act on his behalf. Even still, what was the point? Will had sounded completely worn out and full of remorse and defeat. Yeah, I said. I believed him, but I still don't like the lingering threat. If it wasn't Will, then who was it? And how do they know about the pact? And will they stop their pathetic attempts now once the new paperwork is drafted? Duncan added. Adrian frowned. Are you sure we contacted everyone who ever signed it? Does it matter? Maddox asked. You heard Will, I said. One of the other freighters out there is on his bandwagon. They're out to get us for falling in love. I haven't fallen in love with anyone, Maddox said. He'd taken the back seat and leaned his forearm against Duncan's seat in front of him. I'm not too worried, and Duncan isn't about to let anyone have any say in his life except himself. Ulrich, River, Knox, Hunter, I mused, ignoring Duncan shoving Maddox's arm off the seat and making him nearly hit his chin. I skimmed through which of the guys had been on for the meeting. Sean Gray. Wesley bailed without signing, Duncan added. So I don't think we'll have to worry about him. Smart move, I said. Who are we missing? Adrian asked. What about Scarlett? I'd peered at Maddox. He rubbed a hand behind his neck. Of course, you'd think of her. You and Ulrich had it bad for her, I said, remembering the way they both staked a crazy claim on her. She'd messed around with other guys too, but they were the only ones that she went back to repeatedly. She signed it too, Maddox said after several long moments. You can't really think Scarlett would do anything to hurt anyone, Adrian said through the phone. She was a big flirt and liked to get whatever she could from whoever she could. Maddox grunted. I wondered if he did have feelings for her. There had been some words and fists between him and Ulrich over her a time or two. As the fraternity sweetheart, she'd signed the pact along with the guys, pledging she'd never fall in love either. I can't see her hurting anyone, Maddox said. I can, Duncan grunted. We weren't all her favorites. You weren't anyone's favorite. Except maybe Rosabel's, Adrian muttered under his breath. I laughed, knowing he was asking for it. It's a good thing you're miles away, I said. Otherwise, I think Dunk would throw a punch. Get over it, man, Duncan said, his voice elevating. You know there's nothing going on between me and my assistant. Why else has she lasted as long as she has? Adrian persisted, a familiar teasing gleam in his eyes. It was true. The people, women especially, in Duncan's office, tended to have a short work span. His brusque manner and tendency to glower didn't exactly create the best morale boosters in the office. Shut it, Adrian lifted his hands. In any case, maybe you'd better reach out to Scarlett, he said from within the phone screen. Maddox shook his head. Not me. I'm not having anything more to do with her again if I can help it. How about that cute cousin of Ella's, Adrian said, changing the subject. Adele? The blonde who came to the wedding with Ella. She's quiet, Duncan said. Might be good for you, Maddox. I'm not hooking up with anyone, quiet or not. Why not? I said, cottoning on. I didn't mind the lighter topic after all the heavy we'd been wading through lately. The pact is over. She's cute, perky. Maddox sank into his seat and stared out the window. I have other problems to worry about. I'm losing Wonderland. You keep saying that, I said. He'd mentioned it while we'd been visiting Adrian in Montana last spring, too, after Adrian's dad passed away. but I hadn't put much stock in it at the time. And since the rides at the park seemed to be rolling along the same way they always had, I'd assumed he was being skeptical. But it's really happening, Maddox said. I don't know what to do. Duncan and I caught one another's glances. When he'd spoken of it in Montana, we'd all just played it off. Was Maddox genuinely worried about his theme park? From the solemn expression on his face, I suspected yes, he was. Maybe it's time to sell, I suggested. Maddox grimaced. I got the conflict there. If it came down to it, I wouldn't want to sell ever after either. He'd started the theme park to honor his late mother. There had to be a way to salvage it. The four of us ended the call. I drove Maddox and Duncan to their vehicles, which they'd left parked at Ever After. Once they were gone, my thoughts refused to settle. While I was concerned for Maddox's dilemma over Wonderland, I couldn't shift my focus away from our conversation with Will and from Duncan's continued implications that signing a new contract to dissolve the pact would hold little sway. Not if this other person was determined to take us all down. Resolve streamed through my veins. We couldn't risk anyone else getting hurt. If Will hadn't been behind the attack on Ella, we had to find out who was.
Epilogue, Ella. Hawk wore a suit like no one else could, but the sight of him in a t-shirt and jeans was like a bonfire in the dark, hot, smoky, and impossible not to notice. His blonde hair was the perfect mess, and the minute he opened his front door and pulled me into his arms, my hands raked into it. "I'm so glad you didn't give my clothes back," he said, running his hands along my sides and taking in the feel of his cotton t-shirt that I'd held onto since last Christmas. It had become my favorite shirt, one I wore as often as I could. His cologne teased my darkest thoughts, and his heart pounded promises to my ear with every lub-dub. Possibility, longing, and more midnight kisses. Though I'd been to his classy, quirky house a few times, I was still unused to just how stylish and yet honed to him everything was. It had high-end furniture and was sleek and clean, but it also had hints of him everywhere. Game things, jokes on the wall, a full-on jungle gym in the basement. He was really just a kid at heart, which I loved. "Truth or dare?" I said, admiring his face and the tousle that I'd created in his hair. He peered down at me, his eyes alight. "You're asking me?" "You're surprised?" I asked. "You've never asked me before?" "Yes, I have. Haven't." I squinted at him. "I did on the plane." His head reared back. "So you did. Okay then. Truth." "Truth?" I pouted my lip. That wasn't what I expected. "I'm disappointed." "You wanted me to pick dare?" Hands clasped behind my back, I took a step to circle him, to tease him. "I had a good one." "Okay then, dare." Smugly, I held up my phone. "I dare you to look at this." I hadn't left Westville after all. I'd gotten a job working in the same store Grammy worked at on 17th and had taken more time to prepare my portfolio. After several more months of preparation, after applications and interviews, the Dean of Fashion Design had replied, stating how impressed the team was by my submissions, one of which included the gown I'd finally finished. The base layer was a curve-hugging underdress that cut to my thighs and was softened by a much longer, translucent A-line overlay of such thin fabric my movements wafted as though I were floating. It was brash and bold. It was delicate and unexpected. When Hawk had suggested we rally at his house and spend the evening together for a night of cheap pizza and video games, I didn't mind in the least. Having this news to share made tonight even better. "They liked my portfolio," I said. "I got in." Hawk's grin knocked a few stars from the sky. I expected another heart-stopping hug. Only this time, he bent down as if dodging a bullet. Securing his arms around my backside, he lifted me so I was looking down at him. My stomach lurched, and the surprised delight in my laughter filled the vaulted ceiling. "I'm so happy for you," he said, glancing up at me. "No one deserves it more. Now I wish I had something stronger than cream soda." With my hands secured on his shoulders, I peered down at him. "Cream soda is the perfect celebratory drink." My feet teetered in the air as his strong arms continued holding me up higher than I was used to. I'd be starting classes remotely for the first semester. To help ease my workload, I found someone else to oversee stitches for Sierra. My replacement was amazing. She was just as impassioned about the project as I was, and though I would no longer spearhead projects, I'd contribute to them as much as my time would allow. "Are you going to put me down anytime soon?" I asked, just enjoying the view. He took his sweet time, letting my body slide against his as he lowered me back to my feet. "Congratulations," he said in a much milder tone. "I know the perfect way to celebrate." I inhaled the smell of baking bread mingled with tomato sauce and steaming veggies. "Let me guess," I said. "Pizza?" I had Roberta handle it before she left. I'm sure she loved that. We meandered to the kitchen, and I perched on the dark granite counter. I'd gotten to really like his housekeeper. Roberta kept his home in immaculate condition and always had something delicious cooking. Hawk moseyed to the oven and peered in its window as though he could see through the darkness in there. Then he gazed at me. His hands went to my waist. I braced myself, so ready for the start of what would be many kisses that evening, but instead, uncertainty flickered behind his eyes. "What?" I asked. "What's that look for?" He feigned innocence. "What look?" "The 'I have bad news, but I don't want to tell you' look. Let me guess. No fortnight?" "Maddox called," he said with an apologetic grimace. "He's coming over." "Did you tell him we had plans?" "Yeah, but he said it's an emergency, and he promised me he wouldn't be here long. He needs our opinions on some kind of marketing plan he's going to try for Wonderland this spring." Disappointment sank in, but I tried to hide it. I'd been looking forward to a night with Hawk, to losing ourselves in one another's arms, and yes, even to a little cranking 90s in our own digital world, because deep down, my man was a nerd and I loved seeing him in his element. "I can call him back," Hawk said. "I told him I'd check with you. He can wait until another time. No worries." "No, it's fine," I said, casting aside my disappointment and brandishing a smile that I hoped convinced him. "Maddox was there for us when we needed help. Of course he can come over." "Okay," Hawk said, tipping in to press a kiss on my nose. He retreated, meeting my gaze. "Only if you're sure." I clung to his shoulders. "You'd better stop that, or I might change my mind." He grinned. "Stop what? This?" He trailed his mouth along my jawline. My eyelashes fluttered. "What's his marketing idea?" I asked, trying to remain grounded. If we were going to have company, I couldn't go where he was taking me right now. "I don't know," Hawk said, his voice husky. "We can talk about that when he gets here, which will be any minute. So you know what I think?" "What?" "We'd better take advantage of the little time we have." His lips topped mine, unlocking a giggle from deep within my chest. I wrapped my arms around his neck, keeping him close and meeting him measure for measure. Behind him, the oven beeped. "Sounds like the pizza's ready," I muttered against his mouth. "I'm not hungry." "Since when? It's pizza. You love pizza." "Let's let it burn." I giggled as his mouth traipsed down my jaw. Then I pushed against his shoulders. His blue eyes were hazy, a clouded sky before a sunset. "Roberta would have your head if you let anything burn in her oven," I said. "That's why I sent her home." I laughed, pushing him away again. Pizza wasn't the only thing threatening to burn right now. Finally, Hawk relented. He stroked the hair away from my face and rested his forehead against my temple. "You're killing me, you know that?" he said as his heart beat against mine. "And you're killing the pizza." Shaking his head, he skittered back, shut the oven off, and pulled the pizza from its trap. The sight of Hawk wearing red oven mitts was adorable. I dug through the drawers, searching for the pizza cutter as the doorbell sounded. Together, the two of us froze and faced one another. "Maddox?" I said. "Maddox. I got it." Hawk snuck a final kiss in against my throat before striding to the door. Pizza cutter in hand, I had to hang by the counter for several moments before my breath steadied enough to do much of anything. Maddox entered. He accepted the offer of pizza, which turned out to be homemade and the most amazing pizza I'd ever tried. He then explained the parameters of his marketing idea. I had to hand it to him. The concept was clever, creative, and fit his park perfectly. So, why run this past us? Hawk asked, drumming his fist on his kitchen table. Our empty plates sat in the center where we'd pushed them once we'd finished eating. Maddox shifted in his chair across from me. Because this scheme isn't just a hoax to save the park. His words swept a chill down my arms. Hawk and I exchanged another glance. You're hoping Pris's informant will be there, I said, guessing Maddox's motive. Are you sure that's smart? Hawk asked. He didn't sound as impressed as I did. I need to do something to save the park, Maddox said. We might as well use this as an opportunity, kill 2 birds with 1 stone. What do you think? Hawk and I exchanged a glance. Silence lingered, allowing the ticking clock hanging on the wall beside the dining table to tick away the seconds. Curiosity remained in Maddox's handsome expression, and I felt it too. What were Hawk's thoughts on his idea? As long as you have safety measures in place, Hawk said, it's worth a shot. Maddox nodded with severe consideration before turning to me. What about you, Ella? He asked. I was surprised, to say the least. Hawk was his friend, not me. Then again, we'd spent some time together here and there since he and Duncan had helped Hawk and me at the warehouses. You're asking me? I asked. Maddox straightened and rested both hands on the table before him. The last time we encountered this person, he meant to do you harm. I wanted to make sure you knew everything. My heart gave a little flutter. This informant was a menace. I didn't want whoever it was to go after anyone else like he had done to me. If it means exposing him and catching him while you try to save your park, then yes, I think it's a great idea. Maddox revealed a relieved smile, as though he'd truly been concerned over my opinion. That meant a lot. I was touched. Well and truly. Below the table, my hand found Hawk's and squeezed it. I could never have imagined having someone like Hawk, but he also had incredible friends. These men were loyal. They had each other's backs. When are you going to do this? Hawk asked. I still have to run it past Duncan, Maddox said, but I'm hoping to launch everything by May. May. He'd be presenting this scheme in just a few more months. Fair enough. I would stay far away from Wonderland. Maddox would carry out his marketing strategy, and if all went as he hoped, this informant didn't stand a chance.
Hey, what's up? This is Caitlin Meadows. I just wanted to hop on here and say thank you so much for listening to Ella and the Billionaire's Ball, Romancing the CEO. So coming up next in my Once Upon a Billionaire series is Alice in the Billionaire's Wonderland, Romancing the Hatter, which, yes, we do meet Maddox Hatter. He has the best name. Also, the billionaires are still trying to figure out who the informant is, and they get the idea that Maddox needs to look like he's in love. So that comes into play in all kinds of fun and really romantic ways. Stay tuned for that here on my channel. If you like this video, please hit that like button, and please leave me a note in the comments because I really love to hear what you guys think of my stories. Also, if you're not subscribed, please hit subscribe so you make sure you don't miss out on any other releases. Thanks so much.
Thank you for listening. This has been Ella and the Billionaire's Ball, Romancing the CEO, Once Upon a Billionaire Book 2, written by Caitlin Meadows, narrated by 11 Labs. Copyright 2024 by Courtney Pearson. Production copyright 2024 by Courtney Pearson.